Jiang Ning traveled to the Douluo Continent and obtained a disciple collecting system. But he chose an unconventional path, only accepted useless martial souls. While others were still fighting for talented disciples, Jiang Ning bluntly stated, teaching geniuses is common sense, but teaching waste martial souls is real skill. He refused to engage in the empty talk of there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, and with his actions, he helped the overlooked soul masters rise up, earning the resounding title of specializing in teaching waste to defeat geniuses. Chapter 1. It's over. What a trash system. Please hand over your brain. I want to eat your brain. In the Douluo Continent, in the southwestern part of the Tiando Empire, in the Robert Province, Jiang Ning sat under the large willow tree at the village entrance, looking at the vast mountains outside the village and listening to the occasional beast roar from within, sighing deeply. The few boys in the village, who clearly looked a bit overdeveloped, cast disdainful glances at Jiang Ning. After whispering among themselves, one of the apparent leaders said, "Fatty, this task is up to you." Then, a chubby boy with a tiger-like demeanor walked up to Jiang Ning. Although Jiang Ning caught a glimpse of the chubby boy approaching, he wasn't willing to acknowledge him, even when he stood right in front of him. After all, these people had teased and insulted him more than once, so he chose to play dumb. Seeing Jiang Ning still sitting there, seemingly dazed like a fool, the chubby boy waved his hand in front of Jiang Ning's eyes. When Jiang Ning still didn't respond, the boy shouted loudly, "Hey, you idiot! I don't know what the village chief is thinking. The village chief is kind-hearted, keeping a useless outsider like you in the village. He even feeds you if you want to eat. Don't just sit there, get to work. The latrine on the west side of the village is almost full. Hurry up and clean it out." Jiang Ning didn't want to provoke this guy, but seeing the chubby boy's flushed face, he couldn't help but think of his old tormentor. With that thought, Jiang Ning worried the boy might explode at any moment, so he got up and walked away on his own. The chubby boy, seeing Jiang Ning back down, felt a bit frustrated, as if he hadn't exerted his full power. But Jiang Ning had already walked away, leaving the boy to huff and mutter, "Useless waste, awakened a useless martial soul, can't even defeat a 10-year-old pig spirit beast. Staying in the village is just a waste of food." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning could only helplessly curl his lips. He didn't want to clean the latrine, but under the eaves, one must bow their head. Moreover, he truly couldn't refuse. Why? Because this wasn't Earth, this was another world, the Douluo Continent. That's right, the world with divine tests, secret rooms, and golden liquids. Here, people awaken their martial souls at the age of sex. In this small village next to the Soul Beast Mountain. The vast majority have awakened martial souls with soul power that can be cultivated. In the Soul Beast Mountain outside the village, there are many soul beasts, and it's rumored that there are even 10th sandier soul beasts, which are extremely dangerous. Indeed, Jiang Ning had traveled here in his previous life. He was just a poor delivery guy, and his family was in a dire state. A disabled father, a sick mother, a sister with dementia, was all alone. After completing 9 years of compulsory education, Jiang Ning left school, packed his bag, and stepped into society early. Lacking any special skills, he could only juggle food delivery and courier services. To earn some extra cash, he took a long-distance order. Unexpectedly, after delivering it with great effort, the client canceled the order and gave him a bad review. Jiang Ning was so furious that he fainted, and when he woke up, he found himself here. Upon arriving, he was still an orphan. Fortunately, the village chief was kind-hearted and took him in, raising him. When he first crossed over, he thought he would be like the protagonist in a novel, so excited that he almost shouted, "I want this sky to never cover my eyes again." But the anticipated system, cheat, and grandpa in the ring never appeared. He awakened a firewood stick as his martial soul, with no soul power at Allah's standard useless martial soul. At this point, Jiang Ning sighed. A useless martial soul was just a useless martial soul, might as well cling to the protagonist's leg. When he thought this, he realized that he and the protagonist Tang San were not in the same village. He had asked the village chief if he knew about the Holy Soul Village. The village chief told him that the name sounded impressive, but he had never heard of it. Later, he asked many people, and they all said they didn't know. Now, it was impossible to cultivate any feelings from a young age. By the time he could find the Holy Soul Village and get there, he didn't know how old Tang San would be, or if he could still cultivate his leg. Moreover, with Tang San's cunning nature, if he didn't handle it well, he might end up on the path to destruction. Jiang Ning looked at the various little kids in the village who had awakened martial souls and couldn't help but sigh again, unsure of what to do. Brace's girl, how can beauty be so powerful? Sister has such strong and beautiful legs. Jiang Ning pretended to listen to the others and walked toward the latrine in the west of the village. But in reality, he hummed a song and secretly circled back to the grass hut that the village chief had arranged for him. Suddenly, a mechanical electronic voice flashed in his mind. Beep, beep, beep. The host is over 18 years old. The system is loading. Hearing this voice, Jiang Ning nearly jumped out of bed. His heart was roaring. System, oh system, brother system, you finally came? How can I live without you, brother? Jiang Ning couldn't help but shed tears. Without the system, what kind of life was he living? Since the system had arrived, then, just as Jiang Ning began to fantasize about kicking Tang San, punching Bibi Dong, and wall-slamming Qianrenchua in this world, the system finally finished loading. But when Jiang Ning saw the various descriptions on the system interface, his previously excited heart instantly died. Super Disciple Collection System. Main quest of the system. The host must establish a sect and create the largest sect in this world, achieving the title of God Sect of the Douluo Continent. The main quest of the system will be divided into different stages based on the host's progress. 8 each stage. The system will release related disciple collecting tasks, which the host must complete within the specified time. If the time limit is exceeded, the system will directly issue Yirsuju to Bongding Guanxi. Jiachu, Bongding. These 4 words were specially highlighted in large red letters, as if the system was afraid Jiang Ning couldn't see them. Upon seeing these 4 words, Jiang Ning sighed skyward, speechless for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, Jiang Ning managed to hold back a sentence. System, I'm up early for class. You're just talking nonsense like an old lady playing with transformers. I have a useless martial soul, and you want me to collect disciples. If it were in the Holy Soul Village, I could at least try to fool Tang San. In this village, I don't know how many awakened martial souls that are only a few years old are stronger than me. How am I supposed to collect disciples? Jiang Ning was once again in tears. This system was too terrifying, his lips trembling as he muttered. It's over, all over. What a trash system, always threatening to run away and abandon the host. Since he had the system, and the system had said so, he naturally didn't need to test it to see if it would really disappear if he failed to complete the tasks. He couldn't afford to take that gamble. That said, Jiang Ning felt a surge of blood, as if smoke was about to come from his head. Forget it. Let's see how the system arranges things for me. It can't possibly give me no chance at all. After feeling both anger and sadness, Jiang Ning finally realized that, anyway, his situation was already bad enough. If there were no system, he would probably just live like a waste in this village, which wasn't meaningful. He might as well just die. Now that I have a system, I should really understand how this system works. Jiang Ning then calmed down, thinking this in his heart, and prepared to carefully read the tasks assigned to him by the system at this stage. At this moment, the system interface displayed the main quest. Main quest 01. Recruit a genius disciple as your apprentice. Quest description. To establish a great sect, 1. Must recruit extensively. A genius disciple can bring immeasurable influence to the sect. Please recruit a genius disciple and make them the senior brother of the sect. Quest duration. 6 months from today, if not completed within the time limit, the system binding will be directly at you. System, you really don't need to do this. Jiang Ning sighed again. With his useless martial soul, the system wanted him to recruit a genius disciple as an apprentice. How is that even possible? In such a small village, whether there is a genius disciple or not is uncertain. Even if there is one, who doesn't know that Jiang Ning is a waste? If he really found the most talented person in the village and said he wanted to take them as an apprentice, the other villagers would probably think he was crazy and drive him out of the village. Moreover, if he was to build a sect, shouldn't the system give him something? Let's not even mention other sects' residences or libraries. At least give me a secret manual like the Shintiangong of Tang San, so I can trick. Oh no, I mean persuade them with reason and emotion. With nothing at all, how can I persuade anyone? Just relying on bluffing? Bluffing won't bring in a genius. There's actually another task. Jiang Ning saw that at the bottom of the task list, there seemed to be another line of text, and quickly continued to check. Main Quest 02. Recruit a useless disciple as your apprentice. Quest description. Since you want to establish the first great sect in this world, you must recruit disciples. Widely, Teaching a genius disciple is easy, even tying a dog in the sect is acceptable. Turning a useless disciple into a genius is what truly counts. Please recruit a useless disciple and make them the senior brother of the sect. Note, the host's choice this time will directly determine all subsequent tasks and rewards arranged by the system. Please choose wisely. This one is good. This one is good. Haha. Now this is quite something, like an old lady getting in a bed. It really made me laugh. Seeing this, Jiang Ning was overjoyed he couldn't recruit a genius, but recruiting a useless disciple should be easy. He no longer cared about the task rewards first. Let the system stick around him. Chapter 2. Kid, I foresee that we are fated. The system will develop, with more and more functions. Stay tuned for later. Jiang Ning happily chose the second main quest to recruit a useless disciple and was contemplating which child with a useless martial soul in the village to talk to. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the village entrance, as if something was happening. Now Jiang Ning certainly had the mindset to watch the excitement and hurriedly walked towards the village entrance. When he arrived at the entrance, Jiang Ning discovered that it was the hunting team returning from the village. The village was close to the Soul Beast mountain range, and if the villagers wanted meat, they relied on the hunting team to hunt in a mountain range. Whether it was 10-year or 100-year-old pig-like beasts or 10-year or 100-year-old ghost wolves, the taste was quite excellent. Every time the hunting team returned, everyone in the village, young and old, would come to the entrance to welcome them, helping to dissect and clean the hunted soul beasts. However, Jiang Ning noticed that this time the scene was rather awkward. Why? Because the hunting team had not brought back any prey. The eager youngsters who were hoping for more soul beast meat to aid their training were now grumbling, while the old men and women remained silent. The returning hunting team not only had no prey, but was also injured, and it seemed they were carrying someone on a stretcher. For everyone, not hunting any soul beast was hard to accept. After all, in the mountains, 10-year-old pig-like beasts were not only numerous, but also reproduced quickly, widely distributed. Yes, soon as they entered the Soul Beast mountain range, it was easy to find a large nest. Moreover, the hunting team usually only operated on the outskirts of the Soul Beast mountain range and typically wouldn't encounter overly powerful soul beasts. How could they have returned in this state? Jiang Ning looked at the dejected crowd and slightly curled his lips, forming a faint smile. Watching the excitement doesn't shy away from trouble anyway. No matter how many pig-like beasts the hunting team brought back, the village would only give Jiang Ning the fattiest meat, with no lean meat at all. For him, it didn't matter what they brought back from the hunt. The village chief soon arrived and was communicating with the hunting team. Jiang Ning was just about to squeeze forward to see what was going on when he heard someone from the hunting team suddenly shout, "Village chief, you need to judge the situation. For us, the neighboring village's really outrageously Chungon was the most talented person in our village, and now his meridians are ruined and his hand and foot tendons are broken. From now on, he won't be able to cultivate his martial soul. This is all the fault of the neighboring village." Jiang Ning's heart stirred upon hearing this. Li Chungon was the highest soul power awakened in the village's history. When he was 6 years old, he awakened the martial soul sword grass with innate soul power at level 8. After awakening his martial soul, the entire village decided to cultivate him well. The blood of 100-year soul beasts, bones, and various spiritual herbs were continuously sent to his home as various supplements and potions. The older soul masters in the village took turns teaching him. Now, at only 8 years old, he had already obtained a 100-year soul ring with the village's help and became a soul master. He was the idol of all the village's youth and the child that all the old folks talked about. However, Jiang Ning had never interacted with him. Jiang Ning was somewhat puzzled. A genius is a genius, and he is already a soul master, but he is only 8 years old. Did the hunting team really take him out to hunt? Was it to encourage him to train in battle? Now it seems that he didn't train and ended up like this instead. If his hand and foot tendons are broken, even if there is an auxiliary soul master to heal him, it would be difficult to restore his former agility. Moreover, as the person just said, his meridians are also ruined. It's likely that no one expected that the hope of the entire village becoming stronger would be ruined like this. Jiang Ning quickly squeezed forward and finally made it to the front. He looked up and saw a boy about 1.5 meters tall lying on the stretcher in the middle of the crowd, his eyes dazed, not knowing what he was thinking. His body was covered in bloodstains, and his wrists and ankles were tightly wrapped in clothing. Just as the person said, his hand and foot tendons were broken. According to the setting of Douluo Continent, in this world, While cultivating martial souls, soul masters also continuously strengthen their physical qualities. Especially for battle soul masters, the enhancement brought by martial soul cultivation is more direct. At 8 years old, Li Chang'an was already about 1.5 meters tall, and although his physique was not particularly strong, he was considered fit. Looking at the sadly lifeless Li Chang'an, Jiang Ning's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was overjoyed. This really is a case of a pillow arriving just when you need to sleep. He had just chosen the task of recruiting a useless disciple from the system, and now here was an opportunity. He just didn't know if Li Chang'an, in this condition, would still count as the kind of waste the system wanted, or if it was up to the system to decide. Immediately, Jiang Ning quickly called out to the system in his heart. System, quickly check if the one lying on the stretcher ahead counts as a waste. Okay, host, please wait a moment. I have checked the situation of this individual for you. This person had great potential from birth, but now their talent has been completely destroyed, and they have become worthless. I suggest that the host take them under their wing. If the host can take this person as a disciple, the system will definitely help the host well, teaching this worthless individual to grow into a true genius, who will surely become a pillar of a sect. A large block of text, which Jiang Ning now read with particular impatience. At this moment, his eyes were only on those 4 words. Has become worthless. Jiang Ning was overjoyed in his heart, but he tried to maintain calm on his face. He then retreated from the crowd and returned to his thatched cottage. Just after accepting the task of collecting waste, such a waste had come along. It truly was a rare opportunity. He needed to think carefully about how to bring this waste into the sect. Meanwhile, Li Chugang had just been carried back to the village by the hunting team when the sky was gradually darkening. The entire village was filled with a depressing atmosphere due to the fall of the talented young man. He lay on the stretcher, appearing particularly pale. His eyes, which had once been filled with high hopes, now lacked luster, as if all vitality had been drained from him. After the village chief spoke with the hunting team, he was carried back to his home. Villagers gathered at his doorstep, whispering among themselves, but no one dared to come close. Although the members of the hunting team were heavy-hearted, no one was willing to linger. After all, the fall of a genius was something to be avoided. Chu Gang, wake up! What on earth happened? As soon as Li Chugang's mother saw her son being carried back, she immediately collapsed to the ground, crying out in despair. Her cries were piercing and heart-wrenching, as if tearing her heart apart. She rushed forward to grab her son's wrist, checking his injuries, only to find that his tendons had long been severed, and his hands and feet were tightly bound, with wounds still oozing blood. Li Chugang's father stood to the side, looking at his son lying on the stretcher with a complex expression, silent. His fists were tightly clenched, nails digging deep into his palms. Li Chugang was no longer the genius admired by the entire village, but had become a worthless person who could no longer cultivate. Although the villagers gathered around, after a brief moment of shock and sympathy, they gradually dispersed. To them, the fall of a genius was indeed regrettable, but life must go on. The sun would rise again tomorrow, and the hunting team would still set out as usual to seek new resources and prey. No one would waste too much time on a genius who had already fallen. Li Chugang caught a glimpse of the expressions on these people's faces, indifferent and distant. It was as if he had already died in their eyes. Since awakening his martial soul, he had felt only eagerness and expectation from everyone in the village. The village chief even personally planned his future cultivation path, encouraging him to bring glory to the village. However, now those expectations and hopes had vanished in an instant, and all the concern and enthusiasm had disappeared along with the severing of his tendons and bones. What a pity. A villager said softly from a distance, "We were hoping he would lead our village to become stronger, but now look, even basic walking is a problem." Yeah, such a misfortune. But then again, the village can't spend all its resources on him anymore. He's already useless. These words pierced Li Chugang's heart like sharp knives. His heart was frozen, and the pain was indescribable. He had once been the pride of the entire village, and in just a few short days, he had become a burden that everyone avoided. After returning home, Li Chugang's parents laid him on the bed. His mother's cries gradually subsided, while his father smoked a pipe outside, his gaze vacant. The atmosphere in the room remained suffocating. Chugang's younger brother is still growing. His talent may not match Chugang's, but now that Chugang is. The father suddenly spoke, quietly addressing his wife. The resources at home, including the compensation from the village this time, can no longer be wasted. It should all be given to his brother instead. The mother remained silent for a long time, but eventually nodded. She looked at Li Chugang on the bed, her eyes filled with reluctance. But soon the harshness of reality pushed her back. She murmured, "Well, Chugang, it seems that even if he stands up in the future, he will be a useless person who can't work. It will be better to give the opportunity to his brother." At this moment, Li Chugang's younger brother, Li Chuanwu, who was standing nearby, heard his parents' conversation and his eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, this meant he would receive more resources and better cultivation opportunities. He had always lived in the shadow of his genius brother. Although they were brothers from childhood to adulthood, he had constantly been compared to his genius older brother by their parents and the villagers. And now, the opportunity had finally come. He showed no signs of hiding his pride, and a smile appeared on his lips. Li Chugang saw all of this. Despite being crippled, his mind was still very clear. His parents, his brother, and those who once held high hopes for him had all lost faith in him one by one, even directly excluding him from the future. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart. The pain was excruciating. In the dead of night, he stared at the ceiling in the dark, a wave of despair rising within him. He did not want to continue living in such a world, becoming the laughingstock of the villagers, becoming a burden to his family. He decided to end it all. He remembered that when he was young, he was really afraid of ghosts, but now he felt that the more people he knew, the more he liked ghosts. He struggled to pick up a small mirror with his mouth on the bedside, wanting to end his own life. He gritted his teeth and charged at the mirror, and with a crack, the mirror shattered. Chugang gasped for breath, laboriously picking up the largest shard, slowly moving it toward the wall. Let this be the end, he silently thought, preparing to throw himself against the shard to end his life. Just then, a slight noise suddenly came from the window, as if someone had entered, causing Li Chugang's actions to pause. Li Chugang, why seek death? If I say, take me as your master, you'll have the chance to change all this. Are you willing? Li Chugang's consciousness was somewhat hazy, fatigue and pain intertwining, making his thoughts chaotic. He looked at Jiang Ning, momentarily speechless. After a long time, Li Chugang finally regained his composure, a hint of joy on his face, but also a hint of wariness. He cautiously asked, now that my meridians are destroyed and my tendons and bones are severed, how can you save me? Do I really still have a future? Jiang Ning fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Li Chugang watched him anxiously, the joy in his eyes slowly fading, despair gradually filling his pupils. Today is my birthday, and also my death day. I can no longer turn back. Born as a human, I am truly sorry. Li Chugang turned his head away, his gaze stiffening, ready to take his own life again at any moment. The reason Jiang Ning remained silent was that he truly did not know how to respond. The system had only said that if he took Li Chugang as a disciple, it would help him cultivate Li Chugang. But how to save him, he genuinely did not know. Kid, even if I tell you this question, you won't understand. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and decided to play the role of a mystic whatever the outcome. He just needed to trick Li Chugang into becoming his disciple. Fortunately, he arrived in time, otherwise, this kid might have already gone cold. Given the current situation, if he didn't speak up, this kid might really seek death again. Jiang Ning clasped his hands behind his back, sighed lightly, and then his eyes sparkled with confidence as he said, Kid, I have foreseen that we are fated to meet, and I also foresee that only by encountering me can you escape from this desperate situation, as long as you take me as your master. Everything will become clear. Your martial soul is the sword grass, right? Believe it or not, as long as you take me as your master, let's just say, a single blade of grass can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. Chapter 3. Successful Apprenticeship, Leaving the Village. After saying this, Jiang Ning decided to stop wasting time, a hint of impatience appearing on his face, as if he would turn to leave at any moment. Don't ask, why, just know that strong people tend to say little. However, Jiang Ning felt a bit anxious inside. He had no choice but to take on this waste as his disciple. If Li Chugang did not agree, he would have to find a way to recruit those with innate zero-soul power. If Li Chugang agreed, then he feared he wouldn't be able to stay in this village much longer and would have to seek another place. But what kind of rewards would the system actually give him? Jiang Ning's mouth twitched, feeling inexplicably flustered, and he began to pray in his heart, "O system, Please perform well for me. You better not mess it up right at the start. They say there's a beginner's protection period, so at least give me a hand here. It seemed the system heard Jiang Ning's thoughts and unexpectedly replied, "Rest assured, host. The system is a serious system and will never trick you. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although this person is already a waste, as long as you accept him as your disciple, the system guarantees that the rewards will surprise you." Wow, you actually responded to me, system. I have to say, you make a good point. If you give me a surprise, I'll make sure to surprise you too. Seeing Jiang Ning stop talking and looking as if he was about to leave, Li Chugang became a bit anxious. Although he still had some doubts, he wasn't foolish. If he gave up this opportunity, he wouldn't know if he would have hope again. So he immediately spoke up, sincerely saying to Jiang Ning, "Disciple Li Chugang pays respects to the master." Suddenly, a voice from the system appeared in Jiang Ning's mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing main quest 02. Li Chugang has successfully become your disciple. Rewards will soon be issued to the host." Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted the first disciple. The powerful talent will lead the disciple to respect you, so the host is rewarded with martial soul evolution, evolving into the Panlong staff, innate soul power level 10. A divine soul ring has been placed into the system warehouse. Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted the first disciple. An excellent gift will lead the disciple to express gratitude for your teaching, so the host is rewarded with the 100,000-year rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum. Consuming it will enhance fortune, strengthen the body, and achieve an indestructible physique, placed into the system warehouse. Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted the first disciple. A powerful guardian is an important guarantee of the disciple's safety, so the host is rewarded with a titled Douluo character card, which can summon a titled Douluo level expert too. Recognize the host as their master, placed into the system warehouse. Congratulations, the host has successfully accepted the first disciple. Reward of 10,000 pieces of 100-year dragon grass leaves. 10 martial, soul, bloodline evolution pills, placed into the system warehouse. Seeing these items, Jiang Ning almost laughed out loud if he didn't remember he was in someone else's house and in front of his disciple. Wow, amazing. Thank you, system. System, I won't scold you anymore. This is like Wu Jing stepping on Jay Cho. Looking at all the good things the system provided, Jiang Ning felt his life was full of hope again. This 100,000-year rare mushroom was meant for Li Chugang, right? Not only would it heal him directly, but it could also help him achieve an indestructible physique. The key point was that he could finally stop being a waste. The martial soul evolved into the Panlong staff, which was quite good in the original text. It was one of the two major offerings of the martial soul hall, possessing innate full soul power, enough to cultivate to the super Douluo level. A divine soul ring also saved him the trouble of hunting soul beasts. The title Douluo character card was simply incredible, and the dragon grass leaves were beneficial for cultivation and strengthening the foundation. The martial soul evolution pills, although this item didn't appear in the original text, clearly indicated their preciousness by name. Indeed, having a system makes a difference. It's truly amazing. Jiang Ning immediately used the title Douluo character card. System prompt. You have used the title Douluo character card, and the drawn title Douluo target is Chu Hun, Martial Soul Giant Palm Black Bear, Soul Power, Level 92, Soul Ring. Configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. The character will appear before the host as soon as the host summons them. Not bad. Jiang Ning's spirits were already high at this moment. He thought he might summon a super Douluo, but unexpectedly, it was only a 92 level Douluo, and there wasn't even a 100,000-year soul ring. In a flash of light, a man nearly 2 meters tall appeared before Jiang Ning, kneeling on one knee, ready to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Ning. "Don't speak yet. Take this kid and follow me." Then, the man grabbed Li Chugang as if he were an eagle catching a chick and placed him on his broad shoulder, following Jiang Ning behind him. Jiang Ning led the man to his grass hut, letting him place Li Chugang on his bed while he stood by the window. "Since you have taken me as your master, today I will give you this 10,000-year rare mushroom. As long as you consume it, not only will your injuries heal, but you will also achieve an indestructible physique. Chu Hun, you can feed him this celestial herb." "Yes," the man replied, taking the rare mushroom from Jiang Ning's hand and feeding it to Li Chugang bit by bit. Jiang Ning then stepped outside, preparing to absorb the divine soul ring. His grass hut was on the edge of the village, rather secluded, with no one within a few hundred meters, so he wasn't worried about disturbing others with any commotion. Moreover, what if he disturbed others? He currently had a titled Douluo by his side. Before long, Jiang Ning finished absorbing the divine soul ring. After all, he was now 18, and the years of the soul ring he absorbed exceeded the so-called 423 years, reaching about 600 years. As night deepened, the village was quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the silence of the night. The villagers had all gone to bed early, but no one expected that due to Jiang Ning's actions, a sudden disaster was silently approaching. In the Soul Beast Mountain Range, not far from the village, the originally tranquil forest suddenly stirred. A strange fragrance spread through the air, rich and fragrant, like the scent of an extremely rare spiritual herb. This fragrance caused the surrounding soul beasts to become restless. Many low-level soul beasts that had been resting in the mountains raised their heads, as if driven by some force, gathering towards the direction of the fragrance. Rare mushroom. 1,000-year soul beast that was foraging sniffed the air and suddenly thought of an extraordinary treasure. This extremely rare heavenly material could significantly enhance the strength of soul beasts. Once mature, it would release a peculiar fragrance, attracting soul beasts from all around. Sure enough, not long after, continuous low roars came from deep within the Soul Beast Mountain Range. Initially, only a few soul beasts roared, but as the fragrance spread, more and more soul beasts joined this unusual movement. They ran wildly through the mountains, gradually forming an unstoppable tide of beasts. Trees in the forest were trampled and toppled, birds scattered and flew away, and the entire Soul Beast Mountain Range seemed to be swept by a storm. These soul beasts had evidently been completely drawn in by the fragrance of the rare mushroom, rushing towards the village. With their movements, the ground began to tremble slightly, as if an earthquake was about to occur. The villagers were awakened, rushing out of their homes with fearful expressions, looking around in confusion. Many people had yet to grasp the situation when they began to hear the increasingly close sounds of the beast horde running. What's going on? What happened? Someone looked up towards the direction of the Soul Beast Mountain Range. Although the night was hazy, he could still see the shadows of the trees swaying in the mountains. A mass of dark beast shadows was rushing down from the mountain, heading straight for the village. This scene nearly scared him to death. Not good. The Soul Beast horde is coming. It's a beast tide. This exclamation ignited panic, and the entire village instantly fell into chaos. The soul beasts are coming. Run for your lives. The village was in an uproar, and the village chief rushed out of his home in a panic. Upon seeing the surging tide of soul beasts in the distance, his face turned pale. Jiang Ning naturally felt the commotion. Looking at the frenzied soul beasts, his expression darkened. He had been careless. He didn't expect the fragrance of the 10,000-year rare herb, the heavenly chrysanthemum, to be so attractive to the soul beasts. He had indeed been negligent. Jiang Ning looked at the fleeing villagers with some guilt. Although the villagers had not treated him well, they had taken him in and raised him until now. No matter what, he couldn't let the village suffer this innocent disaster. Go on, Jiang Ning said sternly. At your command, get all those soul beasts back to the Soul Beast Mountain Range. Yes. Upon receiving Jiang Ning's order, Chu Hun instantly soared into the air and headed towards the village entrance, making Jiang Ning quite envious. Such powerful soul energy, capable of enabling him to achieve short-term flight with soul power. Immediately afterward, Chu Hun directly manifested his martial spirit, transforming into a giant black bear, with 9 soul rings flashing one after another. Roar! The giant bear let out a furious roar that resonated throughout the village. The soul beasts, with madness flickering in their eyes, were almost instantly scared to the point of losing control. In an instant, the excrement of the soul beasts covered the farmland and roads outside the village, and even some flying soul beasts were dropping colorful droppings on the villagers' heads as they flew by. The villagers at this moment expressed no objections. Why? Because they had all been stunned into unconsciousness by that bear's roar. The next day, the villagers finally woke up, looking at the stench coming from their bodies and the soul beast droppings scattered all over the village. They exchanged glances, all silent. And the culprit behind this incident, Jiang Ning, had already been taken away by Chu Han, along with Li Chungan, leaving the scene early. Chapter 4. The 9 Principles of Survival from the Master at this moment. In an inn in Nodding City, Jiang Ning stood in front of Li Chugang with a serious expression. Chugang, since you have already taken me as your master, and I have helped you to be reborn, achieving an indestructible body. However, there are some things I still need to say. Li Chugang knelt before Jiang Ning, his demeanor full of obedience. He now felt as if he had been completely transformed. The previously damaged meridians and severed tendons had not only healed completely, but were even more resilient than before. Moreover, when he cultivated his soul power, it would occasionally flicker with golden light. Even his martial soul had undergone a change. The originally green leaves with white veins had now turned into silver-white sword leaves, covered in golden patterns. His soul power had directly increased by 6 levels, reaching level 17. In his heart, there was only one thought about Jiang Ning. This master is indeed quite impressive. If the master tells me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Seeing Li Chugang so obedient, Jiang Ning felt very pleased. He, of course, knew how Li Chugang felt. He had originally wanted to give Li Chugang a few bloodline evolution pills to let him enjoy it even more. However, the system told him that since he had just consumed the celestial herb, taking more would have no effect. It would be better to wait until he reached Soul King before taking them again. Jiang Ning shook his head slightly and said solemnly, I won't tell you the name of our sect for now, but you must remember that no matter where you go, you cannot tarnish the reputation of the sect. In fact, Jiang Ning wasn't unwilling to tell him. He just hadn't thought it through himself. Li Chugang naturally didn't know this and continued to kneel obediently before Jiang Ning, responding, Disciple understands and will never let down the cultivation of the sect and master. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, tilted his gaze upwards at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, looking like a wise man, and spoke in a bland tone. Although I cannot directly tell you the name of the sect for now, I can tell you that our sect is a reputable and righteous sect, a hidden sect. We are definitely not some evil cults that are condemned by others. As your master, I don't have many demands, but you must abide by the following rules. First, when you venture outside, you absolutely cannot harm ordinary people without justifiable reasons. Nor can you indiscriminately kill soul beasts. Second, if you encounter evil soul masters and evil soul beasts, you must be brave enough to take action and draw your sword to help. Third, in the future, you will meet more junior brothers and sisters, and as the eldest senior brother, you must promote unity and friendship among them. Yes, thank you for your teachings, Master. I've already memorized the sect's rules. Please rest assured. As soon as Li Chugang finished speaking, Jiang Ning continued, enunciating each word. In addition to these rules, let me tell you about the rules of being a teacher. Yes, the rules of being a teacher are actually quite simple. It's about survival. Huh? Survival? Jiang Ning looked at the bewildered Li Chugang and continued without pause. The 9 Principles of Survival from the Master are much more useful than the Tang sect's heavenly treasure record. There are a total of 9 principles. Remember them well. First, do not take the initiative to provoke trouble. If the situation is unfavorable, you can immediately step behind the crowd. Second, without necessary reasons, do not compete with anyone outside, nor should you casually reveal all your strength. Hearing this, the bewildered Li Chugang became even more confused, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this master? Third, if you really cannot avoid a fight, you must act decisively. And if you do take action, you must eliminate the threat completely. Moreover, when you strike, you must not speak. Immediately use your strongest soul ring skill to kill the opponent swiftly and cleanly. At this point, Jiang Ning even mimicked a gesture of slicing his neck with his hand. Fourth, if you encounter someone with the surname Xiao, Lin, Shi, Yi, or Long, you must treat them sincerely, and it's best to befriend them, regardless of their strength. Fifth, if you encounter someone who likes to act alone, often talking to rings, necklaces, and other objects with a smile on their face, and their enemies laugh maniacally, you must befriend them first and then immediately inform me, even to the extent of taking them as my disciple. Sixth, if you encounter a mysterious person with a broken engagement, or someone whose parents have mysteriously disappeared, or someone who is often ridiculed and bullied by others, you must befriend them first and also inform me immediately. Seventh, If you encounter someone who is timid and often retreats behind others, you must befriend them first and inform me immediately, even to the extent of taking them as my disciple. Eighth, if you encounter someone with a capricious personality, sometimes acting like a man and sometimes like a woman, you must befriend them first and inform me immediately, even to the extent of taking them as my disciple. Ninth, if you encounter someone with the surname Tang or someone named Lu Ruyan, regardless of their demeanor, you must actively retreat and have no contact with them, especially not form a close relationship. If they cause trouble, you can strike directly, killing them swiftly and covering up the evidence. Upon hearing this, Li Chugang could no longer hold back, but was also worried about leaving a bad impression on his master. He spoke in a voice as small as a mosquito's. Master, I don't understand these rules, especially the ninth one. Why must we pay such attention to those with the surname Tang or named Lu Ruyan, even going as far as to kill them? Jiang Ning shook his head, wearing an expression of deep meaning as a teacher, and then said seriously, you must understand the sect's rules clearly in your heart. If you violate them, I will punish you, but I will always leave you a way out. As for the rules of being a teacher, you may not understand them now, but one day you will. Moreover, you must abide by them. If you violate them, do not blame me for being merciless. Looking at the confused Li Chugang, Jiang Ning shook his head and then smiled. If you don't understand, just take it as there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Who can claim to be invincible? Who dares to say they are undefeated? I am strong, but I do not dare to claim invincibility. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and explained it this way. Although he knew that even if Li Chugang didn't understand, he would still follow them, it wouldn't hurt to say a bit more. After all, it would help him accept it better. Overall, Jiang Ning felt he was still being too cautious, but he believed this was very necessary. Although he now had a system, the rules he mentioned were all derived from his extensive experience across countless novel websites, having read countless novels and witnessed the lives of many fated individuals. Having a system does not equate to true invincibility. He did not know how many villains and side characters also had systems, only to end up facing death in the end. If someone understands these rules, it can only mean that the other party is also a transmigrator like him from Earth, and also someone who follows the path of survival. Chapter 5. What kind of riffraff is worthy of entering my holy soul village? If you don't like the plot, feel free to skip chapters. It gets better further on. Jiang Ning and Li Chugang stood at the entrance of Holy Soul Village, one behind the other, the sunlight stretching their shadows long. This is Holy Soul Village. I wonder if Tang San is here and how old he is now. Jiang Ning's gaze swept over the stone tablet at the village entrance, which bore the 3 ancient characters for Holy Soul Village. He pondered to himself, after all, Tang San is the child of fate in this world. Although I don't like his character, I still need to try to make contact. Just as Jiang Ning was about to step forward, an old man in coarse clothes, leaning on a cane, approached unsteadily. It was the village chief, Old Jack. Old Jack's face was lined with the marks of time, but his eyes sparkled with love and pride for Holy Soul Village. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and Li Chugang, his brow furrowed slightly, clearly surprised and displeased by the sudden visit from outsiders. Who are you two? Old Jack's voice held a hint of scrutiny, as if he were assessing their intentions. Jiang Ning hurriedly stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting, a warm smile on his face. Old village chief, I am Jiang Ning, and this is my disciple Li Chugang. We have traveled a long way to visit young friend Tang San, and I wonder if Tang San? Upon hearing this name, Old Jack's eyes instantly brightened, as if he were talking about his most accomplished child, even straightening his hunchback a bit. Oh, you are here to find Tang San. He is the pride of our Holy Soul Village, possessing innate full soul power, destined for greatness, and sure to lead our village to glory. Old Jack's words were filled with pride, as if Tang San's achievements were the brightest light in his life. However, this pride quickly turned into disdain for Jiang Ning and Li Chugang. Old Jack's gaze swept over them, ultimately landing on their simple clothing. When his eyes fell on Li Chugang's tattered clothes, stained with blood, his brow furrowed even more, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Where are you two from? You look like you've been through tough times. His tone was filled with skepticism and wariness. During this time, Old Jack had seen many people like them at the village entrance. Ever since Tang San awakened his innate full soul power during the martial soul awakening ceremony. News had spread throughout the surrounding areas. Awakening a useless martial soul, blue silvergrass, yet still possessing innate full soul power? This led people in the vicinity to believe that Holy Soul Village must have some miraculous secrets. Visitors came in waves, claiming to want to befriend the genius. Old Jack initially did not want to let these people into the village, but they all spoke sweetly, each one a talent. Not only did they incessantly mention the history and reputation of Holy Soul Village, but they also brought him many gifts. But these two before him, dressed simply and looking weary, didn't praise Holy Soul Village, nor did they bring him gifts. They were just uncouth, ungrateful beggars. Seeing old Jack's eyes and tone, Jiang Ning couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had long thought this village chief was a vain person, and now it seemed he was indeed a snob. While thinking this, Jiang Ning's face remained expressionless, still maintaining a humble demeanor. Old village chief, we truly came from afar and faced many hardships to arrive here. We heard of young friend Tang San's exceptional talent and came here to pay our respects, hoping for a chance to exchange ideas. Upon hearing this, old Jack's lips curled into a sneer. Exchange ideas? Just based on you two? Humph. I'm afraid you've heard of Tang San's fame and want to bask in his light, even hoping to stay in our Holy Soul Village, right? His tone was filled with contempt, as if he had seen through Jiang Ning and his disciples' intentions. Li Chugang's expression changed slightly, feeling a surge of anger. This old man being so snobbish was one thing, but how could he look down on them like this? It was one thing to look down on him,
but how could his master be belittled by such an old fool? Just as Li Chugang was about to retort, Jiang Ning gently pressed his shoulder,
signaling him to calm down. Jiang Ning maintained his warm smile, though there was a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Old village chief, you speak heavily. You are truly making us outsiders feel the hospitality of Holy Soul Village. Jiang Ning deliberately emphasized the words hospitality, his eyes glinting with mockery, as if to say, your hospitality is truly unique. Old Jack's face changed slightly upon hearing this, but he refused to back down, clearing his throat and feigning authority. Humph. Our Holy Soul Village has always been a land of etiquette, but there are rules. I made it clear that not just anyone can step in freely. Oh, rules. I understand. Jiang Ning shifted his tone to a serious one, though the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth became more apparent. You see, these days, knowledge payment is in vogue. We must keep up with the times, right? Young friend Tang San's talent must be due to the fortunate environment of Holy Soul Village, which is invaluable. If you could take us to Tang San's home, we will offer you precious century-old spiritual herb, dragon whisker leaf. Of course, you won't be left out. I wonder if this counts as a heartfelt gift. Old Jack was taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang Ning to suddenly introduce such a fresh term as knowledge payment. He widened his eyes, thinking for a long time, unable to comprehend its meaning. However, it seemed to carry a certain connotation, leaving him momentarily speechless. The air around them seemed to freeze for a moment before a breeze passed through, bringing a sense of ease and laughter. Haha, old village chief, don't be nervous. We're not here to negotiate a deal, but to discuss exchanges. Seeing this, Jiang Ning timely eased the atmosphere. Moreover, you know that cross-border cooperation is all the rage these days. Although my disciple and I are not from the Soul Master community, we have achieved some success in other fields. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the century-old spiritual herb, dragon whisker leaf. Maybe we can bring some different inspiration to Tang San. Old Jack was somewhat dizzy from Jiang Ning's continuous vocabulary and humorous metaphors. Although he still had doubts in his heart, that contempt had unknowingly lessened a bit. He squinted his eyes and reevaluated Jiang Ning and his disciple, secretly thinking, these two guys are quite interesting, not like those who just come to ride the coattails. At that moment, Li Chugang timely interjected, old villager, don't worry. My master is really not an ordinary person. Ever since I follow my master, I've truly opened my eyes. After saying that, Li Chugang deliberately patted his slightly worn-out clothing pocket, which contained the century-old dragon grass leaves that Jiang Ning had given him to assist in his cultivation. This action caused a flash of delight in old Jack's eyes, as if something remarkable was indeed hidden in that pocket, sparking even more curiosity and speculation. Old Jack thought to himself, well, since they say so, let them give it a try. Anyway, that kid Tang San has already gone to the junior college in Notting City, and they only said they would take them to find Tang San's residence. And if they find it, there will definitely be something for me. So, old Jack cleared his throat and spoke with a somewhat reluctant tone. All right, since you are so sincere, I will take you to Tang San's residence. However, I must remind you not to think about playing any tricks in our Holy Soul village. After saying that, old Jack turned around to lead the way, but his steps were noticeably much lighter than before, and his staff struck the ground, sending mud flying. Jiang Ning and Li Chugang followed closely behind, filled with anticipation and curiosity about the upcoming meeting. Chapter 6, Who Says Grass Martial Spirits Are Useless? Under the guidance of old Jack, Jiang Ning and Li Chuangang quickly arrived at Tang San's door. Old Jack turned around, his face full of smiles, and said, "We just agreed that I would bring you to the Tang family, and you would give me some benefits. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Jiang Ning looked at the three extremely simple mud brick houses in front of him and was taken aback. A broken wooden door, a collapsed corner of the house, a courtyard overgrown with weeds. Is this really the Tang family? Where are the Tang San people? What era is this? I said, "Old man, what kind of place have you brought us to? Is this what Genius Tang San's home looks like? Which genius has made a name for himself and still lives in such a house? Are you fooling us?" Li Chuangang couldn't help it. In his view, this old man was already snobbish, and now he wanted to gain benefits while daring to deceive them. There are limits to patience. He summoned his martial spirit, and a cluster of sword grass appeared in his hand, with sword energy swirling around it. A yellow soul ring rose from his feet and circled around him. "You, what do you want to do?" Old Jack was frightened by this momentum and took several steps back, no longer showing any arrogance on his face. This young man in front of him turned out to be a soul master, and his aura looked so fierce. Thinking about how he had previously made things difficult for these two, old Jack no longer underestimated them and dared not think of the so-called gift. Master, we shouldn't have come. Since you said that the Tang family is not good people, this kid must not have any good people around him either. Holy Soul Village? I think it should be called Dog Soul Village. Li Chuangang turned his head and ignored old Jack, speaking to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning frowned at these words, showing an unhappy expression. Chuangang? Master? Why are you getting angry with the dog? A dog? What dog? Okay, Master, I understand. Jiang Ning looked at the already aware Li Chuangang and curled his lips. This kid is still a bit immature. Why can't he be as composed as he is? If it weren't for worrying about Tang San and Tang Hao being in the village, would he still waste words with this old man? What's there to talk about? Now that Tang San and Tang Hao are not here, what is there to be afraid of? Then, he turned his head to look at the sweaty old Jack. Before Jiang Ning could speak, old Jack suddenly knelt down in front of Jiang Ning with a thud, his face full of pleading. "Young man, sir, spare me. If I had known you two were esteemed soul masters, I would not have dared to be rude in front of you. However, I did not deceive you two soul masters. This is indeed Tang San's home." "Oh," Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Sir, after Tang San awakened his martial spirit. Not long after, I took him to the Notting City Soul Master Primary Academy to study. His father, that dead drunkard, suddenly disappeared, and this place has become ordinary and unkempt as no one takes care of it, resulting in it becoming like this. Please forgive the disrespect to this old man." After saying that, old Jack actually started a kowtow to Jiang Ning on the ground. Jiang Ning was too lazy to bother with this old Jack. Since he already knew Tang San's whereabouts, there was no need to stay here any longer, so he directly took Li Chuangang and headed out of the village. It wasn't until he felt no movement from Jiang Ning and Li Chuangang that old Jack stopped kowtowing. When he opened his eyes, there was no sign of the two. He quickly got up, wiped his head and the dirt on his body with his clothes, and then looked around. Finding no one there, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, his expression turned cold, and he gritted his teeth, wanting to curse Jiang Ning and Li Chuangang. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a few dragon grass leaves placed on the ground in front of him. He hurriedly picked them up, as if they were treasures, and put them in his pocket, then turned and hurried back home. "Master," Li Chuangang called out. Where are we going now?" Li Chuangang asked in confusion. "Where? To get you a junior brother. We can't come to Holy Soul Village for nothing. Ah, get a junior brother? Li Chuangang was somewhat surprised. What is the matter? Is a junior brother not good enough? Do you want a junior sister? Jiang Ning turned his head to look at Li Chuangang, his face full of suspicion. Ah, master, what are you saying? I don't understand. Junior brother or junior sister, both are fine, both are fine. Li Chuangang looked confused. But, master, this Holy Soul village is not like our original village. Besides the innate full soul power Tang San, the others are all innate useless martial spirits, and their soul power hasn't awakened. Li Chuangang said anxiously. Useless martial spirits? That's exactly what I want to recruit. Oh, master, I understand. Understand? What do you understand? Jiang Ning curled his lips, thinking, your master is also a useless martial spirit. You used to be just like a waste too, didn't you? Ah, master, let's still recruit a junior sister, haha. Li Chuangang said somewhat shyly, scratching his head. Master, look at that little girl in front. She looks pretty good. Li Chuangang quickly walked ahead of Jiang Ning and pointed in one direction. Oh, following the direction Li Chuangang pointed, Jiang Ning looked over and his eyes suddenly lit up. Stepping out of the village, there was a golden wheat field, and many children, though young, had already come to the fields with adults. The sunlight shone on the children's faces, and Zhang Xiaolan, a 6-year-old girl, was playing with her little friends on the ridge of the field. Her eyes were like 2 black grapes, sparkling with innocent light. Her skin was slightly reddened by the sun, and her black hair shone with a healthy luster in the sunlight. Xiaolan held a long blue silver grass in her hand, which was her favorite toy. After awakening her martial spirit, she always imagined that she could use it to unleash wonderful abilities to protect her family and friends. However, her little friends didn't seem to appreciate her imagination. Look, Xiaolan is playing with her blue silver grass again. A little boy laughed, his voice laced with disdain. Yeah, we all awaken sickles and hoes. Even without soul power, they're useful for work. The other little boys echoed, their eyes glinting with cunning. What use is a grass martial spirit? Can it be burned? Ha ha! Xiaolan's face darkened. She could feel her friends' ridicule and exclusion. What's wrong with blue silvergrass? It can help me, protect me, just like the sickles and hoes in your hands. A hint of tears flickered in Xiaolan's eyes, but she held back and didn't let them fall. The little boys exchanged glances, not expecting Xiaolan to respond like this. One of the boys curled his lips in a cold smile. Protect? What can blue silvergrass do? It can't even kill an ant. The surrounding children began to gather to watch the fun, whispering among themselves. Their expressions revealed disdain and mockery. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Ning, who was almost dumbfounded. What the heck? What is this? Even with useless martial spirits and zero soul power, there can still be a hierarchy of disdain. Standing on the ridge, looking at the group of children, Jiang Ning felt an indescribable bitterness rise in his heart. He never expected that this village, which he once thought was simple and honest, would have such a cold side. His gaze fell on the little girl who was being mocked. He saw tears shimmering in her eyes. Yet she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Damn old Jack. It seems this atmosphere is caused by you, old dog. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Being arrogant at home and having a narrow-minded view. A hint of coldness flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes, and he turned his head to Li Chugang, coldly saying, Chugang, let's go over and bring your junior sister back. Li Chugang felt Jiang Ning's gaze and immediately understood his intention. He summoned his martial soul, a yellow soul ring encircling him, emitting a faint glow. Then, he stepped forward, facing the children who were mocking the little girl, and said in a firm and powerful voice, who says a grass martial soul is useless. Open your eyes and see, what is this? The children who had just been smug suddenly changed their expressions. They wanted to retort, but upon seeing the grass martial soul in Li Chugang's hand and the yellow soul ring on him, they felt their words stuck in their throats, unable to come out. Jiang Ning's gaze turned to Xiaolan. There is a foreshadowing of accepting Xiaolan as a disciple. Tears swirled in her eyes, but her gaze revealed a sense of defiance, softening his heart. Xiaolan, your blue silvergrass, it is not just a blade of grass. Jiang Ning's voice softened as he crouched down to meet Xiaolan's gaze. It represents vitality. It represents resilience. Upon hearing these words, Xiaolan's tears finally flowed down, but a slight smile appeared on her lips. Li Chugang stood to the side, his martial soul already released, the blades of grass standing upright like swords, emitting a faint golden light. Jiang Ning stood up, his gaze sharp, sweeping over each child's face. Although he didn't say much, everyone lowered their heads, feeling deeply ashamed. In front of everyone, Jiang Ning extended his hand and said, "Xiaolan, do you wish to be my disciple, and let me teach you how to use your martial soul?" Xiaolan looked at Jiang Ning's outstretched hand, her heart filled with warmth and trust. She nodded and placed her hand in Jiang Ning's. Chapter 7. 3 Country Bumpkins Dare to Talk Big. Jiang Ning boarded the horse-drawn carriage he arrived in, leaving Shanghun Village and returning to Notting City. He came with 2 people and returned with 3. After Zhang Xiaolan agreed to be Jiang Ning's disciple, he hugged her and went to her home, planning to explain the situation to her family and take her away. Jiang Ning thought it would be a difficult task, but to his surprise, her parents agreed immediately upon hearing him speak. Moreover, as they left her house, Jiang Ning clearly heard her parents whispering happily. Who would have thought that Xiaolan, this burden, would have such luck being taken as a disciple by the esteemed soul master? This is good. It saves us from wasting food at home, and we won't have to pay a dowry in the future. Looking at Zhang Xiaolan, who was practicing her soul power beside him, her focused demeanor was very cute, and Jiang Ning felt more affection for her in his heart. After accepting Zhang Xiaolan, the system immediately issued a reward for accepting a disciple. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the second disciple, rewarding the host with a 5-level increase in soul power. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the second disciple. The addition of a female disciple adds a touch of feminine beauty to the sect, thus rewarding the host with 100,000 years celestial herb, water fairy jade skin bone, effective as a spiritual spring for nourishment. Consuming it can enhance beauty and skincare, making the skin as delicate as ice and snow, with a temperament like orchids, sculpting a pure and clear body. It has been placed in the system warehouse. Congratulations to the host for successfully accepting the second disciple, which strengthens the sect, rewarding 100 pieces of 100-year dragon mushroom leaves. 10 martial soul evolution pills. They have been placed in the system warehouse. Except for the 100 pieces of 100-year dragon mushroom leaves, which were given sparingly. Other rewards were the same as when he accepted the first disciple, Li Chugang. Now, under the encouragement of her master Jiang Ning, Zhang Xiaolan had already consumed the 100,000 year celestial herb, water fairy jade skin bone, which emitted a faint fragrance. The juice of the celestial herb spread in her mouth, and a cool feeling flowed into her heart like a mountain spring, making her shiver involuntarily. Zhang Xiaolan felt the taste was somewhat similar to the wild strawberries she had tasted in spring, carrying a hint of sweetness and freshness. Soon, that coolness transformed into a warm current, rising from her dantian and slowly flowing along her meridians. Her blue-silver grass martial soul began to tremble, and the blue light on the grass leaves gradually became richer, like stars gradually brightening in the night sky. The grass leaves became more flexible and fragrant, as if they could withstand greater power. She looked down at her hands and found that her skin, which had been slightly rough from helping with household chores and farm work since she was less than 6 years old, had now become as delicate as dew on morning petals. Zhang Xiaolan was filled with surprise. Her eyes curved into crescents as she sweetly said, "Thank you, master." After arriving in Notting City, Jiang Ning took the 2 back to the inn where they had previously stayed and opened another room. The 2 disciples were still young, so they shared a room while he stayed in another room. A penny can defeat a hero. After paying for a week's stay at the inn, Jiang Ning looked at the money pouch with only a dozen copper soul coins left and couldn't help but sigh. Just leaving the original village. He only had the New Year's money given to him by the village chief since childhood, as well as a bit of hard-earned money from doing odd jobs. And now it was all spent upon arriving in the city. After 2 days of non-stop travel to Shanghun Village and back to Notting City, he decided to call Chu Han to take some 100-year dragon mushroom, leave to sell for some money. By the way, now he was also a soul master. And so was Li Chugang. After registering at the Martial Soul Hall, wouldn't they be able to receive 1 gold soul coin a month? How could he forget about this? Jiang Ning slapped his forehead. I can't register, but Li Chugang can. I can't forget to make money, he said to himself. then stepped out of the room and called Li Chugang and Xiaolan, preparing to go to the martial soul hall together. Master, why are you taking me to the martial soul hall? What does a martial soul hall do? Xiaolan asked curiously as they walked. The martial soul hall, Xiaolan, is the place where every soul master's dream begins. Jiang Ning's voice was calm and gentle, revealing his respect and admiration for the martial soul hall. He was quite certain about the mission and responsibility of the martial soul hall. After all, the martial soul hall provides free martial soul awakenings for all eligible children, ensuring that no child, no matter how remote their location, is left behind. Moreover, they also provide a certain amount of gold soul coin subsidies for lower-level soul masters. This allows children from difficult backgrounds who have some potential in their martial souls to pursue their dreams of becoming soul masters. If in this life, the martial soul hall were to fight with Tang San, he would definitely stand on the side of the martial soul hall. It certainly wouldn't be because of the three beauties of the martial soul hall. Do not speculate that Jiang Ning's pure respect for the martial soul hall is based on that. Jiang Ning chuckled. They have the most authoritative soul power identification, which can tell us everyone's martial soul potential. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation as she tightly held onto her blue silvergrass, which had already begun to change, as if it were the key to her future. Her voice was tender yet firm. Master, I will work hard. I will become a very powerful soul master. However, their arrival caught the attention of some people by the roadside. These individuals were dressed in luxurious clothing, their gazes scrutinizing Jiang Ning and the two disciples. Soon, disdainful smiles appeared on their faces, as if they were examining something laughable. Look at these three country bumpkins. Daring to talk big. A man in a satin outfit mocked, his voice sharp and piercing. Exactly, they should look in the mirror and see what they look like, thinking they can become powerful soul masters. Another person echoed, his laughter full of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Li Chugang's brows furrowed tightly, his hands clenched into fists, veins bulging. He wanted to summon his martial soul to show these people a lesson, but his actions were stopped by Jiang Ning. Don't be impulsive, Chugang. Jiang Ning's voice was low, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Jiang Ning turned to face those mocking them, his expression calm, but his tone carried an undeniable firmness. Since you say so, how about we make a bet? If Xiaolan's soul power identification is above level 5, each of you will owe me 10 gold soul coins, and vice versa. 10 gold soul coins? The few looked at each other, their eyes flashing with a cunning light. They thought to themselves, even in the nodding Soul Master Primary Academy, there are hardly any students with soul power above level 5 in their first year. Moreover, even if there are, they're almost all from noble families. And these people don't look like that at all. This is simply free money. So they all nodded, their smiles growing more smug. All right, it's settled. But I want to add a condition. If it's not, you have to crawl through our legs. Do you dare? The man in the satin outfit said loudly, his voice full of confidence. Li Chugang and Xiaolan's faces turned pale. Li Chugang knew that Xiaolan's martial soul was considered a waste martial soul, and Xiaolan herself had no idea how her blue-silver grass martial soul had changed. All she knew was that her martial soul was blue-silver grass, with 0 soul power. Instantly, their hearts were filled with worry, and their anxious expressions were clearly visible on their faces. Seeing Li Chugang and Xiaolan's current appearance, the few people felt even more triumphant, exchanging glances filled with disdain and ridicule. They secretly sneered, doubting that Jiang Ning, who looked like a wandering con artist, dressed simply and looking travel-worn, could possibly be any expert. They even began to suspect that this so-called master was using the children's innocence to deceive them. He might be a scammer, still daring to pretend to bring a child to the martial soul hall. Really thinking he can fool everyone? A tall, thin man laughed, his voice sharp and piercing like a sharp knife. These days, anyone and everyone dares to take on disciples and calls themselves a master. Another man with a face full of flesh echoed, his laughter filled with mockery, as if he could already see Jiang Ning's embarrassment. Their taunts grew louder, and people around began to notice the scene. Some started to gather, while others whispered and debated among themselves. Xiaolan's face turned pale, her small hands unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothes, while Li Chuangong's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, his fists clenched, knuckles turning white from the pressure. However, Jiang Ning seemed to ignore the mockery, his face remaining calm, with not a trace of fluctuation in his gaze. He gently patted Xiaolan's head. "Let's go. We're heading to the Wuhuan Hall," Jiang Ning said lightly, his voice revealing an indescribable confidence. Chapter 8. Indeed, the wild grass martial soul by the side of the road, the Spirit Hall, is truly impressive. Its grandeur is exceptional. Looking at the towering building before him, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. Even in a small city like Notting, one could easily spot the location of the Spirit Hall. The Notting branch of the Spirit Hall occupies an area of about 100 meters, standing 50 to 60 meters tall, presenting a striking gray and brown color scheme. The grand entrance looms high, with the stone steps in front polished smooth by time, and two stone lions stand majestically, as if guarding the dignity of the Spirit Hall. Jiang Ning, accompanied by Li Chugang and Xiaolan, was about to step into this hall, symbolizing the glory of soul masters. The two guards at the entrance, clad in silver armor with swords at their waists, scanned Jiang Ning and his companions with sharp, eagle-like gazes, their brows furrowed, revealing unmasked disdain in their eyes. "Hey, you three, what are you doing? This is the Spirit Hall, not a place just anyone can enter." One of the guards spoke with contempt, his eyes roving over Jiang Ning's shabby attire, his tone filled with reproach as he directly blocked their way. Jiang Ning remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I brought my apprentice here. This boy is here to register as a soul master, and this little girl is here for a martial soul assessment." The two guards were taken aback, then burst into laughter. Their laughter was filled with disbelief and mockery, as if they had heard the biggest joke. Register as a soul master? Martial soul assessment? The other guard echoed Jiang Ning's words, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. "With your appearance, you think you can become a soul master? Don't dream." The crowd gathered at the entrance began to whisper among themselves, their eyes sweeping over Jiang Ning and his companions, occasionally breaking into derisive laughter. Those who had bet against Jiang Ning were particularly smug, exchanging glances as if they had already seen the dawn of victory. "Look at these country bumpkins. They want to come to the Spirit Hall to register as soul masters. It's laughable." The tall, skinny man laughed loudly, his voice particularly jarring in front of the quiet Spirit Hall. "Exactly. They should look in a mirror and see what they look like." A man with a face full of flesh echoed, his laughter dripping with scorn. "Haha, look at that little girl. Her martial soul can't be just some wild grass, right? Wild grass. That's even too generous. It's just a piece of rotten grass." "Rotten grass? Is there even a rotten grass martial soul? Haha, we're really seeing something new today." Listening to these taunts, Jiang Ning felt increasingly disappointed in this world. His longing for the Douluo Continent from his past life had vanished entirely. In just 2 short days, he had experienced that this world was a paradise for the strong and a hell for the weak. Weakness is the original sin. In the original text, these two guards had let Tang San in immediately upon seeing him wearing the attire of the Notting Intermediate Soul Master Academy, even casting envious glances. How different it was now, only mocking and belittling them. "What are you all shouting about? This isn't a vegetable market, it's the Spirit Hall. What are you making such a racket for?" At that moment, a strong voice rang out. Then, a figure walked out from the hall of the Spirit Hall, appearing particularly eye-catching. He was in his early 20s, handsome, with sharp eyes like swords, and a demeanor that exuded an extraordinary aura. Clad in a white suit that highlighted his heroic appearance, a soul character badge embroidered with golden threads gleamed on his chest under the light. "Lord Suyuntao." Upon seeing this person, the two guards quickly nodded and bowed, their voices filled with flattery, their faces displaying a pleasing expression. "It's these country bumpkins." The oldest one said he brought 2 apprentices over, insisting on entering the Spirit Hall for soul master registration and martial soul assessment. One of the guards pointed at Jiang Ning and his companions. "Oh." Su Yuntao's figure appeared particularly upright at this moment, his gaze landing on Jiang Ning and his companions with a hint of scrutiny and doubt. He did not know Jiang Ning and Li Chugang, but he had some impression of Xiaolan. He thought for a moment, wasn't she the person he encountered at that famously loud Sacred Soul village a while back? The village that produced a blue-silver grass martial soul with full soul power? That blue-silver grass martial soul, if you remember correctly, was called Tang San, who had taken some master as his teacher. A useless martial soul with full soul power, and taking a theoretical swindler as a teacher was of no use at all. Su Yintao looked at this little girl in front of him, who also had a blue-silver grass martial soul, but with zero soul power. Her appearance here surprised him. Was someone from that village out of their mind? Did they think his awakening ceremony was inadequate, that they had to come to the spirit hall for a re-examination themselves? And also took a damn master? Thinking of this, Su Yuntao's gaze instantly turned sharp. Although he did not release his martial soul, a pressure of soul power emanated from him. He took a step forward, his imposing aura directed at Xiaolon, almost gritting his teeth as he said, "I remember you. I was the one who awakened your martial soul, blue-silver grass martial soul, zero soul power. What are you doing here? Do you think my awakening ceremony was inadequate?" The crowd around, upon hearing Su Yuntao's words, first froze, then erupted into even more intense ridicule. "Did you hear that?" Lord Su Yuntao said she has a blue-silver grass martial soul, which is a standard useless martial soul. A bystander shouted loudly, his voice filled with sarcasm. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to die laughing. It's indeed a wild grass martial soul." Another person chimed in, his laughter dripping with obvious disdain. "That kid just now even said he would bet with us, wanting us to give him gold coins if he had soul power above level 5. Lord Su Yuntao said he personally presided over the martial soul awakening ceremony and identified her blue-silver grass martial soul on the spot. Zero soul power. Another person mocked, his eyes filled with derision and his face full of pride. It seemed he could already envision Jiang Ning crawling on the ground before him. Xiaolan's body trembled slightly. She felt a pressure emanating from Su Yuntao that caused her pain. She remembered this Su Yuntao, his sharp eyes, and his cold voice. He had said her martial soul was a useless martial soul with zero soul power. Now, he had appeared again. The gazes of the surrounding crowd felt like needles piercing her. Her hands unconsciously clenched Jiang Ning's clothing, her heart filled with unease and fear. Jiang Ning gently patted Xiaolan's head, then patted Li Chugang's shoulder, and the latter understood his meaning. A flicker of anger flashed in Li Chugang's eyes, filled with dissatisfaction. At this moment, having received Jiang Ning's signal, he could no longer hold back. Li Chugang stepped in front of Xiaolan, his eyes shining with determination. Summoning his martial soul, a yellow soul ring appeared instantly, swirling around him. Having consumed the immortal grass and the rare heavenly chrysanthemum, his soul power soared to level 17. With level 17 soul power and an evolved sword grass martial soul, his aura was no less than that of the great soul master Su Yuntao. "Lord Su Yuntao, I am Li Chugang, 8 years old, and a level 17 battle soul master. May I enter the spirit hall to register?" Chapter 9. The adults are too lenient. Also, this is my master, and Xiaolan is my junior sister. I curse your grandfather's big banana. His voice barely concealed his anger, and his eyes were filled with sharpness and challenge. In that moment, the entrance of the spirit hall fell into silence. Everyone looked at Li Chuangang with shock on their faces. That yellow soul ring seemed to choke them, preventing them from speaking. 8 years old, level 17 spirit power. Su Yuntao's eyes revealed disbelief. His martial spirit was a lone wolf, and when it awakened, he only had level 4 spirit power. Now at 26, after 20 years of hard training, he only had level 26 spirit power. The Lord of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City told him that without any opportunities, he could only reach the soul sect level in his lifetime. This ordinary-looking boy in front of him actually had level 17 spirit power at the age of 8. Could this be the genius with full innate spirit power, awakening his martial spirit at 6 and reaching level 17 in just 2 years? Moreover, the first soul ring is 100 years old, so there must be someone behind him. He, on the other hand, had to put in a lot of effort just to join a small team and obtain a 10-year soul ring. It wasn't until he joined the Spirit Hall and was led by the Hall Master that he got a 100-year second soul ring. Su Yuntao's expression turned a bit ugly as he slowly said, "I apologize for neglecting you all. Please forgive me. Since you are here to register as soul masters and assess your martial spirits, I will personally take you inside." His voice trembled slightly. fearing that he might offend these individuals. Looking at Xiaolan, he couldn't help but feel self-doubt. Could it be that the soul awakening ceremony I presided over really had a problem? Neglecting you, please forgive me. I will personally take you inside. These words sounded particularly harsh to those who had previously mocked him, especially those who had mocked the most and wanted to bet against Jiang Ning. Their faces turned red, and their legs began to weaken. Jiang Ning looked at these people, his expression cold as he said, "Now, all of you get lost." Upon hearing this, the group dispersed in a panic, scrambling away as if they had 3 legs. The few people who wanted to bet looked terrified, pulling out all their money before fleeing as if flying. "Let's go, we have work to do." Jiang Ning collected the money and turned, pulling Xiaolan as they walked into the spirit hall. Seeing this, Su Yuntao hurriedly followed, but his previously upright posture seemed to intentionally bend a bit, lowering his head. The 2 guards watched with fear as Jiang Ning and the others entered the spirit hall, finally relaxing a little. One of them swallowed hard and said, "I was scared to death. Thankfully, this adult didn't hold it against us. Otherwise, we would be done for. Who knows? Maybe he just didn't want to bother with us. However, the fact that this adult didn't deal with us doesn't mean we are fine. Those people earlier, brother, do you remember them?" "I remember, damn it. It was those few who were making noise. Otherwise, how could we misunderstand this adult so easily?" "Good that you remember. Let's call a few more people later and settle the score with him. That is for sure. If we don't teach these scumbags a real lesson, they won't learn. I say, that adult just now told them to scram, and they really scrammed. Yeah, this adult is still too lenient." Upon entering the spirit hall, Jiang Ning finally understood what golden splendor meant. Huge gems, shiny crystals, gilded murals. Everyone coming and going was dressed in luxurious clothing and adorned with splendid accessories. No wonder those 2 guards outside looked down on people. Having seen so many of these things, their perspective was indeed different. Suddenly, a nauseating voice interrupted Jiang Ning's thoughts. In the hall, a female soul master approached Su Yuntao. She was above average in appearance, tall and voluptuous, with a slim waist that seemed to be grasped by one hand, and her long legs were sculpted to perfection. The tight-fitting soul master outfit perfectly hugged her curves, accentuating her figure to the fullest. The exquisite soul master badge on her chest swayed, with the gems on the badge sparkling dazzlingly under the lights. "Wow, what a white badge!" Jiang Ning, who had been solo in both lives, instantly turned his eyes away upon seeing this scene. "Huh, these 3 country bumpkins," the female soul master blurted out upon seeing Jiang Ning. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yuntao covered her mouth, preventing her from saying the latter part. "Cece, shut up," Su Yuntao said sternly. "What? Su Yuntao, how dare you talk to me like that? I was only trying to see if you were handsome. Otherwise, with someone like you, do you think you could touch a single finger of mine?" The female soul master was somewhat angry, breaking free from Su Yuntao's hand. With her looks, which soul master in the spirit hall wouldn't be enchanted by her? Yet Su Yuntao dared to cover her mouth and scold her, telling her to shut up. What's that strange smell on his hand? The female soul master had heard people say that Su Yuntao's martial spirit was a lone wolf. But the wolf's attribute wasn't very strong. Nicely put, it was a wolf, but poorly put, it was a dog, and dogs can't help but eat shit. Could it be? The female soul master's face changed drastically, stepping back repeatedly and touching her mouth, then bringing her hand to her nose to smell it. Ugh! Whether it was psychological or real, the female soul master retched for a while, her face pale. Looking at the way the female soul master looked at her, Su Yuntao felt it was very strange. He glanced at his hand, as if remembering something, and thought of Jiang Ning and the other distinguished guests behind him, angrily saying, "Stupid bitch, do you think I want to talk to you? Who doesn't tea know about your dirty affairs? It doesn't tea matter if your head is empty, but just don't let it fill with water. I wouldn't tea say much to you. Today, I brought distinguished guests. This adult is only 8 years old and already has level 17 spirit power. If that mouth of yours spews out any foul words again and angers these distinguished guests, don't blame me for not reminding you." The female soul master, who had originally shown a look of disdain, was left stunned by these words, her mouth agape. 8 years old, level 17? The female soul master's eyes lit up, disregarding the menacing Su Yuntao, and quickly walked to Li Chuangang. She slightly bent down, her face flushed with shyness as she said, "This esteemed adult, I am Cici. I ask if you need a female companion?" Li Chuangang was instantly stunned, lowering his head, his face flushed, not daring to look at the vixen in front of him. "Esteemed adult, you can have me do anything." Seeing Li Chuangang like this, the female soul master was relentless, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. With her experience, dealing with a little virgin like this was a piece of cake. If she truly became the female companion of this exceptionally talented adult, wouldn't she? Cici turned her head, deliberately looking triumphantly at Su Yuntao. Her eyes seemed to say, "Su Yuntao, you dog, wait until I climb onto this esteemed adult's lap, and you can wait to be arranged by me." With these words, Su Yuntao's heart surged with waves. This woman, how shameless can she be? What if these distinguished adults are really charmed away by this bitch? Do anything? Hearing this, Jiang Ning felt like his heart was going to burst. He quickly dusted off his clothes, tidied his slightly disheveled hair, and stepped forward briskly, placing himself protectively behind Li Chuangang. He then said solemnly, "This young lady, my inept disciple, is only 8 years old. Just a little boy with a lot of playfulness. What does he understand? If you have business, why not come at me instead?" Li Chuangang, "Master, thank you." Chapter 10, Master, what are you doing? Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Cici's heart raced even faster. Her cheeks flushed lightly with excitement, and her eyes sparkled with a mix of admiration and curiosity. She leaned closer to Jiang Ning, her lips moving gently as she spoke in a soft, slightly trembling voice, revealing her nervousness and anticipation. "Cici has met the esteemed one. May I ask, how does the esteemed one wish for Cici to proceed? And what arrangements does the esteemed one have for Cici?" There was a hint of coquetry in her words that made one feel an urge to cherish her. Her breath brushed against his ear, sending a tingling sensation through him. Jiang Ning's heart felt like it was in his throat. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking, what a little enchantress. At that moment, he felt someone gently tugging at the corner of his garment. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Lan looking up at him with her innocent, large eyes filled with curiosity. Her small hand clutched his clothing, and her face showed a mix of confusion and curiosity. "Master, what are you doing? Didn't we come to certify as soul masters? Who is this lady?" Her voice was as clear as silver bells. The female soul master's gaze fell on Xiao Lan, and she felt a sense of dread in her heart. This little girl's words inadvertently reminded Jiang Ning of her age. After all, she was a noble soul master, and her disciples were all geniuses. How could she be interested in a woman from such a small place? A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, and her smile became somewhat stiff. Seeing the adorable Xiao Lan, Jiang Ning's lustful thoughts finally calmed down. He gently pulled Xiao Lan and Li Chuangang back a few steps, then pretended to cough a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. "Master is not doing anything. Just worry that your senior brother might run into trouble." Jiang Ning's voice was gentle and filled with affection, his gaze full of care for Xiao Lan. "Ah, how could I forget that there's a child with me? I really shouldn't have brought Xiao Lan out." Li Chuanong's face immediately turned a bit ugly upon hearing this. Master Jiang Ning had just shot him a glare, signaling him to shut up. Now, he could only stand there with a look of helplessness and frustration on his face. The atmosphere became awkward instantly, but it was Su Yuntao who first broke down. "Oh no." Watching Jiang Ning's initial demeanor toward CC, Su Yuntao was the first to crumble. After almost completely angering Jiang Ning and finally getting him in, only to be intercepted by this woman, Su Yuntao wanted to step forward, but didn't he know what topic to bring up? Moreover, if his soul master really wanted to do something with CC, wouldn't he stepping forward ruin her good intentions? Thinking of this, he felt as if he had swallowed a green fly, his face turning pale and then green. However, at this moment, it seemed that the esteemed one had clearly rejected CC, and his heart finally settled down. He then stepped forward and reminded, "Esteemed one, let us go directly to register your beloved disciple for Soul Master certification and martial soul appraisal." Upon hearing this, the female soul master became anxious. After all, she had finally encountered such a noble soul master. How could she easily give up She gritted her teeth, walked back to Jiang Ning, patted her chest to calm her racing heart, actually highlighting her physical advantages. Then, she pretended to be pitiful and weakly said, "Esteemed one, I." Before she could finish, Jiang Ning's gaze sharpened, and a flash of light appeared in his hand. It was his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff. Though he did not reveal his soul rings, he approached the female soul master, the staff almost pointing at her forehead, and said harshly, "You woman, truly shameless. First, you seduced my incompetent disciple, and now you're trying to charm me." Then, holding the spiral dragon staff, he lightly tapped her head 3 times before putting the staff away, placing his hands behind his back, and leading Li Chuangang and Xiaolan to follow Su Yuntao toward the room in the martial soul hall. Once inside, he closed the door. However, no one noticed that a hint of cunning and pride seemed to flash through Xiaolan's eyes. Su Yuntao quickly led Jiang Ning and the others to a room, not even knocking, but directly pushing the door open. A hoarse voice came from behind a screen in the room. "Who is it? Coming in without knocking? How reckless." Su Yuntao led Jiang Ning and the others around the screen, where an old man was sitting at a large desk. The Soul Master emblem on his chest was 3 swords, indicating he was a powerful Great Soul Master. "Su Yuntao, itesiyu," I thought. Who else could be so reckless in this martial soul hall? The old man said, "If you don't learn to be a bit more stable like me, you probably won't ever break through to the soul ancestor realm in this lifetime." Su Yuntao felt a wave of speechlessness. Damn it. This old man is a great soul master himself and is telling him to be more stable to break through to the soul ancestor realm. Originally wanted to make a name for himself, Su Yuntao, with Jiang Ning and the others present, had to consider his image. So he held back his anger and pretended to be calm, saying, "Master Matthew, stop rambling. I've brought some esteemed guests today. Please arrange things for them quickly. This boy is here for advancement appraisal, and this little girl is here for martial soul appraisal. I appreciate your help." Hearing Su Yuntao's words, the old soul master quickly looked at Jiang Ning and the others, a hint of surprise in his eyes. At his age, he still wished to break through to the soul ancestor realm, but without good opportunities, it seemed impossible. Now that a few guests had arrived, he had to take good care of them, just in case. He quickly stood up, chuckling, his wrinkled face forced into a softer expression. When his gaze landed on Li Chuangang and Xiaolan, he couldn't help but show a bit of surprise. Xiaolan looked clearly around 5 or 6 years old, the perfect age for martial soul awakening. Although Li Chuangang was about 1.5 meters tall, he still had a childish face, looking like he was only 7 or 8, which made the old man suspicious. Could it be that Su Yuntao was here to make fun of him? Of course, he wouldn't directly reveal this thought. The old were still experienced. He pretended to be very surprised, even showing a hint of admiration towards Li Chuangang, saying, "Su Yuntao, are you sure this boy is here for Soul Master appraisal?" "Of course. This boy is a genius, so there's no need for you to doubt. However, I'm a bit curious about this little girl, because this little girl was personally awakened by me during the martial soul awakening ceremony in the village a while back. At that time, she awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul and didn't awaken any soul power." Su Yuntao's expression became somewhat complicated as he looked at Jiang Ning, saying this esteemed one is their master. This esteemed one said that this little girl needs to undergo appraisal, so there must be the esteemed one's intentions. You just need to follow the esteemed one's instructions. After saying this, Su Yuntao's face clearly showed impatience, as if to say, "Old man, why can't you understand the situation?" Chapter 11. You're confused, Su Yuntao. Matthew Noah noticed Jiang Ning's calm demeanor and extraordinary presence, and he dared not be negligent. If he didn't have strength, how could he remain so composed after entering their spirit hall? He must be pretending to be weak to catch them off guard. Suddenly, Jiang Ning flicked his fingers, and 2 items appeared before Su Yuntao and Matthew Noah. He was too lazy to waste time with these people. After all, money can move mountains, so it was appropriate to showcase a bit of his strength as a distinguished guest. What appeared before the 2 was 10 pieces of century-old dragon grass leaves. As they caught sight of the suddenly materializing leaves, which exuded a rich fragrance, both Su Yuntao and Matthew Noah were taken aback. This stuff is beneficial for spirit cultivation. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with excitement, and they hurriedly thanked Jiang Ning. Matthew Noah even rushed to Jiang Ning's side, quickly inviting him and his companions out of his office and toward the spirit assessment room. Upon entering the spirit assessment laboratory, Matthew Noah quickly took Li Chugang's hand and carefully led him to a marked pattern on the floor, saying, "Now release your spirit and spirit rings." Li Chugang nodded, and a bright century-old spirit ring rose from beneath his feet, revealing the shimmering sword grass in his hand. The golden veins of the sword grass appeared even more mystical under the yellow glow of the century-old spirit ring. Sword grass spirit? Is this the sword grass spirit? Matthew Noah was shocked. He knew that the sword grass spirit was a rare plant-type spirit, and among plant-type spirits, it was one that possessed considerable attack power. Its primary attack methods involved cultivating sword energy and releasing sword energy. However, the swordgrass spirit was supposed to have green leaves and white veins. Why were they silver leaves and golden veins? Suppressing his doubts and curiosity, Matthew Noah took a yellow crystal ball and instructed Li Chugang to infuse it with his spirit power. Instantly, a layer of yellow light surged within the crystal ball, quickly filling it to 7/10 full. 17th level spirit power? Jiang Ning, watching the stunned Matthew Noah from the side, asked coldly, "Matthew Noah, what's wrong? Is there a problem?" Matthew Noah blinked, leaned in for another look, confirmed that he wasn't mistaken, and hurriedly replied, no problem, my lord. As expected of your disciple, this sword grass spirit, with its sharp aura, far surpasses an ordinary sword grass spirit. It must be a mutated spirit, a beneficial mutation. A mutated spirit? Su Juntao, witnessing this scene, suddenly realized, no wonder he could cultivate to 17th level spirit power at level 8. His talent is extraordinary. He sighed inwardly. They, of course, did not know that Li Chugang's normal spirit power was only 11th level. However, after consuming a celestial herb, he had only increased to 6th level spirit power, which Jiang Ning even felt was a bit low. All right, you step aside. It's your junior sister's turn now. Matthew Noah, filled with curiosity, eagerly invited Li Chugang to the side and then brought Xiao Lan into the formation. A small, blue-glowing grass appeared in Xiao Lan's palm, gently swaying. The leaves of the small grass seemed to breathe, exuding a vibrant life force. Matthew Noah initially wore an expression of admiration, but upon suddenly seeing this blue-glowing grass, his breath seemed to catch. This is blue silver grass? A standard waste spirit? Matthew Noah looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief and hesitation. This mysterious master had one disciple with a beneficial mutated sword grass spirit and another with an utterly ordinary waste spirit. Blue silver grass? Jiang Ning remained calm, gesturing for Matthew Noah to continue. He wasn't worried at all. If after consuming the celestial herb, Shui, Xian Gu, the spirit was still a waste spirit with 0 spirit power, it could only mean that the system had given him a counterfeit. As if sensing Jiang Ning's thoughts, the system suddenly became a bit anxious and jumped out to explain, "Please rest assured, host. Your second disciple, Xiao Lan's blue silver grass spirit's bloodline, has evolved into blue silver emperor after consuming the celestial herb, Shui, Xian Gu. Additionally, her physique has transformed into a pristine and icy body, now also at full spirit power. Oh, blue silver emperor? Sounds good." Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. He didn't understand how a spirit could evolve like that. However, blue silver emperor required the bloodline of the blue silver emperor, right? Even Tang San at this point hadn't fully awakened his spirit yet, had he? Nevertheless, the 10,000-year celestial herb Shui, Xian Gu, in terms of quality, was probably higher than the 10,000-year blue silver emperor. It was normal for a spirit to evolve like this. As for the specifics, he didn't need to understand. As long as it could evolve, that was enough. However, Jiang Ning felt a bit frustrated. Why were all the celestial herbs the system rewarded him with for his disciples? He never got any for himself. His spirit power was only at 16th level, 1 level lower than Li Chugang. Please rest assured, after the number of disciples in the sect reaches a certain quantity, more sect benefits and mysterious rewards will be unlocked. The system quickly explained again. Really? System, you can't bully honest people. Please rest assured. Matthew Noah, looking puzzled, took out a smaller yellow crystal ball and handed it to Xiaolon, indicating her to release her spirit power. Soon, the entire yellow crystal ball was instantly filled with yellow light. 10th level spirit power? What? Another blue-silver grass with innate, full spirit power. Matthew Noah and Su Yuntao were both so shocked that they nearly dropped their jaws. Matthew Noah was somewhat prepared. After all, the previous 8-year-old with 17th level spirit power was already outrageous. Moreover, he had heard Su Yuntao mention that during the last spirit awakening ceremony he presided over, there was a little boy with blue-silver grass spirit and full spirit power. What was his surname again? Tang. Something 3? However, he did not know that the little Xiaolon in front of him had been a waste with 0 spirit power just a day ago. Since there was one, having a second one should be normal, right? Moreover, since this was someone else's disciple, how could they possibly take away spirit as a disciple? Matthew Noah had satisfied his curiosity and began to compliment Jiang Ning. However, Su Yuntao was different. His heart was very chaotic. Very chaotic. It was one thing to have one innate, full spirit power blue-silver grass. But how could this little girl suddenly have innate, full spirit power too? That shouldn't be the case. During the last spirit awakening ceremony, she had clearly been 0 spirit power. Su Yuntao, looking anxious, rummaged through his pockets and pulled out the awakening stone he had used during the last spirit awakening ceremony. He then held it up to his eyes, examining it over and over, even repeatedly injecting his own spirit power into it. That's right, this stone isn't broken. Why was the awakening like that last time? But this time it resulted in full spirit power? Su Yuntao looked dejected. He couldn't figure it out. What he was thinking now was whether he should take the awakening stone and the yellow crystal ball and run back to those villages again. Having run so many villages before, there were quite a few cases of identifying waste spirits, blue-silver grass, with 0 spirit power. Could it be? Su Yuntao's heart surged with joy. He felt that perhaps his opportunity was coming. He must run back to those villages. If he had time, he would even go to the villages that weren't under his jurisdiction, as long as it was a blue-silver grass spirit. Perhaps it had already turned into full spirit power by now. The esteemed person in front of him was taking in such disciples. The previous blue-silver grass spirit, full spirit power Tang San, had also been taken in by that master, hadn't he? If he encountered such a case, he should immediately take them as disciples. In the future, if the disciples grew up, wouldn't they treat him well? I'm leaving. Su Yuntao was determined not to stay here any longer. He thanked Jiang Ning again and made a promise. If there was anything he could help with, he would be at their disposal. After saying sorry, he hurriedly walked outside. Watching Su Yuntao's hurried departure, Maxuno, who was busy flattering Li Chuangang while handling the Soul Master registration procedures, shook his head helplessly. This kid Su Yuntao is still too naive. With the adults here, what could he possibly need? Is he going to find that carefree CC to exercise with? You're confused. Su Yuntao, Maxuno thought, feeling 3 parts regret and 7 parts schadenfreude. Chapter 12. Damn country bumpkin, are you trying to fool me? Coming out of the spirit hall, Jiang Ning was very happy. This time he came out with quite a few gold coins. Money is a bastard, but unfortunately we just love it, so what? Old Matthew also understood things well. He accepted Jiang Ning's dragon grass leaves and even took out 100 gold soul coins for him. At the same time, there was an unexpected surprise. Old Matthew told Jiang Ning that his uncle's second daughter as 5th son was the vice president at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, and the old president was about to retire soon. As soon as the old president retired, he would be promoted to president. After all, he was from the spirit hall, with a long history, and his words carried weight. The other party treated him very well. Although it wasn't enrollment time now, they could still arrange for Li Chuangang and Xiaolon to go through the admission procedures and enter as transfer students. Moreover, Jiang Ning could also be arranged as the deputy director of the teaching office. When Jiang Ning heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. Great. Anyway, the system didn't say that there had to be a sect's residence right now, so Li Chuangang and Xiaolon could go wherever they wanted. He didn't understand the theory of being a soul master, so it was perfect for them to study at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. And old Matthew really understood her. He knew that bringing 2 kids made everything inconvenient. As for being the deputy director of the teaching office, that's even better. This identity is very suitable for him now. It's impossible for him to cultivate on his own. Have you ever seen anyone with a system who still cultivates by themselves? They must let the system feed them. Aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, who are extremely special cases, how many geniuses are there in the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City? Xiao Qinyu, with a wolf spirit, only reached level 11 in 6th grade, and his first soul ring was only 10 years old. Even so, this kid became the boss of the student circle in the academy, which is still a complete waste. Moreover, given the level of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, even if someone has good martial spirit qualifications, they could still be taught to become a waste. Although Jiang Ning could take waste in, he didn't want to take in disciples with improper intentions. If he had the identity of the deputy director of the teaching office, wouldn't it give him more opportunities to observe and smoothly recruit disciples at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City? Words are not enough. Old Matthew also issued a letter of introduction from the Spirit Hall for Jiang Ning and the others. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Jiang Ning couldn't wait to take Li Chugang and Xiao Lan to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. The architectural style of this world pursued a grand and generous appearance. The Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting was located in the west of Notting City, and it was also magnificent. Jiang Ning didn't need to ask passersby for directions. He just followed the direction and saw the academy's buildings from afar. The academy's main gate was over 10 meters high and several dozen meters long. Looking through the fence, Jiang Ning suddenly felt that any university from his previous life couldn't compare to the architectural aura of this junior academy. As soon as Jiang Ning and the others arrived at the gate, they heard a harsh voice. "What are you doing? This is Notting Academy. Is it a place you can just come to? Step back." Jiang Ning was about to explain, but unexpectedly, the gatekeeper ignored him, just walked in front of them with a look of disdain, repeatedly saying, "Step back, step back." Jiang Ning was taken aback. Just as he was about to reveal his identity, suddenly another gatekeeper slowly walked over, stopped in front of this gatekeeper, and then the two whispered, "What is wrong with you? Why do you still chase people away just because they look like country bumpkins? Have you forgotten what happened last time? Damn it, how can you still say that? Last time you insisted on stopping them. Don't blame me." That's right. These two gatekeepers had already been reprimanded for stopping Tang Sen last time. If it weren't for bribing a lot of money, they probably wouldn't even be able to keep their gatekeeper jobs. Unexpectedly, the nature of a dog doesn't change, and this time they encountered Jiang Ning and the others, still being so aggressive. Do you think these few people have backgrounds? Oh, then I just messed up. The two's faces turned a bit ugly, and after chatting for a while, their expressions became more and more grim. Their gazes towards Jiang Ning and the others slowly shifted from disdain to suspicion. Then, one of the older gatekeepers gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and apologetically said to Jiang Ning, "I'm sorry, everyone, my younger brother has some issues with his head. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak like this. I apologize to you. May I ask why you have come to Notting Academy?" Jiang Ning was also taken aback. Did these two people change so quickly? In the past 2 days, he had been experiencing situations where he was looked down upon, and with this person's sudden approach, he couldn't even get angry. This is the proof issued to us by the Spirit Hall. These two kids are my disciples with good talent, specially recruited to study at the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper's eyes narrowed, and he secretly rejoiced. He looked back at the previously rude gatekeeper, his eyes filled with reproach. That person's face stiffened, realizing that he had indeed made a mistake, and hurriedly walked over, constantly nodding and bowing, apologizing profusely. Jiang Ning certainly didn't want to lower himself to their level. So he took Li Chugang and Xiao Lan and prepared to step toward the main gate. Seeing this, the two gatekeepers quickly stepped forward to open the iron gate. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Lan? Why are you in Notting City? Who brought you here?" Just then, a youthful voice came from inside the academy. Everyone looked over, and a little boy dressed in the academy's student uniform appeared at the gate. "Is that you, Tang San?" Before Jiang Ning could react, Xiao Lan had already greeted the other party. It turned out that when they were in the village, Tang San was quite good-looking and was favored by the little girls in the village. Some little girls would even think of calling Tang San when playing house. "What are you doing here?" Tang San looked at Xiao Lan, also puzzled. His impression of Shaolin was from when they awakened their martial spirits. Shaolin also awakened the blue-silver grass martial spirit. However, Shaolin had zero soul power, a waste martial spirit. My master told me to come to the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City to study. It seems we were going to be classmates. Shaolin was a bit excited. After all, Tang San was considered her fellow villager and one of her acquaintances, and they were the same age. Coming to study at the Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San was very puzzled upon hearing this. When did someone with zero soul power and a waste martial spirit get to study at the Junior Soul Master Academy? The people at the Spirit Hall who assess soul power would definitely not deceive him. Blue Silvergrass was indeed a waste martial spirit. It was assessed that she had zero soul power. It should be correct. After all, he was also assessed to have full innate soul power on the spot. He initially didn't know his situation until he followed the master. The master told him that his blue silvergrass was not just any blue silvergrass, and he had twin martial spirits. Then he looked at the teacher mentioned by Shaolin. Dressed simply, looking to be only in his 20s. He felt like he had nothing to do with being a soul master or a teacher. Something was off, very off. Thinking of this, Tang San simply said, "But Shaolin, you clearly have the blue-silver grass martial spirit and zero soul power. The adults from a spirit hall awakened our martial spirits. Have you forgotten? Moreover, Grandpa Jack said that the quota for the working students in the village has been given to me. It has already started school here." The words blue-silver, grass martial spirit, and zero soul power echoed in the ears of the two gatekeepers like a bell, constantly ringing in their minds. The action they had prepared to open the door came to an abrupt halt. The previously more impatient gatekeeper was now furious. He recalled the previous apologies and flattery towards Jiang Ning and the others, feeling even more disgusted and angry. Then, with a look of hatred in his eyes, he glared at Shaolin and Jiang Ning, gritting his teeth, and said, "Damn it, if it weren't for this little brother reminding us, we would have really let you country bumpkins in today. You damn country bumpkins, do you dare to deceive me?" Chapter 13. Those with the surname Tang deserve to die. After coming to this world, Jiang Ning had imagined countless scenarios of meeting Tang San. However, he never expected that his first encounter with Tang San would be so terrible. Tang San truly is a small-minded person. Using the only student work-study position in the village, he finally got it in Notting Academy and even became a disciple of Yu Shaojiang. Yet, upon seeing his fellow villager, Shaolin, instead of welcoming her, he chose to take advantage of her. What a disgusting double standard. Jiang Ning sighed. Since it was like this, he wouldn't hold back anymore. So what if he was the son of fate? I want to see how far your luck can take you with me around. Jiang Ning made up his mind. He then patted Li Chugang's shoulder, and the latter immediately understood his intention. "Country bumpkin? Look at what I have." Still barking like a dog, Li Chugang smirked and stepped forward, his yellow soul ring glowing brightly. If Li Chugang wasn't a country bumpkin, Jiang Ning would be the first to disagree. His first disciple always spoke so foully. It was really embarrassing. Why not just go up and slap him a few times? Let us see if he dares to retaliate. You. Looking at the century-old soul ring on Li Chugang, the two guards who had just been aggressive were suddenly shocked beyond measure. Their faces turned ashen. Their legs trembled like jelly, and a stream of murky yellow liquid flowed down their pants, spreading a foul smell. "Did you grow your heads just to look a bit taller? What are you waiting for? Go open the door," Li Chugang said domineeringly. Finally, it was released. He had been waiting to show off for a long time, and it had been over 2 hours since he last did. Li Chugang was secretly pleased. The two guards finally snapped back to reality and scrambled towards the iron gate, trembling as they stood up and slowly pushed it open. Please, sirs, come in." Jiang Ning and the others then slowly walked in, carefully avoiding the puddle of murky yellow liquid. "Huh, where's Tang San?" Shaolin asked in confusion. Only then did Jiang Ning suddenly realize that Tang San was missing. As expected of Tang San, his observation skills were sharp. He probably slipped away when the two guards lost their cool. Shaolin, why are you still mentioning that person? If it weren't for him, we would have entered long ago." Li Chugang, who was beside them, was somewhat exasperated. If that person hadn't doubted the master's words and stirred up trouble, this situation wouldn't have happened. Why do you still bring him up? "Ah, senior brother. I didn't know he would act like this." He used to get along well with us in the village. Xiaolon felt a bit embarrassed, realizing the issue only now that Li Chugang was angry. Otherwise, she had wanted to say goodbye to Tang San and ask where he lived so she could find him after school started. Master, senior brother, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Xiaolon won't associate with him anymore. Xiaolon twisted her clothes, apologizing to her master and senior brother, her big eyes seemingly on the verge of tears. It's all right, Xiaolon. Your senior brother isn't blaming you, and I won't blame you either. There are many bad people in this world. It's good that you learned this lesson. Jiang Ning patted Xiaolan's head. Yes, master, you're the best. Unlike senior brother, who only knows how to be mean to me, if he has the ability, he should go find that Tang San and teach him a lesson, really. After saying this, Xiaolon hurriedly hid behind Jiang Ning, seemingly afraid he would be mean to her again. Hearing this, Li Chugang's face instantly turned ashen. This little junior sister, having just entered the sect for 2 days, dared to challenge his authority as the elder brother. I should have told Master not to take in junior sisters. I can't hit her or scold her. Plus, she's hard to coax. But that Tang San is truly disgusting. What Master told me about those rules is indeed true. Those with the surname Tang deserve to die. Hearing Xiaolon say that Tang San was studying here, well, since I'm here too, he definitely won't escape the consequences. Li Chugang looked at Xiaolon. As Jiang Ning said, he wasn't really angry at her. She was his junior sister, and he could coax her, no problem. Jiang Ning didn't say anything more, but he found it somewhat interesting. They say teachers are gardeners. Now that he came to Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy as a teacher, wasn't he just planting some seeds in Tang San's heart? Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy looked big, but in reality, it wasn't small at all. Jiang Ning walked with Li Chugang and Xiaolon until his legs were sore, asking for directions several times before finally reaching the entrance of the Academic Affairs office. Before Jiang Ning could enter, an old man stormed out of the office, brushing past Jiang Ning while muttering angrily, "Why should I retire? I'm only in my 60s. I just became the deputy director of this office last month, and now you want me to retire? At least they've settled my pay. 50 gold soul coins a month should keep me living it up for a while. But I can't let that old tigress know." Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. You have to admit, Matthew's efficiency is quite impressive. It hasn't been long, and the position of deputy director has already been vacated. Just as he was about to enter the office, a figure got there even faster than him. Then, Jiang Ning heard an anxious voice from inside. "Director Yuan, I heard that the deputy director, Old Chow, has retired and the position is vacant." "Yes, what about it, master? Do you have any instructions?" Another voice, calm yet with a hint of amusement, replied. "Master, you Xiaojiang?" Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that upon arriving at Nodding Academy, both Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang would also be there. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to rush in. He decided to stay outside and listen to what was happening. "No need for formalities. I can't give you any instructions. I'm just fortunate to have been able to muddle through at Nodding Academy these years because of the principal. How could I instruct you?" Yu Xiaojiang said politely, but his tone began to grow commanding. He paused and then seemed somewhat dissatisfied as he said, "My 10 core theories of martial souls, especially the one that says there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, is recognized in the soul master community. If we talk about theories, I should be quite capable, right? So much talk, I just think we've been here for a while and should get back to the principal. Director Yuan, what do you think about letting me try for the position of deputy director? I think the principal will agree. Don't you think so, Director Yuan?" At this point, Yu Xiaojiang's face was very serious, and his tone seemed to carry a hint of pressure. Hearing this, Jiang Ning finally understood. Matthew's efficiency was quick, and Yu Xiaojiang's ears were quite sharp. He came quickly. Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's words, one would think he was the principal himself. Did he really want to be the deputy director of the Academic Affairs Office, dedicating himself to teaching? Jiang Ning was filled with suspicion. Chapter 14. Why call him a master if he isn't strong? Jiang Ning stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. No, it doesn't make sense. If he had this desire to teach and educate others, why didn't he do it earlier? If he had the heart to repay the old dean, why hasn't he done anything? Since he said that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters then? With so many students at Nodding Academy, Isn't that enough for him to prove his abilities? In his previous life, Jiang Ning was a fervent fan of martial souls. Although he disagreed with some of Tang San and Yu Shaojing's actions, he scoffed at those who maliciously slandered them and even argued passionately with them. In this life, he had seen Tang San, and he really was just as those detractors said. Now, seeing Yu Shaojing like this, he couldn't help but think of what those detractors said. Someone like Yu Shaojing, who had been psychologically twisted since childhood, was only thinking about proving himself and gaining fame. That's why he made the statement about there being no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters to create a buzz. That's why he intentionally got close to Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, to search for confidential martial soul inheritance materials in the Spirit Hall's library. After piecing things together, he blatantly plagiarized and compiled the so-called theories of the top 10 martial souls, ignoring the Spirit Hall's confidentiality requirements. In reality, most high-ranking soul masters knew that this so-called theory was not easily shared. After being discovered by the Spirit Hall, they didn't kill him out of respect for the saintess and simply expelled him. Even so, he still had the audacity to call himself a master and flaunt himself everywhere. After Bibi Dong became the Pope of the Spirit Hall, those in the know had their concerns and could only spread the word privately, not daring to make it public. Therefore, those lower-ranking soul masters with little experience idolized him. In a remote small city like Notting, those who remained were mostly low-ranking soul masters, so no one knew his background and treated him as a distinguished guest. At this point in time, it was likely that Yu Shaojing had just taken in Tang San. Yu Shaojing was indeed very good to Tang San, because he guessed that Tang San's twin martial souls would allow him to deceive Tang San into showing him his second martial soul. The moment he saw the Haotian hammer, Yu Shaojing probably understood. The Haotian hammer and blue silvergrass. Isn't that the couple Tang Ritian and his wife from the Spirit Hall's top-secret files? This Tang San's twin martial souls matched perfectly. He must be Tang Ritian's biological son, his savior. His real opportunity for fame had arrived. He had to cling tightly to this thigh. So he gave Tang San his one and only best blanket. That's why he always took Tang San to the upstairs dining hall of Notting Academy. Not long after, he ran out of money. As a master, how could he have the face to ask others for money? Just then, the position of Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office became available, which paid 50 gold soul coins a month. He spoke with righteous indignation and even resorted to leveraging the old dean's authority to pressure Director Yuan of the Academic Affairs Office. Everything made sense now. Jiang Ning sutendi realized. With this in mind, he no longer wanted to eavesdrop outside. He decided he would go in and completely expose this hypocritical Yu Shaojing. Jiang Ning pushed the door open, crashing it against the wall, instantly attracting the attention of Director Yuan of the Academic Affairs Office and Yu Shaojing. "Who are you?" Director Yuan asked in confusion. He secretly rejoiced. The timing was too perfect, as he was feeling pressured by Yu Shaojing's actions. Why was Yu Shaojing speaking so highly of the dean? Could it be the old dean was his father? But the old dean's last name, Isntu. Could he be an illegitimate child? No more guessing, no more guessing. Director Yuan shook his head and looked at Jiang Ning. Although he didn't know who the person in front of him was, the aura. Not bad. He was quite handsome, tall, and full of spirit. The key was that his entrance had successfully shifted the topic away from Yu Shaojing. Meanwhile, Yu Shaojing looked at the person in rough clothes before him and was extremely annoyed. Where did this country bumpkin come from? How did he get in a Notting Academy? Those two guards were quite sharp-tongued, weren't they? If they hadn't stopped Tang San last time, he wouldn't have had such a good first impression in front of Tang San. How could they let this kind of country bumpkin in this time? He had just pressured Director Yuan with his previous words, and he was on the verge of forcing the other party to agree. Yu Shaojing originally thought if the other side agreed, he would quickly go find the old dean and say it was Director Yuan who strongly recommended him. This way, his position as Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office would be secured. Unexpectedly, this person suddenly barged in and messed up the situation. Compared to Director Yuan's inquiry, Yu Shaojing's face darkened as he said word by word. "Who are you? How did you get into Notting Academy?" "I was speaking with Director Yuan." "Do you have a right to come in?" "Get out." This scene further confirmed Jiang Ning's view of Yu Shaojing. Useless is just useless. What is wrong with you? You can come in. Why can't I? You can speak. Why can't I speak with Director Yuan? Are you a teacher at this academy? Jiang Ning looked at Yu Xiaojiang's poker face and pretended to be curious. Hearing this, Director Yuan was overjoyed but still managed to keep a straight face. Yu Xiaojiang was furious and immediately wanted to tell him his identity. Before Yu Xiaojiang could speak, Director Yuan pretended to be a good person and said to Jiang Ning, "Let us not argue. Let us not argue. Allow me to introduce this person. His name is Yu Xiaojiang. He is indeed not a teacher at our Nodding Academy, but he can come to find me, and you can naturally do the same. Let us talk properly. I am indeed not a teacher at Nodding Academy, but they all call me Master," Yu Xiaojiang said, suppressing his anger. Director Yuan was also to blame for how he introduced him. Everyone called him Master. "Oh, Master? Then you must be a very strong soul master, right?" Jiang Ning continued to pretend to be innocent and asked in confusion. "You, who said that a master must be a strong soul master? Can't one be called a master if they aren't strong?" Almost in an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's face turned red. "If you aren't strong, why are you called master?" Jiang Ning continued to play dumb and asked. "That's because everyone respects me and thinks I can be their teacher, so they call me master." Yu Xiaojiang shamelessly managed to suppress his anger and calmly said this to Jiang Ning. "Oh, then you must have very impressive disciples, right? They must be very strong soul masters." Jiang Ning immediately retorted. Yu Xiaojiang was about to explode with anger. Where did this person come from? Each question was like peeling back his layers. It's like this master has been at our Nodding Academy for many years and has never accepted a disciple. Looking at the nearly furious Yu Xiaojiang, Director Yuan, in the spirit of enjoying the drama, casually added this line. "Huh? If you aren't strong and don't have impressive disciples, can you still be called master? Then can I also be a master?" Jiang Ning turned his head, saying this while exchanging glances with Director Yuan. Indeed, they were like kindred spirits. As their eyes met, it was like two old foxes understanding each other's intentions, both secretly sighing. Why hasn't he accepted disciples? Is it because they're isn't a suitable candidate? Isn't this an academy? Why has he never accepted a disciple? I want to take on disciples, but not just anyone. As a master, I must take on talented disciples. Strength may not be high, but both talent and character are indispensable. Otherwise, how could one become my disciple, Yu Xiaojiang? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's question, Yu Xiaojiang quickly replied, as he really didn't want Director Yuan to continue speaking. "Oh, so, are you saying that the master believes that for so many years, there hasn't been a single talented person at Nodding Academy? Is that why you haven't taken on a disciple?" Jiang Ning still wore a clueless expression, as if he was just asking whatever came to mind. "Isn't that right? The students at Nodding Academy are all a bunch of misfits. Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit proud, as if by saying this, he was living up to his status as a master, giving him a sense of face, as if he had regained his dignity. Wait. Master, you said misfits? Which students are misfits?" Jiang Ning asked in return, emphasizing the words misfits particularly strongly. "Misfits are," just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to criticize the students of Nodding Academy thoroughly, he heard a cold voice come over. "Misfits? Yu Xiaojiang, are you sure?" Director Yuan squinted his eyes, looking directly into Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, and spoke slowly. Yu Xiaojiang's hair stood on end, his pupils constricted, and he turned to see Director Yuan's cold eyes. Director Yuan, let me explain. Chapter 15. Wang, Sheng Apprentices. Tang San's heart races. Yu Xiaojiang almost bolted out the door. He realized that this seemingly foolish person was definitely arranged by Director Yuan on purpose. Otherwise, how could the timing of his entrance be so perfect? The questions asked were more and more difficult. It was simply aimed at his weak points. "All right, Director Yuan, just wait for me." Yu Xiaojiang turned around and glared at the Academic Affairs office, feeling indignant. He was going to find the old dean and tell him how this Director Yuan had treated him. Then he would boldly propose that he wanted to be the deputy director of the Academic Affairs office. No, he wanted to be the director. Inside the office, Director Yuan was overjoyed. Yu Xiaojiang, a master? Just this? Normally, he would think this person was aloof. A master should have some prestige. However, he had seen through this person. For the position of deputy director of the Academic Affairs office, he was so aggressive. The key was that he wanted this job, but looked down on their Nodding Academy. wanting everything yet despising them. What a thing. But who exactly is this person in front of him? Director Yuan looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning appeared calm and unbothered. Who are you? I'm Jiang Ning. I will soon be the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office at Notting Academy. You can call me Director Jiang. You. Director Yuan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was everyone eager to become the Deputy Director today? Yu Xiaojing was still somewhat of a guest of the old dean. What were you? Look at this. Jiang Ning tossed down an envelope. Spirit Hall. A recommendation letter? A recommendation to be the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office? Director Yuan opened the envelope and looked at the paper inside, shocked, then immediately stood up, gazing at Jiang Ning with fiery eyes. Could it be that the Spirit Hall's Notting City branch really wanted to help Notting Academy? Jiang Ning did not speak, giving him a look to let him figure it out for himself, then walked straight to the door. Tomorrow, I will come over. How to arrange it, you decide. By the way, I have 2 apprentices who are also students of Notting Academy. I will have them come over now. You can arrange their accommodation and classes. You are the director. I am the director. You decide. After leaving the office, Jiang Ning felt a bit hungry. He called over Li Chuangang and Xiaolon, giving each of them 10 gold soul coins and telling them to go register at the Academic Affairs Office and handle the accommodation procedures. Buy whatever they needed. If they were hungry, they should go eat. Classes would start tomorrow, unless absolutely necessary. They should not mention that they were his apprentices. Then he slipped away. Without the 2 little brats around, it was quite relaxing, Jiang Ning thought. Not long after, Jiang Ning arrived at the cafeteria. He knew the cafeteria had 2 floors, and after entering, he directly headed for the 2nd floor. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered, he saw the 2 people he least wanted to see right now, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing was leading Tang San up to the 2nd floor. From Tang San's expression, he seemed somewhat unwilling. However, after Yu Xiaojing said something to him, Tang San nodded and followed Yu Xiaojing up to the 2nd floor. The original text did not say that Tang San went up to eat with Yu Xiaojing, so why did he still go? Jiang Ning was puzzled. Suddenly, Jiang Ning thought, since it was this time, did that mean Xiao Wu was also in this cafeteria? Let's take a look. Since Xiao Wu and Tang San weren't together yet, if he wanted to run off with this rabbit, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Jiang Ning gave up on going to the 2nd floor and casually got some food at the cafeteria window, turning around in the 1st floor hall. Soon, he found Xiao Wu and her group. Xiao Wu was still easy to recognize, with her long braid and big eyes. Moreover, she was dressed simply and was eating with a group of boys who were similarly dressed plainly. There was only 1 table in the entire cafeteria. Jiang Ning walked over, but he didn't directly sit at their table. Instead, he positioned himself at the side, wanting to observe first and wait for the right moment. Boss, didn't you just say a few words about how great the master is? Tang San really can turn his back so quickly. Exactly. What the boss said was just something he heard from those teachers. If he has the ability, why doesn't he go find those teachers who said those things, instead of putting on a show in front of us? Forget it. Look, Tang San just went up to eat with the master and didn't even greet us. I think he just wants to find an excuse to leave our sight first. Otherwise, when he was provoked and insulted by the senior students just now, why didn't he say his master was the master? In my opinion, he doesn't care about us poor brothers at all. Several people were chattering, clearly harboring some grievances against Tang San. All right, stop talking. After all, Tang San just started school. He is still young, and doesn't he understand how we working study students have been bullied? And don't call me boss. The current boss is Xiao Wu. One person said, his build noticeably sturdier than the others. However, despite saying this, there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. He was Wang Sheng. Since entering Notting Academy, he had endured countless beatings to protect his brothers and suffered untold losses. It even had a noticeable impact on his training. Now, he was in the 5th grade, just turned 12, with a soul power of level 9. But he had no regrets. However, there was just over a year left until graduation. After he graduated and left, who would protect the working study brothers? Xiao Wu was a girl after all, so cute. They couldn't bear to let her deal with such things. When it came to Tang San, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Just now, Xiao Wu had been teased, and he said nothing. How could he have no fighting spirit at all, if someone like him were to be the boss of the working study students? It's fine. I'm here. Today is my first day at the academy. I'm not familiar with the situation yet. When we plan later, we'll deal with those bad guys. We'll hit them hard. This line came from Xiao Wu, the cute little girl, with her clear, sweet voice, waving her little fists while saying such fierce words. Made Jiang Ning want to laugh. This 10,000-year-old rabbit has quite the temper. However, speaking of which, it was time for him to make his entrance. Jiang Ning picked up his plate and walked directly to Xiao Wu's table, saying, "Excuse me, classmates, there are no seats left. Can I share a table with you?" When Xiao Wu and the others looked up and saw Jiang Ning, who was also simply dressed, they immediately felt that he shouldn't be a bad person. However, they found it quite strange. There were clearly many empty seats in the cafeteria. Why did he say there were no seats left? Moreover, at his age, still in the academy, he should be a teacher, right? Why was he still eating on the first floor? However, Wang Sheng was the oldest and understood things better, so he immediately had his brother move a position for Jiang Ning to sit down. Jiang Ning was not polite and sat down directly. He turned to Wang Sheng and said, "You are Wang Sheng, right? Working study student, 5th grade?" Wang Sheng was taken aback, thinking, "Is this directed at me?" He immediately became nervous, trying to recall whether his group of working study students had done their work well recently or offended any teachers. But as he thought about it, they had been very serious in their work and had shown great respect to the teachers. "Yes, teacher. Better to adapt," Wang Sheng respectfully replied. "Martial spirit, battle tiger, 12 years old, soul power level 9? Jiang Ning continued to ask. "Yes, teacher. According to your martial spirit qualifications, you should inherently have soul power of level 6 or 7. This shouldn't be the case." Jiang Ning frowned. Wang Sheng felt a wave of bitterness upon hearing this. Indeed, when he awakened his martial soul, he had a soul power of level 6.5. After coming to the Nodding Academy, it took him 5 years to reach level 9. Teacher, it's not like you think. Big brother Wang Sheng, it's because of us that your cultivation is so slow. You definitely haven't been slacking off. One of the work-study students, seeing Jiang Ning frowning, thought he was going to blame Wang Sheng for not cultivating properly. So he quickly spoke up to explain for Wang Sheng. Because of us? Yes, we work-study students are often bullied in the academy. And big brother Wang Sheng always stands up to protect us, suffering quite a few injuries. Moreover, those people often deliberately interfere with our work. For example, after we clean the floor, they purposely throw trash around before the academy inspection, then say we didn't do our job, which results in us getting deductions. If it weren't for big brother Wang Sheng guarding us whenever he has time, and sometimes even helping us with our work, he wouldn't be cultivating so slowly. Several work-study students chimed in, each taking turns to speak. Jiang Ning remained silent. He of course knew all this. He had deliberately come over, and right away sought out Wang Sheng, wanting to use him to open up the situation. Before coming over, Jiang Ning had the system analyze Wang Sheng's information, and as expected, the results were just as he anticipated. "Host, the system has checked the situation of this individual for you. This person has good innate talent, but has suffered a lot of damage during their growth, leading to blood stagnation and blocked meridians, especially since his mental state contradicts the qualities of his martial soul. His cultivation efficiency is abysmal. He is undoubtedly a waste, and it is recommended that the host take him as a disciple." "Wang Sheng, I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Jiang Ning said directly. Everyone around looked at each other in surprise, while Wang Sheng's eyes lit up with excitement. A teacher was willing to take him as a disciple. He must accept. Disciple Wang Sheng greets master. Wang Sheng immediately knelt down and performed a ceremonial bow to Jiang Ning. "Get up," Jiang Ning said calmly. Xiao Wu, watching all this from his side, was also a bit confused. What's going on with this uncle? No, this handsome guy. After Wang Sheng became a disciple, everyone seemed very happy. Should I also become a disciple? No. I'm a 100,000-year soul beast reincarnated with too many secrets. How can I take a master? However, it seemed that this handsome guy was pretty good. Wouldn't it be nice for us work-study students to have him as a backing? Teacher, you've taken a disciple. But Wang Sheng was originally our leader among the work-study students. You have to take care of us, Xiao Wu said, her eyes glinting mischievously. This was, of course, within Jiang Ning's expectations. He still maintained a calm expression and said to Xiao Wu, I know about your situation. There will be changes tomorrow. I will support you work-study students, so you won't need to spend time working anymore." He then turned to Wang Sheng and said, "Wang Sheng, here are 10 gold soul coins. Take this and use it for your classmates first, especially regarding your accommodation conditions. Tomorrow, no, today they must be improved. The academy will arrange this for you shortly, and it is especially important that boys and girls do not share dorms." Thinking about how Tang San had the opportunity to grow close to Xiao Wu by sleeping together since childhood, Jiang Ning felt quite displeased. "I want to see, without the opportunity to develop feelings from childhood, will you still have the chance to be Xiao Wu's brother?" Jiang Ning thought with satisfaction. At that moment, Tang San, who was upstairs having a meal with the master and the old dean, holding a chicken leg, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. It felt as if something that should have belonged to him had suddenly been taken away. Chapter 16. Wang Sheng changes his fate. Tang San, what's wrong? After finishing dinner, Yu Xiaojing took Tang San out of the cafeteria. Seeing Tang San's somewhat uneasy expression, he asked, "It's nothing, master." "That's good." Yu Xiaojing also looked gloomy. He had just spoken with the old dean about wanting to become the deputy director of the academic affairs office. But the old dean directly told him that the Spirit Hall had made arrangements, and they had recommended someone for the position. The Spirit Hall really meddles too much. Upon hearing the old dean say this, Yu Xiaojing knew it was not appropriate to continue the conversation. He had to change the subject and mentioned wanting to ask the old dean to accompany Tang San to obtain his first spirit ring. To his surprise, the old dean said he was busy and told him to find other teachers in the academy for help. "Is my luck a bit off recently?" Yu Xiaojing looked at the old dean, who had always been very supportive of him, now unable to help him at all, and felt something was amiss. He could not go to find other teachers for help. He didn't want anyone to know that, as a master, he only had a soul power of level 29, and his soul B skill was farting. "It's better to go by myself. This is the first spirit ring. Just getting one that is 1 or 200 years old will do. After all, the blue-silver grass martial soul has no combat power. It's enough to cultivate. If he levels up with the Hao-Ian hammer, that will be enough. A 1 or 200-year-old soul beast in the soul hunting forest, I can handle it." Yu Xiaojing made up his mind and then took Tang San to his room. As soon as they entered, Yu Xiaojing said, "Tang San, tomorrow is the opening ceremony. It's nothing special. Even the classes afterward are a waste of time for you. It's enough to have me teach you. You go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, I plan to take you out." Tang San was a bit puzzled. "Master, where are we going?" "Hunting soul beasts. To add the first spirit ring to your blue silver grass. I've already spoken to the academy about it. We won't consider adding a spirit ring to your second martial soul for now. Adding a spirit ring to the blue silver grass is to enhance your physique and increase your cultivation speed," Yu Xiaojing patiently explained. Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. The master's arrangement was exactly what he wanted. He could finally touch the power of this world. "Master, then I'll go back now." Tang San bowed and quickly walked back to the dormitory. However, as soon as he arrived at the dormitory, he was stunned by the scene before him. Everyone was packing up, as if preparing to move. Xiao Wu's bed, which was beside his, had also been moved away. She was now sitting on her own bed, waiting for Wang Sheng and the others to move their things. "What's going on?" Tang San walked over to Xiao Wu and asked. "Moving, of course. We just finished dinner, and not long after, a teacher came over and said we don't have to squeeze in here anymore. New dormitories have been arranged. The girls are in double rooms, and the boys are in 6-person rooms." Xiao Wu replied. "Oh, do I have to move too?" Tang San asked, dumbfounded. "Double rooms for girls, 6-person rooms for boys. Isn't that the treatment for regular students? They work-study students are in 8-person rooms and mixed dorms. Why has it suddenly changed?" "You don't have to because there are 8 of us in our dormitory. I'm going to the girls' dormitory, and Wang Sheng and the others just happen to have 6 people in one room." "That teacher said you just happen to have a room to yourself," Xiao Wu said, looking at Tang San with a hint of envy in her eyes. "A room to myself? How nice. I could do anything in the room without anyone knowing." Hearing this, Tang San was also delighted. "Tang San, you should thank Wang Sheng." Xiao Wu said, "Thank Wang Sheng? What's going on? Is this related to him?" Tang San was very curious. "Yes, today a teacher accepted Wang Sheng as a disciple and is very concerned about us work-study students. From now on, we won't even have work tasks anymore. Moreover, That teacher directly gave Wang Sheng 10 gold soul coins, said to use them first and will give more later. If you need money, just ask Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu said with a smile. She had just received 2 gold soul coins, enough for her to buy a comforter and pillow with a big carrot printed on them. Plus, she could buy a lot more carrots. Gold coins? Tang San felt a bit tempted. However, he remembered that he had embarrassed Wang Sheng in the cafeteria. This was given by his master. How could he ask for it? If he really asked for it, wouldn't that mean his master was incompetent, not even giving him money? Forget it. Forget it. Money, isn't everything. My master will give me some too. Tang Sin pretended to be indifferent and said, by the way, Wang Sheng said he would take us out for a nice meal tonight. Are you going, Tang San? Xiao Wu asked. I want to go. My master said he would take me to a place tomorrow morning to add the first spirit ring to my blue silvergrass. I think I should prepare well and go to bed early. Adding the first spirit ring. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly looked a bit down. She turned her head away, no longer speaking, clutching her small bag as if she was thinking about something. Strange. Why does she look unhappy as soon as I mention adding the first spirit ring? Tang Sin looked at Xiao Wu's expression, feeling a bit puzzled. Right? She must be afraid that after I get the first spirit ring, she won't be able to beat me and won't be able to be the leader of the work-study students. Tang Sin suddenly realized, thinking that children are just children, always concerned about such competitive matters. He didn't want to be the leader of the work-study students anyway. The master had told him that his future was limitless. Nodding academy. Work-study students? Just a fleeting cloud. Just like Wang Sheng, he could see through it all. Wang Sheng had a martial soul of a battle tiger, but in reality, his blood was stagnant, and his meridians were blocked. His potential for cultivation was almost gone. Moreover, the master he worshipped was just a teacher at this academy. The teachers at this academy must only be spirit masters or spirit elders, right? In terms of knowledge and insight, they were far inferior to his master. With someone like that, what kind of future could he have? Tang San sat down on his bed and began to meditate and cultivate, while the others naturally ignored him. Soon, the entire dormitory was left with only Tang San. At night, Jiang Ning let Wang Sheng come alone to the hotel where he was staying. He originally wanted to stay directly at Nodding Academy, but then he thought about the money paid for the hotel. He couldn't waste it. Besides, he still had some matters to attend to here. The system's reward for taking in disciples didn't surprise him at all. After accepting Wang Sheng as his disciple, the system rewarded him with 5 levels of soul power. After accepting Xiao Lan, his soul power reached level 16, and now it was level 21. The system also rewarded him with a divine soul ring. So after leaving the cafeteria, Jiang Ning returned to the hotel to absorb the soul ring. The second soul ring, 999 years, just 1 year short of 1,000. He was still a bit gloomy and regretted why he hadn't exercised properly. The Pan Long Stick martial soul was indeed a top-tier martial soul, but his physique was still lacking. But it was also the system's fault. It never gave him any celestial herbs, only to his disciples. However, complaining about it now was useless. After giving the rewards, the system said he had accepted 3 disciples, and the task was about to enter the next stage. It needed to upgrade, and then it stopped paying attention to Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning called Wang Sheng over, he was naturally preparing to give Wang Sheng the rewards from the system. The system also gave a celestial herb, and it was the same celestial herb as his first disciple Li Chugang's, the 10,000-year rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum. It should be noted that Dai Mubai, who also possesses the top-notch evil eye white tiger martial soul, experienced an evolution of his martial soul after consuming the rare herb, Qirong Tongtianju, for Wang Sheng. Consuming it would restore his previously wasted energy and meridians, remolding his blood and enhancing the quality of his martial soul. This celestial herb couldn't be more suitable. Disciple has seen the master. Wang Sheng bowed his head, feeling a bit anxious. He did not know the background of this seemingly benevolent master, nor did he understand why this master decided to take him as a disciple. All he knew was that this master treated him very well. Eat it. Jiang Ning took out the Qirong Tongtianju and placed it in front of Wang Sheng. What is this? Wang Sheng was almost instantly captivated by the fragrance of the Qirong Tongtianju. He certainly did not recognize this large flower, but it seemed that his martial soul did. At that moment, he felt his martial soul stirring, as if a tiger had spotted a lone little sheep. Clenching his teeth, Wang Sheng bit off the flower head of the Qirong Tongtianju in one go, and then took another bite, consuming the entire root and stem. In an instant, he felt as if he was being reborn. It was as if a flame was burning inside him. The soreness in his body and the accumulated discomfort from past training vanished at that moment. The meridians within him had widened immensely compared to before. Then, this flame seemed to be drilling into his bones. The intense pain made him break out in a cold sweat, but thinking of the changes in his energy and meridians, he was indeed overjoyed. What my master gave me must be an incredibly precious herb. I cannot let down my master's expectations. Only by becoming stronger can I protect my fellow students from being bullied. Seeing Wang Sheng drenched in sweat, his face twisted in pain, yet gritting his teeth in silence, Jiang Ning felt a stir of emotions. Wang Sheng was indeed as he had imagined, determined, righteous, able to endure hardship, and willing to fight. In the original text, aside from enduring various beatings and suffering, there was nothing left for you. However, now that you have encountered me, things will be different. With me around, your destiny is about to change, Jiang Ning whispered in a voice only he could hear. Chapter 17. Tang San's suspicion. Half an hour passed, and Wang Sheng did not wake up. An hour passed, and Wang Sheng was still asleep. Jiang Ning felt a bit anxious. Why isn't this kid waking up? He couldn't tell if that girl from the spirit hall understood his intentions. He held the Panlong staff and gently tapped her on the head 3 times. Then put away the staff, clasped his hands behind his back, and left, closing the door after entering the room. This was to signal her to come through the back door in the middle of the night. If she understood and came over at night while Wang Sheng was still here, wouldn't that disrupt his important matters? There was no way around it. Jiang Ning couldn't just directly interrupt Wang Sheng. Being anxious wouldn't help, so he could only sit on the bed and meditate to cultivate his soul power. Refreshing. This was Wang Sheng's first feeling after waking up. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Ning silently guarding him, feeling a bit emotional. His master had really saved him, giving him medicine that was at least a millennium-old spirit herb. He had been at the Nodding Academy for 5 years, and had only heard that the principal personally had a treasured millennium spirit herb. Yet his master said nothing and just let him take it. Seeing him awake, Jiang Ning was also all smiles. This kid finally woke up. Ahem, since you're awake, I won't keep you. Don't mention what happened tonight to others, understand? Thank you, master. Wang Sheng thought his master was asking him to keep a low profile, as if he regarded him as an intern, doing things discreetly to avoid attracting envy from others. However, Wang Sheng's nose twitched as he seemed to smell a foul odor, and that foul smell was all over him. He touched his face with his hand and felt something warm, but when he looked at his hand, it was indeed sticky and reeking. Got it, this was the impurities expelled from his body after the rebirth. His master wanted him to hurry back and wash up. His master was really considerate, but now that his soul power had reached level 10, should he tell his master? He knew that Tang San had been taken by his master to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, and it was impossible not to feel envious. Wang Sheng hesitated, but ultimately decided to speak up. Master, I've reached level 10 in soul power. Can you take me to obtain a soul ring? After all, among the group that often bullied them, the strongest had already broken through to the spirit master level and obtained their first soul ring. He could only protect the interns from bullying if he also obtained his first soul ring. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He had forgotten about this matter. He had the God-given spirit ring, but his disciples did not. Hunting soul beasts was not a big deal. After all, he could summon the titled full-level powerhouse, Chu Hun, anytime. As long as it wasn't a 100,000-year soul beast, it wouldn't be a problem. The first soul ring, a 100-year soul beast, was easy to obtain, right? Moreover, Xiaolan had just reached level 10. It was perfect to take her along to obtain the soul ring. All right, I'll take you tomorrow morning. After you go back, find Zhang Xiaolan from the first year. She is your senior sister. Let her prepare, and we'll leave together at dawn. Great. Wang Sheng bid farewell to Jiang Ning and then ran back to the dormitory. After scrubbing and soaking for a long time, he finally cleaned himself up before going to find Zhang Xiaolan. Jiang Ning then sent Chu Han to Notting Academy to inform the Academic Affairs Office that he would take Wang Sheng and Zhang Xiaolan to obtain soul rings tomorrow. As for him, of course, he would wait in the hotel for the possible arrival of that girl. Single for 2 lifetimes. I finally go to say goodbye to the 5-finger girl today. Excited heart, trembling hands, Jiang Ning sat on the bed, thrilled to the point of shaking. Unfortunately, even waiting until the 4th watch of the night, no one appeared. Jiang Ning was not willing to give up, holding back his drowsiness, and waited until the 6th watch, hearing the rooster crow at dawn, but still saw no one. Sigh, this kind of girl really doesn't know her numbers. Now that he couldn't sleep, he decided to take the 2 disciples to hunt soul beasts. Jiang Ning had Chu Han hire a carriage while he washed his face, preparing to set off with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. The carriage stopped at the gate of Notting Academy, and Wang Sheng and Xiaolan were already waiting there. As soon as Jiang Ning called out, they hopped onto the carriage. Wang Sheng and Xiaolan were still kids, both from poor families, and had never ridden in a carriage before. Once they were in the carriage, they looked around curiously. Even as Jiang Ning explained the 9 principles of survival, they were somewhat distracted. Forget it, let them be. Jiang Ning did not push them. Perhaps he was a bit timid and overly cautious. Even with the title Douluo protecting them, he still felt unsafe. Hey, you're Tang San? You also ride in a carriage? Xiaolan's crisp voice rang in his ears, surprising Jiang Ning a bit. Tang San? Riding in a carriage? So today is when you Xiaojiang took Tang San to obtain the mandala snake? A glimmer of pride flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes as he thought to himself. You're unlucky to run into me. I want your 400-year mandala snake. Jiang Ning had considered killing Tang San to eliminate future troubles, but after all, he only had Chu Han, who was level 92 with the martial soul of a giant bear. Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was a super Douluo at level 95. His martial soul was the Haotian hammer, the nightmare of all strong attack-type beast martial souls. In the original text, Tang San's father observed and protected him for a long time. If he really had a murderous intent toward Tang San, if Tang Hao appeared, Chu Han would definitely not be able to stop him, and Jiang Ning himself might end up dead first. Not killing Tang San, but taking away his opportunities should be fine, right? After all, Tang San's father didn't have a script, so he wouldn't know where Tang San's opportunities lay. When Jiang Ning regained his senses, Xiaolan had already started chatting with Tang San. Of course, Xiaolan was the one doing most of the talking, while Tang San only occasionally replied with simple words like good, yes, and oh. Watching this scene, Jiang Ning felt a twinge of anger. This Xiaolan had just said yesterday that she wouldn't associate with Tang San anymore. Why was she actively talking to him today? Was she lovesick? Pursuing a boy and even fawning over him? One day, you will reap what you sow, Xiaolan. Thinking this way, Jiang Ning did not intend to directly tell Xiaolan to stop associating with Tang San. He believed that after experiencing more, Xiaolan would understand on her own. Otherwise, no matter what he said, it wouldn't work. Jiang Ning took out a leaf of dragon grass, wrapped it with soul power, and tossed it into the mouth of the horse, pulling his carriage. The horse, after eating this supplement, suddenly seemed to have endless energy and began to gallop wildly, leaving the driver in shock. Soon, Tang San's carriage was left behind. At this moment, Xiaolan reluctantly pulled up the curtain of the carriage, no longer speaking. In another carriage, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang were sitting side by side, but the atmosphere was quite dull. What? You said that the little girl outside who greeted you is also 6 years old, has a blue-silver grass martial soul, and now her master is taking her to obtain a soul ring? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San with an incredulous expression. Tang San naturally understood what Yu Xiaojiang meant. He maintained a calm expression, but inside, he was in turmoil, because Yu Xiaojiang had told him that if it was just a blue-silver grass martial soul, it would absolutely not be possible to have innate full soul power. If it was, then it was highly likely a twin martial soul. And if it was a twin martial soul, the quality of the other martial soul must also be top-notch. What was going on with Zhang Xiaolan's situation? Could it be that she also had a twin martial soul? Wasn't it said that twin martial souls were very rare? How could such a small place like Holy Soul Village have produced 2 of them? Tang San was only considering whether Zhang Xiaolan had twin martial souls. But for Yu Xiaojiang, the situation was far more complicated. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. Could it be that this Zhang Xiaolan was also born from Tang Hao and his 10,000-year-old blue silver grass wife? Otherwise, where else in this world would there be a blue silver grass martial soul with innate full soul power? After all, the bloodline of the 10,000-year-old blue silver grass only belonged to Tang Hao's wife. Were Tang San and Zhang Xiaolan twins? Why did Tang San tell me that he had been relying on his father since he was little? Did Tang Hao think that one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket and therefore only entrusted Tang San to me for cultivation? After thinking it over, Yu Xiaojiang still couldn't figure it out, so he had to ask Tang San directly. Little San, you told me that you and your dad have been relying on each other since you were little? Yu Xiaojiang asked. Yes. Are you sure? Yu Xiaojiang inquired suspiciously. Absolutely. Tang San replied emphatically. Tang San still remembered that when he was born, although he couldn't open his eyes yet, he heard his father's cries, and in his father's arms. There was only him. Later, Tang Hao also told him that his mother died after giving birth to him. Seeing Tang San so certain, Yu Xiaojiang did not say anything further. However, a murderous intent began to rise in his heart. Talents, this world does not need too many, especially for a dual martial soul like Tang San. Having just him is enough. A dead genius cannot be considered a genius. Chapter 18. Entering the soul-hunting forest. Although Notting City is a small town, its area is quite large. From Notting Academy to the soul-hunting forest in Notting City, it is a full 400 miles. Even though the horses ate dragon grass leaves, it still took an entire day to reach the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Ning got off the carriage with Wang Sheng and Zhang Xiaolan, then asked Chu Han to find a less populated area to set up 3 tents. They decided to let everyone rest for a night and set off again the next morning. After all, Tang San and the others' carriage wouldn't arrive until noon the next day, so they had plenty of time. The next morning, Jiang Ning led everyone to set off again and briefly explained to Wang Sheng and Zhang Xiaolan. Ahead was the soul-hunting forest, where generally no soul beasts older than 1,000 years would appear in the small town's soul-hunting forest. Even in the large city soul-hunting forests, soul beasts older than 10,000 years would not appear. The market outside the soul-hunting forest is prepared for soul masters, so the items sold are quite expensive. If you smell the delicious, crispy roasted sausages later, don't pester your master to buy them. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolan pouted. If you don't buy it, then you don't buy it, stingy master. As they spoke, they passed through the market and arrived at an entrance to the soul-hunting forest. It was just dawn, and the soul masters wanting to enter were still outside calling for teams, leaving the area deserted. Facing the captain of the soldiers, in iron armor, checking at the entrance, Jiang Ning directly pulled Wang Sheng and Zhang Xiaolan aside, and had Chu Han drag him to one side. Then, Chu Han showed the captain his 9 soul rings. The soldier captain trembled as he ran over and opened the gate. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction, patted the captain's shoulder to indicate he did well, and then took Wang Sheng and Zhang Xiaolan inside. It wasn't until Jiang Ning and the others walked far away that the soldier captain let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "Which major power's treasure is this? Bringing a title Douluo to collect soul rings? Our little place doesn't have any precious bloodline soul rings. Captain, be cautious with your words. These big figures are not something we could discuss." A confidant reminded him quietly. "Master, is that wolf a soul beast? Why does it look like a dog?" Xiaolan pointed at a 100-year-old ghost wolf lying in the distance, with its head almost buried in the ground, tail tucked in. "Too scared to move." "Of course it is. The reason it doesn't dare to move is that my master is too powerful. As long as I release a little bit of my martial soul's aura, not a single soul beast in this entire soul-hunting forest would dare to move. If you don't believe me, you can go ask that ghost wolf if it dares to move." "Wow, I believe you, master, you're amazing." Seeing Xiaolan's starry eyes and Wang Sheng speechless in shock, Jiang Ning felt quite proud of himself. To avoid any unruly soul beasts causing trouble and quickly find the 400-year-old mandala snake to intercept Tang San's opportunity, Jiang Ning directly let Chu Han release a bit of tidal level pressure and soul power aura. "Chu Han, did you sense that 400-year-old mandala snake?" Jiang Ning gasked Kuan. The latter responded, using his martial soul, sniffed with his bare nose, and then nodded. Master, the mandala snake is considered one of the more toxic snake-type soul beasts. Its venom has a certain fishy smell and a faint camellia fragrance. I just vaguely sensed a similar aura to the southeast ahead, not far. All right, let us hurry over. Jiang Ning instructed. Chuhan, when you see this snake, just pin it down and don't let it run away. Okay, master. Jiang Ning felt secretly pleased. Bringing a titled Douluo to deal with a 400-year-old soul beast probably meant he wouldn't even need to use his martial soul. Just the pressure would be enough. However, he felt a bit dissatisfied thinking about how he had just reached level 22 soul power after absorbing the soul ring. When would he be able to become a titled Douluo? Chapter 19. Tang San's heart races again. The child was still in the process of leveling up and naturally wouldn't pay attention to Jiang Ning's complaints. Xiaolon, stop playing for now. Wang Sheng, keep an eye on your senior sister and don't let her run off. We're about to take her to get her soul ring. Jiang Ning said, looking at Xiaolon, who was sitting on the ground, pulling the ears of the frightened underworld wolf. Oh! Xiaolon reluctantly released her grip, and with Wang Sheng holding her hand, she closely followed Jiang Ning. Master, that wolf is so cute. Its ears are so soft and fun to pull. Can it be my soul ring? As they walked, Xiaolon couldn't help but ask curiously. Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated by her question. Just because you like it, you want it to become a soul ring? No way. If you want it to be your soul ring, you have to kill it. Huh? Then I don't want that soul ring. I don't want to kill it. Master, what kind of soul beast are you going to take me to kill for my soul ring? Can we kill the ugly ones? Don't kill the cute ones. All right, Master will take you to kill something particularly fierce and particularly ugly. Not cute at all. What is it, Master? It's a snake. And a poisonous one at that. A poisonous snake? Poisonous snake is deserve. There was a kid in our village who got bitten by a poisonous snake. And to save his life, his finger had to be cut off. As they continued on, Xiaolan's cute and innocent remarks filled the air. Master, the target is ahead. I'm going first, Chu Hun suddenly said, his eyes lighting up. Okay. Chu Hun jumped forward and instantly disappeared from sight. Soon after, a loud shriek echoed from ahead, followed by silence. Seeing this, Jiang Ning knew Chu Hun had taken care of it, so he quickly walked with Wang Sheng and Xiaolon toward the front. They found a more than 4-meter-long snake with dark green scales lying on the ground, no longer moving. The dark green triangular head, paired with its purplish-red eye sockets, looked quite unsettling. However, Chu Hun was now standing on the snake's head, clearly having scared the mandala snake into unconsciousness. To prevent the mandala snake from pretending to be unconscious, Chu Hun thoughtfully stepped on its head, just in case. Master, this snake is indeed terrifying. It's so ugly. I've never seen such a big snake. It could eat a person. There was a hint of fear in Xiaolan's eyes. For Xiaolon, who had grown up in the Holy Soul Village and was only 6 years old, the snakes she had seen were usually just 1 meter long. Yes, this snake could swallow 4 of you whole, Jiang Ning said, pretending to be scary in a low voice. Who knows? It might jump right in front of you next moment. Master, senior sister, that snake really moved, Wang Sheng said, his voice tense and anxious. Master, protect me, I'm scared. Upon hearing Wang Sheng, Xiaolon immediately let go of his hand and rushed into Jiang Ning's arms, tightly gripping his clothes. Master, why aren't you moving? Didn't Wang Sheng say that snake moved? After closing her eyes for a minute, Xiaolon felt that nothing was happening and dared to open her eyes. The mandala snake was still lying there motionless, while Jiang Ning and Wang Sheng's faces were flushed from suppressing their laughter. Ha ha ha, senior sister, I was just kidding. Wang Sheng couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. So mean, master, junior brother, you are all so bad. Xiaolon is not talking to you anymore. Xiaolon stomped her feet in anger, her cheeks puffing out like a little balloon. All right, Xiaolon. Let's not delay any longer. Let's quickly kill this snake and absorb the soul ring. Jiang Ning led Xiaolon to the head of the mandala snake, took out a dagger, and cut through the scales and muscle tissue at the head to reveal the snake's brain. He then handed the dagger to Xiaolon, signaling her to act immediately. Xiaolon took the dagger and fiercely stabbed it into the snake's brain. She wanted to vent the fear she had just experienced onto this snake. Jiang Ning calmly watched this scene. The mandala snake had met its fate, and when it reached the underworld, it could brag to other soul beasts. I was killed by a tidal Douluo. What about you? What? A great soul master killed you? Pathetic. Yellow light spots slowly emerged from the body of the mandala snake, and then a yellow soul ring formed above its head. Summon your martial soul, and then use your soul power to draw in this yellow soul ring, and you can absorb it. It might hurt a little, so you have to endure it, Jiang Ning said to Xiaolon. Upon hearing this, Xiaolon was delighted and immediately sat cross-legged, summoning her martial soul as Jiang Ning instructed, drawing the soul ring toward her. Hurt? I'm not afraid, Xiaolon thought, but the next moment she realized she had spoken too soon. It hurts so much. The yellow soul ring shrank instantly, fitting around Xiaolan's blue silvergrass. Then Xiaolon felt a surge of energy like lava entering her body, racing through her from top to bottom. In an instant, she was drenched in sweat. However, she gritted her teeth and didn't scream out. As Master S' second disciple and Wang Sheng's senior sister, she couldn't lose face, perhaps because the mandala snake had been scared unconscious by Chuhan. A tidal Douluo, and then died. It didn't resist its fate of becoming a soul ring, so Xiaolon absorbed it much faster. In just a quarter of an hour, a yellow soul ring slowly took shape on Xiaolon. At this time, Tang San, who was still in the carriage, suddenly felt an inexplicable heart palpitation, exactly the same as what he felt earlier in the cafeteria. What is going on? Tang San felt a bit anxious and quickly mobilized the internal energy of his Xiantian skill to inspect his body. The internal energy circulated through his meridians, but he found no abnormalities in his body. Only then did Tang San let out a sigh of relief. Little San, we're almost there. Keep this safe. This is my spatial storage soul guide, Yu Xiaojiang said gently. Thank you, Master. I'll call it 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night. Chapter 20. The Heavy Armor Warrior. After absorbing the spirit ring, Xiaolon slowly opened her eyes and stood up. Master, is it really this amazing to absorb a spirit ring? Xiaolon felt that while the first half was hot and painful, the second half was completely comfortable and enjoyable. Warmth, relaxation. Of course. How do you feel now? Jiang Ning stared at Xiaolon and asked. I feel like Wang Sheng has become shorter, and you have too, Master, Xiaolon said in confusion. Jiang Ning and Wang Sheng were speechless. You've grown taller. What do you mean we've become shorter? Seriously, Jiang Ning sighed irritably. Huh? Really? Absorbing a spirit ring can make me taller, Xiaolon exclaimed joyfully. Previously, her head barely reached Jiang Ning's waist, but now was almost at his shoulder. At 6 years old, her physical development looked more like that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Looking at herself, Xiaolon noticed that not only had she grown taller, but her skin had also become fairer. Master, absorbing the spirit ring is truly wonderful. I want more, I want more. Xiaolan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Jiang Ning and Wang Sheng were once again at a loss for words. Go back and study hard. Train well. Stop thinking about just absorbing spirit rings, Jiang Ning said calmly, seeing through her thoughts. After all, Xiaolon had only been a naive village child 2 days ago and knew very little about spirit masters. Xiaolon, what is the skill of your first spirit ring? Jiang Ning asked. Master, it's bind, and it can also carry the toxicity of this snake, but only has a paralyzing effect. As expected, Jiang Ning thought to himself. This means that teaching Xiaolon will be easy, as she follows Tang San's opportunities. Staying one step ahead of him, I am creating a female version of Tang San. Master, do you want me to demonstrate this spirit ring skill? Xiaolon summoned her martial spirit, with blue shimmering grass leaves swaying and a yellow spirit ring spinning above. No need. There will be a time for you to demonstrate later. Let's go. We need to find a spirit ring for Wang Sheng now, Jiang Ning said while stroking his chin. Wang Sheng's martial spirit was the battle tiger, and after consuming the rare mushroom, it had evolved into the golden-eyed white tiger. Jiang Ning was quite surprised when he first learned about it. Dai Mu Bai had the evil eye white tiger, and Wang Sheng had managed to get a golden-eyed white tiger, which should also be a truly top-tier beast martial spirit. I wonder what it will evolve into when Wang Sheng reaches Spirit King and takes the Bloodline Evolution Pill. What should be Wang Sheng's first spirit ring? Jiang Ning pondered. With 3 apprentices now, Li Chuangang was a typical assault-type spirit master, while Xiaolan was a typical control-type spirit master. How about Wang Sheng become a heavy armor warrior? Half assault and half defense? After all, he could take hits and had a relatively steady and strong personality. As the saying goes, those who endure hardship will reap endless rewards. Since that's the case, why not give Wang Sheng a 100-year-old turtle soul beast as his first spirit ring? Just like that, Wang Sheng, who was nearby and heard that they were going to find his spirit ring, had an excited and expectant look on his face. He had no idea that in his master's mind, he had already been clearly arranged. Go. Are there turtle-type soul beasts over 100 years old in this soul-hunting forest? Jiang Ning asked Chuhan. Master, no. In my perception, this forest only has a very small lake. Given the size of this lake, it would have a maximum age of only 10 years. 10 years? That's not enough. What other soul beasts are suitable? Jiang Ning recalled that he had a decent memory of the soul beasts mentioned in the original text of the Spirit Master Continent. However, there was not much recorded about this soul-hunting forest in the original text. Moreover, this soul-hunting forest in Nodding City was indeed quite low-level, lacking high bloodline soul beasts. Otherwise, Yu Xiaojing wouldn't have dared to bring Tang San here. Forget it. Let us ask Chu Han, Jiang Ning thought. Chu Han was a title de law, and although he didn't know where the system had pulled him from their previous interactions, he seemed quite knowledgeable. Go. Do you have any suggestions for Wang Sheng's soul ring? I mean, something that can be found in this soul-hunting forest and related to attributes like life, strength, and resilience. Let me think and take a look around. Chu Han nodded in agreement, but didn't provide an immediate answer. Instead, he jumped up to the highest tree nearby and began to look around. Before long, Chu Han came back down. Master, there are 4 soul beasts that are relatively suitable. Oh, 4? One is a 400-year-old netherwolf. One is a 400-year-old solitary bamboo. One is a 300-year-old wind baboon, and one is a 100-year-old yellow-spotted tiger. A 100-year-old yellow-spotted tiger? That's a bit low in age. Jiang Ning frowned. Having a suitable tiger-type soul beast would be the best, but unfortunately, there wasn't one. There are 2 600-year-old yellow-spotted tigers besides this 100-year-old one. 600 years old is okay as a second spirit ring, but as a first spirit ring, it would definitely explode. Jiang Ning shook his head. A 400-year-old nether wolf sounds decent. However, if absorbed, the spirit ring would likely only provide an increase in attack and agility. No, Wang Sheng doesn't need that. A 300-year-old wind baboon? That's even worse. If I don't want the 400-year-old nether wolf, why would I want a 300-year-old baboon? The 400-year-old solitary bamboo has excellent defense, life, and resilience, but it's just too purely defensive. Let's ask Wang Sheng himself, Jiang Ning thought. Wang Sheng, Master, what kind of first spirit ring do you want? Master, I don't understand this. Whatever you say, I'll listen. Nonsense. If I let you get a 10-year-old turtle spirit ring, would you want it? Of course. In 6th grade, the top student, Xiao Qinyu, only had a 10-year-old nether wolf as his first spirit ring. Jiang Ning was speechless. Xiao Qinyu? What a loser. He'll be lucky to reach great spirit master in his lifetime, let alone spirit sage, which will depend on luck. It seemed that Wang Sheng had been at Nodding Academy for so many years without ever encountering a true genius and didn't dare to think too highly. He thought a 10-year-old turtle spirit ring was good, possibly thinking that after obtaining the spirit ring, he could protect his younger siblings. With this thought, Jiang Ning couldn't help but look at Wang Sheng with a bit more affection. This 3rd apprentice was a good catch. The sect would need someone like him in the future. Wang Sheng, after thinking it over, Master has decided to guide you towards becoming a heavy armor warrior. A heavy armor warrior? What is that? Someone who can take hits and fight back. Think about it. Your big brother's martial spirit is like a sword, unmatched in attack. Your second sister's current skill is to tie people up, and her future skills will still be about tying people up in various ways. So what are you going to do? I mean, as a small team of 3, what will you do? Jiang Ning's expression turned serious. Wang Sheng scratched his head, somewhat at a loss. A shield for protection? Wang Sheng said tentatively. Exactly. The spirit I found for you is a 400-year-old solitary bamboo. If you absorb it, your physique will definitely become more resilient, and your defense will be quite good, especially in resisting negative effects like dizziness and poisoning. It will definitely be powerful and enduring. A man must be enduring. Jiang Ning grinned and said, "All right, master." Wang Sheng showed no hesitation. Perhaps his thoughts were inclined towards protection and defense. 400 years of solitary bamboo. He had never dared to imagine it before. "Are you sure?" "No regrets. No regrets," Wang Sheng declared resolutely. Seeing Wang Sheng like this, Jiang Ning said nothing more, but his eyes held a bit more admiration for Wang Sheng. "Let's go, Chu Han. Take us to find that 400-year-old solitary bamboo." "All right, my lord." Chapter 21. Tang Sin was still studying the Soul Beast Encyclopedia. The lonely bamboo, as the name suggests, is a very solitary bamboo. Unlike ordinary bamboo that exists in clusters, it is like a hermit among plant-type soul beasts, in the midst of tall and dense trees. The lonely bamboo stands alone, making it hard for people to notice. If it weren't for the presence of Chu Han, Jiang Ning and the others wouldn't have realized that there was such a plant-type soul beast in the forest. This 400-year-old lonely bamboo was not as large as Jiang Ning had imagined. 100 years of cultivation results in a height of 10 meters. And for every additional 100 years, it grows 1 meter taller, while its toughness and vitality continue to improve. Currently, it stands 13 meters tall, its bamboo body emitting a faint yellow glow, with its leaves gently swaying, producing a subtle rustling sound. "Xiaolan, this bamboo is impressive enough for you to test your first soul skill," Jiang Ning said, looking at the lonely bamboo. "Okay." Xiaolan was eager to try. The blue-silver grass martial soul appeared in her right hand, and a yellow soul ring circled around her. "First soul skill bind, Xiaolan Xiaodet," and the leaves of the blue-silver grass instantly elongated and widened, darting towards the lonely bamboo like a mandala snake. Dozens of blue-silver grass strands wrapped around the lonely bamboo, emitting a blue glow that indicated the paralysis toxin effect. The lonely bamboo was surrounded by a yellow glow, intertwining with the blue glow as if it were resisting. Then, a scene that left Jiang Ning dumbfounded occurred. The lonely bamboo began to shake violently. Its roots, like its feet buried in the ground, were pulled out directly. Then, it started to bounce and hop away into the distance. "Master, help me." Xiaolan's blue-silver grass was still tied to the lonely bamboo, and she was momentarily caught off guard, being dragged away by the lonely bamboo. As the lonely bamboo bounced, Xiaolan was also lifted into the air, fluctuating up and down. This scene looked like the lonely bamboo was flying a kite. Except the kite was a person. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel amused. "Guan." Hearing Jiang Ning's command, Chu Han knew what to do. With a cold snort, an invisible pressure converged towards the lonely bamboo. Even though the lonely bamboo had jumped several dozen meters away, it stopped instantly, trembling all over. The leaves of the bamboo fell off as if they had given up. Oh no! The lonely bamboo stopped, and Xiaolan fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Quickly, she got up, covered in dirt, and stuck out her tongue at the lonely bamboo. "Wang Sheng, catch the dagger." Jiang Ning passed the dagger he had previously used for Xiaolan to Wang Sheng. "Just make a few cuts on the bamboo sheath to completely sever the connection between the sheath and the bamboo body." "Okay, master." Wang Sheng took the dagger and walked towards the lonely bamboo, aiming for the base of the bamboo sheath and delivering a fierce strike. Bang! The dagger hit the bamboo sheath like it was striking a steel plate, making a crisp sound. Wang Sheng didn't expect the bamboo sheath to be so hard. The dagger slipped from his grasp and was thrown back. So hard, Jiang Ning was also taken aback. "Master, let me suppress the lonely bamboo's defense with my soul power, and then Wang Sheng can cut the bamboo sheath," Chu Han suggested, extending his palm to grasp the shimmering yellow lonely bamboo, unleashing a powerful black soul power from his hand. As the black soul power appeared, the yellow glow on the lonely bamboo vanished instantly. Clearly, under Chu Han's soul power suppression, the lonely bamboo lost its ability to resist, and the tall bamboo trunk that had been shaking stopped moving. Seeing this, Wang Sheng's eyes flashed with golden light as he picked up the dagger again and approached the lonely bamboo. At this moment, he appeared to be draped in a layer of yellow gauze. Wang Sheng had activated his martial soul. "Lonely bamboo, become the power that protects everything for me." Wang Sheng roared, gripping the dagger tightly and striking at the bamboo sheath. This time, the dagger cut deep into the bamboo sheath, almost halfway through. As the dagger pierced in, the lonely bamboo trembled violently, as if it were moaning. Its roots emitted a much brighter yellow glow, attempting a desperate struggle. However, it only moved once more before becoming still, firmly suppressed by Chu Hun's black soul power. Wang Sheng held tightly onto the dagger embedded deep in the bamboo sheath and exerted force once again. This time, the bamboo sheath and the bamboo body were directly severed. At the moment the bamboo sheath and body were completely cut apart, a faint cracking sound emanated from the entire bamboo body. With the lonely bamboo now dead, Chu Hun ceased to suppress its trunk. He grasped again, crushing the entire bamboo trunk into powder with unmatched strength, scattering it in the wind. Subsequently, yellow light spots spread out from the bamboo sheath, coalescing into a yellow soul ring. Wang Sheng looked at this scene, utterly shocked. When would he possess such powerful strength as Chu Hun? Calm your thoughts and absorb the soul ring, Jiang Ning said lightly. The sun was nearing the horizon, and Jiang Ning did not want to spend the night in this desolate, wolf-infested, soul-hunting forest with 2 children. Hearing this, Wang Sheng set aside the gleaming dagger and sat cross-legged against the bamboo sheath. His eyes revealed immense longing as he gazed at the soul ring. Then, he closed his eyes, and like Shaolin before, his yellow soul power enveloped the soul ring of the lonely bamboo. In an instant, the yellow soul ring shrank down, encircling Wang Sheng. At that moment, Wang Sheng felt as if his body was about to burst, and his previously steadfast face twisted and contorted. However, he felt even more excited. He was about to absorb his martial soul's first soul ring and become a true soul master. Meanwhile, Tang Xin was still following Yu Shaojiang, gradually learning about the soul beast encyclopedia. Xiao San, this old beast is called the spotted cat. Its soul power glow is white, and it is a 10-year soul beast. Xiao San, this old beast is called the lonely bamboo. Its height does not exceed 10 meters and is not yet 100 years old, also a 10-year soul beast. Xiao San, I plan to take you to catch a soul beast that is at least 300 years old, to serve as your first soul ring. Of course, it's best to aim for 400 years, as the maximum absorbable age for the first soul ring is 423 years. These conclusions are based on my careful research, so they can't be wrong. Xiao San, you must study hard. Truly, Master is knowledgeable, even aware of the upper limit for the absorbable age of the first soul ring. How fortunate I am. Tang Xin listened attentively, his heart blooming with joy. However, he could never have imagined that in this soul-hunting forest, the 2 best choices for his first soul ring had already been snatched by Jiang Ning for his 2 disciples. At this moment, his fate also began to change slightly. Even his fortune began to dwindle. Chapter 22 Strange. Why are there no 100-year soul beasts? Strange, I've been in here for so long, yet I haven't seen a single 100-year soul beast. Yu Shaojiang thought about how all the soul beasts he encountered on this journey were only 10 years old. He hadn't come across a single 100-year soul beast, which felt very odd. What happened to the soul-hunting forest? Could it be that all the 100-year soul beasts were killed off? That shouldn't be the case. Yu Shaojiang was puzzled. Although he was indeed worried that he couldn't handle some 100-year soul beasts, he brought Tang San to the soul-hunting forest near Nodding City. Moreover, after entering the forest, they had only been circling the outskirts and had not ventured into the inner ring. However, this was the soul-hunting forest of the Heaven Do Empire, where soul beasts were raised. If there were hardly any 100-year soul beasts, it would be a disgrace. Of course, the same doubts also appeared in the minds of others who entered the soul-hunting forest today. They had paid to hunt for soul rings. Unexpectedly, they couldn't even find a single 100-year soul beast, which made them furious enough to want to curse the Heaven Do Empire's troops. The reason was quite simple. After Chu Han released his titled Douluo aura, all the 100-year soul beasts in this soul-hunting forest were scared out of their wits and hid away. As for why the 10-year soul beasts didn't hide, the reason was also simple. All the good hiding spots were taken by the 100-year soul beasts. They couldn't fight back, and many were intentionally driven out by these 100-year soul beasts just to be sent to their deaths. The law of the jungle in the world of soul beasts was indeed very direct. Today, under the pretense of learning about soul beasts, Yu Shaojiang took Tang San to wander around the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. He couldn't possibly do the same tomorrow, right? If they entered the core area of the soul-hunting forest, there would be quite a few dangerous 100-year soul beasts. He originally planned to bring Tang San a hunt for a 2 or 300-year plant-type soul beast, kill it, and that would be it. Plant-type soul beasts prefer areas with strong sunlight, so they often appear even in the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, without needing to specifically venture into the dangerous core area. Moreover, plant-type soul beasts usually only have defensive and escape capabilities, and very few have offensive means. But now, it seemed there was no choice but to enter the core area. The thought of entering the core area made Yu Shaojiang feel a bit uneasy. After all, he was just a level 29 Great Soul Master, and his martial soul was a farting 3 cannon, if he really encountered one. At best, he would lose his reputation, and at worst, he could lose his life. Could it be he could only find a 10-year soul ring for Tang San? Don't forget, Tang San's father is Tang Ritian. If he were to give Tang San a 10-year soul ring as his first soul ring, wouldn't Tang Ritian hang him up and beat him? Just thinking about this made Yu Shaojiang feel a bit anxious. The cold gaze Tang Ritian had given him before leaving, when he handed over the Spirit Hall token, sent shivers down his spine. Was that gaze a warning? A threat? He didn't know, but he would never forget it. Master, can you tell me what kind of soul beast you plan to take me to hunt for my soul ring? Seeing Yu Shaojiang deep in thought, Tang San thought he was contemplating his soul ring and took the initiative to ask. This seemingly ordinary question made Yu Shaojiang's eyes narrow and his heart feel heavy. Could it be Tang San also knew his true level and was only pretending before? And now he was reminding or warning him not to attempt to escape. The more Yu Shaojiang thought, the colder his heart became, and even in his gaze toward Tang San, there was a hint of fear. However, he was after all a middle-aged man who could adapt and control his expressions, so it was just a small matter. This hint of fear was deeply buried in his heart. Shao San, your martial soul, blue silvergrass, is a plant type. I've told you before that soul masters absorbing soul rings don't need to forcefully distinguish between plant and animal types. They just need to look at the attributes. In my view, life attribute or poison attribute will be the best choices for your soul ring. Corresponding soul beasts include 2 types. One is bamboo and vine-type plant soul beasts. The other includes poisonous soul beasts like snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and toads. The former provides you with auxiliary capabilities, while the latter provides you with strong offensive capabilities. Tang San frowned, as if he was trying to understand and think about which of these 2 options would be better for him. He had the internal power of the Xintian skill and various skills and hidden weapons from the Xintian manual, so he had offensive means. His other martial soul would definitely be a strong offensive type, so when he absorbed the soul ring, his offensive capability would surely not be weak. Therefore, leaning towards auxiliary capabilities seemed not bad. However, if the various skills and hidden weapons from the Xintian manual were exposed, it might easily lead to suspicion and alertness, especially the hidden weapons. So he also needed capabilities leaning towards strong offense. The more Tang San thought, the more he frowned. However, to Yu Shaojiang, Tang San's frown made the fear he had just suppressed surge back up. Perhaps Tang San thought he was considering the issue incorrectly? Then, how should he respond? Just as Yu Shaojiang was racking his brain on how to communicate with Tang San next, Tang San's own proactive statement made him feel relieved. Master, I think it's better to lean towards absorbing a soul ring that can give me strong offensive capabilities. If there really aren't any, then we can consider plant-type soul rings leaning towards auxiliary capabilities. All right, Shao San. Then tomorrow I will definitely take you to find poisonous soul beasts like snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, and toads, Yu Shaojiang said, forcing himself to appear calm. Since Tang San had already said so, he didn't need to guess blindly anymore. The stone in Yu Shaojiang's heart finally fell, and a smile even spread across his face. It seemed like he was praising Tang San for being able to listen to his advice and make a choice between these 2 categories. Come on, Shao San. You go sprinkle this powder around to form a circle, and I'll set up the tent. Okay. The sky gradually darkened, and Yu Shaojiang set up the tent with Tang San and was getting ready to sleep. A low wolf howl echoed, And then several pairs of green eyes appeared around you, Xiao Jiang. Oomph, wolf pups, do you dare disturb me with your tenure trash? Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang felt as if the pent-up frustration in his heart had found an outlet. Farting like thunder, the booming 3 cannons. With a thunderous fart, the 3 cannons made their dazzling debut. The 10-year phantom wolves instantly tucked their tails and fled. Yu Xiaojiang turned around, wanting to show off to Tang San and demonstrate his status as a master. Unexpectedly, he saw Tang San's tightly furrowed brows again, and his heart inexplicably panicked. Chapter 23. Parting the clouds to see the sun. The power of this world is truly marvelous. It actually requires no skills, just soul power and soul rings, to unleash such a powerful effect. However, what is this thing? Is the ability just nonsense? No wonder the teacher mentioned his martial soul, while others avoided talking about the master. It stinks so much, how can one sleep? In fact, Tang San was thinking this. How do you feel? Master, I feel great. Absorbing the soul ring was indeed as refreshing as senior sister said. Wang Sheng said seriously, looking at Jiang Ning. Without the master, I wouldn't know when I could feel this good. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes. What kind of talk is that? What does it mean to say he wouldn't know without the master? If others heard it, they might think something strange was going on between them. Jiang Ning stroked his chin and carefully examined Wang Sheng. Compared to before absorbing the soul ring, Wang Sheng had undergone quite a significant change. It could be said that this absorption had completely activated the medicinal effects of the rare herb buried within him. The evolved martial soul looked as if it had taken a powerful tonic, with even more astonishing golden light in its shadow. Wang Sheng's own aura had also changed. If before he was like a battered, humiliated tiger with no dignity, now he was a majestic king of the jungle, exuding dominance. Master, my first soul skill is indeed as you predicted. Oh, tell me about it. My first soul skill is called Azure Pattern Armor. As he spoke, Wang Sheng activated his martial soul. Instantly, the shadow of his martial soul fused with him. Wang Sheng's muscles began to bulge. His eyes sparkled with golden light, and his fingernails transformed into claws like a tiger, gleaming with a metallic luster. Then, Wang Sheng's first soul ring flashed, and a layer of azure patterns similar to those on the solitary bamboo covered his body. Supported by Wang Sheng's soul power, these azure patterns seemed to turn into a light blue, skin-tight armor. Master, my soul skill has 2 effects. Wang Sheng was somewhat shocked himself. First, it can greatly enhance my defense. While the skill is active, my defense increases by 30, and my recovery speed for vitality, soul power, and stamina also increases by 30, with high resistance to all control type and negative effect skills. It can reduce the duration and effect of control or negative effects. And when subjected to continuous attacks from the same source or type of control skills, it can reduce their duration by up to 50. Second, when receiving direct physical attacks, it can emit a wave-like counterattack that causes a slight shock effect on the attacker. Not bad. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment and praise. This soul ring absorption was truly worthwhile. It was as if he had directly brought over the strongest skill of the solitary bamboo soul beast. With this soul skill, Wang Sheng would surely not be weaker than an average defense-type soul master in terms of damage resistance. Moreover, with the inherent strength and sharp claws of his martial soul, the golden-eyed white tiger, he also possessed decent offensive capabilities. The second soul skill of the Azure Pattern Armor, which counterattacks direct physical attacks and causes a slight shock effect, is also easy to understand. It means that when attacked with hands, legs, knives, guns, or sticks, it will impose a certain negative effect on the attacker. Although he didn't know exactly how this slight shock effect worked, if utilized well, it might just be an opportunity to turn the tide of battle. Wang Sheng must now be on par with soul masters of the same rank who possess the evil white tiger martial soul. Wang Sheng, you are truly advancing through adversity, parting the clouds to see the sun. Jiang Ning felt a mix of emotion and pride. From waste to genius. This is the charm of Jiang Ning. If it weren't for the system currently upgrading and in slumber, it would surely be mocking Jiang Ning right now, not sparing him a bit of criticism. Master, what you just said sounds very cultured. I don't understand. Wang Sheng felt that the master was praising him, and the word sounded nice. However, he was uneducated and didn't understand the meaning, so with a learning attitude, he still asked, "What does it mean, master?" Ah. Now, it was Jiang Ning's turn to facepalm. This phrase was something he learned while scrolling through Douyin in his past life. The accompanying short video was just some face-slapping novels and a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. If he had to explain it seriously now, he could only spout nonsense. In a brief moment, Jiang Ning's mind was racing, and he finally thought of how to say it. This phrase means a salted fish turning over. Master, what does a salted fish turning over mean? Junior brother, you are so dumb. I know this. When salted fish is being fried or deep-fried, it has to be flipped, or it will burn. Little Lon chimed in eagerly. What master means is that he thinks you are too burnt now and need a flip. Oh, okay. I'll flip over right now. After saying that, Wang Sheng turned around, even thinking that after his martial soul transformed into the golden-eyed white tiger. His eyes indeed seemed to be on fire, making the master uncomfortable. In the future, he should carry sunglasses with him, and they should be a bit larger, or else he couldn't wear them when his martial soul was activated. Wang Sheng thought to himself. Jiang Ning was speechless, looking at little Lon, who was stifling her laughter, and gave her a light tap on the head. All right, you little Lon, you managed to fool your junior brother. When we return to Notting City, you go buy some seeds for Wang Sheng. Okay, master. The latter covered her head and shrank her neck in response, then walked away, but the smile in her eyes remained. Now, it was Wang Sheng's turn to be dumbfounded. What is going on? This little girl is only 6 years old, and she successfully played a trick on me. Wang Sheng, that previous statement is not what your senior sister meant. Master, then what does it mean? If a salted fish doesn't turn over, it will indeed burn. Jiang Ning listened and also wanted to give Wang Sheng a light tap on the head. However, he refrained. Wang Sheng was a good boy and deserved patience. Jiang Ning comforted himself internally. A salted fish turning over means that the cheapest salted fish suddenly becomes very expensive, as valuable as shark fins. Oh, okay, master, I understand. Oh, what do you understand? Jiang Ning was somewhat skeptical. How could Wang Sheng comprehend it so quickly? It didn't seem right. Master means that I should become the most expensive salted fish in the future. Jiang Ning was completely baffled. However, upon reflection, it seemed that was about the meaning, more or less. Jiang Ning looked up at the sky. The sunset was almost gone, and night was fast approaching. He waved his hand to the others and said, all right, while it's not completely dark yet, let us set off and leave the soul-hunting forest. Returning to the carriage. We'll have the carriage make a night journey back to Notting City, and we can sleep in the carriage. We should arrive just as dawn breaks. Chapter 24. Beaten by the old. The young come on the night of the soul-hunting forest, apart from some nocturnal soul beasts. The vast majority of soul beasts were in a state of deep sleep. However, this night was quite the opposite. The century-old soul beasts occupied the nest that usually belonged to the nocturnal soul beasts, driving them out to their doom. It wasn't until Jiang Ning and his group left, and the pressure from the soul master dissipated, that these century-old soul beasts breathed a sigh of relief. In the central circle of the soul-hunting forest, a tiger-type soul beast with a body covered in yellow spots and boasting 600 years of cultivation was currently hiding in a nest built by several 10-year mole soul beasts. As for the moles, they had undoubtedly been driven out. It would have been merciful of it not to have eaten them. Throughout that day, it felt as if the pressure had eyes, scrutinizing it multiple times. Even when it frantically hid in the mole's nest, it still felt as if it was being watched. This feeling was, of course, familiar to it. The hunter and the prey. It sent shivers down its spine. At that moment, it reminisced about its life in the young beast breeding grounds of Tiando City. Following behind the bipedal beasts, it had milk to drink and rabbits and hens that it didn't have to hunt itself. However, once it grew a little bigger, it was tossed into the soul-hunting forest. From then on, it had to catch rabbits on its own, guard against other soul beasts, and be wary of the bipedal beasts. Fortunately, it was clever, and now, with over 600 years of cultivation, it had become one of the overlords in this forest. It could say that as long as it didn't act recklessly or invade the territories of other overlords, it could live a leisurely life. Woo-woo, goodbye. It even wiped its tears, wanting to leave a will for itself. If it got caught by the bipedal beasts, it would be a one-way trip. What would happen to its little female leopards? Suddenly, it realized that the pressure had vanished, and the feeling of being watched was gone. Haha, I, the tiger, am blessed, turning misfortune into good fortune. It was overjoyed. Then, the primal desires that had been suppressed all day long could no longer be contained and erupted at that moment. Similar situations began to unfold throughout the soul-hunting forest. Mating was happening. Hunting was taking place. Plundering was occurring. Soon, the night in the soul-hunting forest became exceptionally lively. However, the post-disaster revelry of the soul beast became a source of fright and disaster for the soul masters in the forest. After all, most soul beasts detested the scent of humans. Meng, we should withdraw quickly. We have incurred losses this time. We can think of ways to get soul rings later, and we can earn gold soul coins again in the future. If we lose our lives, that's it. A middle-aged man wielding a hammer, with one white and one yellow soul ring, turned his face and spoke heavily to a young lad behind him. The young lad also held a hammer, was about 167 meters tall, but still had a youthful look on his face. Moreover, the hammer in his hand was noticeably smaller, and he had no soul rings on him. In front of them were several century-old spotted cats. In the distance, there seemed to be a century-old nether wolf, accompanied by a dozen 10-year nether wolves lurking around. They could never have imagined that the century-old soul beasts they had been unable to find during the day suddenly all appeared in the middle of the night. Let's go. Uncle Jiang. The young lad's face was uncertain, and his heart was a mess. But he still decided to follow the middle-aged man's advice. With so many soul beasts appearing, Uncle Jiang could withdraw directly, but if a fight broke out, Uncle Jiang wouldn't be able to protect him. Similar situations unfolded in many soul master teams. However, while some felt their scalps tingle and chose to retreat, others, due to their stubbornness, chose to confront the situation head-on. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were among them. When it was Tang San's turn to keep watch, Yu Xiaojiang fell asleep immediately. Then, it was a symphony of various soul beast sounds, which woke him from his slumber. Right after that, he found himself facing several century-old nether wolves leading a pack of over a dozen nether wolves. Tang San frowned and retreated behind Yu Xiaojiang. Master, you're farting. No, it's the soul beasts that are farting, right? This time I'm ready to hold my breath. I'm not afraid of the stench. Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned a bit grim. He wasn't too worried at all about the 10-year-old pups. The century-old nether wolves, however, were several in number and not easy to deal with. Why did the nether wolf pack suddenly appear on the periphery? And where did those century-old soul beasts come from that they couldn't find during the day? Moreover, it was just getting light out. This was the most active time for nether wolves, so why were they mobilizing in groups? The key point was that the position of these nether wolves was directly in the direction they needed to retreat from the soul-hunting forest. Should they kill all these wolves or retreat towards the center of the soul-hunting forest? However, killing all these wolves and then breaking out was uncertain. He didn't know if San Pao's stench would be enough. He hadn't even found a suitable soul ring for Tang San yet. If he had known, he should have fed San Pao a few more white radishes yesterday. Yu Xiaojiang felt a twinge of regret. Little San, I'll activate my soul skill, and we'll retreat directly to the right rear. Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and decided to withdraw first. All right, Tang San responded decisively, his eyes even glowing with purple light, the purple extreme magic eye. San Pao, go, shake the heavens and the earth, Yu Xiaojiang said in a deep voice. Puff. Accompanied by the sound of flatulence, the yellow gas was particularly conspicuous in the dimly lit forest. Woo-woo. Leader, I can't take it. That stinky smoke released by the bipedal beast is too foul. Woo-woo. Help, help. The smoke has blinded me. I can't see, it's so ugly. I'm going to vomit. Woo-woo. Spread out for now. Once the smoke clears, we'll rush over and bite them to death. Yu Xiaojiang wiped his sweat. Just as that group of wolves was held up by San Pao's first soul skill, he and Tang San had successfully retreated nearly 2 miles. Little San, you don't need to worry about the wolves catching up. After all, San Pao's stench is enough to mask our scent. So we want to be tracked. Yu Xiaojiang stomped his foot and said, pretending to be relaxed. Master, it seems there's a soul beast under your feet. About 4 meters long. Tang San, standing a few meters away from Yu Xiaojiang, said expressionlessly. Ah, Yu Xiaojing was stunned and then looked down. Greenish scales, a sweet and fishy scent, a 4-meter-long serpent body. 400 years. Mandala snake? Yu Xiaojing's expression changed drastically, and he swallowed hard. Sanpao. Shake the heavens and the earth go. Puff. Yu Xiaojing hurriedly rushed to Tang San's side and pulled him away. After a while, the two of them managed to escape another mile. And no, it's fine now. Yu Xiaojing gasped for breath. Master, that snake didn't move at all. Could it be dead? Tang San asked curiously. Although he had the purple extreme magic eye, it was dark and visibility in the forest was poor, so he hadn't taken a close look earlier. He did see that the snake hadn't moved. However, he didn't understand soul beasts and didn't know whether the beast being still meant it was dead or something else. To be safe, he still told Yu Xiaojing. Unexpectedly, Yu Xiaojing took him and ran, and only now did he have the chance to ask. Yu Xiaojing was dumbfounded. Not moving? If it's not moving, that means it's dead. Otherwise, with this mandala snake's ferocity, it would have attacked us long ago. After a brief contemplation, Yu Xiaojing's expression darkened. However, he then thought of the treasures, the gallbladder, muscles, eyes, and venom sac of the 400-year-old mandala snake, and his face instantly brightened with joy. Let's go, Tang San. We're heading back now. Pulling Tang San along, Yu Xiaojing returned to the spot where he had just encountered the mandala snake. It was indeed dead, with only a wound on its head while the rest of its body was intact. Yu Xiaojing was overjoyed. He didn't know who had done this, but the 400-year-old mandala snake had seemingly put up no resistance and died here. However, he didn't need to ponder who was responsible. The remaining snake body was now his treasure. Just when he was out of money, it was time to make a profit. Yu Xiaojing thought to himself. He then took out a dagger embedded with sapphires, preparing to dissect the snake body and extract the useful parts. Just as he circled around the snake body twice. Contemplating where to start, Tang San spoke up. Master, you've stepped on a snake again. It's fine, this snake is dead. No, Master. I mean, you stepped on a snake again. It's not the one from before. Hiss. Under his feet, he indeed stepped on a snake. This snake was nearly 2 meters long, but it was very much alive. Its head had already lifted, and the triangular-shaped head, along with its 2 emerald-green eyes, was now facing him. Viscous green venom was dripping from its mouth. Hiss! Accompanied by this sound, Yu Xiaojing suddenly felt a bit stiff all over. After dealing with the old one, here come the young one? This is bad. My soul power isn't enough. Chapter 25. Tang San's first spirit ring. Looking at Yu Xiaojing lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth and stiffening, Tang San was at a loss for words. After seeing the more than 100-year-old mandala snake just now, Yu Xiaojing had no time to react before he was bitten. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojing's face changed dramatically, and he took 3 steps back, just as he was about to summon his martial spirit for a desperate fight. The poison gas surged up. Oh no! Before Yu Xiaojing could do anything else, he collapsed on the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mandala snake raised its head, flicking its tongue. Its eyes held an incomparably cold chill. However, Tang San seemed to see a trace of hatred in its eyes. Could it be that this obviously smaller mandala snake is the descendant of the already deceased giant mandala snake? Tang San thought to himself, feeling a bit surprised. Although Yu Xiaojing's strength was lacking, he indeed had a solid theoretical foundation. Soul beasts like the 5 poisons were very suitable as spirit rings for his blue-silver grass martial spirit. This mandala snake, although only over 100 years old, had already developed very strong toxicity. A great soul master like Yu Xiaojing was bitten and quickly succumbed to the poison, collapsing unconscious with soul power attached. If I kill this mandala snake and obtain its poison, wouldn't my blue-silver grass martial spirit? Looking at the mandala snake, which was ready to attack again at any moment, Tang San's internal energy of the Xiantian skill circulated rapidly. With the master unconscious, he no longer needed to hide his abilities. The purple light reappeared in his eyes, the purple extreme demon eye. His ears twitched, clearly listening for sounds to determine positions. Tang San placed his hand on the 24-bridge Mingyuan knight at his waist and directly drew out a half-meter-long short sword. The mandala snake. The ground was covered in the mandala snake's blood. The previously majestic snake was now twitching on the ground. Its body was covered with various wounds, especially at the 7-inch point, which was a bloody mess. The half-meter-long short sword in Tang San's hand had already pierced into its brain. Evidently, this mandala snake was dead beyond recovery. The so-called twitching was merely a muscular reaction. Less than a minute later, even the final twitching ceased. A yellow spirit ring emerged from its corpse. Tang San stood before the spirit ring, his face illuminated by a yellow glow. He squinted his eyes, examining the spirit ring. Absorbing it would allow him to initially access this world's unique and marvelous power. However, Tang San turned his head to glance at the collapsed Yu Xiaojiang's side and decided to save him first. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was his master. Moreover, in Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang held a certain status. His second spirit ring still relied on Yu Xiaojiang's connections. It would be best to be able to get the principal of Nodding Academy to help. With this in mind, Tang San stepped forward, cut open the snake's corpse, and extracted the snake gall. He then performed a series of procedures to draw blood, detoxify, use internal energy to drive out poison, and fed Yu Xiaojiang the snake gall. Afterwards, Tang San sat down to wait. He did not rush to absorb the spirit ring, as they were in the soul hunting forest where other soul beasts could suddenly appear. After a soul beast was killed, the spirit ring did not disappear so quickly. Once Yu Xiaojiang woke up, he would have someone to guard him. At that time, it would be safer to absorb the spirit ring. Where am I? Hiss, my head hurts a bit. My right hand also hurts a bit. What does this taste in my mouth? Wait, is this the mandala snake? Yu Xiaojiang opened his eyes, sensing something was wrong with his body, and for a moment, he was a bit dazed. He patted his head and connected back to his previous memories. Right, Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang became a bit anxious after being bitten by the mandala snake. He quickly fainted on the ground, losing consciousness. Tang San wouldn't have been bitten by the mandala snake too, would he? He had his martial spirit protecting him, and he was still like this if Tang San was bitten. Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly forced himself to stand up, and his vision was already poor, making him feel dizzy. For a moment, he didn't even notice Tang San, who was just a few meters away. Tang San looked around, but he didn't even notice Yu Xiaojiang, who was dazed and thought he looked a bit foolish. No. Could it be that the snake's poison has harmed the master's brain, directly turning him into a fool? He quickly called out, "Teacher, you finally woke up?" After hearing this call, Yu Xiaojiang finally felt that the scene in front of him came together clearly. Little San, it's good that you're fine. Strange. How come you're okay? Did that over 100-year-old mandala snake escape? Yu Xiaojiang was puzzled, feeling even more headache. Master, it's like this. After you fainted just now, you quickly started foaming at the mouth, your face turning dark blue, looking like you were about to die. Get to the point. Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect to have an accident with a soul beast that was less than 200 years old. Losing face in front of his disciple, his face, already pale from being poisoned and bled, now looked even more haggard, with disheveled hair and a face full of fear, anxiety, confusion, and shame, making him look like a living ghost. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojiang's appearance and sighed inwardly. Forget it, I'll just go along with him. Tang San then pretended to be a bit scared. He stammered, "Teacher, I was really scared when you were bitten by that snake. I was so scared that I couldn't even run." At that moment, a person in a black cloak appeared and quickly controlled the mandala snake. He even told me to kill this snake, saying it would be my first spirit ring. However, he was in a hurry, just taught me to let you detoxify, and then left. When I was in the village, I heard the elders say that snake gall could detoxify, so I found a way to get the snake gall for you to eat. After saying this, Tang San felt a bit nervous. His words seemed a bit too coincidental, too easy to be suspected. However, what he saw was Yu Xiaojiang's face filled with unwavering belief. Indeed, after hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang felt relieved. After all, he was Tang Hao's son. If there was real danger, how could Tang Hao sit still? This so-called black-clothed person was either Tang Hao himself or someone arranged by Tang Hao. Moreover, the other party also said that the spirit ring of this mandala snake could be absorbed, which was quite reasonable. No. Perhaps this mandala snake was arranged by Tang Hao. Yu Xiaojiang thought, "All right, little San, we are truly blessed. Quickly absorb this spirit ring, and I will deal with the 2 snake corpses to cover up the bloody smell." Okay, Let's begin. Use soul power to draw the spirit ring. Remember, when absorbing the spirit ring, you must. Chapter 26 no. It's impossible. You must be pretending. What are you staring at? I'm not staring at anything. If you're not staring at anything, why are you looking at me? Looking at me? There's nothing to see. Just took a glance at you. What is wrong with that? Want to try looking again? A faint golden light flickered in Wang Sheng's eyes. In front of him stood Lu Long, one of the top 5 powerhouses from the opposing noble faction. After absorbing the spirit ring, Wang Sheng's spirit power had already reached level 16, not level 11. That's right, after taking the rare mushroom, his spirit power had actually increased significantly. Once he absorbed the spirit ring, his spirit power naturally grew. It can be said that in terms of spirit quality and spirit ring quality, he had now surpassed the strongest Xiao Qinyu on the opposing side. Wang Sheng got off the carriage in the early morning and said goodbye to his master before heading straight back to the dormitory. As for why his master didn't return with them, he said he was a bit tired and needed to rest for a while. Upon returning, he was instantly furious. The reason was simple. He had only been gone for 1 day, and his brothers had been bullied again. Moreover, Xiao was nowhere to be found. Facing the oppression and provocation from the noble faction, knowing that their big brother Wang Sheng had been accepted as a disciple by the teacher, his work-study brothers naturally felt more emboldened to resist. However, the other side showed no signs of restraint and even mocked them more. What kind of wild chicken teacher would take that waste Wang Sheng as a disciple? Just give you some gold soul coins and you all recognize him as your master? Come, let me give you some more gold soul coins. Come over and call me dad. You little bastard, I acknowledge you as my son. Did they really say that? Wang Sheng's face darkened. Yes, Shengge, but you shouldn't conflict with them. I'm not around. The master took me to get a spirit ring. And Xiao might also be out getting a spirit ring. And that brat Tang San isn't here either. If you force it, won't you just be asking for a beating? Wang Sheng looked at the several brothers in front of him with bruised faces and felt a bit heartbroken. It was one thing for these people to mock and ridicule them, but the hardships and grievances his brothers had suffered were many. Cursing Shengge is fine, but Shengge has not only been scolded, but has also taken quite a beating. Wang Sheng. But they absolutely should not insult Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang doesn't disdain us, helps us, and we brothers remember it in our hearts. That's right, we all recognize the words loyalty and righteousness. Upon hearing these words, Wang Sheng was momentarily stunned. It's okay, Shengge. Poverty doesn't diminish our spirit. As long as we breathe, we have to fight back. Exactly. We can't back down, we must stand firm. Shengge, we are all younger than you. After entering Notting Academy, it has always been you taking care of us. We know how much you've carried and how many beatings you've taken for us. You're our big brother. If we don't dare to stand up when our teacher is insulted, how can we face you? Yes, Shengge, we. Cough, cough. We aren't afraid of them. Listening to these words and seeing the righteous anger on the faces of his brothers, Wang Sheng suddenly felt a lump in his throat. To be honest, he had only stayed at home until he was 6 years old before coming to Notting Academy. In the 5 years since coming here, he had spent 4 to 5 years with these brothers. Notting Academy was like his second home, and these brothers were like his real siblings. You guys, well done. I, your brother, have truly transformed. I will definitely avenge you. Later, the scene that just unfolded occurred. Lu Long could be said to be Xiao Qinyu's loyal lackey and enforcer. The first noble faction member who oppressed them that Wang Sheng encountered after leaving the dormitory was Lu Long. At this moment, Wang Sheng was itching to fight, eager to unleash his frustrations. Lu Long was the first target for him to vent his anger. As Wang Sheng confronted Lu Long, more and more people gathered to watch the excitement. Wang Sheng's strength was already decent. He was probably close to level 10, right? At level 10, he could go get a spirit ring. However, his martial spirit is a battle tiger, right? To be honest, with such a good martial spirit, being in the 5th grade and not breaking through level 10 spirit power is a bit pathetic. My martial spirit is a hyena, and I'm also in the 5th grade. My spirit power is almost at level 9. You brat, soaking in medicinal baths every 3 days. How could your spirit power not grow fast? Work-study students have no resources and no teachers are willing to guide them. So of course their training is slow. Strange, usually It's a noble faction that provokes and humiliates work-study students. But today, it's really turned around. ISNT that, right? I was here from the beginning. That Wang Sheng kid insisted that Lu Long was staring at him. He couldn't take it. Work-study students are just like cheap bones. How can they not endure a sideways glance? Didn't they just return a few words yesterday and get beaten to a pulp, fleeing in embarrassment? Hearing the various discussions around him, Wang Sheng let out a sneer. These people usually look down on them, and that is fine. This time, he had cleared the hidden ailments in his body, evolved his martial spirit, absorbed the spirit ring, and directly reached level 16 spirit power. He wanted to see who still dared to look down on them work-study students. I say, Wang Sheng, did you take the raw medicine today, or what? Coming to provoke me? As the number of onlookers grew, Lu Long clearly became more pleased with himself, saying with a playful expression. Lu Long felt that his luck today was simply too good. Usually, the one who steals the spotlight while following Xiao Qinyu is Xiao Qinyu himself. Now, he finally felt the charm of being in charge, showing off in front of people, and someone to beat him up. How enjoyable! Lu Long thought of this, feeling a bit excited all over. Come on, Wang Sheng, I like it when you're looking for trouble. Let me take good care of you. Lu Long thought to himself, wishing Wang Sheng would continue to confront him. Lu Long, what are you pretending to be? Without Xiao Qinyu, you're just someone with spirit power equal to mine, only slightly restraining me with your martial spirit. You're just a pig's nose stuck in a green onion. What are you pretending to be? After being hit by Wang Sheng, Lu Long's face looked a bit ugly. A flash of yellow light appeared in his hand, and a long stick-shaped martial spirit appeared, which was his martial spirit, the long stick. Holding his martial spirit, Lu Long's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. His current spirit power was level 9, just one step away from level 10. In the past, he could always use this 2-meter-long stick martial spirit to beat Wang Sheng to the point where he couldn't lift his head. There was even one time he beat Wang Sheng to the point of being black and blue all over. Wang Sheng, this time you're the one who came to me for a beating. Later, we'll see who has the upper hand. I want to see how long you, a defeated opponent, can hold on. Lu Long's lips moved, his words cold and harsh. In his heart, he had already made a decision. This time he would definitely beat Wang Sheng to the point where he couldn't get out of bed for days, and see if he could still jump around like today. Then, without waiting for Wang Sheng to respond, Lu Long directly rushed towards him at high speed, raising the long stick in his hand and smashing it down hard on Wang Sheng's left shoulder. Wang Sheng's left shoulder bore an old injury he had left in the past. This time, he wanted to add injury to injury. Ideally, he could directly cripple his left shoulder. Anyway, with Xiao Laodao backing them, crippling a work-study student wasn't really anything. They had done this before. They just didn't expect Wang Sheng to be so tough. Facing the strike, Wang Sheng showed no intention of dodging. Moreover, it turns out that even the martial soul manifestation is useless. Seeing this, the onlookers were also speechless. Facing a soul master of the same level, even after summoning the martial soul, not even the martial soul is manifested. What is Wang Sheng doing? I don't know, he curses so fiercely. But when it comes to action, this is it. I get it. Wang Sheng is doing this on purpose. How do you say that? He's a work-study student, out of money, trying to blackmail Lu Long for some cash. Wow, impressive. Lu Long looked at Wang Sheng like this, feeling a bit at a loss. Especially after hearing the onlooker mention blackmail. He was even more startled. He felt he had been tricked, but it was too late to hold back now. Bang! Lu Long's long staff struck Wang Sheng's left shoulder, producing a dull sound. What? Wang Sheng is actually fine. Lu Long must have held back, right? How is that possible? These two must be deliberately putting on a show for us. Disgusting. Lu Long was so shocked at this moment that his mouth gaped open. He could almost fit a whole goose egg in there. Whether he held back or was acting, how could he not know? He looked at Wang Sheng. At this moment, the other party had a relaxed expression on his face. Seeing Lu Long's incredulous expression, Wang Sheng grinned, exposing his big white teeth. No, it's impossible. You must be pretending. You're actually in pain. You're just trying to save face and suffering, aren't you? Lu Long's face at this moment was beyond description. shock, doubt, panic, even fear. Wang Sheng had anticipated this. Jiang Ning had told him that after consuming that herb, he would achieve an indestructible body. He not only believed it firmly, but he also felt the strength of his own physique. After absorbing the first soul ring, his physical quality was further enhanced. Dealing with someone like Lu Long, who was only a level 9 soul master, using soul skills would be truly embarrassing. Lu Long, let me show you my true strength now. Suddenly, a yellow glow emanated from his body, manifesting the martial soul. His muscles instantly bulged, and golden light shone from his eyes. A yellow soul ring rose and circled around him. Immediately, everyone in the audience showed expressions of shock. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent, and the scene was dead quiet. Chapter 27, coming to collect debts at this moment. Wang Sheng was robust, with golden light in his eyes. He was truly imposing, completely unlike the timid work-study student he used to be. A century-old spirit ring. Lu Long and those who had mocked the work-study students looked at the century-old spirit ring on Wang Sheng and trembled in their hearts. They gazed at this figure, which resembled a fierce tiger descending a mountain. This was the work-study student Wang Sheng, whom they believed would seek his own doom and be brutally beaten by Lu Long. Wang Sheng, Lu Long said through clenched teeth. He was filled with hatred. Why? Why was it not him who broke through to the 10th level of spirit power first and absorbed the first spirit ring, but Wang Sheng? Looking at Lu Long's face, which was almost twisted with rage, Wang Sheng said very calmly, Lu Long, do you have anything else to say now? Lu Long stared at Wang Sheng, whose eyes were cold and indifferent, and after a moment of silence, he surprisingly wiped the gloom off his face and burst into laughter. Wang Sheng, you have broken through to the spirit master realm, so I am naturally not your opponent. But, do you dare to hit me hard? Lu Long said provocatively. Speaking arrogantly, even if you have become a spirit master, so what? Not to mention that Xiao Laoda is also a spirit master. There are several spirit masters in the 6th grade. Even if you now have a century-old spirit ring, how many can you defeat? Oof, Lu Long. Everyone knows you're Xiao Qinyu's lackey. But are you sure you still want to provoke me? Can what you say now represent Xiao Qinyu? Wang Sheng, whether it's me or Xiao Laoda, you work-study students are just commoners. How many work-study students can break through to the spirit master level like you in Douluo Academy? In Xiao Laoda's family, the guards are all spirit masters. I advise you not to resist anymore. Otherwise, just wait and see. You'll be in for it. With a sneer, Lu Long seemed to think he was the winner in this situation. Before Lu Long could finish laughing, Wang Sheng moved. He quickly approached Lu Long, ended the spirit possession state, and suddenly gave Lu Long a resounding slap. If he hadn't ended the spirit possession state, it would have been a powerful paw coming down. Nevertheless, this slap still generated a strong airflow. Before the palm even reached him, Lu Long felt his face twitch from the wind generated by the slap. Then, without having time to dodge, he was sent staggering back several steps by the slap, dazed. Lu Long opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, along with several teeth. He struggled to stand up, but failed. After several attempts, he seemed to have lost all strength, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Seeing the situation, the already shocked onlookers were left in a daze again. Oomph. Withered flowers and fallen willows. Is it only allowed for you to hit us work-study students hard, and I can't hit back? Wang Sheng turned his head away, no longer looking at Lu Long, and prepared to leave. The crowd quickly moved aside to give him a path. At that moment, 2 people from the onlookers hurriedly stepped forward to help Lu Long up. Wang Sheng, even if you were bullied by them in the past, you shouldn't have hit him so hard, right? Looking at Lu Long's swollen face and the fact that he couldn't close his mouth, with only half of his teeth left, one of the two said. His tone was very cold, as if questioning Wang Sheng. What's wrong? Do you think I hit too hard? Wang Sheng turned his head, looking at the speaker with a cold smile. Since 1st grade, Lu Long and the others have bullied us work-study students in various ways. In 2nd grade, when I was only a little over 7 years old, they broke my finger. In 3rd grade, I got my right foot fractured and took 2 weeks to heal. In 4th grade, my right shoulder and scapula were broken by Lu Long. And even after treatment, my right scapula sometimes still hurts. How many work-study students have been insulted and oppressed like this by them? Were you at that time? Did you ever think they were too harsh? Wang Sheng said coldly. If the one lying on the ground just now was me, would you think I wasn't hit hard enough? You. The earlier speaker's face turned red, and he could no longer say a word. Wang Sheng's words cut through the facade of hypocrisy of the crowd like a knife. The onlookers felt a sense of shame and quickly turned to leave. After saying this, Wang Sheng did not linger, turning to leave and throwing out a calm, yet harsh remark. Go back and tell Xiao Qinyu that now is not the time for him to consider whether to retaliate against us work-study students. He needs to consider how to apologize to all of us work-study students, or how to get through the reckoning I will bring upon you with dignity. I, Wang Sheng, the spokesperson for the work-study students of Douluo Academy, have come to collect debts from you. What? Brother Sheng didn't even use his spirit and just slapped Lu Long from the 6th grade to the ground like a dead dog. Isn't that so? Brother Sheng has indeed broken through to the spirit master level, and he was taken by teacher Jiang to obtain his first spirit ring. Moreover, Brother Sheng's first spirit ring is a century-old one. You have to know that Xiao Qinyu's spirit ring is only 10 years. Although there are rumors that his spirit ring is actually over 90 years, it's still a 10-year spirit ring. Douluo Academy is not large, and any news quickly spreads everywhere, becoming widely known. The first to hear the news were naturally the work-study students, who did various odd jobs and had the most contact with people. Hearing this news, some cried on the spot, while others embraced joyfully. Then, they rushed to tell others, saying to everyone they met, "Did you know? My brother Sheng just..." For the work-study students of Douluo Academy, this day was even more festive than the New Year. Walking down the street, there wasn't a single one who didn't walk with their head held high. At the same time, for the noble students of Douluo Academy, this day felt like winter was coming. After all, the last sentence Wang Sheng said was truly filled with killing intent. I, Wang Sheng, have come to collect debts from you. Chapter 28, System.Other, who awakens from the great dream first. I know myself. Jiang Ning tossed and turned in bed, unwilling to get up. He originally planned to sleep in, but unexpectedly woke up in the morning. Of course, it wasn't his own choice to wake up. An electronic prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Beep. The system has been upgraded. Please check the version instructions. I'll look after I wake up. Beep. The system has been upgraded. Please check. Get lost. I want to sleep. Beep. The system has been upgraded. Please. Damn it, system. Beep. The system has been upgraded. Jiang Ning thought he could just ignore the system and see what it would do. Unexpectedly, the system kept repeating that line, even after Jiang Ning ignored it. He felt a current in his mind. At first, it just felt tingly like a massage for his cerebral cortex, quite pleasant. However, after a few more beeps, the current suddenly intensified. Jiang Ning was caught off guard and felt his scalp tingle. Remembering the death threats from the system during previous tasks, Jiang Ning gritted his teeth. He had no doubt that if he continued to ignore the system, it might just electrocute him half to death. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning quickly got up. Then, his consciousness entered the version instructions interface provided by the system. Super Disciple Collection System 1.0 Main Task. The host must establish a major sect in this world, achieving the title of God Sect of Douluo Continent. Version instructions. Since the host has already accepted 3 useless disciples, version 1.0 is loaded. Version 1.0 temporarily cancels task penalties. It has added waste value detection and unlocked a sect's blessed ground. Please choose from the following 3 options for the blessed ground. A. Soul washing pool. Sect disciples can wash their martial souls once a week in the soul washing pool, with effects being enhancement or weakening of martial soul quality. The results are completely random. Note: the soul washing pool can be accessed through a teleportation array. Each disciple can wash once, providing 1 luck point to the host. After reaching 100 points, the host can perform a lucky wash on their own martial soul, guaranteeing an enhancement effect. The enhancement effect is random. B. Sect residence. A sect residence occupying a radius of 5 miles. Of course, besides the sect's archway, there is nothing else. Note: within the sect's range, the host can exert the power of a title de law. The sect residence can be relocated by the system, but future unlocking of blessed grounds will be built within the sect residence. C. Soul Refinement Tower, a tower with an unknown number of floors, where sect disciples can attempt trials once a week. Note: the Soul Refinement Tower can be accessed through a teleportation array. Reward items include Soul Bones, Divine Soul Rings, Soul Power Enhancement, Self-Created Soul Skill Inheritance. The host can randomly draw one item from the rewards obtained by each disciple. Wow, I want them all. System: can you be quick and let me have everything? Beep. Host: are you daydreaming? Jiang Ning looked at the three choices provided by the system, caught in unprecedented confusion. Both the Soul Washing Pool and the Soul Refinement Tower are meant to enhance the strength of disciples and himself. But this enhancement has a degree of randomness and also requires cultivation. It's not something that can be achieved overnight. Moreover, they require a larger number of disciples to benefit him. For example, in the Soul Washing Pool, each disciple can only wash once a week, providing just one luck point each time, and only after reaching 100 points can he perform a lucky wash on his own martial soul. So, even with 100 disciples, he can only perform one martial soul wash per week. Martial souls can only be said to enhance cultivation potential. The improvement in strength is not so direct in a short time. The Soul Refinement Tower is more straightforward. After all, disciples get rewards for clearing trials, and he can draw rewards. However, the disciples he accepted are all useless. Even if they were transformed by the system, they are just soul masters. Clearing trials? How much can they clear? Then, the sect residents? Looking at the words that say their nothing besides the sect's archway, Jiang Ning was speechless and wanted to smash the system. Why do other systems let the host achieve everything effortlessly while his system has to torture him? Creating the first major sect should be easy. Why not just give it all to him? Also, why does choosing the sect residents only allow him to exert the power of a title Douluo based on Chu Hun's precedent? Since the system said it's a title Douluo, it must be around level 91 or 92. Although it's better to have parents than to rely on them. Having that power himself would provide some security, but it wouldn't stop true experts. For someone like Tang Ritien, who is currently injured, he doesn't know if he can withstand it after joining forces with Chu Han. Given that the host has been browsing the version instructions for 10 minutes, please make a decision quickly. If no decision is made in 1 minute, the system will cancel this choice and directly issue the first task of this phase. Damn it. System, you like playing like this, huh? Jiang Ning was so angry his teeth were itching. What does canceling this choice mean? Does it mean it's gone? What does gone mean? Gone means gone? System, you mother. The system kindly reminds that the countdown is at 31 seconds, 30 seconds, 29 seconds. I have an early class. At this moment, Jiang Ning's heart felt like it was being trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses. System, I choose. The sect residents. Jiang Ning clenched his fists, but his face showed a helpless expression. Mastering the art of survival, he decided it was more important to save his life. As for the useful soul washing pool and soul refinement tower for his disciples, he immediately ruled them out. Disciples? We're disciples. Better to die than to let the master die. Moreover, if the master dies, the sect is gone, and the disciples would have no way to survive. The master first possesses the power of a title Da, hides away, and slowly accepts disciples, right? After all, Jiang Ning planned to take in useless ones. This martial soul world is not lacking in useless individuals. Of course, what Jiang Ning wanted most now was to eliminate Tang San, the child of fate. However, he had no idea where Tang Ritien was hiding. At the same time, if Tang Ritien discovered his oddities and chose to attack first, what could he do? Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations to the host for choosing the sect residents. The Super Disciple Collection System 1.0 is officially activated. The host's current disciple title is Apprentice Master, gaining 10 of the disciple's soul power cultivation. The next blessed ground unlocking progress for the sect is 3-100, unlocking blessed ground options. Soul Washing Pool, Soul Refinement Tower. Phase Task 01 is to recruit a total of 10 useless disciples for the sect. Current progress, 3-10, Task Reward. Level 10 Soul Power, unlock the next disciple title. Task time, 1 week. Chapter 29, Don't Kick There. Xiao Qinyu was very upset. A work-study student wanted to stir up trouble at Notting Academy? He thought to himself, that Wei Wang Sheng. I tried to recruit him when he just enrolled. And what happened? He flat out rejected me. It's only normal for me to suppress him, right? Otherwise, how would I maintain my status as the boss? And now he wants me to apologize and compensate him? Lulong? Did Wang Sheng definitely say he would come to collect debts from us? Xiao Qinyu looked at Lulong, whose face was swollen on one side, his expression dark. It seemed that Lulong had lost half of his teeth and was now struggling to speak clearly. Ling Feng, what do you think? Xiao Qinyu asked a thin, male student sitting nearby. The male student, named Ling Feng, had a martial soul that was a crow. Originally, his soul power was only level 9, but because Xiao Qinyu valued him, he spent a lot of money to buy a spirit herb that could slightly increase soul power, helping a breakthrough. Very few people in the academy knew about this. Ling Feng now had level 11 soul power with a 10-year first spirit ring, making him one of the few soul masters among Nodding Academy students. He was also Xiao Qinyu's trusted confidant and would follow him after graduation. Boss, here's what I think. Ling Feng's eyes shifted as if he had anticipated being asked, and he said calmly, currently, Wang Sheng is the only soul master among the work-study students. Although his first spirit ring is 100 years, he is the only one. If he comes to confront us alone, we can easily deal with him. However, since Wang Sheng took the initiative to attack and speak first, if we all go after him together, it would also harm our reputation. Hearing this, Xiao Qinyu nodded. In this world, reputation matters. Ling Feng's words naturally struck a chord with him. Seeing that his words resonated with Xiao Qinyu, Ling Feng was pleased and continued. I suggest we challenge them to a tournament, 3-on-3. 1-on-1, best 2 out of 3. We can send out 3 soul masters from our side. The work-study students have only Wang Sheng. How can they win? Good, let's do it. Xiao Qinyu stood up, slammed the table, and his eyes sparkled. Soon, Wang Sheng also received notification from Xiao Qinyu. To be precise, it wasn't a notification, but a one-sided demand. Xiao Qinyu had directly had a big poster put up in the academy, stating that in 3 days, there would be a 3-on-3 match on the academy playground. When the work-study students saw it, they quickly gathered to discuss countermeasures. Including Xiao Wu, we only have 2 soul masters, but the other side has 3. What should we do? Someone asked, their eyes filled with worry. Brother Sheng can definitely win against 1 soul master. I have confidence in him. Another student said. Brother Sheng didn't say anything. Xiao might also go obtain a spirit ring, and so is Tang San. With that, we also have 3 soul masters on our side. I think we still have a chance. Everyone spoke one after another. Wang Sheng looked at this so-called invitation and felt somewhat unexpected. He had originally intended to take on Xiao Qinyu and the others alone. After all, with his strength, no one on their side was his opponent. Moreover, if the other side ganged up on him, it would certainly ruin the integrity of the academy. He didn't expect them to come up with such a seemingly fair challenge. Xiao Wu, after all, was still a girl, although she might also be a soul master this time, if it came to a real fight. Tang San had strength, but judging from Tang San's previous attitude and behavior, he probably didn't want to be associated with this group of work-study students. Wang Sheng felt a bit of a headache. Should he go find his master and ask his senior brothers and sisters to step in? He thought about it, but then shook his head. He had just become a disciple, and his master was so attentive to him. How could he bother his master over such a trivial matter? Hey, what are you guys doing? At that moment, Xiao Wu bounced in. The crowd looked up and saw that Xiao Wu had grown a few inches taller compared to before, and she now wore a puzzled expression. Xiao Wu, you obtained your first spirit ring, right? Wang Sheng, having just gone through the spirit ring obtaining process, naturally recognized the change in Xiao Wu. Yeah, what's up? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, wondering how she was found out. She had been thinking of revealing her strength when the noble students provoked her next time. Wait, why did Wang Sheng not call her sister Xiao Wu anymore? Wang Sheng, what did you just call me? Xiao Wu asked with a friendly expression. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? What's wrong? You're Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng felt a bit baffled. You should call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu said, a bit exasperated. The crowd looked confused, while Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile widely. He proudly thought, humph, now I'm a soul master with level 16 soul power and a 100-year spirit ring. A real man living in the world shouldn't be stuck in the lower ranks for too long. Wang Sheng looked bold. I say, Xiao Wu, regardless, I'm still your senior. What's wrong with calling you Xiao Wu? Oh, Xiao Wu was taken aback, clearly not expecting that. She had left for a while, and upon returning, she found herself no longer in the boss's position. Seeing Wang Sheng eager to prove himself, Xiao Wu instead smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I say, you all said you would judge based on strength. Now, have you hardened your bones? Sister Xiao Wu, it's like this. Brother Sheng has already broken through to a soul master and obtained a spirit ring. Seeing this, naturally, some people came up to mediate. Oh, he has broken through to a soul master and obtained a spirit ring? Xiao Wu felt even more surprised. After all, she was a 100,000-year-old rabbit. Even if she had to recultivate as a human, her vision was still there. When she first entered Nodding Academy, she had already seen Wang Sheng's level. He had decent innate talent, but was wasted later. How come someone who was clearly only level 9 suddenly broke through and obtained a first spirit ring? She looked at Wang Sheng again and was even more taken aback. Compared to before, he seemed completely transformed. Was it possible that it was the work of the master he just took as his teacher? Xiao Wu found it hard to understand. Jiang Ning, in her perception, was only at the level of a great soul master. Nodding City was so remote. There weren't many great soul masters, otherwise. She wouldn't have chosen to recultivate as a human and come to Nodding City. In a place like this, how could anyone possess such means? Should I go back to the Do Great Forest? Xiao Wu started to ponder this question. Xiao Wu, how about this? Let's have a match. Let us see who wins and who loses. Don't blame your brother for not giving you a chance. Your brother now has strength. Wang Sheng said excitedly. He was a tiger. He couldn't still call a rabbit's sister, right? This statement pulled Xiao Wu's thoughts back. A match? Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, then somewhat amused. She was a 100,000-year-old rabbit. Even if she had recultivated as a human, her vision and skills were far beyond what an ordinary soul master could compare to. This kid Wang Sheng, after breaking through to a soul master, had become so arrogant. All right. Xiao Wu looked at the combative Wang Sheng with a mischievous smile and said. Wang Sheng looked at the crowd, who moved aside to give them space, his fighting spirit soaring. Just to be clear, Xiao Wu, I won't hold back just because you're a girl. And if anyone gets knocked down later, no crying allowed. Wang Sheng made a gesture and put on a fierce expression. All right. Xiao Wu walked over to Wang Sheng with a mischievous smile, instantly summoning her martial soul. A yellow soul ring. 100 years. Look, Sister Xiao Wu also has a 100-year first soul ring. The crowd looked at the soul ring on Xiao Wu with great excitement. Wang Sheng squinted his eyes, unfazed. So what if it's a 100-year soul ring? He had one too. Martial soul summoned. Xiao Wu, be careful, I'm going to. Just as Wang Sheng was about to teach this little rabbit a lesson and reclaim his position as the boss, Xiao Wu suddenly shook her head, and her long braid wrapped around Wang Sheng's hair. Then, Wang Sheng noticed that Xiao Wu's hands and feet seemed to have arrived together with the braid, instantly clinging on to him. Little tiger, you want to be Xiao Wu's boss? Not enough. Xiao Wu's voice drifted into Wang Sheng's ears. What? Wang Sheng was caught off guard. How could the attack come so quickly? First soul skill waist bow. Bang. Ouch, Xiao Wu you. First soul skill waist bow. Activate again. Bang. No, you can't kick there. Xiao Wu. No, Sister Xiao Wu. The crowd watched as Wang Sheng tightly covered below, being used as a punching bag by Xiao Wu, getting hit and tossed around, and couldn't help but tremble, feeling a chill down there. Chapter 30. These people have already chosen their death in a corner of Nodding Academy. The sunset's afterglow fell on Wang Sheng's disheveled figure. This little rabbit is really ruthless. He rubbed his aching waist, which had been tormented by Xiao Wu, but the corner of his mouth curled up in a smile of admiration. However, Xiao Wu's rabbit spirit seems to be anything but ordinary. My tiger spirit really can't compete. What kind of rabbit is she? So powerful? My master said that after taking the immortal herb, I'd have an indestructible body, and the first soul ring would enhance my defensive attributes. But I still couldn't hold up. I can only say that Xiao Wu might really be a genius. I'm just starting to follow my master. I still have a long way to go. Wang Sheng muttered to himself, recalling Xiao Wu's triumphant expression as she waved her little fists, with both surprise and admiration in his eyes. Reflecting on their earlier spar, Wang Sheng still wore a bitter face. Of course, the other work-study students on the field were equally shocked by Xiao Wu's performance, their jaws dropping. This sudden contest seemed like a silent declaration. The final result naturally proclaimed that Xiao Wu was not just a cute little girl, but also possessed formidable combat power. That seemingly weak and petite body had extraordinary martial skills, unleashing astonishing strength, especially when combined with the first soul skill of that waist bow. It was as flexible and deadly as a spring, leaving people with no defense. At this moment, Xiao Wu bounced over to Wang Sheng's side, wearing a proud smile. "So, little tiger, are you convinced?" Wang Sheng pretended to be helpless and shrugged. I'm convinced, Xiao Wu Jia. Your strength has completely convinced me." Wang Sheng. "Haha, that's more like it." Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, then shifted the conversation. "However, we can't be careless in the 3-on-3 arena match. Xiao Qinyu and the others are coming on strong. They're definitely not to be underestimated. We need to prepare well and aim to give them a wake-up call in the arena. Let them all know how powerful Xiao Wu Jie is." Hearing this, Wang Sheng's expression lightened. "Although Xiao Qinyu is arrogant, we work-study students are not easy to mess with. Xiao Wu Jie, I'm a tiger, and I can't even beat you, a rabbit. Xiao Qinyu is just a wolf spirit. He definitely can't beat you. Haha, little tiger, you're right." Xiao Wu's eyes curved in delight. "But, little tiger, if you really want to be my brother, you have to work hard." After saying this, Xiao Wu cheerfully ran off, leaving behind a series of bell-like laughter that made Wang Sheng's heart flutter. The next day at noon, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang returned to the academy by carriage. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's pale face from excessive blood loss, Tang San felt quite helpless. If it weren't for his ability to save people, Yu Xiaojiang might have been done for. If the situation was this bad, just from obtaining the first soul ring, what would happen when he obtained the second? Theoretically invincible? What use is theoretical invincibility when facing a soul beast? Absolutely useless. Remembering that Yu Xiaojiang's soul skill was to fart, and a stinky one at that, Tang San instinctively wanted to distance himself from Yu Xiaojiang. In contrast to Tang San's feelings of loss, Yu Xiaojiang was very excited inside. This time, he successfully acquired the first soul ring, and his martial spirit now had offensive capabilities. Among Nodding Academy, he was probably among the top. Considering that the student he was mentoring was only a first year and was already capable of surpassing most students at Nodding Academy, Yu Xiaojiang was very proud. To become bigger and stronger, to create brilliance, starting with Tang San. While Yu Xiaojiang was calculating how to approach the head of the Academic Affairs Office and the dean to demand the position of Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office after returning to the academy, he saw a figure he didn't want to see the most. That figure was Jiang Ning, the guy who spoiled his good intentions in the Academic Affairs Office. Jiang Ning was still dressed in that commoner outfit, lazily yawning, strolling into Nodding Academy. The two gatekeepers, almost bending down to the ground, saluted respectfully. Yu Xiaojiang watched all this, his eyes nearly popping out. He hurriedly got out of the carriage, wanted to catch up with Jiang Ning to see what was going on with this person. Unexpectedly, after taking a few steps, he almost fell to the ground. The poisoning and excessive blood loss had made his body very weak. "Master." Tang San saw this and quickly supported Yu Xiaojiang. Then, amidst the respect of the two gatekeepers, they walked into the campus. "Isn't that the master? And that little one is his disciple?" "That's right. This disciple seems to respect the master a lot. He's even supporting his master." Hearing the discussions from the two gatekeepers behind them, Tang San's expression softened slightly. "Master, should I take you back to your room?" "No need." Yu Xiaojiang gritted his teeth and said, "Just take me directly to the Academic Affairs Office. I have urgent matters." "Okay, urgent matters? What urgent matters? You're not even a teacher at this academy. What urgent matters do you have at the Academic Affairs Office?" Although Tang San was somewhat confused, he still supported Yu Xiaojiang towards the Academic Affairs Office. As they walked, Tang San happened to hear the class bell ringing. During the break, the students rushed out of the classroom like birds released from a cage. "Hey, Tang San, you're back." A few students stopped in front of Tang San. They were the work-study students who had shared a dormitory with him before. "Yeah," Tang San replied indifferently. The few exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but finally said, "Tang San, did you know? The noble students at the academy have issued a 3v3 arena battle challenge to us work-study students." Tang San raised an eyebrow, somewhat impatient. He had known about the conflict between work-study students and noble students since his first day at school. It had only been 3 days since he left, and the conflict had escalated to this extent. Among the work-study students, only Xiao Wu, who was also a full innate soul power like him, was likely a soul master now, battling the noble students in the arena head-on. And it's a 3v3? Who gave him the confidence? However, this didn't affect him much. After all, his master was the master. Because of this relationship, the noble students wouldn't disturb him, and he naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble with them for no reason. To stand up for the work-study students? Nonsense. How could he have such thoughts? Cough, cough. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing pretended to cough, looking somewhat displeased at the work-study students blocking their path. Blocking the way was one thing, but they were talking to Tang San without even greeting him, without calling him master. Did the work-study students look down on him? What did that even mean? Tang San, are you going to participate in this arena match? Seeing this, the work-study students knew Tang San was somewhat impatient, but still asked the question. Let's see. Tang San said indifferently, supporting Yu Xiaojing and walking straight ahead without looking back. Just because he became Yu Xiaojing's disciple, he doesn't consider us brothers anymore. Isn't that so? How about Sheng Ge and Xiao Wujia? How about Teacher Jiang? I think he definitely doesn't want to represent the work-study students in this arena match. Of course not. Look at his expression. I think he might even represent the noble students in battle. That's possible. Yu Xiaojing is all about fame and reputation, looking down on us students. With such a master, it's only natural to have such a disciple. Tang San's footsteps paused. After all, he was trained to discern sounds and positions, so the discussions of the work-study students naturally reached his ears. A cold light flashed in Tang San's eyes. What kind of thing dares to speak about him and his master? Moreover, in such a derogatory manner. These few people have already chosen the path to death. If it weren't for the fact that I am currently a student at Notting Academy, I would have dealt with them myself. Tang San turned his head, his eyes filled with anger. Then, he shook off Yu Xiaojing, no longer supporting him, and directly summoned his martial soul. For soul skill bind, a yellow light flashed from Tang San, and the few work-study students were instantly wrapped tightly by the blue silvergrass. Tang San Yu. The work-study students were bound like mummies, and even their mouths were sealed. Tang San only left them space for their eyes, which were filled with disbelief. Tang San had actually become a soul master, and his first soul ring was actually 100 years. However, the biggest difference from their holy brother was that after returning to campus, Tang San actually took action against them. Stop! Tang San, you stop right now. Suddenly, a voice came. This voice clearly contained 3 parts anxiety, 3 parts confusion, and 4 parts anger. Tang San looked over, and it was Wang Sheng. Chapter 31 Duel. Tang San's brows furrowed slightly. The incident, occurring during the break, naturally attracted the attention of most students. Therefore, those who came with Wang Sheng were not just a few work-study students. He keenly sensed the tense atmosphere in the air. Especially the work-study students who had arrived at the scene looked at him with more anger. Tang San originally did not want to pay attention to Wang Sheng. In his heart, talking to these people was simply a waste of time. However, seeing this, he stopped, his gaze sharp as he scanned the crowd ahead. Yu Xiaojing sensed the unusual atmosphere. He looked up at Tang San, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. Master, it's fine, I'll go over in a moment. Tang San answered briefly, releasing his hold on Yu Xiaojing and preparing to step forward. Yu Xiaojing nodded, his expression carrying a hint of indifference and a touch of anger. Clearly, being blocked here was making him, as a master, quite displeased. Just a group of work-study students. The blue-silver grass, shimmering like a venomous snake, tightly coiled around a few work-study students, leaving only terror and confusion in their eyes. All of this was seen by Wang Sheng, who had just arrived. When with the work-study students, his gaze usually held some warmth, but at this moment, it flashed with anger, more so disappointment and confusion. Tang San, what are you doing? Wang Sheng's voice rang out in the crowd as he quickly stepped forward, placing himself between Tang San and the work-study students. Tang San's gaze met Wang Sheng's. His expression remained indifferent, as if everything that had just happened was not surprising at all. They should learn to respect, especially respect my teacher. Tang San's voice was deep and firm, each word revealing an undeniable strength. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng's anger surged even more. Respect? Is this how you respect others? Respect? What kind of respect is this? Tying them up with soul skills? The work-study brothers you used to spend every day with, now being oppressed to the point they can't lift their heads, and you, having grown stronger, are the first to treat them as opponents? Wang Sheng's tone was filled with anger, his eyes flickering with dissatisfaction. Tang San's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not directly answer Wang Sheng's question, but said lightly, "You don't understand." "I don't understand?" These three words were like an invisible knife, deeply stabbing into Wang Sheng's heart. "Yes, I don't understand why you have become like this. Tang San, the current you makes me feel unfamiliar." Wang Sheng's voice trembled slightly, filled with complex emotions. He thought to himself that after all, Tang San was only 6 years old. Making mistakes was normal. He had once been the big brother among the work-study students, having seen and taught many 6-year-old work-study students. They often wavered between arrogance and inferiority due to economic difficulties and the hopes of an entire village resting on them. He felt that Tang San was merely a bit arrogant now. Tang San's gaze showed no sign of fluctuation, still maintaining indifference and calm. "Wang Sheng, some things you don't need to understand. You just need to know that I won TV wrong. If you think I am wrong, then use your way to tell me what I should do. Otherwise, get out of my way." Wang Sheng took a deep breath, looking at the indifferent Tang San, trying to calm his emotions. He looked at Tang San, a heavy feeling arising in his heart. Tang San's demeanor clearly signaled to him, if something can be solved with force, then just act, don't talk. Whoever has the stronger fist is right. Just as Wang Sheng was contemplating what to do next, Tang San turned around, preparing to support Yu Xiaojiang and leave. He couldn't believe it. He had made his stance so clear. Would Wang Sheng still cling to him? Why should he? Just because of his nearly crippled physique and 9th-level soul power? Ridiculous. Seeing this, Wang Sheng was first taken aback, then even angrier. He had already given Tang San the opportunity to explain. Yet Tang San not only refused to clarify, but thought he was in the right and mocked him for not understanding. Under everyone's gaze, he was so dismissive of himself and his work-study partners. "Tang San," Wang Sheng clenched his fists, angrily said. Tang San seemed not to hear, still preparing to leave on his own. "No matter what happens, we should not harm each other, especially not with those who have no grievances against us, with whom we have spent so much time together. If you think fighting is the way to solve problems, then let us resolve it the way soul masters do. Tang San, I want to duel with you." Tang San's brows raised slightly. He did not expect Wang Sheng to make such a request, but soon he regained his composure, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. "A duel? Are you sure?" Tang San was taken aback, his steps finally coming to a halt, his voice indifferent. "I say, Wang Sheng, I'll give you another chance. Reorganize your words and repeat what you just said," Tang San said with a cold smile. Wang Sheng did not back down. He firmly nodded and said coldly, "Yes, I want to duel with you." As he spoke, golden light shone from his eyes. Then he summoned his martial soul. A majestic white tiger phantom appeared behind him, emitting a deep roar, with yellow soul rings swirling around him. Then, that white tiger phantom completely fused with Wang Sheng, who now resembled a ferocious beast ready for battle. Tang San looked at Wang Sheng's martial soul, and although his calm heart stirred slightly, he was mildly surprised. He did not expect Wang Sheng to have also broken through the Soul Master realm. Moreover, he had quickly obtained a first soul ring. And it was a 100-year soul ring? Was it really that easy to obtain a 100-year soul ring? Tang San felt a bit confused, and the more he thought about it, the darker his expression became, because he remembered that after just entering the soul-hunting forest, his master had taken him along the outskirts, where they observed many 10-year soul beasts, explaining soul beast knowledge to him. They had spent a whole day, an entire day, without encountering a single 100-year soul beast. Could it be that his master was really too weak, so he couldn't even handle a 200-year-old mandala snake? Once doubt arose, the accusation was already established. This thought spiraled uncontrollably in Tang San's mind. However, the surprise at Wang Sheng's breakthrough and acquisition of a 100-year soul ring was quickly replaced by indifference. Wang Sheng had already activated his martial soul and was striding towards him. There was no time for Tang San to think about these matters now. Tang San also summoned his martial soul, the blue-silver grass swaying in his hand, emitting a faint blue light. As the grass leaves swayed, they seemed like venomous snakes, waiting to strike. Since you want a duel, then come on. Tang San's voice was as cold as ice, a hint of mockery in his eyes. As a first-ring soul master, he had the Xintian skill, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, and the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. How could he possibly lose to Wang Sheng? The surrounding crowd stepped back, clearing space for this sudden duel. Their faces were filled with shock and anticipation. This battle was not only about the image of the two individuals, but also about the unity and division within the work-study students. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, the cold light flickering on his tiger claws, preparing to launch an attack. Meanwhile, Tang Xin stood quietly, his eyes revealing indifference and disdain. He seemed to have already predicted the outcome of this battle, but he did not care. What he wanted was just to make Wang Sheng understand one principle through this fight. What Wang Sheng was doing was merely bringing humiliation upon himself. Want to reason with him? In this new-oding academy, who else could be his opponent? He, Tang San, was the very reason. Chapter 32, is it not a tiger-head turtle? In this open space, the air seemed to have solidified, and the onlooking students appeared to hold their breath at this moment. Wang Sheng and Tang San stood at opposite ends, their gazes sharp and cold. The entire venue was filled with an invisible sense of oppression. As soul power fluctuations continuously clashed between the two, the smell of gunpowder growing stronger. What do you think? An onlooker asked the student next to him. What to think? Just open your eyes and watch. We arrived late, and all the good spots were taken. Come on. Come on. The betting has started. Who bets on who wins and loses? I bet on Wang Sheng to win, 1 gold soul coin. Oh, not bad. You're quite good at this. The betting has started. I bet on Tang San to win, 3 silver soul coins. Hurry and tell Boss Xiao. The work-study students are fighting among themselves. He must be very happy. The scene was chaotic and noisy, and for the onlookers, it was like a festival. Nodding Academy had very few students who reached the Soul Master level, and now a direct battle added color to the dull campus life. As more and more people gathered, Wang Sheng's expression grew darker and more uncertain. This was indeed an internal struggle among work-study students, and they were being laughed at. Wang Sheng took a deep breath, and a faint layer of blue light instantly enveloped his entire body. First soul skill, blue pattern armor. With a thought, a layer of faint blue patterns covered his skin, and his defensive power rapidly increased, as if he had put on a heavy armor. Tang San, I will let you know that every action comes at a price. I will not let go of anyone who bullies the weak work-study students. Wang Sheng's gaze was sharp, his voice deep and powerful, like a beast roaring in the mountains. Tang San merely let out a cold laugh, and blue-silver grass suddenly erupted. With strands of blue-silver grass spreading out like pythons, flexibly extending beneath his feet. He appeared calm on the surface, but had already thoroughly analyzed the battle situation in his heart. Just by observing Wang Sheng's actions, he could tell. Wang Sheng's first soul ring was clearly focused on defense, and with his beast martial soul, he was undoubtedly very strong. However, the weakness was also very obvious. His speed was certainly relatively slow. To deal with such a battle soul master, one must rely on rapid tactical infiltration and precise control of the battlefield. This was exactly what he excelled at. Wang Sheng, I see through you. Your defense is indeed good. I must say, who would have thought that your tiger martial soul would choose to act like a turtle? This first soul ring, it wouldn't be from a 100-year-old old turtle, would it? Tang Sin spoke ly, his voice calm yet very clear. So clear that almost all the onlooking students heard it. Ha, did you hear that? Tang Sin said Wang Sheng's first soul ring is from a 100-year-old old turtle. Hey, you can't deny it. Wang Sheng's first soul skill is clearly adding a blue shell to himself. No wonder, I said. How could a poor guy like Wang Sheng obtain a 100-year soul ring? Suddenly, the noble students among the onlookers burst into loud laughter at Wang Sheng. The expressions of other onlooking students looking at Wang Sheng also turned playful. Some even hurriedly rushed to the front to place bets. I want to raise my bet. I bet on Tang San. Wang Sheng's face turned ashen. This Tang San is really a petty person. However, his insight is indeed sharp. He has clearly analyzed his advantages so quickly, having followed the master. Knowing that you are strong, I'll 1T attack you head on. Before his voice fell, Tang San moved his feet, instantly transforming into a shadow, his whole person appearing like a ghost at Wang Sheng's side. His footsteps were light, and his speed was astonishing, using the ghost shadow mysterious steps to the extreme. So fast. What's going on with this work-study student? I've never seen this person before. Is he this fierce? The onlooking students exclaimed, their eyes filled with undisguised surprise. In their eyes, it was even difficult to catch a glimpse of Tang San's figure. It was as if multiple illusions of Tang San appeared in the venue, making it hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. These words were heard by Tang San, making him feel even more self-satisfied. Wang Sheng's heart suddenly jolted, and his gaze quickly swept around, trying to capture Tang San's real position. But every time he locked onto a shadow, the next moment that shadow would instantly vanish, as if it had never existed. Clearly, Tang San was taking advantage of his powerful defense, but slow speed to implement a hit-and-run tactic. I cannot let him lead me around, Wang Sheng thought to himself. His body moved, and he threw a heavy punch to the left, the wind howling. But this punch struck empty air. Tang San's illusion disappeared without a trace in that instant, as if it had never appeared. Tang San's voice floated behind him, light and playful. With a hint of mockery, I'm right here. Wang Sheng suddenly turned around, but only saw Tang San's figure seemingly dissipate into an illusion again. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing slightly, feeling unwilling yet helpless. His soul power had already reached its peak, the power of the golden-eye white tiger filling his limbs, but Tang San's speed and movement made it impossible for him to strike. At this moment, he felt more clearly that Tang San was not fighting him, but toying with him. Outside, the onlooking students gradually began to see the situation clearly. Although Wang Sheng was powerful on stage, he was unable to hit Tang San's figure, while Tang San spun around Wang Sheng like a cat playing with a mouse, attacking but not fiercely, as if testing Wang Sheng's reactions. Tang San was deliberately exhausting Wang Sheng's patience and soul power. One student whispered, "He has too fast, too agile. Wang Sheng simply can't keep up with his rhythm," another student responded. At this moment, Wang Sheng on the battlefield was starting to feel a hint of anxiety. He threw punches repeatedly, the fluctuations of soul power strong, but each time struck empty air. Tang San always managed to dodge at the critical moment. The defense of the blue pattern armor was indeed strong. But Wang Sheng knew that passively taking hits like this would only continuously deplete his soul power, while Tang San had not launched a real attack. Suddenly, Tang San's blue-silver grass shot out. The first soul skill entangling instantly activated, several strands of blue-silver grass quickly coiling around Wang Sheng's body like poisonous snakes. Wang Sheng immediately sensed the danger. Roaring angrily, his soul power erupted violently, the blue pattern armor around him emitting a humming sound, and his powerful defense instantly enhanced. But even so, those several strands of blue-silver grass still accurately coiled around his arms. A good opportunity. Wang Sheng's heart suddenly trembled. He felt the binding force of the blue-silver grass, but also understood that Tang San's attack was not fierce. He exerted force, wanting to tear apart the blue-silver grass with his powerful strength. However, at that moment, he felt a strange fluctuation. Oh no! With Tang San's combat skills, the power of the blue-silver grass must not be merely a binding. Wang Sheng's heart cried out in alarm, but it was too late. Tang San's blue-silver grass suddenly exerted strength, and while entangling, Tang San activated the ghost shadow mysterious steps again, instantly appearing in front of Wang Sheng. His purple extreme magic eyes activating, his gaze piercing into Wang Sheng's eyes like a blade. In that moment, Wang Sheng felt the world before him blur. His brain filled with a sharp pain, his thoughts seemed to fall into chaos. This is a mental attack? Tang San, isn't your martial soul blue silver grass? How come you have such an attack method? Wang Sheng's heart suddenly shrank, but Tang San's attack did not end. Immediately after, Tang San's other hand stretched out, the controlling crane and capturing dragon technique instantly activated, the power of the Xian Jade hand enhancing his palm, radiating a jade-like luster. Wang Sheng couldn't react at all. His entire body was seized by Tang San, as if caught by a strong iron claw, unable to move. He was too fast, so fast that it took his breath away. Wang Sheng felt extremely anxious, but had no way to counter. He could clearly sense that he was completely under Tang San's control, and he had no opportunity to unleash his own power. However, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, and the power of the azure pattern armor revealed its great effect at this moment. Although Tang San's grip was precise, his attacks did not cause any actual harm due to Wang Sheng's strong defense. Even though Wang Sheng was bound, the energy, soul power, and stamina within him were rapidly recovering. Tang San was indeed strong, but he underestimated my defense. Wang Sheng sneered inwardly, quietly beginning to gather strength. Tang San stood in front of Wang Sheng, still wearing an air of composure. He saw through Wang Sheng's intentions, and a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Your defense is indeed impressive. But can you withstand the collapse of your mindset? Before his words fell, Tang San's figure vanished again, activating the ghost shadow misty steps. This time, he chose not to continue a direct attack, but began to circle around Wang Sheng. Each time, he appeared at the moment Wang Sheng was unprepared, lightly tapping his fist on Wang Sheng's body. Although it did not cause substantial harm, it continually created psychological pressure on Wang Sheng. Bastard! Wang Sheng's heart burned with rage. But unfortunately, his attacks still couldn't hit Tang San's figure. Every time he prepared to counterattack, Tang San had already vanished without a trace. The onlooking students began to realize this too, discussing among themselves. Wang Sheng's defense is indeed astonishing, but Tang San doesn't give him a chance to fight back. Tang San is toying with him, using psychological tactics to make Wang Sheng lose his composure. Yet even so, Wang Sheng still had not been injured. Truly a tiger with a turtle shell. Ha! What do you call a tiger with a turtle shell? A turtle-headed tiger? You lot. Don't slander our brother Sheng like that. The work-study students turned red with anger upon hearing this, opening their mouths to retort. However, the situation on the field clearly showed that Wang Sheng was being trampled by Tang San. Is Wang Sheng not a turtle-headed tiger? Then what is he? The noble students snickered, looking at the indifference in Tang San's eyes, hearing the mockery from the surrounding students, and feeling the anxious work-study students. Wang Sheng felt his heart fill with various negative emotions, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Tang San's speed and control were like a ghost, under Tang San's mastery. He couldn't find any opportunity to counter. In contrast, Tang San, with a teasing demeanor, repeatedly challenged his patience. Wang Sheng, all of this is self-inflicted. I told you. I wouldn't be wrong. Just admit that you are inferior to me. Tang San's voice whispered in his ear, carrying a hint of mockery, but more so indifference and contempt. Wang Sheng's heart suddenly sank. Although his defense was still holding, his mindset had begun to waver. It should end now. Tang San chuckled coldly. Chapter 33 Apology, Impossible. Looking at Wang Sheng, whose body was slightly trembling, Tang San shook his head. Then, he directly mobilized his entire soul power. Blue-silver bind. Tang San released his first soul skill again, and the blue-silver vines tightly wrapped around Wang Sheng. At this level, he should stop pretending to be a big brother and stepping up. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Tang San's eyes. Today, he must give Wang Sheng a memorable lesson. Although Wang Sheng's defense was very strong, Tang San was not worried. Generally speaking, no matter how strong a person's defense is, there will always be a few weak points. Tang San was very clear about these weak points. He activated his Xian Jade Hand again and launched an attack at Wang Sheng. This move was actually the monkey stealing peach. Wow, impressive. Ha ha ha. With this move, won't Wang Sheng turn into a light pole tiger? I wonder if he can still cultivate with his tiger martial soul after losing his eggs? How can he not cultivate? Without the third leg, he could probably still cultivate. Why? Just look at him now. His martial soul is the white tiger, right? How can he not cultivate? Oh, is it that white tiger? The surrounding students began to discuss again, even more heatedly than before. However, just as Tang San was about to attack Wang Sheng below, the vines that were tightly wrapped around Wang Sheng suddenly burst open. Wang Sheng's eyes gleamed, and his two tiger claws directly grabbed Tang San's hands. Tang San felt a sharp pain in his palms as Wang Sheng grabbed his hands. Although he had the Xian Jade Hand, he had only just cultivated it to the first stage. Moreover, In the previous battle, he had been showing off his martial arts to influence Wang Sheng's mentality. This had led to his internal strength of the Xian Tiangong being nearly exhausted, and Wang Sheng, after all, was a soul master with a beast martial soul. So his strength was naturally formidable. Why? I observed that my first soul skill, Blue Silver Bind, can clearly bind you for 2 seconds. It was like that before. Now it is clearly just past 1 second. Tang San exclaimed. At this moment, his face could no longer maintain the previous calm and indifference. No matter what, he was still just a plant-type soul master, with insufficient internal strength and being pinned down by a beast martial soul master like Wang Sheng. His outcome was already quite obvious. Wang Sheng's earlier panic and gloomy expression finally turned cloudy to clear. He grinned and laughed, a mouthful of big white teeth. In Tang San's eyes, looked like a blood-red mouth. Tang San, you are too confident. Or rather, you really overestimate yourself and underestimate me. After saying that, Wang Sheng stopped talking nonsense, directly grabbed Tang San's hands, lifted him up, and threw him down hard. Following that, he hurled Tang San towards the ground with a heavy smash. Boom! Then, he pulled the already completely dazed Tang San up again and threw him violently towards a nearby tree. This scene almost caught everyone by surprise. They only saw Tang San, with one move of monkey stealing peach, being directly caught with criminal hands by Wang Sheng. Then, Tang San was tossed around like a sandbag by Wang Sheng. He was then thrown away and screamed as he crashed into a tree. The entire open space suddenly became particularly quiet. Wang Sheng actually won, a student said with disbelief. Trembling, he had just seen Tang San continuously gain the upper hand and was regretting that he had bet too little on Tang San. Could it be that the work-study student was acting? Did the person who opened the betting deliberately set a trap? This thought couldn't help but arise in the minds of those who had placed bets, and it could not be dispelled. Of course, no one dared to question Wang Sheng, and they could only turn their anger towards the person who had opened the betting earlier. Faced with the murderous gaze of the crowd, that person immediately felt a chill run down their spine. I swear, I'm not a work-study student. There's no need for me to set them up. The crowd stopped talking, but tacitly surrounded that person, leaving no escape. Not yet, it's not over. Look, Tang San is actually getting up. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The crowd was startled and looked back at the arena. Tang San now looked very disheveled. He was spitting blood, and his clothes were torn and tattered. His eyes were cold, as if he was still contemplating how to turn the tables and take revenge on Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was also very surprised to see this. The reason he could turn the tables, Wang Sheng certainly understood in his heart. It was precisely because his first soul skill could reduce the duration of control-type skills of the same source or similar type by up to 50 when attacking continuously. Tang San's soul power was not as high as Wang Sheng's. So the same binding skill that controlled for 2 seconds the first time could only control for 1 second the second time. Previously, he had acted like a patient hunter, waiting for the opportunity to strike. However, in the earlier smash and toss, he had indeed held back. After all, Tang San was a work-study student, and he still hoped to wake him up and bring him back to the group, but that had also used up 80 of his own strength. Wang Sheng estimated that his 80 strength was enough to surpass the full force strike of those 10-year soul masters with their first soul rings. It should be enough to knock out a plant-type soul master. Unexpectedly, Tang San not only didn't faint, but could also get back up. Forget it. I'll just wait and see what happens. Wang Sheng thought indifferently. Tang San's face was dark. The roles of the two had completely reversed. How can I lose to such an opponent? Tang San's heart roared. If it weren't for the internal strength of the Xian Tiangong and his skills, he would definitely have already been lying under the tree, passed out. Even so, he was now in excruciating pain. It felt as if he had been crushed by a giant stone. Moreover, the previous attacks and defenses had exhausted all his internal strength. Tang San, if you're willing to turn back and apologize to those 2 classmates just now, you will still be our brother. Wang Sheng looked at Tang San and said in a deep voice, I was never wrong. It's impossible for me to apologize to them. Tang San was furious. In his eyes, Wang Sheng was humiliating him. His face even twisted a bit at that moment. He touched his left wrist. There, hidden was a hidden weapon. It was the first hidden weapon he had crafted himself, when he was in Soul Saint Village. Sleeve arrows. This set of sleeve arrows was equipped with 3 4-inch long, small arrows. Tang Sen looked at Wang Sheng with a cold smile. He pretended to point at Wang Sheng, wanted to say something, but his curled finger had already pressed against the safety of the sleeve arrow. Then, his finger pressed against the switch. Its target was Wang Sheng's right eye. Chapter 34. Work-study students, 3 soul masters. Whoosh! A cold light shot out from Tang San's sleeve arrow. What is this? Before Wang Sheng could see clearly what it was, the small arrow was already almost in front of his eyes. The worst part was that he had already deactivated his first soul skill. Now, he could only rely on the basic defense of his martial soul to block this attack. Move, body, move a little. In this critical moment, Wang Sheng could only slightly shift a tiny bit. However, it was just this little movement that caused the small arrow, originally aimed at his right eye, to miss completely. Even so, the small arrow still fiercely pierced into the area above Wang Sheng's right eye, getting caught tightly by his muscles before being blocked by the orbital bone, just a hair's breadth, and it would have hit his temple. In an instant, Wang Sheng was filled with fear. Whether it hit his right eye or his temple, his fate would undoubtedly be tragic. However, even though he had slightly avoided it, this small arrow still caused direct harm to Wang Sheng. Blood flowed down from the wound, instantly dyeing half of Wang Sheng's face red. The impact of the small arrow hitting the orbital bone made Wang Sheng feel quite uncomfortable. His right eye suddenly blurred, and all he could hear was a buzzing sound in his ears. Wang Sheng's chest heaved violently, and his nostrils were filled with the smell of blood. His hands clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white. Yet his gaze remained fiery, fixed on Tang San before him. This Tang San, he treated him like a brother and even held back, yet he dared to strike so ruthlessly. Wang Sheng, don't blame me. This is how the world works. I said you wouldn't understand, but I am definitely right. Tang San sneered coldly, looking at Wang Sheng with indifference. His footsteps gradually approached, his cold gaze sweeping over Wang Sheng, showing no concealment of his disdain. Tigers are solitary creatures. Only sheep gather in flocks. Calling you a waste is just stating the truth. Even if you have a breakthrough in strength, can your foolish ideas and low intelligence compete with me? He waved his hand lightly, the blue soul power in his palm gradually condensing. This was his remaining soul power, enough for him to unleash his first soul skill once more. Wang Sheng's breathing became rapid. Warm blood continuously gushed from the wound. Each breath felt like a needle piercing into his body. But at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Tang San is just a petty person, utterly petty. How could I give up like this? A strong surge of anger erupted within Wang Sheng's heart. At this moment, the pain in his body seemed insignificant. The Tang San before him not only insulted him, but also harmed the things he cherished the most. His companions, their friendship. Not far away, Xiao Wu watched this scene, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. After class, she couldn't help but go buy some carrots to eat. Missing the beginning, when she saw the crowd gathering, she witnessed this scene. Humans, indeed, have many treacherous and cunning individuals. Good friends, brothers, can also turn on each other like this, even aiming for each other's vital points. Initially, she had quite a good impression of Tang San. Now, she finally understood the hypocrisy of this person. Hypocritical, selfish. However, she also realized that there are still good people among humans. For example, Wang Sheng. Suddenly, her fondness for Wang Sheng reached its peak. Society is simple. It's people who are complex. Xiao Wu thought to herself, feeling a pang of heartache. The world of soul beasts is much simpler. De Ming and Er Ming have been brothers for 100,000 years and have never fought. Looking at Wang Sheng, she couldn't help but think of the 2 brothers in the new Douluo forest. Perhaps he is a good choice. Xiao Wu knew Wang Sheng's situation now, but she still chose to stand at a distance. There was no sympathy in her eyes, only determination. Don't give up, Wang Sheng. She silently prayed in her heart, her voice barely audible. If you're truly the one destined for Xiao Wu. Of course, Wang Sheng knew nothing of this. All he knew was that Tang San was now his enemy, the enemy of all work-study students. Wang Sheng could no longer hold back. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the small arrow, and yanked it out with force. Looking at the small arrow in his hand, he squeezed it with all his might, bending it before throwing it to the ground. "Oh, not bad, deciding to fight me to the death." Tang San's smile remained indifferent. "If you want to continue struggling, then come on, let's see how long you can hold out. However, no matter how long you last, your fate will not change." Wang Sheng's heart was completely ignited with the flames of anger. His body's strength surged wildly, and his martial soul seemed to respond to something. In an instant, a strong golden light erupted from his eyes. There was no longer any softness in his gaze, replaced instead by unwavering determination and overwhelming fury. A fierce glint flashed in Tang San's eyes as he tore off the fabric from his left wrist, revealing the set of sleeve arrows. Then, he brushed his hand against the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at his waist, and a short sword with a blue handle appeared in his hand. Just now, Tang San had regained some soul power and had performed healing and recovery using the Xiantian skill. He was ready to engage Wang Sheng in close combat again. "Wang Sheng," Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang out, filled with urgency and helplessness. She could naturally see Tang San's extraordinary prowess, along with the blue short sword in Tang San's hand. It was also very sharp. Wang Sheng, after all, lacked combat experience and had a mindset that wasn't ruthless enough, making it difficult for him to defeat Tang San. Therefore, she did not hesitate any longer, quickly rushing out to stand in front of Wang Sheng, her gaze fixed firmly on Tang San. "That's enough, Tang San." Her tone was colder than ever. "You can't bully him anymore." Tang San's gaze slightly narrowed, a flash of disdain appearing in his eyes. "Xiao Wu is a girl. You shouldn't interfere in our fight. Besides, you're just a little girl with a rabbit martial soul. I've been letting you off easy all along. Otherwise, what could you do?" Tang San's voice was filled with contempt and mockery. He had thought that Xiao Wu was quite cute and pretty, and even welcomed her to share a bed with him. However, at this moment, he no longer held such thoughts. Women only slow him down when he wields his blade. Xiao Wu's eyes showed no sign of fear or hesitation. Her body leaned slightly forward, ready to face the impending attack. Yellow soul rings rose from her body. What? A work-study student, and there's even a soul master. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. In the past, Notting Academy had never seen such a situation. It was already remarkable for work-study students to become soul masters upon graduation. Now, 3 soul masters among the work-study students? Most shocking of all, they were all first soul rings of 100 years. It's over. They had lost all interest in watching the show, replaced by panic. Chapter 35, Thank You. Tang San's eyes narrowed. Xiao Wu had actually obtained a soul ring so quickly, and it was a 100-year soul ring. A rabbit martial soul? What kind of rabbit is this? So strong? Could it be that Xiao Wu also has a twin martial soul? Tang San's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that his master was lying to him? Perhaps twin martial souls aren't so rare. Otherwise, how could he explain Xiao Lan, who also had innate full soul power with her blue-silver grass martial soul? And now, how could he explain Xiao Wu's innate full soul power rabbit martial soul? He really couldn't figure it out. Not good. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was eager to try, Tang San's expression froze, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He believed that he could still win against Wang Sheng if he gave it his all and used all his means. Now, with a fully energized Xiao Wu added to the mix, how could he still make a move? Tang San suddenly had an idea. He ignored Xiao Wu and shouted loudly at Wang Sheng. "Wang Sheng, do you still count as a man? If you're a man, don't forget that this is our duel. Hiding behind a girl like Xiao Wu, what does that count for?" Tang San's words were clearly a provocation. Anyone with eyes could see that this was a tactic to provoke. Tang San didn't care. What was wrong with using provocation? He did it. And now it was up to Wang Sheng to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Sheng was taken aback. Looking past Xiao Wu, his heart was filled with gratitude and determination. "Sister Xiao Wu, this is what a true partner is." However, just as Tang San said, this was his matter with Tang San. "Sister Xiao Wu, you should step aside. But, you now, trust me." After saying this, Wang Sheng patted Xiao Wu's shoulder, stepped past her, and faced Tang San directly. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surging within him. At that moment, he could almost hear the sound of his own heartbeat, sensing that the martial soul deep within his soul was responding fiercely. That surge from the martial soul seemed to carry a mysterious power. The wound from the small arrow he had received earlier was no longer bleeding. Seeing this, Tang San naturally ignored Xiao Wu, directly unleashing his first soul skill, blue-silver binding, and then rushed towards Wang Sheng with his dagger in hand. The blue vines surged forward like a ferocious dragon, roaring as they charged ahead. Wang Sheng's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his blood seemed to boil instantly. A strong light erupted in his eyes, flowing down and enveloping his entire body in gold. Kill! Wang Sheng's voice was cold, filled with a long-lost determination. He no longer avoided, but swung his fist to meet the attack. As Wang Sheng unleashed his full power, the blue-silver grass vines were forcefully smashed apart in midair and on the ground. After being smashed, many of them shattered completely. What? My first soul skill was completely blocked. Tang San's expression changed drastically. What was that golden power? He never expected that this seemingly weak opponent could retaliate so fiercely. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. She didn't expect that in a desperate situation, Wang Sheng's eruption would be so astonishing, as if hiding some unknown potential. This aura felt like the Holy Tiger of Light? The Holy Tiger of Light was a very powerful soul beast in the history of the Stardo Forest. Tang San's gaze flickered, as if he was pondering something. He gripped his dagger tightly, a faint sneer appearing on his face. Indeed, a waste could retaliate a few times, but how long could you maintain this state? Wang Sheng was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. He swung his tiger paw again, each strike filled with murderous intent, each aimed at Tang San's vital points. Every strike carried an increasingly strong momentum, as if he wanted to pour out all his rage. At first, he was worried about how long he could sustain this state. After all, Tang San was as slippery as a fish. However, the golden light in his eyes seemed to be the source of his strength, allowing him to maintain this state. It even made him feel stronger. I have to thank you, Tang San. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that my martial soul actually has this kind of power. Wang Sheng grinned widely. Seeing Wang Sheng like this, Tang San's expression finally changed. As Wang Sheng's attacks continued to close in, Tang San's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly retreated. He began to activate the Phantom Shadow movement, moving his feet quickly to barely avoid Wang Sheng's attacks. Wang Sheng's attacks didn't stop. This time, he held nothing back. Tang San's expression became extremely ugly. How was he supposed to deal with Wang Sheng in this state? Moreover, constantly using the Phantom Shadow movement to evade Wang Sheng's attacks was also draining his internal energy. Today, he was going to be defeated. Of course, being defeated was one thing. Apologizing was out of the question. Seeing that he could no longer maintain this battle, he suddenly retreated, preparing to escape. Tang San, you can't escape. Wang Sheng's voice was filled with murderous intent, relentlessly pursuing. However, at that moment, Xiao Wu suddenly blocked Wang Sheng's path. Stop. Don't chase. Her voice trembled slightly. Wang Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Wu, wanting to say something, but realized he no longer had time to explain. Tang San had already taken the opportunity to escape to use Xiao Jiang's side. Xiao Wu's gaze dimmed as she looked at Tang San. She had thought that in a place like Nodding City, there would be no one who could discover her true identity. However, when she obtained her first soul ring, she clearly felt that someone was spying on her. The gaze that was spying on her was filled with curiosity, confusion, surprise, and a hint of greed. She could clearly sense that the person spying on her had an aura similar to Tang San's. Recalling this, a hint of fear still lingered in Xiao Wu's eyes. But she quickly regained her composure. Wang Sheng, well done. But Tang San, it's not as simple as you think. I just can't tell you right now. You just need to know that I'm stopping you from pursuing for your own protection. Wang Sheng fell silent. Chapter 36 Master. Let me introduce you properly. Tang San's desperate escape left the students watching dumbfounded. Come on, you have to accept the bet. Why did he run? Seeing Tang San adjusting his state next to Yu Xiaojiang, everyone's gaze turned somewhat disdainful. Tang San, however, remained calm and collected, observing his nose and heart, unfazed. In his previous life, he had no shame in secretly learning Tang's sex inheritance. Now, it was just a small matter. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to lose. He just felt he was in the right. Since he was right, why should he apologize? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San, feeling conflicted and unsure of what to say. After all, Tang San had somewhat taken the lead for him. Moreover, he felt there was nothing wrong with it. Seeing Wang Sheng not pursuing him, but instead preparing to leave with the work-study students, Yu Xiaojiang snorted coldly. This kid is still sensible. But where to go now? Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit of a headache. To the academic affairs office? There was still a large group of students in front who hadn't left. Were they waiting for Tang San to fulfill the bet and apologize? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojiang stood up directly and shouted, "Everyone, get out of the way. What are you blocking here for?" However, not many people paid him any mind. They were here to watch the show, wanted to see how it would end. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned dark. He turned his back. "San Pao, appear." San Pao, sneak into the crowd and let one rip. Do a few more times. A few minutes later. What the hell? Who crapped their pants? What smell is that? Damn, this is too stinky. Why does it even smell like pickled vegetables? The crowd of onlookers instantly erupted. The crowd dispersed in an instant. Yu Xiaojiang had just put away his martial spirit and patted Tang San on the shoulder. "Xiao San, it's okay now, let's go." Tang San opened his eyes, somewhat confused. "Master, are we still going to the academic affairs office now?" "Of course. You helped the teacher a bit. The teacher just exercised and my legs are still a bit weak." "You mean, all the student files of Notting Academy are here?" Jiang Ning looked at the large box in front of him and asked. Standing beside him was Director Yuan. "Yes. What's wrong?" Director Yuan was a bit surprised. Jiang Ning had clearly said he would come to work the next day, but he ended up skipping work. It left him confused. Now that he came to work, he was asking him to bring all the student files. Was he the director, or was he the director? Forget it. The guy has a backer, so it's not worth offending him over this. "All right, I'll take a look here. You go do your thing." Jiang Ning sait kaswali. Director Yuan didn't hesitate and turned to leave. "Let me see what this Notting Academy is all about." Jiang Ning randomly pulled out a student file and began to read. He certainly wasn't just looking for something to do out of boredom. Remembering that the system's first stage task was to recruit 7 more disciples within a week, Jiang Ning felt a bit anxious. Recruiting useless disciples also depended on what kind of useless they were, right? If they had no talent in martial spirits, that was still manageable. The system would find a way. At least there were spirit herbs, right? Moreover, after recruiting disciples, he could unlock the soul-washing pool, allowing him to change their martial spirits. But if a person's will is useless, that wouldn't work. Let alone what domineering waste, spoiled brats, or rebellious disciples. Rebellious disciples? That's not out of the question. Jiang Ning thought with excitement. However, after flipping through several student files in a row, he no longer felt the same way. Plain and ordinary, purely plain and ordinary. They couldn't even be considered true waste, nor did they have any outstanding characteristics. Furthermore, he also realized that knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. What could you tell from just a file? Would Wang Sheng's file say he was brave, responsible, and hardworking? Jiang Ning sighed. Just as he was about to continue flipping through patiently, he suddenly heard some noise outside. It seemed to be coming from Director Yuan's side. "Let me go take a look." Jiang Ning thought, then walked outside. "Director Yuan, you can't just fool me like this, right? Just 2 days, and there's already a candidate for the Deputy Director of Academic Affairs? Master, I truly didn't fool you. Anyway, I'm telling you now, if you're not convinced, don't come looking for me. If you have the ability, go find the dean and see what he says." Yu Xiaojiang's face looked a bit ugly. "Go find the dean? I've done that before. Is this how it ends? That won't do. I'm out of money. Director Yuan, I don't believe there's anyone in this academy who can surpass me in training soul masters. I have that confidence." Yu Xiaojiang said loudly. "How about this? Let's do an experiment. You give me a portion of students, and let that Deputy Director of Academic Affairs take a portion too. After a month, we'll see whose students are better, all right?" Director Yuan felt somewhat troubled and was momentarily speechless. How could he make decisions for Jiang Ning? If Jiang Ning agreed to this proposal, he certainly had no objections. After all, he didn't want Yu Xiaojiang to come to his office every few days shouting. However, since Yu Xiaojiang was called Master, theoretically speaking, he had some skills. It was possible he really had something up his sleeve. If he actually won against Jiang Ning and became the Deputy Director of Academic Affairs, wouldn't that make things difficult for him? Speak up, Director Yuan. This is already very fair, right? I think this proposal wouldn't be a problem, even if it were brought to the dean, Yu Xiaojiang said with a confident smile. The so-called theory, even if it wasn't his original idea, he had a good memory. The students here indeed lacked a systematic approach to training. If he really followed the theory to implement it, it would definitely yield results. He didn't believe that the so-called deputy director could surpass him. Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Jiang Ning walked in. Jiang Ning had naturally heard Yu Xiaojiang's words, but he didn't rush to respond. What? It's you again? What are you doing here? Yu Xiaojiang's smile froze when he saw the familiar face of Jiang Ning walking in. He had come to cause trouble last time, and now he was back to cause trouble again? What kind of person is this? Oh, isn't this master? How come after just a few days? You look so downcast. Your face is so pale. You. Hearing Jiang Ning's familiar tone, Yu Xiaojiang instantly became furious. This kid, why was he so sarcastic? Director Yuan, standing nearby, suddenly noticed Yu Xiaojiang's state. Master, you do look a bit down. Director Yuan said honestly. Don't mind whether I look down or not. Let's just talk about what just happened. But, Director Yuan, who exactly is this person? Can he just come to the academic affairs office whenever he wants? Yu Xiaojiang suppressed his anger. Jiang Ning remained calm. Oh, why can't I come? Old Yuan, tell him who I am and why I can come. After saying this, Jiang Ning casually pulled over a chair, sat down, and took out a teacup, brewing tea from a box of tea leaves he found in Director Yuan's drawer. This world's tea is really good. Jiang Ning sighed. Having come to Douluo Continent, with no cola to drink and not drinking alcohol, he could only drink tea. This kid, is his hand so familiar? Director Yuan looked at Jiang Ning's demeanor and couldn't help but laugh at himself. Since Jiang Ning arrived, he made a cup of tea for him, which was still his most precious tea leaves. Unexpectedly, he caught Jiang Ning's attention right away. Thinking back to the few pieces of century-old dragon mushroom leaves that Jiang Ning had given him as a return gift, Director Yuan didn't feel like making a fuss about it. Ahem. Director Yuan cleared his throat, extended a hand toward Jiang Ning, and then spoke. Master, I would like to formally introduce you. This is our new Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office, recommended by the Wuhuan Hall of Notting City, Jiang Ning, Director Jiang. What? He is the new Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office? Yu Xiaojiang's face turned extremely ugly. Chapter 37, If You Have the Ability. Why don't you bet with me? Yu Xiaojiang looked at Jiang Ning, who was sitting in a chair, drinking tea without a care in the world, and felt like he wanted to hammer him to death. However, he still held back. Director Jiang, hello. Yu Xiaojiang, would like to conduct an experiment with you. What do you think? Yu Xiaojiang said seriously. Experiment? What experiment? Jiang Ning pretended not to have heard before. Otherwise, it would mean he was eavesdropping outside. The position of Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office is for the capable. The experiment is to use this position to make a bet. You and I each take 30 students, draw 5 students from each grade, and after a month, see whose disciples improve more. How about that? Yu Xiaojiang stared at Jiang Ning and said, Oh, that's really strange. Didn't you say that Notting Academy is full of useless people? Why do you want to take students now? Jiang Ning pretended to be surprised and asked, Don't worry about that. There are no useless martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang said with a gloomy face. All right then, bet. Why should I bet with you? Jiang Ning shook his teacup and glanced sideways at Yu Xiaojiang, saying flatly, I was appointed as Deputy Director in a legitimate way. Whether I can hold this position is not up to you. Besides, since it's a bet, what do you have to wager against me? If I lose, I'll give up the position of Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office. If you lose, what will happen? Yu Xiaojiang was once again rendered speechless. Stop saying that. You just don't dare, right? If you have the ability, then bet with me? Yu Xiaojiang nearly shouted this sentence. All right, the provocation tactic won't work on me. Jiang Ning finished his tea in one gulp, put down the cup, stood in front of Yu Xiaojiang, and said with an imposing tone, If I lose, I'll give up the position. If you lose, what will happen? Master? I can't possibly lose. If I lose, I will leave Notting Academy and never come back. How about that? Yu Xiaojiang clenched his fists tightly, his hands turning whiter. That's good. Then let's agree on this. Jiang Ning said very readily. At this moment, he was overjoyed. How could he lose in such a bet? Seeing Jiang Ning respond so readily, Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily stunned. Looking at Jiang Ning's calm expression, he felt a strange sense of panic. No, no, no. Don't panic. Xiaojiang, believe in yourself. You won't lose. Yu Xiaojiang cheered himself up in his heart. Humph. Then starting today, we will each gather our own students, 5 from each grade, and we will count a month starting tomorrow. How about it? Yu Xiaojiang said coldly. All right, no problem. Jiang Ning said. However, without any proof, master, what do you think? Jiang Ning's eyes turned, and he said leisurely. He didn't believe that Yu Xiaojiang would really be so trustworthy. What if he lost and directly denied the debt? It would be better to establish a betting agreement or something as proof. I'll write this agreement. Director Yuan, you can be the witness. How about that? Yu Xiaojiang felt there was no problem with that. Writing an agreement is good, to prevent the other party from denying it later. All right, I'll witness it. Director Yuan naturally had nothing to say. I will write 3 copies of the agreement. 1 for each of us and 1 for Director Yuan. Good. Watching Yu Xiaojiang's departing figure, Director Yuan was somewhat silent, then patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. I say, kid, is this bit a bit too big? The master's theory is indeed unmatched at Nodding Academy. Director Yuan said with some concern. Don't worry, old Yuan. Your tea tastes great. I don't want to just drink it for this month. Put your heart back in your belly. Just prepare the tea for me. Seeing Director Yuan's frown, Jiang Ning didn't feel anything. He had the disciple recruiting system. How could he possibly lose? Jiang Ning waved his hand, indicating not to worry, then walked out, preparing to go back and check on the student files. You little rascal. Director Yuan scolded with a smile. This is getting much more interesting. Master, is it really genuine? Director Yuan couldn't help but look forward to this bet. Master, how did it go? Tang Sen asked as he watched his master quickly walk out of the academic affairs office. He felt that his master seemed very excited. If his master became the deputy director of the academic affairs office, it would naturally bring him many benefits. It's always good to lean against a big tree for shade. If in his previous life, he managed to win over the sect master's daughter, would learning Tang's sex techniques still be a problem? Isn't it just that they looked down on him because he was a miscellaneous servant and an outer disciple? Not yet, Yu Xiaojiang said with a wry smile. But it's not a failure. Master, you made a bet with the current deputy director of the academic affairs office. Bet? What bet? Tang Sen asked, puzzled. The teacher and he will each take 30 students, and after a month, see the actual results. The winner becomes the deputy director of the academic affairs office. That person looks young. He must have gotten the position through connections. When it comes to training students, hum. Yu Xiaojiang said proudly. I see. Then I'll congratulate you in advance on becoming the deputy director of the academic affairs office. Tang San said happily upon hearing this. The master's theory is still reliable. After all, until now, no other teacher had noticed that he had a second martial soul. Master, what do you want to do? I'll help you. Tang San said obediently. Of course, we need to gather a group of students before that deputy director. Although I haven't been a teacher, I've been in this academy for so many years. So I still know quite a bit about the students' information. A glint of determination flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes as he said, Sanner, you will help me go. Chapter 38. The master does not care about talent. The more useless the martial soul, the better. Have you heard? The master is going to open a class to teach. A student said excitedly to a few others. Master? Which teacher? The master, the one who proposed the 10 core theories of martial souls. He is right here in our academy. Is that true? Why did he suddenly start accepting students? He said he was looking for his disciples to sign up, and there are big posters up in the cafeteria, the teaching building, and by the dormitory. Let us go take a look. At this moment, such conversations were happening all over the campus. Yu Xiaojiang, who was hiding in a corner and observing everything, couldn't help but nod in approval. Tang San's efficiency was still very quick, and he was very satisfied. After leaving the academic affairs office, Yu Xiaojiang clearly informed Tang San about the students he wanted to recruit. Each student he wanted to recruit had a decent martial soul quality and good development potential. In total, he wanted to recruit 30 students and asked Tang San to notify them one by one. Tang San frowned upon hearing this. He made a suggestion to Yu Xiaojiang. You can't be so conservative. Yu Xiaojiang was puzzled by Tang San's comment. How was it conservative? He was indeed quite familiar with these 30 students. Tang Xin then told him that since they were confident about winning this bet, they should create some momentum. Let everyone know about this matter. That is creating momentum. Moreover, it should be made to feel like joining you Xiaojing's class ISNTA simple matter, but something one must fight to get into. Otherwise, how would it highlight his title as a master? Tang Xin proposed that recruiting students must be done in 2 steps. The first step is for you Xiaojing to personally invite those 30 students and secretly hint to them that they would definitely be able to enter this class. The second step is to announce the recruitment situation of this class throughout the academy, letting everyone who is interested come to sign up with Tang San, creating a hot atmosphere. Yu Xiaojing naturally had no objections and was rather grateful to have Tang San as his disciple. Thus, this led to the scene that Yu Xiaojing was currently observing in secret. Ha, great! This way, my becoming the deputy director of the academic affairs office will also be quite a spectacle. Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but smile as he walked away to invite those 30 students. Brother Sheng, have you heard? The master said he is going to open a class and will accept 30 students. The work-study students were gathered together for their usual meal, and naturally, this topic came up. Wang Sheng was somewhat silent. He didn't know if the master's actions were related to what he had done to Tang San today. He only found out today that his teacher Jiang Ning was the new deputy director of the academic affairs office. Maybe because Tang San lost to him, the master decided to challenge his teacher. Wang Sheng didn't know who would win or lose. Although the master had made him extraordinarily powerful through a medicinal herb, that herb must be extremely precious. Now, he was going to accept a class of 30 students. Master, do you really have that many herbs? If there are no herbs, then the master still has a theoretical framework. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare propose this method. If the master loses the position of deputy director of the academic affairs office because of this bet, wouldn't that be a trouble I brought to him? Moreover, this matter has already become quite a sensation. If the master loses, his reputation in the academy would probably be ruined. No, the master absolutely cannot lose. Even though Wang Sheng thought this way in his heart, he still felt deep concern. Don't worry, Brother Sheng. Perhaps seeing Wang Sheng's anxious state, Xiao couldn't help but speak up. I believe teacher Jiang Ning must have his own plans. After all, he took on this bet. Brother Sheng, Xiao Wu is right. Don't worry. Brother Sheng, can you tell teacher Jiang to accept me too? I will definitely work hard on my training and not embarrass him. Brother Sheng, I want to join too. Haha, your calculations are quite clever. All right, I will go to the academic affairs office to find the teacher shortly. Wang Sheng said with a smile and then left. Xiao Wu watched Wang Sheng's departing figure and hopped back to the dormitory. She felt quite at ease. Don't forget, she is a rabbit that has transformed into a human after 100,000 years. Today, she had a close encounter with Wang Sheng after he returned with his spirit ring. How could she not know the changes that had occurred in him? So fragrant. Xiao Wu's nose twitched slightly. She didn't know what kind of spiritual medicine Wang Sheng had consumed. However, from the aura emanating from him, she concluded that it was at least a spiritual herb of 10,000 years. Such spiritual herbs are rare even in the Douluo forest. Even if they exist, they are all guarded by powerful 10,000-year-old beasts, and she had hardly consumed them a few times. A teacher from a small, remote city actually has 10,000-year spiritual herbs? Curiosity flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, and even more anticipation filled her heart. She silently thought to herself, perhaps the only chance to escape from that person who is eyeing her covetously is right here. In the second section, the wheel of time turns. Jiang Ning lay on Director Yuan's chair, doing eye exercises. He finally finished reading the files of all the students at Nodding Academy, and his eyes were sore. After reading, his biggest feeling was that this world of martial souls was indeed completely rigid. Among all the students in Nodding Academy, very few had martial souls with innate soul power above level 5. The few that did were all slightly mutated martial souls. Most of those with innate soul power of levels 3 or 4 were almost all children of the prominent families in Nodding City. They inherited their family's bloodline martial souls, like Xiao Qinyu, who possessed the wolf martial soul passed down from his family. After Yu Xiaojing made this bet with him, he immediately rushed off. Jiang Ning didn't even need to think to know that Yu Xiaojing must have gone to find those children from the families. After all, Yu Shaojiang's method of training disciples was nothing more than exercise and medicinal baths. You must know that after Tang San entered the Shrek Academy, Yu Shaojiang nearly emptied Shrek Academy to cultivate the 7 monsters. Even the personal savings of Dean Flender were significantly depleted. As it stands, if he doesn't recruit the children from the families and doesn't take resources from their families, where would Yu Shaojiang get so many resources to train students? However, this is not a problem, because he originally had no interest in those family children. This time, he didn't plan to accept all 30 students into his class. What he wanted to recruit were the useless ones with charisma. Master, are you there? Wang Sheng's voice came from outside, making Jiang Ning pause. Then he spoke up. I'm here, come in. Wang Sheng pushed the door open and then stood obediently in front of Jiang Ning. Master, I've caused you trouble, Wang Sheng said hesitantly. Oh, what's the situation? Jiang Ning was taken aback. How could Wang Sheng, who was so sensible, cause him trouble? Master, it's all my fault for beating up Tang San in front of many students today, causing the master to come challenge you. Wang Sheng said somewhat awkwardly. Is that all? Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. What's this? Because he was worried about Tang Hao. Jiang Ning felt it was inappropriate to directly take action against Tang San. Wang Sheng beating up Tang San was quite good. After all, he couldn't have Tang Hao personally intervene against a one-ring soul master, right? Master, about those 30 students. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and then said, the academy has a good reputation, and they look down on us work-study students, but I can guarantee that we work-study students will definitely give it our all in cultivation. Previously, our cultivation was poor because we had to work and were bullied by the noble students. Teacher, could you give them a chance? After saying this, Wang Sheng directly knelt down. Jiang Ning quickly got up and helped Wang Sheng up. I knew it, you. Jiang Ning chuckled. Don't worry. The master has already made plans. The people the master recruits don't care about talent. The more useless the martial soul, the better. Huh. Wang Sheng was stunned, then immediately overjoyed. Master, let me tell you, among us work-study students, except for a couple, the rest are all useless. Chapter 39, Best of 3. The winner must be us. Fong Tian, with a martial soul giant foot chicken. Innate soul power level 2. Now in 5th grade, soul power level 7. Zhang Tianxiang, with a martial soul 3-pronged rake. Innate soul power level 4. Now in 3rd grade, soul power level 7. Jiang Ning was very surprised as he looked at the work-study student files that Wang Sheng had dug up. He discovered a shocking pattern. 1 level of soul power increase per year. If this continues, wouldn't they live a few more years and still be able to become titled Douluo when they're old? Haha, this is just too funny. Wang Sheng, your brothers are really a bunch of useless people. What characteristics does the giant foot chicken martial soul have? Is it suitable for making spicy chicken feet? Yes, master. Wang Sheng was overjoyed to hear his master's words. He knew how useless his brothers were. Not only was their soul power growth very slow, but their martial souls were also very peculiar. Not just this giant foot chicken, but that 3-pronged rake, which is used for raking rice, had some rust on it. However, it seemed the master was quite satisfied. All right, Wang Sheng, go back and tell your brothers that if they come to my class, I will take them all in. But coming to my class will be very hard. It's not guaranteed that I will take them as my disciples. So, they need to be mentally prepared. A useless martial soul doesn't mean the person is useless. Yes. By the way, Wang Sheng, since Yu Shaojiang has gotten so big, you should help me promote it. Just say that there are no useless martial souls. Only useless teachers. Our class of 30, the worse the martial soul, the better. First come, first served. All right, master. Wang Sheng left the academic affairs office excitedly and went back to find his work-study brothers. The results, of course, were predictable. Most of the work-study students, except for a few who lacked confidence, chose to join Jiang Bai's class of 30 and promised to work hard to cultivate. After Wang Sheng announced Jiang Ning's requirements throughout the academy, it caused quite a stir. Those who had already signed up for Yu Shaojiang's class, especially the nobles, scoffed. However, a small number of students with poor martial soul qualifications, who had suffered oppression, secretly made the decision to go directly to Wang Sheng to sign up. Wang Sheng had nothing to say. He took them in on a first-come, first-served basis out of sympathy. However, There was still one thing Wang Sheng wanted to discuss with his master, but didn't he? That was the 3v3 arena competition with the noble students. Now, without Tang San, he and Xiao Wu couldn't say they were assured of winning. He originally wanted his master to support him and have his senior brothers and sisters participate. After hesitating for a long time, he chose not to tell his master. This was a matter for the work-study students, no matter what. He and Xiao Wu would never lose. On this day, all the students of Nodding Academy were caught in the turmoil of choices. Whether it was Yu Xiaojiang or the vice dean of the academic affairs office, both were figures that ordinary students found hard to approach. Those who chose to sign up with Yu Xiaojiang were all students who believed they had decent talent and family power. Yu Xiaojiang was naturally very pleased. His 30 students were truly the cream of the crop, gathering the relatively more potential students among all the academy students. Therefore, when he heard the commotion from Jiang Ning's side, his expression was very rich. No useless martial souls, only useless teachers? Ha ha ha. Did Yu Xiaojiang really believe that there were no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters? Of course not. Otherwise, how could he not break through level 30 soul power? It was merely to attract attention and gain the sympathy and support of most low-level soul masters. The focus was just on emotional value. Do you believe it? Then you will lose. Could it be that Jiang Ning really has some way? After a hearty laugh, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Soon, he gave himself a negative answer. The martial soul is something destined from birth. Things that can change martial soul qualifications are too rare. Even if Jiang Ning had such things, how could he possibly use them on this group of useless students at Nodding Academy? Even for someone like him who was well-versed in theory, it was simply about squeezing potential through crazy training and medicinal baths to allow cultivators to gain short-term improvements. After a period of crazy training, they would still stagnate. That was why he was betting on a month, because only a month of crazy training would be effective. After the first month, further training for a few months would not yield significant improvements. Master, I understand clearly. At this moment, Tang Sen walked in. In Jiang Ning's class of 30, 17 were work-study students, and the other 13 were all students with the worst qualifications imaginable. If a ranking of martial soul qualifications and cultivation potential were made for all the academy students, these 30 would probably claim all the bottom 30 spots. Tang San said with a strange expression, breaking the pot and smashing it. It shouldn't be this way. Even he couldn't understand how this situation came to be. Ha ha. I can only say that the advantage is mine. By the way, those students who signed up, please inform them to let their families contribute. Those with money should donate money, and those with spirit herbs should donate spirit herbs. I guarantee that during this month, their soul power will increase. Most of those who aren't soul masters will reach the soul master level. Yu Xiaojiang said with a tone full of arrogance. He had this confidence. It's important to know that among these 30 students, besides a few who were already soul masters, the rest were basically at level 9 soul power. As long as they reach level 10 soul power and obtain their spirit rings, they can reach level 11 soul power. How can Jiang Ning's 30 useless students compare to him? Xiao Qinyu's expression was somewhat hesitant. Although he was not present during Wang Sheng's battle with Tang San, he had heard about it from other students. Wang Sheng's strength had clearly surpassed his wolf martial soul with the first spirit ring for 10 years. He was a bit anxious. Would Wang Sheng still come to collect debts? Would the arena competition they previously agreed upon still happen? He didn't expect that Wang Sheng's teacher was actually the vice dean of the academic affairs office. Even their Xiao family did not want to easily offend such a person. However, coincidentally, Master was recruiting 30 students, so he naturally applied to join. He couldn't possibly go sign up for Wang Sheng's teacher, Jiang Bai's class, and have a so-called drink to resolve their grievances, right? Moreover, even if he wanted to apply for Jiang Bai's class, he couldn't. Wang Sheng said that he wouldn't accept those who were useless. Of course, he wasn't useless, but this directly equated to taking sides. Xiao Laoda, I don't know what you're worried about. Right now, among the work-study students, there are only Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng who are soul masters. Don't forget, Tang San is currently in a conflict with them. Ling Feng stood next to Xiao Qinyu, spreading his hands, and said directly, "Oh, let us have a 3-on-3 match. Just send someone to fight Wang Sheng. I'll take on the little rabbit, and let Tang San join our side to see who can deal with them." Best of three. The winner must be us. Xiao Qinyu slapped his head and looked at Ling Feng with satisfaction. All right, then you arrange this matter. If Tang San is unwilling to participate, then you go. Okay, boss. Chapter 40. Little Bunny, if you lose, you'll have to be my pet. Nodding Academy's playground. As the morning sun shines over this vast expanse of grass, the place is already crowded with people. The 3v3 arena match between working students and noble students is happening here as scheduled today. For the students of Nodding Academy, these days are becoming increasingly interesting. Compared to the previous calm days, when they could only gossip about scandals, this is practically the campus ecosystem they have always dreamed of. Everyone is a soul master. What reason is there to discuss? If it doesn't make sense, the one with the bigger fist gets to call the shots. Wang Sheng fighting Lu Long is just the prelude. Wang Sheng fighting Tang San is the climax. The working students versus the noble students. Master versus Jiang Ning. This is simply too passionate. Passionate soul masters. Passionate campus. Master and Jiang Ning's 30-person class has been formed, but both sides are keeping things very secretive, not revealing any news. At this moment, in this fierce battle, all the students present are eagerly looking forward to it, their eyes filled with excitement. The noble students led by Xiao Qinyu have dominated the Nodding Academy student circle for many years. In the cafeteria, they eat first, various teaching equipment they use first, various exercise facilities they use first, any rewards from the academy they get first. Even the pretty female students are pursued by them first. The working students are like ants in the academy. They are everywhere. They're also the punching bags for all the students in the academy. When the others vent their frustrations, they won't say a word. If it weren't for Wang Sheng's sudden breakthrough and his overwhelming strength, perhaps the working student status would remain forever lowly. The two sides have now reached an irreconcilable level, and no one knows who will win or lose in today's arena match. Look, the noble students are coming. That's Xiao Qinyu. His family is a big family in Nodding City, and their inherited martial soul is a wolf. His family is very wealthy, and the noble students all recognize him as their leader. Someone exclaimed, and instantly all the students turned to look in his direction. They saw a group of imposing teams entering the playground. The leader, wearing the Nodding Academy uniform, is tall and upright. However, the disdainful and contemptuous expression on his face seems to have become a habit of his behavior, never changing. In everyone's eyes, there's a mix of caution and even fear. Of course, there are also some who harbor hatred. Hey, look, how come Tang San is with the noble students? Isn't he a working student? Someone's gaze fell on a person in that group who was nearly at the same height as Xiao Qinyu. After all, the previous battle between Wang Sheng and Tang San left a deep impression on the onlookers. At this moment, seeing Tang San, a working student, actually walking alongside Xiao Qinyu, they couldn't help but be curious. I mean, are you really that foolish? Tang San and Wang Sheng have already reached that point. How could he still be with them? Moreover, if you were Xiao Qinyu, would you try to win over someone like Tang San, who is powerful but ostracized by the working students? Don't forget, today is 3v3. With Tang San, the working students have only 3 soul masters, and Xiao Qinyu's move is quite clever. Also, Tang San is a poor boy. Under Xiao Qinyu's financial pressure, he definitely can't hold out. Someone said passionately. It's clear that this person has a bias toward Xiao Qinyu. In that case, wouldn't Tang San seem a bit like a stray dog? Some people don't think highly of Xiao Qinyu. Moreover, they have also come to understand Tang San through his performance that day. Isn't it just because he became Master's disciple? Can you act like this just because you have a master? Tang San hasn't even apologized for losing that day. Sigh. Speaking of this makes me want to curse someone. Who was it last time? Making it so embarrassing. I don't know, but I heard it was Li Zimming from Class 2, Year 3. He drank the puppy milk his mom gave him. Damn, it's him. I'll go beat him up later. Make way, everyone get out of the way. Or do you want to go up on the stage to fight? Just as everyone was captivated by Xiao Qinyu and his group, a voice rang out. It was Wang Sheng and the group of working students. Usually, when they see this group of working students, they're all dejected, but today they stand tall and proud. Xiao Wu walks at the forefront, her petite face flushed. If it weren't for everyone seeing Xiao Wu's first soul ring that day, Who would have thought this little girl with a rabbit martial soul is actually a genuine first-ring soul master? Moreover, it's a 100-year soul ring. However, the working students' aura still lacks any prestige. Even their uniforms have quite a few patches, making them look particularly shabby. When the working students and the noble students meet, the atmosphere instantly becomes tense. Tang-san, you really disappoint me. Xiao Wu looked at Tang-san, who stood beside Xiao Qinyu, looking calm and composed. Her cheeks puffed in anger. Tang-san didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard. Beside him, Xiao Qinyu took over the conversation. Little bunny, we have a saying that goes, you can only say that Brother Tang-san knows what he wants, and you can't give it to him. Xiao Wu's eyes turned a little red. This was a sign that the rabbit was about to explode. Wang Sheng patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and then calmly said, Tang-san, today I want to hold back. Upon hearing this, Tang-san still didn't respond. However, the hidden crossbow in his sleeve was reactivated. The iron arrow on it shone with a peculiar blue light, emanating a hint of a special smell. It was clearly poisoned. Xiao Qinyu, since you proposed the 3v3, I don't want to fight. In front of all the students, Xiao Wu walked right up to Xiao Qinyu and said, one is cute, lively, and petite. The other is tall, imposing, and has a gloomy expression, creating a stark contrast. How do you want to compare? No matter how you want to compare, you will lose anyway. Xiao Qinyu looked at the little girl in front of him, who barely reached his chest, with a mocking expression on his face. Humph. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, jumped to the center of the playground, and beckoned to Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu, do you want to come on by one? Or all three at once? Xiao Qinyu's expression darkened instantly. This little bunny actually played all the tricks he was trying to play. How could he still act tough? Xiao Qinyu glanced at Tang-san and saw that he had no intention of stepping up. He understood in his heart. It seems Tang-san is still brooding over losing to Wang Sheng last time and decided to regain his honor today. However, Ling Feng seemed eager to try. Ling Feng knew that Xiao Wu was a rabbit martial soul. He thought that as a crow martial soul, he should be stronger than a rabbit, right? Besides, she is just a little girl. This is a great opportunity for him to show off in front of Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Qinyu raised his hand, signaling Ling Feng not to move, and then he himself walked to the center of the playground. There are only 2 soul masters among the working students. Wang Sheng is reserved for Tang-san, so naturally, Xiao Wu is his. If he doesn't step up, wouldn't that weaken his momentum and make it seem like he is afraid? As for losing, he hadn't even thought about that. As Xiao Qinyu walked, he arrogantly said, it has been a long time since any student dared to challenge me in this academy. I am wondering, is it that my wolf claws are not sharp enough, or are you just too arrogant? After speaking, Xiao Qinyu slowly looked around at the surrounding students. When he looked around at the people, anyone who made eye contact with his teal-green eyes couldn't help but shy away or directly lower their heads. Seeing the reactions of this group, Xiao Qinyu nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Xiao Wu, sizing her up from head to toe. She's quite a beauty. Xiao Qinyu felt a heat rise in his heart. The nature of a wolf is to be lustful and lecherous. Although he was only 12 years old in their family, children older than him by 2 years already had kids. Little rabbit, if you lose, you'll have to be my pet. As soon as he said this, all the work-study students were taken aback, and then they felt a surge of anger. However, Xiao Wu looked at Xiao Qinyu, whose eyes were burning with desire, and smiled sweetly. All right, then let Xiao Wu see your skills. Chapter 41. This feeling of being admired is really nice. Skills? Of course, Big Brother has skills. Come home with Big Brother and be his pet, and Big Brother will give you lollipops. Watching Xiao Wu smile even more beautifully, Xiao Chunyu's wicked desire was instantly aroused, and he swallowed hard, grinning. Seeing her like this, Xiao Wu laughed again. Xiao Chunyu, is your next line, Big Brother has a big lollipop? Before she finished speaking, in Xiao Chunyu's eyes, Xiao Wu suddenly rushed towards him. The next moment, she was already behind Xiao Qinyu, her long black braid tightly wrapped around his neck. Xiao Wu's martial soul is an especially cute little white rabbit. Big Brother, please don't reject me. Xiao Wu's voice rang in Xiao Qinyu's ear, carrying a hint of coldness. Xiao Qinyu felt a powerful force coming from his neck, and Xiao Wu's limbs had already firmly restrained him, making him instantly lose the ability to resist. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's body had astonishing flexibility, instantly resembling a full moon bow. And the next moment, Xiao Qinyu was violently flung away like an arrow. His feet left the ground, and Xiao Qinyu, who was thrown into the air by Xiao Wu, was a bit dazed. He shook his head vigorously and struggled to complete the martial soul possession in midair. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xiao Wu pushed off the ground with her feet and actually caught up with him in midair. Look, Xiao Wu is locked onto Xiao Qinyu. The onlooking students were dumbfounded. That's right, even in midair, Xiao Wu completed the earlier action again. Her braid wrapped around his neck, and her limbs entangled Xiao Qinyu. First soul skill, waist bow. Then, Xiao Qinyu was once again hung on Xiao Wu's full moon bow and was thrown out violently. However, this time, the direction was not upward, but down to the ground. In midair, Xiao Qinyu spun like a giant top. Then, with a breathtaking speed and the sound of wind howling, he smashed down onto the ground. Bang! It was as if the ground trembled from Xiao Qinyu's landing. As the dust settled, the students looked up. They saw a massive human-shaped imprint in the center of the playground. Xiao Qinyu was inside, his limbs a bit twisted. Xiao Wu stood on top of him, one foot pressing down on his head. Xiao Qinyu's head was completely buried in the dirt. Xiao Qinyu, it seems you don't have the ability to be Xiao Wu's big brother. Xiao Wu covered her cherry lips and asked with a smile. Xiao Qinyu didn't respond, because when he landed, he felt that countless bones in his body had shattered. The immense pain had caused him to faint immediately. The playground was silent. Only the sound of gasps remained. Clearly, no one expected that a seemingly delicate, adorable girl with a rabbit martial soul like Xiao Wu could be so brutal. Xiao Wu's martial soul is a little white rabbit, an especially cute kind. Remembering Xiao Wu's sweet voice when she said this, everyone felt goosebumps all over. Tang San's hands trembled slightly. He recalled the last time when he nearly faced Xiao Wu while not in good condition. Similarly, Wang Sheng and the work-study students had the same thoughts. Brother Sheng, just accept your fate as the leader, one work-study student whispered to Wang Sheng. Last time we sparred, Sister Xiao Wu didn't use this move on you. Gulp. Wang Sheng didn't respond, just swallowed hard. What kind of rabbit is this? Xiao Wu must be an extraordinary talent. On the other side, Xiao Wu looked at the fainted Xiao Qinyu and shook her head. Then, she clapped her hands and walked over to the work-study students, looking innocent. However, everyone looking at her pure and adorable face could no longer muster any hostility. Sister Xiao Wu, please have a seat. Sister Xiao Wu, let me massage your shoulders. They must be sore after that. Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, you are indeed a heroine among women, a tyrant among rabbits. Xiao Wu. The admiration for Xiao Wu among the work-study students reached its peak, filled with laughter and excitement. On the other side, among the noble students, everyone looked ashen. As soon as Xiao Wu left, they hurriedly sent several people to dig Xiao Qinyu out and carry him back. Everyone shut their eyes upon seeing Xiao Qinyu. It was tragic, too tragic, especially for those who had just carried Xiao Qinyu back. Their feelings were even more direct. Xiao Qinyu was completely limp, clearly having dislocated many joints from that aerial slam. What to do next? Everyone was almost in a panic. Even Ling Feng, who had been quite ambitious before, was now silent. As for Tang San, he glanced sideways at the noble students, secretly cursing them as useless. If it weren't for this group being in the master's 30-person class, relating to the master's bet with Jiang Ning, he wouldn't bother with them at all. Moreover, he had only one goal for being here today, Wang Sheng. Many noble students looked at Ling Feng. They found that Ling Feng was also trembling all over. Ling Feng felt very bitter, but was also somewhat relieved. Remembering that he had actively requested a deal with Xiao Wu and that Xiao Lao had not let him go, he felt that his luck was truly great. With Xiao Lao Da's physique, having been thrown like this, if it were him, wouldn't his life be at stake? However, with Xiao Lao Da not present, he had to take charge. He sighed and looked at everyone. You guys, hurry up and carry Xiao Lao Da back to the Xiao family. Ling Feng selected a few who weren't shaking as much to take Xiao Qinyu back for treatment. Then he walked in front of Tang San, took a deep breath, and said heavily, Tang San, senior brother? He was now also a member of the master's 30-person class, so calling Tang San's senior brother wasn't wrong. It was just a bit awkward for his pride, since he was in the 6th grade, while Tang San was in the 1st grade. Xiao Lao Da is seriously injured, and we want to take revenge for him, but Ling Feng had a troubled look. The 3v3 might become 2v2, or it might already be 1v1. The work-study students had already won one match, and it was a complete victory. The next one to appear from the work-study students would naturally be their remaining soul master, Wang Sheng, who had a tiger-type martial soul and a 100-year spirit ring. He, with his 10-year spirit ring chrome martial soul, would definitely not be able to win. They could only ask Tang San to step in. If Tang San won, then the final winner of this 3v3 would surely still be the noble students. After all, the work-study students had no third soul master left. Even though Ling Feng's first spirit ring was only 10 years, he was still a solid soul master. How could he possibly lose to a work-study student who had not obtained a spirit ring? As soon as Ling Feng said this, all the noble students seemed to find a lifeline and looked at Tang San. Their eyes were filled with heat and respect. Tang San's face remained calm, but inside he was overjoyed. This feeling of being admired is really nice. He nodded, then clasped his hands behind his back and walked directly to the center of the playground, looking like a master. Then he looked at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng naturally noticed Tang San and looked at him, then walked towards the playground. The gazes of the two seemed to collide and spark. Tang San, I won't give you a chance. Just try and see. Chapter 42. Chun Gang, why are you in such a hurry? Shinge, go for it. Teach that traitor Tang San a good lesson. Senior brother Tang San, you can definitely win. Whether they were work-study students or aristocratic students at this moment, they could no longer care about anything else and were generous with their cheers. The voices from both sides surged like waves, one wave subsiding, another rising. It seemed that whichever side had the louder voice was destined to win. Tang San and Wang Sheng, however, remained unaffected. After all, this wasn't their first confrontation. Are you ready, Wang Sheng? Tang San had his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp, his tone carrying a hint of frivolity. If one didn't know better, they might think that he was the victor from their last battle. Wang Sheng, on the other hand, had a very serious expression and had directly completed his martial soul manifestation. In their last battle, his weaknesses had been fully exposed in Tang San's eyes. Moreover, he had also recognized Tang San's cunning and insidious nature. One could say that Tang San was a clever opponent who would stop at nothing. He still couldn't understand the mysterious little arrow from last time and why it had such powerful lethality. And how did Tang San even use it? Tang San, no matter how many tricks you have up your sleeve, I won't let you succeed so easily this time, Wang Sheng said in a low voice, silently making up his mind. He planned to respond to changes with constancy, starting the game well amidst the upheaval. Sticking to the same strategy is not my style. Tang San smiled easily, a smirk of confidence on his lips, seemingly not taking Wang Sheng seriously at all. He had said he would not remain unchanged. Since the first soul skill of blue-silver grass couldn't directly harm Wang Sheng, then he wouldn't easily use it, just like now, making Wang Sheng avoid this move. In fact, he hadn't even activated his soul ring. He was merely spreading his martial soul, hardly using any soul power at all. For Tang San, his current soul power was more important for activating Xian Tiangong than using soul skills. The first soul skill, bind, for an opponent like Wang Sheng, with his strong martial soul at the same rank. That 2 seconds of control was merely a control. To truly defeat Wang Sheng, Tang San felt he still needed to rely on his agility and hidden weapon techniques. He channeled his soul power and gently tossed a slender iron nail toward Wang Sheng. Whip arrow, the most basic hidden weapon technique of the Tang sect. A technique primarily focused on the speed of launching hidden weapons, characterized by the astonishing speed of the thrown weapons. The iron nail shot straight toward Wang Sheng's chest at an incredible speed. This time, can you block it? Tang San muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. Wang Sheng's gaze sharpened when he saw Tang San's hand move, and even though he didn't see it clearly, he instantly felt the threat coming. Wang Sheng quickly reacted, crossing his arms in front of his chest and channeling his soul power. The blue pattern protective armor on him burst forth with dazzling light, perfectly blocking the incoming iron nail. Bang! The iron nail was stopped by the blue-patterned protective armor. An iron nail? Just a little trick. As long as I'm prepared. How could these things possibly break through my defense? Wang Sheng sneered coldly, feeling somewhat reassured. However, immediately after, another iron arrow from Tang San came flying towards Wang Sheng's side face, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Oomph! Wang Sheng shouted angrily, quickly moving his head to the side, narrowly avoiding that deadly strike. Just that, Wang Sheng felt he had already adapted to Tang San's attack style. No longer panicking like before. Oh, you dodged? How surprising. Tang San chuckled lightly, shaking his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Wang Sheng, just now was merely a warm-up. Tang San brushed his left hand against his waist, and 10 iron nails and arrows appeared directly in his hand. Without mercy, Tang San unleashed a barrage of iron nails and arrows toward Wang Sheng. This time, every iron nail and arrow Tang San launched seemed like specters swirling around him. Hidden weapon technique. Separated swallows. After throwing the hidden weapons from his hand, he made the flight trajectories of all the hidden weapons different, each having its own target. What? Seeing this scene, Wang Sheng was also taken aback. Wang Sheng continuously changed positions, but Tang San's attacks kept hitting him. He felt a bit sore, and I'm all over. Although these things didn't break through his defense, the force attached still had some effect on him. Then, his gaze sharpened. Come on, try my defense. Wang Sheng roared, and the armor on his body transformed again, glowing with blue light. Since I can't dodge, then I won T. I'll take it all head on. At this moment, the surrounding students were also captivated by the spectacular battle, utterly focused. Xiao Wu and Xiao Qinyu's fight ended too quickly, so fast that they had just opened a pack of seeds and hadn't even started eating before it was over. The battle between Wang Sheng and Tang San was obviously different. Sometimes, men can't be too quick. The defensive power of Wang Sheng's first soul ring is truly astonishing. A student sighed. Even though Tang San's attacks were so strange and fast, he was still able to defend against them. This is the charm of a powerful assault type, Soul Master. Last time, Sheng Ge was the same, as long as he held the defense. He would eventually wait for a perfect opportunity to counterattack. The work-study students were even more excited watching this scene. Tang San's gaze seemed to see through Wang Sheng's intentions. He felt a shift in his heart and decided to change his strategy. Since the opponent planned to defend to the death, he certainly didn't need to waste his hidden weapons. He stopped the onslaught of hidden weapons, and while Wang Sheng was unprepared, several latent blue-silver grass suddenly curled up under Wang Sheng's feet, attempting to bind him. What? Wang Sheng's heart jolted, and seeing the blue-silver grass pounce like a ferocious beast, he couldn't dodge in time. In an instant, the blue-silver grass had wrapped around him tightly. Wang Sheng, it seems you are still under my control. First soul skill bind. Tang San let out a cold laugh, watching Wang Sheng tightly bound, and his hand glowed once more. This time it was several longer and thicker steel needles. Wang Sheng gritted his teeth, striving to remain calm. Don't rush, Wang Sheng. Tang San laughed easily, leaping into the air, and the hidden weapons in his hands rained down like a shower. The art of war is deceit. Tang San's lips curled into a disdainful smile as the hidden weapons rushed towards Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng roared, and a burst of yellow light suddenly erupted from his hands, instantly tearing apart several blue-silver grass. Although his body had not freed itself from the restraints, he was already able to throw a punch. If Tang San wanted to get close, that would be his opportunity. What a reckless guy. He could tell that Wang Sheng had unleashed his soul power and had, to some extent, reduced the soul power support for his protective armor. Although Wang Sheng had only freed his hands from the blue-silver grass and his body was still restrained, if Tang San attempted a close-range attack, he might break free from the restraints in the next moment. Wang Sheng clearly intended to exchange injury for injury. After all, Tang San had no defensive soul skills. Tang San felt disdain in his heart. A trivial trick, easily seen through by me, while throwing out several steel needles with the strongest penetrating power. A sharp sleeve arrow quietly emerged from his left hand's sleeve arrow set. Immediately, it transformed into a cold light, shooting straight at Wang Sheng. Oh no! Seeing the mocking expression on Tang San's face, Wang Sheng's heart sank. His plan had been exposed. In the face of Tang San's fierce attack, he had no time to mobilize his soul power again. Let me see if you can still block it. First soul skill bind. To ensure the success of this attack, Tang San did not hesitate to use his soul skill again. Tang San's voice rang in Wang Sheng's ears, mixed with a hint of coldness. Damn it! Wang Sheng was filled with rage. Several steel needles were blocked, but that sleeve arrow still instantly pierced into his shoulder, and intense pain surged through him. This time, it wasn't like the last arrow. You should be careful, Tang San said in a low voice, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, as if enjoying Wang Sheng's suffering. This sleeve arrow is poisoned. It's the venom of a mandala snake that's over 100 years old. What? Wang Sheng's body trembled violently. Agonizing pain, accompanied by a wave of numbness, swept through his entire body, and the world before him instantly became blurry. Among the onlookers, Jiang Ning, wearing a mask, was watching together with Li Chugang and Xiaolon. Looking at the already somewhat exhausted Wang Sheng, Jiang Ning remained calm. Junior sister, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. Do you still have illusions about what kind of person Tang San is? Li Chugang was filled with anger. He had only just learned today that he had another junior brother. However, why were his junior brothers and sisters being bullied by Tang San? Seeing Xiaolon, who looked dejected and silent, Li Chugang stopped speaking. He turned to Jiang Ning, his eyes shifting. Master, I told you long ago to let me compete with the work-study student today. Look at how infuriating Tang San looks. My sword energy has long been eager to go. Jiang Ning's expression was strange. Chugang, why are you in such a hurry? Who said your junior brother is going to lose? Huh? Li Chugang was taken aback, then looked towards the arena. Chapter 43. The Poison of the Mandala Snake. Could it be fake? Pay attention. This man who is trembling and gritting his teeth to hold on without falling is named Wang Sheng. Just a moment ago, during his duel with Tang San, he was schemed against by Tang San and fell victim to the deadly poison of the century-old soul beast, the Mandala Snake. Moreover, what he doesn't know is that at this critical moment, his master and senior brothers and sisters are watching the show among the crowd. Pain. After the poison of the Mandala Snake entered his body, he felt unprecedented agony. How can I fall here? Wang Sheng's heart was filled with unwillingness. Looking at Tang San's back, his anger burned even more. Suddenly, Wang Sheng felt that his body was no longer in pain. He didn't need to force himself to hold on. He could stand firm on his own. In the distance, Jiang Ning revealed a knowing smile in his heart. After consuming the 10,000-year-old celestial herb, how could the indestructible body not have some effect? Through the system, Jiang Ning had already learned 2 points about Wang Sheng. First, at his current stage, Wang Sheng could be immune to some toxins. Second, Wang Sheng's golden-eye white tiger martial soul had its characteristic: the more setbacks, the stronger, activated. The more setbacks, the stronger. Receiving damage increases vitality and defense. The combination of the two can be said to provide a certain degree of toxin immunity, and indeed, it was as such. The indestructible body would manifest continuously as Wang Sheng's soul power increased. Wang Sheng had not yet fully developed the powerful aspects of this physique. But even so, it did not mean that. The mere poison of a century-old mandala snake could be reckless in front of it. The celestial herb components lurking in Wang Sheng's blood and bones, upon encountering the snake poison, were like a provoked king. Almost instantly, they expelled the toxins from Wang Sheng's body. Uffed. Wang Sheng spat out a large mouthful of foul-smelling blood. So much for that. So much for that. Tang San naturally felt overjoyed upon seeing this. He even turned his back and spread his arms wide, as if preparing to welcome the cheers and reverence from the crowd. However, a familiar voice suddenly made his body stiffen. I say, Tang San, could it be that the poison of the mandala snake is fake? Tang San turned his head to look. After Wang Sheng spat out that mouthful of blood, contrary to what he expected, he did not collapse, but was full of vitality, and even in a better state than before. Tang San's face instantly darkened. Now it seemed just like last time. His soul power was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng was becoming more and more courageous. The key was that his trump card, the mandala snake venom, had no effect at all. So now, how could he win? Tang San thought for a moment and did something that no one expected. He once again used blue silver grass to bind. and then actually quickly left the playground. He directly abandoned the nobles. The life or death of the nobles has nothing to do with me. Wang Sheng, it's not that I can't win, I just don't want to exert that kind of effort. Once I break through to the Great Soul Master, and my internal strength from Xintian Gong allows me to use more advanced hidden weapon techniques, I want to see what he can do. Tang San just walked away, leaving everyone feeling as if their brains had been forcibly shut down. What is happening here? Ling Feng felt he was about to become disoriented. Just now, wasn't Tang San looking like he was about to win? They were all ready to applaud and cheer when they saw Tang San spread his arms. Even Ling Feng himself was prepared to warm up and step onto the stage for the deciding match. How did it end completely in the next second? 2 o'clock. This was an outcome that the nobles had never envisioned. Ling Feng turned around bitterly and said to all the nobles, "We lost." Then, he waved his hand, leading all the nobles in front of the working students, lowering their heads and bending at the waist. In today's arena competition, we lost, and we apologize to the working students in front of all the other students. I'm sorry. All the nobles bowed, even though their faces were flushed. They knew that one must have integrity. Winning is winning, losing is losing. If one is not as skilled as others, what is there to say? They were not Tang San. They were saying sorry, apologizing to us. Hearing these words, the expressions on the faces of the working students were quite complex, and some even murmured softly. Do they hate these nobles? Yes. For so many days and nights, these arrogant nobles were like an unshakable nightmare to them. However, having come to this point, they felt it was nothing anymore. In front of all the students, the nobles had this attitude, and they felt it was enough. In fact, they did not really want revenge. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, was merely out of necessity. They just wanted to be respected, to be treated like an ordinary student of Notting Academy, and respected by their peers. Yes, Wang Sheng's actions made them feel proud, and the result of today's arena competition made them feel exuberant. However, it also made them start to think about a question. If after winning, they pressed on and retaliated against the nobles, would that mean they were also bullying the weak? Having slain the evil dragon, would they become the new evil dragon themselves? What would their answer be? None of the working students spoke up to accept the apology, and the students watching from the sidelines did not speak to disturb them either. The nobles maintained their bowing and apologizing posture. Wang Sheng said nothing and returned to the working students' team, standing behind Xiao Wu. Now, among the working students, Xiao Wu was the leader. They believed that Xiao Wu would make the most correct choice on their behalf. At this moment, Xiao Wu also no longer had her previous playful and lively demeanor. She turned to look at the working students, then at the nobles, who were still bowing and trembling slightly, and finally at the onlooking students. Then, Xiao Wu stepped forward, hands on her hips, and said with great presence, "Hey, since you've already said sorry, we are no longer enemies. As long as you acknowledge me as your sister Xiao Wu, all of us students of Notting Academy will be friends, right?" Looking at Xiao Wu, who stood with her hands on her hips, speaking cute words in a firm tone, Ling Feng was taken aback. Then, he stood up straight with the nobles again. They smiled, their eyes no longer filled with arrogance, shyness, anger, or hatred as before. Then, the working students also smiled. All the students watching laughed. That day, after returning to the dormitory, Xiao Wu recalled the saying, "Humans are animals that can survive on emotions." This was something Xiao Wu's mother had once told her. "Mom, I think I understand. What changed those humans today was the so-called emotions, right? So, this is why you wanted me to turn into a human, right?" Chapter 44. Completely different training. Wow, it smells amazing. I've never smelled something this fragrant before. I have smelled it before, but I rarely have the chance to eat it. A group of trainees sat together, looking at the big pot in front of them, exchanging comments. This is Yu Xiaojiang's training class. In the first 2 days of entering the training class, Yu Xiaojiang didn't say much, just warned them that the special training would be brutal and that they should be mentally prepared. And today is the first day of their special training. According to Yu Xiaojiang's request, they arrived early at an outdoor location. Is this what the master calls brutal? One trainee's stomach grumbled, and he had already wiped his saliva several times. If that's the case, then I'm really not mentally prepared. Ahem! A figure suddenly appeared. It was Yu Xiaojiang. He stood still, scanning the crowd with his eyes, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, they were all fidgeting like monkeys because of the pot of meat. The pot contained many years' worth of spiritual herbs, and even the meat of 100-year-old soul beasts. How could it not smell good? If it weren't for the wealth of those trainees' families, how could he afford this? Even when he made it himself, according to the recipe, he couldn't help but eat several big bowls first. But unfortunately, for him, this nourishment doesn't mean much. In his lifetime, to break through to the soul venerable realm, this is far from enough. However, it did get him a bit high, so he quickly found a place for Fifth Mist to help him calm down. Does it smell good? Do you want to eat? Yu Xiaojiang asked leisurely with his hands behind his back. Gurgle. One trainee's stomach was the first to respond. Classmates, this is the treatment during special training. Eating well gives you the strength for training and provides nutrition for cultivation. Yay! The trainees immediately rushed to the dining area, eating and drinking to their heart's content. Eat, eat, and after you're done, take a break and run 10 kilometers first. Special training is all about extreme training, you know, Yu Xiaojiang said with a smile, but obviously no one was taking this to heart right now. Meanwhile, in Jiang Ning's training class, Shibu Xiang, let me ask you, there are 7 monkeys in the tree and 1 monkey on the ground. How many monkeys are there in total? 2. Wrong. Jiang Ning raised his hand and gave him a whack on the head. The latter covered his head, looking unconvinced. Teacher, how did I get it wrong? 7 monkeys in the tree and 1 on the ground. You say 71 equals what? Oh, like that. The latter suddenly realized. Teacher, if 7 monkeys are riding in the tree, won't the branch break? When I was a kid, 2 people would break the branch. Enough. Shut up, I'll ask. And you answer. 1 monkey riding in the tree. 1 monkey squatting on the ground. How many monkeys are there in total? Teacher, I definitely know this. 8. Are you sure? Is there any doubt? Definitely 8. The latter nodded confidently. Wrong. Jiang Ning raised his hand again and gave him another whack, this time carefully avoiding the bump on his head. Ha ha! Shibu Xiang got it wrong again. Fool, why are you so bad at this? The other classmates in the classroom quickly chimed in to mock him. The latter covered the bump on his head with both hands, utterly confused. Master, how'd I get it wrong again? 7 monkeys in the tree and 1 monkey squatting on the ground. Isn't it 8 monkeys? All right, take these and go back to your seat and rest. Go to the side and meditate while you think about this question. Jiang Ning didn't even look up, and with a flash of soul power in his hand, he arranged 10 pieces of 100-year-old dragon grass leaves on the podium. The latter's face was filled with joy. In the past few days, he had already felt the magical properties of this green leaf. Swallowing 1 piece for cultivation could double his usual cultivation speed, and soul power accumulation would be faster. He grabbed a dragon grass leaf and returned to his seat, immediately swallowing 1 and starting to cultivate. The other trainees looked on with eager eyes, rubbing their fists in excitement. That's right, this is the first trial of Jiang Ning's training class. This trial was also named by Jiang Ning as Very Big Brain. To ensure that this training could identify relatively more suitable disciples, he racked his brains. Moreover, the training lasts for a month, but the system's task for him is not just a month. Within this week, he has to accept 7 more disciples. His current 3 disciples, Li Chungan, a narcissistic person who is arrogant and loves to talk nonsense. Xiaolan, pure-hearted, simple-minded, harmless. Wang Sheng, simple-minded, loves to talk about justice. Straightforward and enthusiastic. But none of them are particularly smart, and their thinking isn't flexible enough. Jiang Ning doesn't want to have more people in the sect later on, which will definitely lead to more problems. He can't handle everything himself. He also doesn't want the atmosphere among the disciples to be cold and distant. Since their character is fine, but their martial souls are problematic then, let's use brain teasers as the trial. As for how to make them speed up their cultivation, just chew dragon grass leaves like gum. He has plenty of those. Jiang Ning picked up a teacup, took a sip, and continued down the roster. Next, AI Cohen. Here, a male trainee in overalls immediately jumped up from his seat. Teacher, I'm ready. You can ask me anything. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. He had a deep impression of this kid. When this trainee stood up, the other trainees showed admiration. This person was the only one in the past 2 days who could answer all the questions Jiang Ning had given, even when he had increased the difficulty. There are 3 people in a room, but there are a total of 9 hands. Why? Huh, 3 people, 9 hands? Could it be that there's a martial soul with many hands? Compared to AI Cohen, the other trainees instantly looked dumbfounded. AI Cohen, however, calmly replied, because they are all thieves. Thieves are also called three-handed. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. Correct. Next question. There are 6 students who went to the cafeteria late, and only 6 buns were left. Each student gets 1 bun, but there's still 1 left in the bowl? Why? Jiang Ning didn't give AI Cohen a chance to rest and asked in succession. This time, AI Cohen thought for 10 seconds and then gave the answer. Because the last person took the bowl away. You go to the cafeteria to eat. And the cafeteria auntie didn't wash the vegetables properly. When you put your chopsticks in, you find a worm, and you think it's disgusting. Unexpectedly, when you put your chopsticks in again, there's another worm. And it's even more disgusting. How many worms do you see that are the most disgusting? Wow, don't say, I ate a worm last night. The other trainees seemed to visualize it, feeling very involved. However, they still looked at each other, confused. Seeing the first worm is already very disgusting, let alone the second. I think the third one is the most disgusting. Why? You are just talking nonsense. I think it's the second one. What normal person finds a worm and continues eating? They whispered and argued, getting red-faced. Jiang Ning looked at AI Cohen with great interest. This time, AI Cohen looked a bit flustered, but still provided the correct answer. Half a worm. Half a worm is the most disgusting. Once AI Cohen said this, everyone except Jiang Ning was amazed. All right, AI Cohen, your performance has satisfied the teacher. Jiang Ning arranged 20 pieces of 100-year-old dragon grass leaves and let him return to his seat. Classmates, in the past 2 days, I have gained a preliminary understanding of everyone. Tomorrow will bring brand new trial content. So please be prepared. Chapter 45 Answering Questions. The flexible antonym is rigid and inflexible. However, Jiang Ning believes that no matter what, there must be principles and humanity. Just like yesterday, a student in the class asked him for leave. The student said he felt heartbroken, was in a bad mood, and wanted to be alone. Jiang Ning approved the leave without hesitation. Unexpectedly, a student privately reminded him, Teacher Jiang, the academy has requirements. Leave requests are not allowed unless there are objective reasons. Of course, this student was not trying to undermine the one requesting leave. Rather, it was because if the teacher approved leave for subjective reasons, the academy would penalize the teacher financially. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was furious. What nonsense is this? It must be an objective reason? Do you mean only those who are missing limbs and cannot attend class can be approved for leave? He immediately went to the academic affairs office to debate with Director Yuan. The student was so sincere, sharing his heartbreak with you. He must be feeling very upset. If he's upset in his heart, does that not count? Must he come to class? What good is it to come if he can't understand or learn anything? And just ends up feeling frustrated? Director Yuan naturally couldn't understand, saying that with such low-quality martial souls and not attending class properly, how could they become talented? Jiang Ning was even more confused upon hearing this. If someone's martial soul is so weak, you still won't let them rest? And besides, can attending one of your classes make them talented? You think holding onto the leave approval gives you power? Jiang Ning refused to accept this, stating firmly that if his student wants to take leave, he will approve it. If you want to deduct my salary, I won't allow it. And then he left angrily. Thus, Jiang Ning decided that the second round of training for the class would be to see how this group of students balances principles and flexibility. He believes that his disciples, besides being flexible, must also have principles, and that principles come first. His 3 current disciples are also in a class of 30, so he can observe their moral qualities as well. As for the progress of martial soul training, he will leave that to Long Jie. Aikun, you are the first to answer. Okay. AI Cohen replied haughtily, indicating it was no big deal. And Zhang Xiaolan, Li Chuangang, you 3 form a group. The latter naturally had no objections. Ahem, let me tell a story first, and you 3 must immerse yourselves in this story. Jiang Ning's expression turned serious. And seeing that the 3 had no issues, he continued. Xiaoming takes his girlfriend to the academy shop to buy something. Unfortunately, the shop is particularly crowded this time. There is only one old lady on duty, her eyesight isn't good, and she isn't very quick with the pricing, so the checkout process is particularly slow. They waited in line for a whole hour. Finally, there's only one customer in front of them. Just as you are about to move forward, someone with a large basket of goods cuts in right in front of you. Plus, they bump into your girlfriend. Just as you are about to speak up, this person says, "Bro, let me cut in. I really have an urgent matter." You three are Xiao Ming. What will you do? As soon as he finished speaking, AI Cohen, Zhang Xiaolan, and Li Chuangang all froze. Before they could respond, the other students began murmuring. Jiang Ning, seeing this, was delighted. The classroom effect he wanted had arrived. He said, "All right, classmates can boldly express their opinions first. AI Cohen, Zhang Xiaolan, Li Chuangang, you can take this opportunity to think carefully." With Jiang Ning's approval, the students immediately began to chatter. Let him go. After all, we've waited an hour. What's a little more time? He must be in a hurry. One student said calmly, looking at teacher Jiang with hopeful eyes. He thought, being so polite and urgent about someone else's needs must count as a high moral level, right? Upon hearing this, another student became agitated. Dude, are you really not listening to the story? The teacher already said he bumped into your girlfriend. Is this even negotiable? Exactly. No wonder you're in 5th grade and still no girl wants to talk to you. Honestly, I wouldn't go shopping when that old lady is on duty. I only go when the old man is there. You don't get it. That old man isn't the same as before. He recently lets girls go first. But that old lady is still the same old lady. I recognize that student now. We'll keep an eye on him. Whenever he goes shopping, we'll cut in line. Good idea, bro. I'm his roommate. I'll let you know when he goes to the shop. The earlier student who suggested letting the person go was now sweating profusely. Seeing that the discussion was heating up, Jiang Ning raised his hand to signal for silence, then turned to AI Cohen, Zhang Xiaolan, and Li Chuangang. You three will take turns speaking, each with 3 opportunities to speak. After you've all spoken, we'll see how much support you get from your classmates. As soon as Jiang Ning finished, Zhang Xiaolan stood up to speak first. Teacher, I think we should let him go. Although there is a first come, first served rule. Everyone has urgent matters sometimes, and I believe him, so I would let him go. Classmates, don't you think you might have urgent matters sometimes too? Besides, yielding first creates a harmonious society. Yielding first creates a beautiful campus. That's all I have to say. Zhang Xiaolan finished in one breath and sat down immediately. The crowd's expressions varied. Jiang Ning nodded, his expression unchanged, but internally he sighed. Xiaolan is still too naive. AI Cohen then stood up to speak. Teacher, here is how I see it. Since I'm asked to say a few words, I'll keep it brief. The question the teacher raised seems difficult, but it's actually not that simple. Some people's words, from their starting point, seem good, but let us hold off on that for now. Xiaolan visibly became anxious upon hearing this. She could tell AI Cohen was implying something. Wasn't he talking about her? Xiaolan opened her mouth to argue. But before she could speak, AI Cohen's words had already silenced her. I know that what I'm saying will make some people anxious, but please hold on. I know you're right, but let's not reason it out just yet. In short, to put it simply, this is my stance. I know what you mean, and I think you know what I mean too. Saying more would just be unnecessary. After AI Cohen finished, he sat down casually. The classmates still looked puzzled. What does this mean? Beside him, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. Good lad. Knowing Xiaolan is his disciple and still just a 6-year-old girl. He used this approach to express his viewpoint clearly without directly confronting her. Principles in viewpoints, flexibility in approach. Who knows? His sect might rely on such talent and management in the future. Li Chuangang, the big disciple, had not spoken yet during the first round and only wore a cold smile. Jiang Ning knew this kid was about to show off again. However, Jiang Ning did not interrupt him. After all, he is his big disciple. A little indulgence is fine. Li Chuangang still did not speak. He felt that true experts always appear last and are succinct. As everyone turned to look at him, Li Chuangang finally stood up and slowly said, "Pass." Chapter 46. The ordinary master who just started out after this class, Jiang Ning called AI Cohen to his room alone. He had already decided to take AI Cohen as his disciple. As for the other 6 disciples he intended to recruit, he had a preliminary idea in mind. However, he thought those 6 disciples were just average. They were merely to complete the system's task. With so many disciples, some would be favored and given more focus and training, and it seemed that a distribution would need to occur later. Jiang Ning stopped thinking about these matters and looked at AI Kun. Aikun, with the martial soul of a pancake belonging to the food type, had innate soul power at level 3. He had grown up with his grandmother after his parents divorced when he was young. AI Kun was taken aback. He didn't expect Jiang Ning to have already checked his background. He felt a bit nervous. Jiang Ning was the most significant person he had directly interacted with so far. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" Jiang Ning suddenly changed the subject and said softly, "I am willing." Disciple pays respects to master. AI Kun exclaimed with joy. Without any hesitation, he was currently a fourth-year student at Notting Academy. However, his soul power had stagnated at level 6 for 6 months. He didn't know why. He had asked his teacher, who even researched it specifically for him. The conclusion was that he lacked confidence in his martial soul and failed to connect with it spiritually. Hearing this reason, AI Kun fell silent. His martial soul was a pancake, and he indeed didn't like it. Because of his family's poverty, with parents who didn't take care for him and an elderly grandmother, he had eaten countless pancakes to save money since entering Notting Academy. He simply couldn't eat anymore. Every time he summoned his martial soul to practice, he felt a bit nauseous, even thinking that his soul power was as greasy as the oil on the pancake. Later, he even tried to set up a small stall at the academy to sell pancakes. "Come and take a look. Classmate, do you want to buy a pancake?" In order to find ways to sell pancakes and make money, he painstakingly studied human relationships. He tried both inside and outside the school. At such a young age, he had seen the ups and downs of the world. However, the outcome? Of course, it was dismal. If AI Kun could become a soul master, even if it was just to gain his first soul skill, his pancakes would have a good auxiliary effect. Solving his difficulties would be a piece of cake. But the key was that right now, he didn't want to practice his martial soul at all. He had fallen into a deadlock. "Master, AI Kun's eyes were filled with hesitation. Facing Jiang Ning, he directly spoke about his past. To outsiders, he might seem glib, but he chose to be completely open with teacher Jiang. Jiang Ning did not rush to speak. The system had already awarded him the disciple recruitment bonus, which was a type of celestial herb he had not seen in the original text. It was a 10,000-year-old refined poria. Its effects were like clear spring dew, beneficial for the spleen and stomach. What kind of wonderful reaction would the pancake martial soul and this refined poria have? Only a trial would tell. When AI Kun walked out of Jiang Ning's room, his entire demeanor had completely changed. His martial soul was still a pancake. However, in terms of appearance, fragrance, and taste, it was completely different from before. Jiang Ning did not elaborate. He just encouraged AI Kun to take a bite, and he would know. The pancake was not greasy at all, and it even carried the special fragrance and medicinal effects of the poria. His soul power directly broke through to level 10. Next, in a training class, Jiang Ning continued his moral testing. Rejecting moral coercion, enjoying an immoral life, became the teaching focus of Jiang Ning's 30-person class. It must be said that after such teaching, the mental and physical state of the entire class improved significantly. In the past, they would be sensitive, self-deprecating, and internally conflicted due to various interpersonal dealings. Now, with a decrease in moral standards and an improved mental and physical state, practicing became much easier. Jiang Ning had the system activate the waste value detection and selected the 6 individuals with the highest waste values to take under his wing. Although the system did not explicitly state that higher waste values would yield hidden rewards, he still gave it a try. The reward from the system remained the same 10,000-year celestial herb, but it still did not belong to Jiang Ning. His disciples had all increased to level 10 soul power. But Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to take them to obtain soul rings. He did not want to reveal any signs to make Yu Xiaojiang wary. Otherwise, if Yu Xiaojiang took Tang's sand and ran away by the time of the bet, it would become a one-man show. Yu Xiaojiang was the main character, and moreover, the clown. Once the task was completed, the system's rewards naturally arrived as promised. Host has completed the task, rewarding the host with level 10 soul power and 1 divine soul ring. Host's current title as a disciple recruiter is Ordinary Master who just started out, obtaining 11 of his disciples' soul power training. Jiang Ning was now a soul master, and his 3rd soul ring had reached 2,000 years. Coupled with the soul power increase of his 10 disciples, It directly pushed him to level 36 soul power. Now, he finally felt a bit like a soul master. Jiang Ning held his dragon-slaying staff, looking at the 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and chuckled. If Xiaojiang played tricks later, he would have to take action himself. He couldn't let the title Douluo Continent handle even such a small matter as fighting a great soul master. The system had released a task. The host should check it promptly. This time, Jiang Ning did not give the system a chance to zap him. Stage Task 02. Recruit a total of 100 waste disciples for the sect. Current progress, 10,100. Task Reward. Level 10 Soul Power, 10,000-year Celestial Herb. Unlock the next disciple recruitment title. Task Time, 1 year. Stage Task 03. Recruit 1 disciple with a waste value of over 100 points for the sect. Current progress, 01. Task Reward. Level 5 Soul Power, 1 soul, Sage level character, summoning card. Task Time, 3 months. Looking at these 2 tasks, Jiang Ning was very satisfied and gave the system a thumbs up. Recruiting 100 disciples was a must. After all, to unlock the soul refining pool and soul refining tower, he needed to recruit 100 disciples. Moreover, both tasks had ample time, so it was finally not so rushed. Furthermore, he was drooling over the 10,000-year celestial herb. Would it finally be his share? However, a waste value over 100? Jiang Ning scanned all of Notting Academy, and the highest waste value was only around 30 points. It seemed that before long, he would have to leave Notting City. Jiang Ning felt a bit excited inside. As long as he didn't act recklessly, Chu Han, the 92-level title Douluo, could still protect him. Moreover, his sect's base had not yet been set up. In a critical moment, it would serve as a saving grace. To be safe, Jiang Ning gave Chu Han 3 evolution pills for martial souls. The system's products were certainly extraordinary, and he believed that Chu Han's strength would surely bring him surprises. A month would soon pass, and on Yu Xiaojiang's side, an unexpected guest arrived. Yu Xiaojiang was lying in bed, preparing to rest. Recently, he had been sleeping particularly well. In his 30-person class, under his rigorous training, 7 students had successfully broken through to level 10 soul power. Even if he could not take them to obtain soul rings in time, he believed that he would undoubtedly win this bet. Master, just as Master was thinking about how to humiliate Jiang Ning, suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears, making him sit up immediately. The smile on his face instantly froze. His voice was, "That man." He immediately turned around, knelt on one knee facing the direction of the sound, and respectfully said, "Yu Xiaojiang, I pay my respects to the Sun Emperor." Chapter 47. Tomorrow will ultimately be my, Yu Xiaojiang's stage. Get up, after all, you are Tang San's teacher. A figure dressed in a large black robe entered, shrouded in darkness with only a pair of eyes visible. He stepped in with large strides and then spoke in a cold tone. "Yes." Yu Xiaojiang stood up but still trembled a bit. He forced himself to calm down and poured a cup of tea for Tang Hao. "Tang San, how have you been recently?" Tang Hao asked. Yu Xiaojiang was unsure how to respond. Should he tell Tang Hao that his son Tang San had been fighting in the academy, losing both matches, and had a very poor reputation? Speak the truth. Tang Hao said coldly. "Your Highness, Tang San has been practicing normally recently. Moreover, I have taken the opportunity of the experimental class to acquire a lot of resources from the nobles of Notting City. With these resources, Tang San has improved his soul power by 1 level in just a month after obtaining his first soul ring." Yu Xiaojiang replied. "However, Tang San has lost 2 matches in the academy." Oh, Tang Hao was somewhat surprised. In this small Notting academy, a gathering place for waste, there are actually people who can defeat Tang San? I told you before, it is strictly forbidden for Tang San to use the daily hammer at this stage. His blue-silver grass martial soul has not yet awakened its bloodline. Its power is very weak, so losing is normal. Tang Hao waved his hand, indicating that it was no big deal. But Yu Xiaojiang became anxious. He recalled that other innate full soul power blue-silver grass, the martial soul mutation, and the century-old soul ring of Wang Sheng, making him restless. "Your Highness, there is something I must mention to you. Do you have any other bloodlines scattered outside?" Yu Xiaojiang asked cautiously. "What?" Tang Hao spat out the tea he had just drunk, then glared at Yu Xiaojiang with sharp eyes. Ian and I only have one child, Tang-san. Yu Xiaojiang, what do you mean? Yu Xiaojiang immediately knelt on one knee again, trembling with fear, and said, Your Highness, I have discovered another innate, full soul power blue-silver, grass, martial soul. Moreover, this person is also from Holy Soul Village, just like Tang-san. I am willing to guarantee with my life that there is absolutely no falsehood. The innate full soul power blue-silver, grass, martial soul in today's world. I fear only the existence beside you can. Huh? This time, it was Tang Hao who looked confused. He vaguely felt that Yu Xiaojiang's analysis was not wrong. The only one who could have innate full soul power blue-silver grass must be the bloodline inheritance of the blue-silver emperor. However, the blue-silver emperor's bloodline only belongs to Ian. 100,000 years of blue-silver grass. Only Ian exists. After being with her for so many years, only in the end was there Tang-san as a child. Could it be that before Ian was with him, she had already? Once suspicion arises, the crime is already established. At this moment, Tang Hao's heart began to search for any trace of suspicion. No. Bloodshot filled Tang Hao's eyes. He couldn't understand. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard. Tang Hao, how can you doubt Ian? You must know that Ian has given you everything. Tang Hao ban det he vi li. His soul rings all revealed at this moment. Yellow, purple, black, red. That red soul ring hovered in front of his eyes. The red light reflecting his face bright red. His heart finally calmed down, and he became clear-headed. Your Highness. Master, please continue. What is the situation with the person who has the innate full soul power blue-silver, grass martial soul? It's a girl, just like Tang-san, 6 years old, inconspicuous. I asked Tang-san. This girl had 0 soul power at the time of her martial soul awakening. Until a month ago, she suddenly became innate full soul power. Besides this girl, who also has the innate full soul power blue-silver grass martial soul. There is another person in the academy whose martial soul was originally a battle tiger, but suddenly transformed into a white tiger martial soul. Moreover, these two have become Tang-san's rivals, even deadly enemies. Your Highness, as Tang-san's teacher, I am willing to sacrifice everything to pave the way for him. I must say, the current situation has already exceeded my control. Your Highness, I want to ask you. Enough. Tang Hao interrupted him. He could tell what Yu Xiaojiang meant. He wanted him to take action to eliminate those two. As a title Douluo, to deal with 2 soul masters? If it weren't for Yu Xiaojiang being Tang-san's teacher, he would have slapped him already. However, paving the way, he did not oppose Yu Xiaojiang's suggestion. The innate full soul power blue-silver grass martial soul suddenly gave him an idea. What if there really is 100,000-year blue-silver grass soul beast? If so, finding it, killing it, and using its blood and cultivation to nurture the sacrifice seed of Ian. Perhaps this could help Ian grow quickly and then awaken. Of course, there is another possibility. Perhaps this little girl is the reincarnation of the 100,000-year blue-silver grass soul beast. Tang Hao suddenly thought of his previous discovery. The little girl who was the reincarnation of the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit soul beast. If that's the case, this means 200,000-year soul rings, 200,000-year soul bones. He may not be able to use them, but Tang-san can, capturing them, and then waiting for Tang-san to reach the soul, Douluo realm, achieving Tang-san. Thinking of this, Tang Hao's heart burned with passion. Then, a hint of killing intent flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, but this killing intent was deeply hidden. Right, these two have both taken a teacher from the academy. Yu Xiaojiang naturally saw that Tang Hao was clearly moved by killing intent. He took the opportunity to bring up Jiang Ning as well. Let you always yin-yang me before and take my position as the deputy director of the academic affairs office. Yu Xiaojiang felt quite pleased in his heart. This time, your Highness will take action. Let's see how you can. Tang Hao waved his hand. A teacher from Nodding Academy, a great soul master, or a soul zune. He could kill with a single punch without even using his martial soul. Just a waste. Your Highness, please don't rush to take action. Seeing that Tang Hao was about to leave, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly said, Tomorrow is the time for his 1-month bet with Jiang Ning to expire. If Tang Hao kills Jiang Ning tonight, How lonely and boring will he be alone tomorrow? His efforts this month were not for those 30 wastes of nodding academy. If Jiang Ning dies, wouldn't that be such a waste? How boring. You Xiaojiang. Tang Hao stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned back to say, do you think I need you to teach me how to do things? Yu Xiaojiang instantly felt an invisible pressure enveloping his entire body. Oof, treat Tang, Sinwell. Tang Hao's voice grew fainter as he disappeared from Yu Xiaojiang's sight. This is what a true strong person is. Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, tomorrow will ultimately be my Yu Xiaojiang stage. Yu Xiaojiang will start my counterattack from Nodding Academy. Chapter 48. Wang Sheng. Let them step over my corpse first. Pay attention, just as dawn breaks. A little girl is wandering around the playground. Her face is somewhat pale, with 2 enormous dark circles under her eyes. No one would guess that this little girl is actually 100,000-year soul beast. Wang Sheng sees Xiao Wu aimlessly walking around the playground and is quite puzzled. Only he would come to the playground so early for a run to exercise. Why is Xiao Wu here today? Hey Xiao Wu, why are you here so early? Wang Sheng quickly walks up and pats Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Xiao Wu turns her head with a look of despair. This turn of her head scares Wang Sheng. After the 3v3 arena match, Xiao Wu had lost herself in the constant calls of Xiao Wu Jia in the campus, full of energy and enthusiasm every day. But now, why does she have messy braids, swollen eyes, and a face full of despair? What happened? Don't go. Let's sit down over there, Xiao Wu Jia. Wang Sheng pulls Xiao Wu and says. Then, the 2 of them sit side by side on a bench in the playground. The morning sunlight wraps them in a layer of golden clothing. Xiao Wu hangs her head, her eyes still scattered and dazed. Last night, that feeling of being watched came again. Moreover, this time the other party directly revealed their aura. It was as if warning Xiao Wu, hey little rabbit, I'm here, so don't think about leaving. Xiao Wu knows that as a 100,000-year soul beast, she would be seen through by title, level powerhouses before reaching the Soul Sage realm. But unexpectedly, her assumptions led to her being targeted in Nodding City. It's so far from the Stardow Forest. She can't send any information to Ming and Air Ming. Now, she feels like a little white rabbit raised by someone, not knowing which day she will be hunted. Wang Sheng looks at Xiao Wu like this and doesn't speak. After all, he doesn't know what happened to her. However, seeing Xiao Wu like this makes him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. But when he thinks about the days since Xiao Wu enrolled, he can't help but laugh. His laughter naturally catches Xiao Wu's attention. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Xiao Wu thinks Wang Sheng is laughing at her state and gets angry. This is her most vulnerable moment, and Wang Sheng is actually laughing at her. Hit him. Xiao Wu raises her hand, wanting to hit Wang Sheng. The latter dodges directly, feeling somewhat baffled. Xiao Wu Jia, I just remembered some funny things. Funny things? Are they related to me? Of course. Oh. Xiao Wu clenches her fists, her knuckles turning a bit white, and slowly leans towards Wang Sheng. Thank you, Xiao Wu Jia. Wang Sheng says sincerely, his eyes full of smiles. Thank you? What for? Xiao Wu is dumbfounded. Thank you for appearing in my world. Wang Sheng lowers his head, pinching his clothes, speaking a bit awkwardly. Xiao Wu Jia, ever since you came in Nodding Academy, I feel like my luck has changed a lot. You don't know. When you just arrived, I was already struggling alone. For all the working students, many things could only be handled by me, and I really couldn't hold on anymore. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu falls silent, wanting to say something, but opening her mouth makes no sound. After Tang San came, I thought he was the hope for the working students. However, he was too disappointing. Wang Sheng says this with some indignation. Fortunately, there is still you, Xiao Wu Jia. You have innate, full soul power, exceptional talent, and you're willing to mix with us waste and stand up for us. Ever since you came, I met my master, saw Tang San's true colors, and now I've achieved the respect that working students have longed for. Hearing this, a smile unconsciously appears on Xiao Wu's face. It turns out, she is somewhat remarkable. She chuckles and lightly punches Wang Sheng's shoulder. No wonder my luck turned bad after coming here. It turns out you sucked it all away. You owe me, you owe me. Looking at Xiao Wu's charming and cute appearance at this moment, Wang Sheng also smiles, no longer feeling so tense. However, he feels like he has grasped the key point. Xiao Wu, you said your luck is bad? What's wrong? Wang Sheng immediately asks. Xiao Wu's face instantly stiffens. What's wrong with my bad luck? Can I tell you? Seeing Xiao Wu fall silent again, Wang Sheng knows he might have hit the nail on the head. However, since Xiao Wu doesn't want to say, she must have her reasons. Moreover, everyone has their own secrets. Xiao Wu raises her head, looks at the sky, then turns to Wang Sheng, looking at Wang Sheng's plain face and sincere smile. Xiao Wu's lips move. Wang Sheng, if one day many people want to kill me, what will you do? Don't worry. Which student in our academy doesn't recognize you as Xiao Wu Jie? Let's not say much. If you're in danger, we, the working students, will be the first to disagree. But can we fight? Wang Sheng is taken aback and immediately asks back. We can't fight. Then we'll cover for you, so you can run. I asked you, Wang Sheng, what will you do? If you can't fight or run, what will you do? Wang Sheng looks at Xiao Wu, feeling that she is not joking this time. This time, it is his turn to fall silent. I will stand in front of you no matter what. Really? Xiao Wu's voice trembles slightly. Of course. Xiao Wu, I know you have secrets, but in my eyes, you are my sister and also my lucky star. Wang Sheng slowly says, his face very serious. When my master accepted me as a disciple, changed my fate, and helped me obtain soul rings, I knew my life is destined to be for protection. Perhaps protecting you is also my destiny in life. If, one day in the future, someone wants to kill you, then please let them step over my corpse first. Xiao Wu's eyes turn a bit red. The two don't speak again. Wang Sheng. Xiao Wu breaks the silence first. My hair is a bit messy. Can you help me comb it? Xiao Wu takes out a wooden comb and hands it to Wang Sheng. At this moment, her originally pale face is filled with a rosy glow. Wang Sheng immediately takes it and starts to untie the knots in Xiao Wu's braids. After a while, Xiao Wu, I seem to have tied it into a dead knot while untangling. Wang Sheng, covered in sweat, finally can't help but say, Master, I have a situation to report to you. Oh, go ahead. Wang Sheng leads Xiao Wu to Jiang Ning. Xiao Wu stands behind Wang Sheng, looking like she is gritting her teeth. Her braid was actually messed up by Wang Sheng and took a full half an hour to untangle. This is Xiao Wu, with innate full soul power and a rabbit martial spirit. Teacher, can you accept her as a disciple? That's right, this is the plan Wang Sheng came up with. Worried about Xiao Wu's safety. Although Xiao Wu had not mentioned her bad luck, feelings of insecurity were the reason for her poor sleep last night. He couldn't help but worry. Moreover, in his view, his master was definitely not just a simple teacher at Notting Academy. Whether it was giving him fairy grass to improve his martial soul quality or the subsequent training resources, how could a teacher at Notting Academy possess such things? Let's not forget, there was also a very powerful expert by his master's side, known as the Master's Young Lord. It seemed that to protect Xiao Wu, he could only rely on his master, so he mustered up the courage to recommend Xiao Wu to him. Looking at Wang Sheng's hopeful expression, Jiang Ning was somewhat puzzled. Didn't the master tell you that he only accepted those with useless martial souls? And the more useless, the better. A genius like Xiao Wu, I definitely won't accept. Master, I'm begging you. Seeing Wang Sheng like this, Jiang Ning also glanced at Xiao Wu. Why did this 10,000-year rabbit spirit suddenly want to become his disciple? And Wang Sheng was even willing to do this for her? Something strange was definitely going on. Jiang Ning rubbed his chin, remaining silent. Forget it, after all. Xiao Wu is one of the main characters in the original work. Let's see how it goes first. As for Xiao Wu, Jiang Ning actually didn't want to get involved for the time being. The risks were too great. However, seeing the situation with Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu, could it be? Jiang Ning had a bold idea in his heart. This idea even shocked him. Could it be that my disciple Wang Sheng took this opportunity from Tang San, and now he is Xiao Wu's brother? Wow, awesome, Wang Sheng. As for me, I've only taken Tang San's first spirit ring spirit beast so far. You directly took away little 10,000-year spirit beast Tang San's sister. Tang San's sixth spirit ring revived my beloved Shura sword sheath dance. Looking at the silly Wang Sheng, Jiang Ning thought to himself. He almost wanted to go up and give Wang Sheng a loving hug. Chapter 49. Speak up, rabbit spirit, what's going on, Wang Sheng? You go out first. I have something to discuss with Xiao Wu alone, Jiang Ning said, his eyes turning. Since his disciple had taken Xiao Wu away as her master, he definitely had to help out. Yes. Wang Sheng was overjoyed and quickly retreated outside Jiang Ning's room to wait. His master's attitude had clearly changed, and he knew this matter was likely settled. Only Xiao Wu and Jiang Ning were left in the room. The more Jiang Ning looked at Xiao Wu, the more he liked her. He was the first to agree to this marriage. Cough, cough. Jiang Ning waved his hand, motioning for Xiao Wu to sit down. Then, he leisurely said, "Speak up, rabbit spirit, what's going on?" "Teacher, I." Xiao Wu was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed. What did Jiang Ning just call her? Rabbit spirit? Could it be that the vice principal of the Nodding Academy, Wang Sheng's teacher, was also a titled Douluo? Otherwise, how could he tell at a glance that she was not human? Mama, Nodding Academy is too terrifying. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. The front was a wolf, and the back was a tiger. Forget it. Xiao Wu steeled herself and decided to explain the situation to Jiang Ning. After all, there was already a titled Douluo eyeing her. It was a dead end either way. If Jiang Ning was also a titled Douluo-level powerhouse and had designs on her, she might as well stir the waters. If two titled Douluos fought, perhaps she would have a chance to escape, as long as she ran into the Stardo forest. With Deming and Erming around, let alone two titled Douluos, even if there was one more, they could protect her. Xiao Wu shrank her neck and asked, "Teacher Jiang, you know I am that, right?" "Xiao Wu, that what?" Jiang Ning's eyes were full of smiles. "That one." Xiao Wu, seeing Jiang Ning clearly pretending to be curious, Xiao Wu stamped her feet. She was just a little girl now. It was a bit unwilling for her to say she was a 10,000-year soul beast. All right, Xiao Wu, I certainly know your identity now. Xiao Wu drooped her head. "Can you tell me what's going on now?" "Teacher Jiang, ever since I came to Nodding Academy, I felt someone secretly spying on me. The person spying on me has an aura similar to Tang San. Moreover, just yesterday, that person appeared again and was even more unabashed in their spying on me." Xiao Wu gritted her teeth and said, seemingly accusing the fact that she could encounter a title Douluo even in a remote small town. Oh, Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. He certainly knew who Xiao Wu was talking about. The Hao Yiandoa Tang Hao. Moreover, he also knew that Tang Hao must be observing from the shadows. After all, the original work mentioned that Tang Hao himself told Tang San that for a significant amount of time, he stayed by Tang San's side, secretly observing and protecting him. Otherwise, he would have acted against Tang San long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the sect's residence, a place where he could exert his titled Douluo strength within a fixed area. Fortunately, to be safe, he had given Chu Hun 3 soul ring evolution pills. This was both to prepare for leaving Nodding City and to guard against Tang Hao acting against him. He didn't expect the first direct contact with Tang Hao to come so quickly. Jiang Ning felt a bit uneasy. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Xiao Wu became even more upset. She naturally knew that there were differences even among titled Douluos, just like there are power gaps among 10,000-year soul beasts. Seeing Jiang Ning's hesitant expression, she naturally interpreted it as Jiang Ning knowing that titled Douluo and being very wary of that person. Woo-woo. Tears began to fall from Xiao Wu's eyes as she quietly sobbed. Why was her life so bitter? Seeing this, Jiang Ning became a bit flustered. He quickly said, "Xiao Wu, you don't have to worry. You are my student and also Wang Sheng's friend. I will definitely protect you." "Really?" Xiao Wu's expression changed rapidly as she wiped her tears and looked at Jiang Ning with delight. That person's aura was very strong. Isn't he just a Hao Yian Douluo? Jiang Ning was very bold at this moment, patting his chest and guaranteeing, "During this time, just stay by my side and don't wander around. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he can't handle it." Xiao Wu pouted, not speaking, seemingly a bit doubtful. She clearly sensed that Jiang Ning's current soul power fluctuation was only at the soul master level. Moreover, Jiang Ning looked so young. How could he possibly be a titled Douluo? Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Jiang Ning didn't explain much and said in a deep voice, "Chu Han, Master, what are your orders?" A robust figure like an iron tower was summoned by Jiang Ning from the system space, suddenly appearing in the room. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with disbelief. She hadn't sensed any soul power or spatial fluctuations at all. How did this person appear in the room? Moreover, the soul power aura from this person gave her the feeling of being as deep as the ocean, compared to the person who had previously spied on her. He was equally impressive. He must be a title Douluo, and definitely not an ordinary title Douluo. Xiao was immediately overjoyed and quickly bowed to Jiang Ning. Teacher Jiang, I will listen to you. During this time, I will always stay by your side. Thank you for protecting me. If one day you want to visit the Douluo Forest, Xiao Wu will definitely treat you well. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Let him go to the Douluo Forest and be treated well. Was she going to let the Titan giant ape give him a full-body spa? Or let the sky blue bull python give him electrotherapy? However, he wasn't really angry. Xiao Wu was so cute and pitiful, and they had such a connection. He would protect her. Moreover, Chu Han's appearance also made him feel a bit more at ease. The effects of those soul ring evolution pills were indeed remarkable. He could clearly feel that Chu Han's momentum far surpassed before. The difference of one rank among title Douluos was enough to cause a significant change in strength. Guo, what level of soul power do you have now? Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask. Master, I was at the peak of level 92 before, and now I am at level 94? What? Both Jiang Ning and Xiao Wu were shocked together. Xiao Wu thought very simply. A 94 level title Douluo, although might still not be able to defeat the Ming and Air Ming. If they wanted to escape wholeheartedly, they would also have a hard time stopping her. It seems she should be able to block that person spying on her, right? Now, she was finally safe. Jiang Ning was shocked by the effects of the soul ring evolution pills. Level 94? Indeed, when it came to the title Douluo level, if one wanted to cultivate further, it had to depend on the quality of the martial soul. The 3 soul ring evolution pills must have allowed Chu Han's martial soul to evolve. This kind of evolution, for Chu Han, raising 1.5 levels of soul power was probably not just the limit. It was just that time was limited right now. No wonder the system only provided 10 of them, and he hadn't even seen this thing in the following few times. If it weren't for the system saying that it was best to eat this after reaching the Soul King realm for better effects, he would have wanted to eat it himself right away. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt like he had taken a calming pill. After all, Tang Hao was only level 95. If it really came to a fight, he could simply release the sects residents. He just doesn't believe it. As a title Douluo with a top-tier martial soul, along with another title Douluo at level 94, how could he not handle a wounded Tang Hao? On the other hand, he certainly knows Tang Hao's trump card, the explosive ring. Jiang Ning is not worried at all. But don't forget, Tang Hao is ultimately not tolerated by the Spirit Hall. That angelic agent of the Spirit Hall is still around. Therefore, even if Tang Hao wants to use the explosive ring to confront them, he would surely be wary of the consequences. The old-fashioned clock in the room chimed with a clear sound, instantly interrupting their thoughts. Jiang Ning was taken aback, then remembered that today was the day he and Yu Xiaojiang would fulfill their bet. He chuckled, then grabbed Xiao Wu's hand, along with Qiu Han, and walked outside. Chapter 50. Let your disciples step up and make a fool of themselves first? For the vast majority of the students, it was still a familiar location, and the situation was quite similar. This time, it was a showdown between 2 teachers. One side was a heavyweight master. The other was the deputy director of the academic affairs office, someone they were very unfamiliar with. Yu Xiaojiang and his 30 students had already arrived at the playground. Everyone could clearly feel the transformation of these 30 students and couldn't help but envy them privately. Look at that chubby guy. A month ago, his thigh was no thicker than my arm. So how come it's like this now? I wonder what method the master used. Look at that person. He was my roommate, stuck at level 8 soul power for over a year, feeling frustrated every day. Look at him now. His mouth is even curling up. Hey, do you think if the master were to take the position of deputy director of the academic affairs office, we would also have a chance to receive special training like them? Master, they haven't arrived yet. Tang Sen walked up to Yu Xiaojiang. His brow furrowed. He knew Wang Sheng would definitely come today. During this period of special training, he had participated very seriously and even broke through to the next level of soul power. So, he mentioned to the master that if there was a competition later, he definitely wanted to face Wang Sheng again. Before the master could speak, the person next to him, Xiao Qinyu took over the conversation. Master, I think they must know about the progress of our 30 students and simply decided not to come. Yes, yes. Others couldn't help but agree. Over the past month, they had all improved in soul power, and at this moment, they were filled with confidence. No rush. Let us wait a little longer. It's not the appointed time yet. Yu Xiaojiang appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly overjoyed. That said, Yu Xiaojiang didn't wait in place and was already walking towards the center of the playground. This time, he had his students temporarily build a high platform in the center of the playground. The purpose was to let all the students see him. Fellow students, hello everyone. Yu Xiaojiang stepped onto the high platform, took a moment to catch his breath, and then spoke loudly. I must say his voice was quite loud, and all the students could hear him clearly. I am Yu Xiaojiang, supported by many friends in the Soul Master community, and I am also called a master. It is unfortunate that, as of now, your teacher Jiang has not yet appeared. Therefore, I hereby solemnly announce. Although Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit regretful that Jiang Ning hadn't come and that it might end hastily, there was nothing he could do. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to take the initiative and declare a so-called victory, there was a commotion in the audience. They're here. They're here. Oh my. Well, line up for teacher Jiang's 30 people. That's Shibu Xiang. I know him. Can you guess what his martial soul is? One person said, holding his stomach and laughing. What is it? The person next to him was naturally very curious. A dung beetle. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Teacher Jiang really doesn't mind. Ha, Teacher Jiang said, to hell with his 30-person class. The more useless, the better. He's just perfect for it. Also, look at that guy in overalls. What's wrong with him? Don't you know? He was crazy about promoting his oil cakes to anyone he met, and his soul power hasn't moved for more than half a year. Jiang Ning naturally didn't care about these discussions. He was holding Xiao Wu's hand, leading his 30 students in slowly, and then sat down on the other side. When he just entered the scene, he naturally saw Yu Xiaojiang standing on the high platform. He saw the ecstatic look in his eyes. He could hardly contain his laughter. Does Yu Xiaojiang really think he can win? The platform is all set, waiting for him to perform. Teacher Jiang, you've come? Yu Xiaojiang squinted his eyes. I've come. I thought you would come. What a coincidence, I thought the same. Jiang Ning also stepped onto the stage, standing next to Yu Xiaojiang. At this moment, both of them wore smiles on their faces, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. However, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that the atmosphere on site was somewhat tense. Please welcome Director Yuan of the Academic Affairs Office and Master Matthews of the Spirit Hall. Someone in the audience shouted. Soon after, Matthews and Director Yuan walked in and sat down on the specially prepared chairs for them. Yu Xiaojiang had naturally considered everything for today. Teacher Jiang, how should we compete? Yu Xiaojiang said with a smile, but there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. You can decide. Jiang Ning naturally couldn't be bothered to deal with him. All right, then we'll split it into 2 rounds. Yu Xiaojiang turned to the audience and continued. The first round will compare the total increase in soul power of our 30 students over the past month. The second round will be a personal competition, comparing the combat abilities of our respective 30 students. However, we will only compare one person. The third round will be a team competition, where 3 students will be selected from each of our students to engage in small team battles. Yu Xiaojiang considered himself to be quite cunning. Nodding Academy has records of the soul power of enrolled students. So comparing the total increase in soul power would naturally leave no room for dispute. If he had only proposed to compare the total increase in soul power, perhaps some would think it wasn't sufficient. Fortunately, he took the initiative to bring up the comparison of combat abilities. The reason for only comparing one individual was that among his 30 students, only Tang San could be considered outstanding and have a chance of winning. Otherwise, would he let Xiao Qinyu be thrown around by Xiao Wu and lie in bed for 10 days or half a month? After all, Yu Xiaojiang had taken resources from their family, and this was not appropriate. The reason for only comparing 3 in the team competition was also that he currently only had Tang San, Xiao Qinyu, and Ling Feng as soul masters. As for the others, Jiang Ning still casually replied. Good. However, the more indifferent Jiang Ning was, the more Yu Xiaojiang felt that Jiang Ning lacked confidence and was the one likely to lose. Please invite Master Matthews to the stage to host the Soul Power Assessment Ceremony. Yu Xiaojiang said loudly, then bowed to Matthews. The latter didn't put on airs and directly went up to the stage. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Matthews smiled but didn't greet him. To be honest, he was quite curious about Jiang Ning's situation. However, he certainly couldn't take the initiative to ask, since Yu Xiaojiang was now probing. He was naturally happy to see it. Matthews took out many black stones and a stone platform from his storage soul guide and began to set them up on the field. Seeing that Matthews was almost done with the setup, Yu Xiaojiang turned to ask, "Teacher Jiang, since everything is ready, why don't we let my 30 disciples step up and make fools of themselves first?" Below, the 30 students in Yu Xiaojiang's class immediately stood up upon hearing this. Their expressions proud. "Let your disciples step up and make fools of themselves first?" Jiang Ning was also taken aback, looking at Yu Xiaojiang with great interest, and casually uttered 2 words, "Please proceed." Chapter 51, Yu Xiaojiang, please. "Your Highness, take action." "Good." Yu Xiaojiang turned around, nodded to Mithuno again, and then shouted to the audience, "Tang San, you are the first to come up. Others, come on stage in the order of your training numbers." "Yes." Tang San stepped lightly, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the stage. Following Mithuno's instructions, he stood in front of the stone platform, holding the crystal ball. "Release your soul power with all your might and enter the crystal ball." "Very well." Tang San, level 13 soul power. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone around cast envious glances at Tang San. In fact, due to practicing the Xintian skill and obtaining a soul ring, Tang San had already reached level 12 soul power. With the various resources provided by the master over the past month, it was only natural for Tang San to increase his soul power by 1 level. Wow, didn't Tang San just get his first soul ring last month? He is already at level 13 soul power? Truly a disciple of the master. Hearing these words, both Tang San and the master beamed with smiles. Next, Xiao Qinyu, level 12 soul power. Ling Feng, level 12 soul power. Lu Long, level 10 soul power. Maka, level 10 soul power. Baka, level 10 soul power. The continuous reports of soul power made the students on site seem to fall into a frenzy. Sure enough, those who followed the master had at least increased their soul power by 1 level this month. Their gazes towards the master revealed admiration and longing. Yu Xiaojiang was naturally pleased. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't handle it alone and was afraid of delays, he would have reported level 11 instead of level 10 today. What a pity, what a pity. Thinking about how shocking it would have been if these students could directly release their soul rings today, Yu Xiaojiang felt a sense of regret in his heart. He glanced at Jiang Ning from the corner of his eye and saw that Jiang Ning still had an indifferent expression and couldn't help but think, still pretending to be calm. I want to see what kind of performance these students you brought will show later. Soon, the soul power testing of Yu Xiaojiang's 30 students came to an end. 30 students had collectively increased their soul power by 43 levels. That is to say, on average, each person had increased by nearly 1.5 levels of soul power over the past month. When Yu Xiaojiang announced this result loudly, it sparked a wave of gasps. He stood on the stage, relishing the attention of the entire audience. After several minutes, Yu Xiaojiang finally felt he had enjoyed enough, and quickly walked up to Jiang Ning, saying, "Teacher Jiang, my students are not talented. They can only be a stepping stone for you. Next, it's up to your disciples." The phrase "a stepping stone" was emphasized by Yu Xiaojiang, almost articulating each word. Jiang Ning smiled and turned to Mithuno, nodding to indicate that the other party could begin. Then, he turned to his students, but said nothing. Seeing Jiang Ning not speaking, booing gradually began to emerge in the audience. "Look, Teacher Jiang isn't speaking. Has he been shocked by the Master's students? In my opinion, he definitely knows he can't compare to the Master and is just pretending to be calm. Ha. I think you are too conservative. I believe he might not even be able to speak now." Amid this discussion, the booing grew louder. It seemed to mock and urge Jiang Ning to come off the stage. Jiang Ning couldn't be bothered to care. The reason he hadn't spoken earlier was that he was considering who should come up first to give Yu Xiaojiang and the audience a little shock. Should he directly let the 7 disciples he accepted come up, or since Yu Xiaojing had already built up the atmosphere to this point. He certainly had to design it further to reach a climax. Shibu Xiang, you come up first. Jiang Ning ultimately decided to let those who hadn't been taken under his wing and had only practiced with Longji leaves come up first. He was afraid that if he scared Yu Xiaojing too much, no one would be able to enjoy the show. Hearing this, Shibu Xiang below was overjoyed. He didn't expect teacher Jiang to call him first. He walked confidently towards Mithuno. The people below looked at Shibu Xiang's demeanor with strange expressions, especially those who had mocked him before. Their faces were especially interesting. Shibu Xiang, level 8 soul power. As Mithuno's voice fell, an unbelievable voice erupted on the scene. He increased 3 levels of soul power in a month? How is that possible? Before Jiang Ning could speak, a student had already exclaimed about the increase in soul power. With this statement, everyone gasped in shock, especially Yu Xiaojing, his pupils filled with disbelief. Of Jiang Ning's 30 students, he had certainly tried to gather as much information as possible through various means. This Shibu Xiang in front of him had indeed only had level 5 soul power a month ago. Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but look at Mithuno. The latter, seeing Yu Xiaojing looking over, showed a hint of anger. What does this mean? Do you think the results I detected are inaccurate and are questioning me? Mithuno thought to himself, his face clearly showing some displeasure. He was a little angry, but considering so many people were watching, as a person from the spirit hall, he had to show a high level of composure. Yu Xiaojing naturally noticed Mithuno's displeasure. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he couldn't show them at this moment. Just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Yu Xiaojing comforted himself. Jiang Ning remained unfazed, calmly calling the next student to come up. Luo Xiaoming, level 7 soul power. Wu Yong, level 6 soul power. The next few had only increased by 1 level of soul power. This made Yu Xiaojing breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, as the process continued, more than half of Jiang Ning's 30 students had only increased by 1 level of soul power. Yu Xiaojing calculated in his heart that he seemed to be able to win, and then he couldn't help but show a triumphant expression. He walked over to Jiang Ning, whispering, "Teacher Jiang, looking at the current situation, your chances are definitely not good. How about this? I don't want you to lose too much face. As long as you announce your withdrawal now, I won't say anything. How about it?" Jiang Ning originally thought Yu Xiaojing came over for something, but he didn't expect to hear such a statement, which made him both amused and exasperated. This guy still thinks he can win. Jiang Ning remained non-committal. Yu Xiaojing certainly couldn't be polite to consider Jiang Ning's face. He thought that first he would persuade Jiang Ning to withdraw voluntarily, then he would naturally take the opportunity to humiliate Jiang Ning severely. However, Jiang Ning was too lazy to pay him any mind, which made him curse Jiang Ning for being ungrateful. He wanted to see how Jiang Ning would wrap things up. Seeing that his attempt was met with rejection, Yu Xiaojing snorted, waved his hand, and walked away. Next, AI Kuan. Hearing the call, AI Kuan walked up spiritedly. However, the crowd noticed that his steps seemed a bit unsteady. It looked as if he had an extra foot while walking. AI Kuan, level 10 soul power, increased by 4 levels. A silence fell. Those looking at AI Kuan felt that his suspenders were shining brightly. For levels, a soul power that hadn't increased at all over the past 6 months, suddenly increased by 4 levels. The audience began to stir. Jiang Ning didn't mind and continued to call up his other new disciples. Level 10 soul power. Level 10 soul power. Level 10 soul power. Level 10 soul power. A series of level 10 soul powers. For Yu Xiaojing, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. How could someone who was at level 4 or 5 a month ago suddenly reach level 10 in just 1 month? What on earth has Jiang Ning done? The students below were already numb to the situation. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. The testing device on stage must be malfunctioning. One student muttered, and then angrily added. He felt like he had been made a fool of. Those few students were clearly much weaker than him just a month ago. They must have colluded to put on a show. The anger among the students below grew stronger, and they all looked towards Mathis. Mathis could no longer hold back. He released his soul power, pressing his aura down on those who doubted him. and then said solemnly, I, as a representative of the Spirit Hall, guarantee that the testing results are correct. If there are any more doubts, feel free to come up to the stage. If there is any more unreasonable disturbance, don't blame me for being rude. For most of the students who were still soul practitioners, the pressure from the Grand Soul Master was enough to make them shut their mouths instantly. Seeing this, Jiang Ning no longer hesitated. He brought out the last 3 students: Zhang Xiaolan, Wang Sheng, and Li Chugang. Soul Power Level 14, Soul Power Level 16, Soul Power Level 18. When these 3 pieces of news came out, the temperature of the scene increased by a degree or 2. Why? Because the only sound left in the venue was the gasps of disbelief. This was like the last straw that broke Yu Xiaojiang's back. Impossible, impossible. Even though Yu Xiaojiang was roaring internally, he couldn't say it out loud. It was already embarrassing enough. Was there any need to continue embarrassing himself? Right, there are still 2 matches. I haven't lost yet. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to grasp at hope. He wanted to speak up, but he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Li Chugang, Soul Power Level 18. From the current situation, where did he still have hope of winning? Moreover, why was Zhang Xiaolan, who also had the blue-silver grass martial spirit, at level 14, higher than Tang San? What he didn't know was that Zhang Xiaolan had absorbed a 400-year-old mandala snake, so naturally, her soul power would be higher after the breakthrough. Yu Xiaojiang felt a bit lost. Is this it? Jiang Ning sighed, finding it uninteresting. Don't think that I lost. Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang's face twisted as he pointed at Jiang Ning and roared. All students except Jiang Ning's students, get out of here now. Then, with a sinister expression, he shouted this at the onlooking students. Master, has he gone mad? This thought involuntarily appeared in the minds of everyone present, including Jiang Ning. However, before they could voice it, they saw Yu Xiaojiang kneel down toward a certain spot and say, Yu Xiaojiang respectfully invites Your Highness to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly powerful pressure was released into the venue. A figure suddenly appeared, holding a giant dark purple hammer. 2 yellow, 2 purple. For black, 1 red. 9 soul rings appeared one by one at his feet. What? Title Douluo? The crowd, except for the students beside Jiang Ning, who had just thought of this, were all knocked unconscious by this aura. Even Director Yuan from the Academic Affairs Office and Mathis from the Spear Hall were no exception. Jiang Ning looked at that figure, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness, and said, Tang Hao, you finally appeared. Chapter 52, You and I Share. Each one, thanks to Crystal Abyss and Fengqin Yundan for the rewards. Thank you. Huh? Tang Hao let out a surprised sound. He naturally didn't want more people to know about his action, so he used soul power to pressure everyone present into unconsciousness. After all, it involved 2 10,000-year soul beasts. Being cautious was not excessive. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Ning and the disciples behind him were completely unaffected. His gaze shifted to a big man behind Jiang Ning. The latter seemed to sense his gaze and looked back immediately. Tang Hao suddenly felt a fierce aura emanating from him. This ferocity seemed, in terms of killing intent, no less than my domain of slaughter. Tang Hao secretly felt a bit alarmed, thinking it was not good. The 2 groups of people stared at each other. One side was Tang Hao, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang San. The other side was Jiang Ning and his group. Neither side made any rash movements or spoke. Yu Xiaojiang was so astonished that his mouth was wide open, enough to fit a goose egg. Tang San was puzzled about how the master knew a title Douluo powerhouse. Moreover, this title Douluo's aura seemed somewhat familiar. However, he was more preoccupied with how he could quickly reach the level of title Douluo. Seeing a powerhouse of title Douluo level this time gave him an inexplicable feeling. The day his Xian Tiangong reached great perfection would be the day he became a title Douluo. Jiang Ning didn't speak, waiting to see what Tang Hao wanted to do. To be honest, he didn't really want to clash with Tang Hao at this moment. Mainly, he didn't want to place the sect S base in a place like Nodding Academy. It was a remote corner, lacking both mountains and rivers. He disliked it. He didn't know which titled soul master it was, and what the title was. Could they have a discussion? Ultimately, it was Tang Hao who broke the silence. However, his gaze remained on that big man, not on Jiang Ning. Chu Han naturally ignored him and looked at Jiang Ning. Earlier, Chu Han had also sensed Tang Hao's strength. Indeed, he was somewhat stronger than him. But what did that matter? No matter what, they had to protect the young master. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. He certainly noticed Chu Han's intent. At this moment, he re-evaluated Jiang Ning, who appeared to be just a soul master. Suddenly, he felt that it was more difficult to handle the situation. If it were just the big man, he would think it was merely a lone wolf. Then he could use the name of the Haoyan sect to pressure this lone wolf, coercing him to let go of this matter. However, with Chu Han prioritizing Jiang Ning, it told him that these two were certainly not of ordinary origin. Furthermore, Jiang Ning showed no fear in the face of Tang Hao's gaze, which further confirmed his thoughts. Tang Hao glanced again at Xiaolan and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shrank her neck, hiding behind Chu Han, while Xiaolan was puzzled. Tang Hao found himself in a dilemma. It seemed that wanting to monopolize the two 10,000-year soul beasts was somewhat difficult. Forget it, just take one then. One is also fine. Tang Hao thought, I'll make things clear today. The two 10,000-year soul beasts present, you and I share, each taking one. How about that? Tang Hao clasped his fist and said solemnly. Now, it was Jiang Ning's turn to look bewildered. 2. Jiang Ning looked at Xiao Wu. In the original text, there was indeed only Xiao Wu, a 10,000-year rabbit. The latter was also in shock at this moment. 2. Could it be that besides me, this rabbit spirit, there is another spirit? Could it be that Haoyan Douluo's vision is sharper and discovered something I didn't see? It doesn't make sense. I effectively have a script. Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out. Tang San and Jiang Ning's students felt like they were about to faint. Titled 10,000-year soul beasts? Such legendary things actually appeared simultaneously in such a small academy. Moreover, Jiang Ning didn't he pass out? There's more than one title Douluo. At the same time, looking at that title Do's gaze, the 10,000-year soul beast is Xiao Wu. The most shocked were undoubtedly Tang San and Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng felt as if struck by lightning. Xiao Wu is a 10,000-year soul beast. No wonder she told him that one day someone would come to kill her. Remembering how he had passionately declared that he would protect Xiao Wu, he now felt heartbroken. You say you're a 10,000-year soul beast, and you want me, a soul master, to protect you? Wang Sheng's eyes were filled with disappointment. He smiled bitterly and said in a voice only he could hear, it turns out, I was the one being overly sentimental, from joy to devastation. Was there another 10,000-year soul beast among these people? Jiang Ning turned back to take a look, thought for a long time, couldn't he figure it out, and simply followed Tang Hao's words. May I ask which one you want? Her. Tang Hao pointed. Everyone's gaze followed. What? It's actually her? She's a 10,000-year soul beast? How is that possible? Chapter 53. Master respects your wishes. Take a look at this ignorant girl. Just a month ago, she was an ordinary village girl with a useless martial soul and zero soul power. Yet a month later, she has become a 100,000-year soul beast in the eyes of the titled Douluo. That's right. Everyone followed Tang Hao's gaze and discovered that he was pointing at Xiaolan. The last person who found this unbelievable was Wang Sheng. And now it was Li Chugang's turn. He glanced at Xiaolan and couldn't help but lower his head. No wonder the master wanted to go to that so-called holy soul village. In my opinion, it wasn't for Tang San at all. It was just for Xiaolan, this 100,000-year soul beast. The master probably took me in out of pity. The master must prefer Xiaolan. No wonder he didn't take me to the hunting soul forest before. Li Chugang looked at the way everyone was looking at Xiaolan, feeling an overwhelming complexity in his emotions. Were they feeling the same? Indeed, the joys and sorrows between people are not the same. I just felt they were too noisy. Li Chugang pressed his lips together, feeling as if his heart had died. Jiang Ning, of course, had no idea that in just a short moment, the mindset of his two disciples had changed like this. Are you sure? Jiang Ning asked tentatively. As Xiaolan's master, he certainly knew her background. A month ago, Xiaolan was certified as a waste by the system. It was only because the system gave her a 100,000-year fairy grass that she had such a great change. How could she possibly be a 100,000-year soul beast? Has Tang Hao's mind gone bad? Jiang Ning couldn't help but think. Tang Hao looked at Jiang Ning's expression and felt that Jiang Ning was testing him. That's right, initially, he only wanted Xiao Wu. However, he thought that Xiao Wu was just a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit. Tang San's two martial souls, Blue Silver Emperor and Hao Yin Hammer, had nothing to do with a rabbit. Although she was a 100,000-year soul beast, to Tang San, she was just a soul bone and soul ring. And it might not even be very suitable. That Yu Xiaojing had said before, and he had just seen it, a girl with a martial soul blue silvergrass, whose soul power was even a level higher than Tang San's, was different. He could tell at a glance that Xiao Wu was not human. But he turned it over and over, yet he couldn't see through this girl's identity. She looked just like a human. Moreover, he didn't sense any trace of aura similar to a Yin's bloodline on Xiaolan. However, he did sense an aura. That aura was hidden within Xiaolan's body and martial soul. The grade of this aura was definitely not inferior to that of a 100,000-year Yin. She must be a 100,000-year soul beast. Moreover, an unknown, mysterious plant-type soul beast. Tang Hao firmed up his thoughts. The reason he couldn't see through her might be because of this soul beast's special ability. Being a plant-type soul beast, of course, it was far more suitable for Tang San than Xiao Wu. Moreover, being the same type of 100,000-year soul beast. Perhaps it also meant a hope for rebirth for Yin. Would he still be able to see Yin in his remaining life? Wait for me, for a while, Yin. As long as I obtain her, I think there will be a chance. Revive my love. Thinking of this, Tang Hao's heart trembled. He even completely cast aside the idea of giving Tang San the soul bone and soul ring. He looked at Xiaolan, his eyes filled with an intense desire. This girl, he must have her. Tang Hao turned around and looked at Jiang Ning. He interpreted the shock on the latter's face as an unwillingness to give up. Since that's the case, Tang Hao's eyes revealed no concealment of his killing intent, and his tone became as cold as ice. Why do you ask me? Since we both know, there's no need for testing, right? But she is indeed just. Jiang Ning felt puzzled. Enough. Today I will claim this little girl. No one can stop me, I said. The giant hammer in Tang Hao's hand emitted a black-purple glow, clearly responding to Tang Hao's thoughts. Xiao Wu, hearing this, suddenly felt like cursing. Since you want that little girl, why do you keep staring at me? Why release your aura to threaten me? Xiao Wu stomped her feet in anger several times. This sudden situation left Jiang Ning a bit at a loss. He had thought that Tang Hao appeared at this moment for the sake of Tang San. Protecting Xiao Wu was merely to protect his future disciple's wife. How did it turn into protecting his own disciple now? What did Xiaolan do to make Tang Hao want her so badly? Could it be that Xiaolan and Tang San really developed feelings for each other when they were in Holy Soul Village? The original work didn't mention Tang San having an affair. The more Jiang Ning thought, the more absurd the idea became. However, he also felt that it seemed somewhat reasonable. No wonder Xiaolan had such deep feelings for Tang San. Even after suffering losses and witnessing it with her own eyes, she was still so passionate. It seemed that she was just temporarily hiding her thoughts. As he thought about it, Jiang Ning even felt a bit indignant. It must be that Tang San told Tang Hao about his feelings for Xiaolan, or perhaps Xiaolan secretly colluded with Tang San. That's why Tang Hao would now use the so-called 100,000-year soul beast as an excuse to snatch Xiaolan away from him. How could he have accepted such a disciple? Looking at Xiaolan, Jiang Ning forcibly suppressed his anger. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Wu has now become his future disciple's wife. And Tang San is also quite pitiful. Since the two are mutually in love, then I would rather destroy 10 temples than ruin a marriage. If the heavens want to reign, and the mother wants to marry, let her be. He ignored Tang Hao and turned to Xiaolan, forcing a calm expression, and said, Xiaolan, since that's the case, Master respects your wishes. You may go on your own. Chapter 54. Junior brothers and sisters. Pay attention. Huh? Xiaolan looked shocked. The scene was too chaotic, and she couldn't catch her breath. Why was the focus suddenly on her? Just a moment ago, they were talking about a 100,000-year soul beast, and then that person across from her pointed at her and insisted that she was the one they needed. Xiaolan felt it was really terrible. I am really not a 100,000-year soul beast, Xiaolan said. However, there was silence all around, and no one responded to her. Among so many people present, only Jiang Ning was familiar to her. But why did the master just say she could choose where to go? Did the master no longer want her? Was he respecting her thoughts? Her thought was to follow the master. She felt a bit scared and hurriedly ran towards Jiang Ning. Master, Xiaolon won't go anywhere. Xiaolon will just follow you. Master, what happened? Are you going to drive me away? Why does that person want to take me away? Jiang Ning was indifferent. His heart was a bit chaotic. He looked at Xiaolon, who was holding his right arm and shaking it continuously. Tears were welling up on her face. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Jiang Ning couldn't help but think. However, Tang Hao clearly did not have the patience to wait for Jiang Ning. To Tang Hao, he had already made a significant concession. Although the other party seemed to agree with his intention, it appeared they had no intention of handing over the person. Tang Hao snorted coldly, and his seventh soul ring suddenly lit up. The Haotian hammer, which was already exaggerated in size in his hand, instantly transformed into a form that was dozens of meters long, emanating a blend of black, purple, and red light. The hammerhead was nearly 10 meters long and several meters wide and high, resembling a small mountain. Indeed, Tang Hao directly activated his martial soul true body. It can be said that the martial soul true body is a trump card possessed by soul saints and above. 4 title dual level powerhouses. Although using this skill does not consume a lot, it is still limited in duration. However, it is much better than soul saints and soul Douluos. Tang Hao directly using his martial soul true body indicated that he didn't want to give Jiang Ning any more time. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and powerful soul power boiled within him. This posture left no doubt that if Jiang Ning uttered even half a no, that enormous Haotian hammer would come crashing down. Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang Hao's posture and was completely conquered, even kneeling on the ground. Tang San's right hand felt a bit hot, and, just as he was puzzled, suddenly, without his summoning, his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, appeared directly in his hand. However, the Haotian hammer in his hand seemed to be saluting that gigantic Haotian hammer. Was this feeling due to the same origin? Who on earth was that person? Tang San felt the response from his martial soul, and his heart trembled. The enormous Haotian hammer hovered in the air. Since Tang Hao had put on such a stance, Chu Hun naturally reacted as well. He directly stepped in front of Jiang Ning, and his body also lit up with 9 soul rings in yellow, purple, black, 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 black. Then, the 7th soul ring flashed. Although the 9th soul ring was black, it paled in comparison to Tang Hao's red halo. But after summoning the martial soul true body, the momentum was not weak. In an instant, Chu Hun transformed into a giant bear, dozens of meters tall and entirely black. The bear's paws were black and white, with the black ones being exaggeratedly thick bear paws, and the white ones being several meters long silver-white bear claws. Jiang Ning felt somewhat familiar with that silver-white bear claw. However, he quickly understood why. Because the terrifying silver-white bear claw seemed to have faint spatial cracks on it, suddenly appearing and then dissipating. That was the terrifying claw of the dark gold terror claw bear, with Chu Hun's title Douluo level strength. The attack unleashed was naturally extremely terrifying, enough to cut through space. At this moment, Jiang Ning finally understood the actual enhancement the martial soul evolution pill brought to Chu Hun. Perhaps Chu Hun's martial soul could be renamed, not the giant-pawed black bear, but the terror-claw black bear. The confrontation between the two powerful individuals felt like dark clouds pressing down on the sun to the others present. Master, I won't go anywhere. Please don't abandon Xiaolon, okay? Xiaolon was a bit scared. After all, she was just a 6-year-old girl. Although her body had absorbed soul rings and now appeared around 10 years old, her mind was still that of a 6-year-old village girl. Just as Jiang Ning was preparing to make a firm decision regarding Tang Hao, a voice suddenly came. Master, I don't understand why you said to let Xiaolon make her own choice, even to leave. Suddenly, Li Chugang, who had been silent, stepped forward. You're my master, and you are also Xiaolan's master. Since you brought us out of the village, you are our family. Although Xiaolan doesn't understand and has made us angry because of Tang San, she is still my family. As Li Chugang spoke, he moved forward, even stepping in front of Jiang Ning, standing parallel to Chu Hun. His sword grass martial soul was summoned, and strands of platinum sword energy flowed through the sword grass. After consuming the fairy grass, Li Chugang's martial soul not only had an all-around quality enhancement, but also gained an additional skill. That was to accumulate sword energy. Now, as a soul master, every day, Li Chugang's martial soul would produce a strand of sword energy and accumulate it within the martial soul. Each strand of sword energy represented one attack he could unleash at his current stage. Its power was equivalent to 30% of the attack power of his first soul ring skill. Moreover, it did not require additional consumption of his soul power. Now, he had accumulated over 30 strands of sword energy in his martial soul. The yellow soul rings circled around Li Chugang. But in the face of the two low-level powerhouses confronting each other, it seemed so insignificant. Master, no matter who it is, if they want to harm my family, they must first ask my sword energy. As his soul ring lit up, the sword grasped martial soul in his hand seemed to transform into a pond of sword light. The sword energy erupted from within, and at that moment, it seemed the surrounding space was distorted, creating a peculiar visual effect. As the sword energy moved, the air seemed to have visible ripples, spreading out like ripples on water. Li Chugang said loudly, "Junior brothers and sisters, pay attention. This sword will be very cool. First soul skill, flowing light, sword energy. 5 strands of sword light are generated. Each can independently launch an attack, or they can attack together. In an instant, dozens of strands of sword energy in Li Chugang's hands poured out like a waterfall. These sword energies traced beautiful arcs in the air, shooting towards Tang Hao. Facing Li Chugang's aggressive sword energy, Tang Hao was stunned. No way. Are young people today this brave? A one-ring soul master attacking 2 titled Douluos during their confrontation? If it weren't for the big man in front of him blocking his soul power pressure, they would have passed out long ago. Wanting to seek death isn't supposed to be like this, right? Facing the sword energy, Tang Hao did nothing, merely using his soul power for protection. The sword light collided with Tang Hao, crackling and shattering. I said, "Little brat, what does this have to do with you?" Tang Hao squinted his eyes, wanting to laugh. Li Chugang, however, remained unfazed and calm. Then, he swiftly retreated behind Jiang Ning. Since the show was over, he no longer needed to stand in front. The master had said that once the situation was not right, he should retreat behind everyone. As for whether the master would throw them out, it's impossible. He always sees through it. The master has his own kindness. Thinking about it, being so handsome and understanding, the master must like me even more. Li Chugang secretly rejoiced in his heart, raised his head to look at his master, and saw the astonishment on the latter's face. Then, he knelt on one knee and said, "Disciple has disobeyed the master. Please punish me." Seeing Li Chugang like this, Jiang Ning's hand holding Xiao Lan trembled slightly. This brat, taking advantage and still pretending to be obedient. A soul master daring to draw a sword against the title Douluo. If this gets out, it would be somewhat famous. He made a name for himself and knew how to create momentum for himself. However, how did Li Chugang come to trust him so much? The one in front of him was a title Douluo, and he asked him to take action. But this step he provided made Jiang Ning feel very comfortable. How could Li Chugang, with that brain of his, be so understanding at this moment? Jiang Ning's expression was strange as he looked at AI Cohen. The latter had a somewhat proud look on his face. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. It was indeed AI Cohen's idea. "Get up, Chugang, you are doing great." "Thank you, Master." Chapter 55. If you want to fight, then fight. Enough. A voice like thunder erupted. It was Tang Hao. At this moment, Tang Hao was trembling with anger. "Damn it. Are you teasing me? This is not about social niceties. Today is a life and death struggle. A battle for the soul beasts of 100,000 years. Did you get the wrong script? Is this turning into a deep bond between fellow disciples and master-apprentice relationships? Are you still acting? In front of me like this. Let me see if your strength has the audacity." First soul skill, heavy hammer strike. Tang Hao's first soul ring lit up, and the enormous Haotian hammer was enveloped in endless black light, crashing down. Anger aside, Tang Hao wasn't foolish. The opponent's strength was unclear, so he decided to start simply with his first soul skill as a test. Although it was his first soul skill, he was currently in the true form of his martial soul. If an ordinary title Douluo took this hit, it wouldn't be easy. If the opponent was left in a very embarrassed state after taking this hit, then I'm sorry, he would have to break his promise. What level of being dares to share 100,000-year soul beast with him? The Haotian Douluo. If they can't survive, what does their power matter to him? Tang Hao considered many things, but Chu Han was different. Since Tang Hao had made a move against Jiang Ning, it meant the opponent was now an enemy. Going all out for a quick resolution was his fighting style. His third and fifth soul skills lit up in succession. Third soul skill, Beast Blood Boiling. It fully enhanced his attributes by 30%, ignored pain, and any soul skill used in this state would have its effect increased to 130%. Fifth soul skill, Bear Claw Rift. Instantly, the giant bear, transformed from Chu Han, shot forth 2 blood-red beams from its eyes. At the same time, 2 massive 10-meter-long silver-white light blades shot from the giant bear's paws, crossing each other as they went towards the crashing Haotian hammer. Boom! The Haotian hammer was actually sent flying back. Moreover, the remnants of the silver-white light blades were still coming at him. A look of shock appeared in Tang Hao's eyes. Fourth soul skill, Hammer Shield. A black-purple barrier was released from the hammer, directly blocking this attack. The first round of confrontation came to an end, and Tang Hao's expression was grim. At the beginning, seeing the opponent directly use their third and fifth soul skills against his first soul skill made him somewhat underestimate the opponent. It wasn't until the Haotian hammer collided with the opponent's attack that he realized he had miscalculated, and he had miscalculated quite absurdly. At this moment, the Haotian hammer was slightly trembling, as if it had suffered some negative effect from that strike. The so-called nemesis of strong attack soul masters, the indestructible Haotian hammer, now bore a small, shallow silver-white X-shaped mark. Although the mark was small and shallow, it was still left on the Haotian hammer. It seemed today he couldn't hold back anymore. Otherwise, he might not even be able to contend for 100,000-year soul beast. Thinking of this, Tang Hao let out a light breath. Immediately, a fierce light burst forth from his eyes, and his fighting spirit surged. If you want to fight, then fight. Tang Hao's voice was low, yet very powerful as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, black light surged from his right arm. This time, he decided to directly use his soul bone. Tang Hao's formidable combat power came not only from his powerful martial soul and inherited soul skills, but also from the 6 soul bones on his body. That's right, 6 soul bones. Without the chance of external soul bones, 6 soul bones represented the pinnacle of what a soul master could obtain. With the enhancement from these 6 soul bones to his physique and combat power, Tang Hao, who was only at the soul Douluo level back then, could contend against title Douluo. Among these 6 soul bones, 2 came from the Haotian sect's inheritance. The soul bone on his right arm was a reward he received as the successor of the Haotian sect. This soul bone is one of the Haotian sect's inherited soul bones, the most suitable for the Haotian hammer martial soul. Moreover, this soul bone came from a power-type soul beast, a more than 70,000-year-old great strength violent ape. The skill attached to this soul bone was the strongest skill of that soul beast. In terms of the enhancement to Tang Hao's combat power, this soul bone was only slightly inferior to the 100,000-year soul ring that Ain sacrificed for him. Therefore, this strike using the right arm soul bone was already considered the strongest strike, excluding the 9th soul ring, explosive ring, and chaotic hammer method. Thunder, shaking the earth. The surging black light darkened the sky above this area. Soon, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck the sky, producing a deafening roar. The black bear transformed from Chu Han, despite being several dozen meters tall, with its paws flashing silver-white light blades, appeared somewhat small at this moment. Meanwhile, the Haotian hammer shone like a black-purple light, as if it were the only thing in this world. In the next moment, the hammer body glimmered with a deep black-purple glow, releasing an extremely terrifying aura, crashing down. Faced with such a terrifying offensive, Chu Han naturally narrowed his eyes and prepared seriously. His 2nd, 4th, and 8th soul rings lit up simultaneously. 2nd soul skill, Earth Guardian. As the giant bear, transformed from Chu Han, stood on the ground, wisps of earthy yellow aura rose up, enveloping the giant bear's body. Bear-type soul beasts and ape-type soul beasts are all considered children of the earth. As long as they stand on the ground, they can unleash some of the powers bestowed upon them by the earth. Chu Han's 2nd soul ring allowed him to draw strength from the earth, forming a defensive membrane around his body. 4th soul ring, immovable stone armor. A pattern resembling a magical formation appeared under Chu Han's feet, and then earthy yellow aura once again surged from the ground, rushing into Chu Han's bare body. These lights continuously gathered on the surface of the giant bear, coalescing into a set of earthy yellow armor. With a flash of the deep eighth soul ring's black light, a phantom appeared behind the giant bear. This phantom was the legendary existence among bear-type soul beasts, the ancient sky bear, the pinnacle existence among bear-type soul beasts. Its rank was comparable to that of true dragons and true phoenixes among soul beasts. After reaching adulthood, the ancient sky bear even preys on dragon-type and flood dragon-type soul beasts. Of course, this soul ring did not come from hunting an ancient sky bear. He hunted a more than 30,000-year-old earth demon bear. However, this 30,000-year-old earth demon bear had awakened the bloodline of the ancient sky bear during its evolution. That battle was a tremendous effort for Chu Han, and it was fraught with danger before he finally slain this bear. The phantom of the ancient sky bear merged into the giant bear's body, and soon, black soul power light erupted from within the giant bear. The giant bear opened its mouth, and the black soul power continuously gathered in its mouth. Slowly, a black spherical energy body appeared in the giant bear's mouth. As the black light sphere took shape, the surrounding light seemed to be devoured. Then, the giant bear gently spat out the light sphere, and it went forth with unparalleled speed to meet that black-purple thunder. Eighth soul skill, annihilation roar. In the eyes of others, this world had already been divided into two parts: the earthy yellow ground and the bear, the black sky and the black-purple Haotian hammer. Chapter 56. This time, I want both. At the moment when the black sphere of light collided with the Haotian hammer, a deafening roar erupted. The clouds within a 10-mile radius were torn into circular shockwaves, and the ground instantaneously collapsed, creating a nearly 100-meter deep pit. Both parties retreated, with Tang Hao stepping back more than a dozen steps. After all, the Beast Spirit Master has a stronger physical constitution. Moreover, Chu Han had directly used 3 soul skills. Meanwhile, Tang Hao had only used 1 soul bone skill. Therefore, at this moment, Tang Hao's expression relaxed slightly. I'll give you another chance. Tang Hao, if I truly decide to fight to the death, you won't be able to stop me. Hand over that 100,000-year soul beast to me now, and I will withdraw immediately. Jiang Ning scoffed. Chu Han naturally understood Jiang Ning's intention and approached again. God of Death Domain, activate. Tang Hao's expression darkened again. Although he believed he could defeat the opponent, just as he said, if he didn't use his ultimate move, the outcome was uncertain. Crimson patterns instantly spread across the Haotian hammer. For Chu Han, the God of Death Domain did indeed have an impact on him. However, since he unconditionally obeyed Jiang Ning's decisions and his will was extremely firm, the influence of the God of Death Domain was not significant. In the next moment, the enormous black bear and the giant hammer, wrapped in crimson patterns, collided fiercely once more. The fierce wind swept up dust, swirling like a mad dragon. The flying sand and stones struck the surrounding trees and buildings, producing cracking sounds. Chu Han's black bear spirit had already undergone bloodline evolution, especially with a significant increase in attack power. Yet, facing the Haotian hammer, which exuded a destructive aura, he still showed signs of struggle. The two massive forces were locked in a stalemate, with deafening roars echoing constantly. The ground began to crack like a spider's web, spreading outward at an astonishing speed. Everyone instinctively stepped back, fearing being caught in the terrifying aftermath of the battle. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened as he stared at the scene before him, his face pale. His lips trembled, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. He couldn't believe or accept the reality in front of him. Impossible, he muttered. This absolutely cannot be. Tang Sen looked at Yu Xiaojiang's distressed state and couldn't help but ask, Teacher, why is it impossible? Yu Xiaojiang suddenly turned to Tang San, then looked up at Tang Hao, his eyes filled with fervor as he urgently explained. The Haotian hammer is the #1 weapon spirit in the world. The Haotian Douluo is an exceptionally rare genius, and no one can contend with him at the same level. Even challenging across levels is not difficult, and the opponent, not only has inferior soul power compared to Hao Yin Duo, but also chose to confront him head-on. Yet they can still maintain equilibrium. Moreover, he paused, his gaze returning to the two battling figures. Moreover, I have never heard of such a person in the spirit master world, and I have never seen this black bear spirit. Upon hearing this, Tang San's brow furrowed, his eyes darting between Tang Hao and Chu Han. He activated his purple extreme magic eye, attempting to find a flaw in Chu Han's intense battle. With his exceptional eyesight, understanding of cultivation methods, and grasp of the human body's weaknesses, Tang San's gaze gradually sharpened. He discovered that although Chu Han's black bear spirit was powerful, it exhibited some stiffness in certain subtle movements. This minute flaw might be difficult to detect during regular times, but in this intense battle, under the observation of the purple extreme magic eye, it was revealed without hiding. Tang San's heart surged with joy, and he immediately shouted, Hao Yin Douluo, attack 3 inches below his left rib. His martial spirit's true form has a flaw right there. Chu Han was startled upon hearing Tang San shout. He hadn't expected that as a titled Douluo, he would have such a deeply hidden flaw exposed by a young brat. A strong sense of crisis surged within him, and he instinctively tried to adjust his stance. However, this undoubtedly confirmed to Tang Hao that the opponent's flaw was indeed in that spot. So, it was too late. Tang Hao's attack came crashing in like a storm once more. Boom! Chu Han defended repeatedly, but he was still caught off guard. Then, the Haotian hammer struck fiercely at the left rib of Chu Han's martial spirit's true form. The immense power erupted instantly, causing Chu Han's black bear spirit to tremble violently, letting out a painful roar. A shocking wound appeared on the giant bear's left rib, with flesh and blood faintly visible. The earthy yellow soul power swirled around it, and soon the wound began to heal rapidly. However, the giant bear still let out a muffled groan, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. Clearly, under this blow, it had suffered significant internal injuries. Seeing this, Tang Hao laughed wildly, his voice filled with pride and arrogance. Ha ha, I told you, you are not my opponent. The opponent was indeed difficult to deal with. Even though the opponent had a flaw, it wasn't easy to break through. He himself had flaws as well, and both were testing each other in battle. The key point was that Tang San's shout had disturbed the opponent's mind. In a duel of experts, victory and defeat can be decided in an instant. Now that the opponent had been thwarted, although the injury wasn't serious, their state would definitely be greatly affected. Hadn't one heard, once you build momentum, you can wane, and the third time, you will exhaust yourself? Of course, what made him happiest was that Tang San actually possessed such ability, just with his soul master level. He could find a flaw in a battle at the titled Douluo level. This was simply unprecedented in the history of Douluo Continent. Could it be that this was what the master taught? He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, nodding as if affirming him. Along with this, he couldn't help but look at Tang San a few more times, feeling increasingly delighted. Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat at a loss upon seeing this scene. This Tang San was truly a genius. Tang Hao turned to look at Jiang Ning. At this moment, his eyes were filled with greed and killing intent, without a hint of concealment. I've changed my mind. Jiang Ning obediently hand over the 100,000 years soul beast. This time I want both. Chapter 57 I said, Master, why are you always thinking about cheating and eating? Jiang Ning's expression was calm as he walked step by step towards Chu Han. Chu Han knelt on one knee, his head lowered. Your Highness, I was careless and was disturbed by that child's words. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of unwillingness. But please rest assured, if it's just like this, I believe the opponent cannot kill me. Jiang Ning shook his head. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the hair on his forehead. It's fine. Winning or losing is common in battle. Besides, the opponent is Hao Yin Douluo. He spoke gently, comforting Chu Han. However, at this moment, Jiang Ning was thinking rapidly. Although Tang Hao had activated his martial soul's true form and the killing god domain, he had not yet unleashed his strongest attack, the blast ring. If Tang Hao truly decided to go all out and use the blast ring, how could Chu Han withstand it alone? I'm afraid they would have to escape together. Escape? A slight smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ning's mouth. How could that be possible? He had taken so many disciples here. Moreover, Why should he escape? Tang Hao watched as Jiang Ning stepped forward, momentarily taken aback. This kid, in his perception, he was merely a soul master. He probably couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. What was he doing coming forward? Seeking death? Jiang Ning's mind shifted. System, set the sects base to Nodding Academy. Ding ding. Are you sure you want to set the sects base here? Confirm. Ding ding, setting complete. The simple mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Current sect base covers an area of 500 acres, and the covered area can be viewed by the host. 500 acres? So big? 500 acres is roughly a width of over 300 meters and a length of 1,000 meters. Jiang Ning was taken aback. His annoying system, even when it came to the sects base, had to surprise him like this. He didn't expect it to be so generous. Nodding Academy had only a few hundred students, so the entire campus area was only over 100 acres. Tang Hao remained silent, but beside him, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but speak up. Are you scared, silly? Huh? Yu Xiaojing grinned, his voice somewhat sharp. If you can't win, leave the 100,000 year soul beast behind and roll out. Otherwise, are you waiting to eat at Nodding Academy? He placed his hands on his hips, looking quite pleased with himself. Jiang Ning took it. The sunlight fell on his face, revealing a hint of mockery. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Tang Hao and Yu Xiaojing were both momentarily stunned. Laying your cards on the table? Yu Xiaojing scoffed. What cards do you have? What else do you have? With a face full of disdain, Yu Xiaojing continued. If you can call in another title Douluo, I'll eat shit on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ning facepalmed. He sighed lightly. Then, go ahead and eat. I said, Master, why are you always thinking about cheating and eating? Afterwards, he slowly summoned his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff. 9 soul rings slowly rose from the staff. Yellow, yellow. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. The imposing aura of the title Douluo, accompanied by the dazzling red soul rings, instantly overwhelmed the entire arena. Yu Xiaojing trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. His mouth gaped open, but he couldn't find the words to follow. A title Douluo coming to Nodding Academy as the deputy director of the academic affairs office, just to play with useless disciples? What does this mean? He couldn't understand. Jiang Ning turned his head and quickly scanned the students in front of him. Female classmates, you can leave first. He then continued, those who have goods, deal with them on the spot. Didn't you hear the master wants to eat? Hurry up. Chun Gang, you're the senior brother. Take the lead. All right. Yu Xiaojing watched all this in panic. At this moment, Tang Hao's pupils shrank sharply, staring intently at the spiral dragon staff in Jiang Ning's hand. He also couldn't understand why the opponent, who had previously been a soul master, suddenly transformed into a title Douluo. If he had been hiding it deliberately, how could he have deceived him? Could it be that his soul power was still above his? Impossible. However, even if he couldn't figure this out, Tang Hao was incredibly shocked, because he recognized the martial soul that Jiang Ning held. Chapter 58, Dragon Stick, True Martial Spirit. Tang Hao squinted his eyes, staring intently at the dragon stick in Jiang Ning's hand. The familiar patterns on the stick and the domineering aura it emitted made him feel an uncanny sense of familiarity, just like the ones held by those 2 old geezers from the spirit hall. A jolt ran through his heart. This was no joke. His blood feud with the spirit hall was still unresolved. Cough, cough. Tang Hao cleared his throat, slightly retracting his aura. He decided to probe Jiang Ning's background first. Then he spoke. Young man, your martial spirit is quite unique. Which power do you come from? Or is it a family lineage? If it weren't for the current situation, anyone observing Tang Hao's demeanor and tone might mistakenly think he was looking to take on a disciple. Jiang Ning had no intention of engaging with him. He was immersed in the thrill of becoming a title Douluo. At the sex base, he could now exert the power of a level 93 title Douluo. Although his soul power level was not as high as Chu Huan's, his dragon stick was a genuine top-tier weapon martial spirit. Moreover, the system had even granted him a 100,000 year soul ring. The soul rings provided by the system were undoubtedly the most suitable for absorbing into his martial spirit. Even though Tang Hao also had a 100,000 year soul ring, it was merely from the Blue Silver Emperor. The greatest disparity lay in the fact that the other party possessed a complete set of soul bones. But he didn't believe that, with Chu Huan's assistance, he couldn't handle the ailing Tang Hao. He looked at Tang Hao, a subtle smirk on his lips, thinking to himself, this Hao Yianhua is quite the performer. Was he trying to act out here? He was curious to see what tricks this renowned Hao Yian Douluo could pull. Tang Hao spoke again, tentatively asking, does your martial spirit have any connection with the two offerings of the Spirit Hall? After all, if Jiang Ning was truly from the Spirit Hall, he would be in serious trouble. Jiang Ning glanced at Tang Hao and replied nonchalantly, no. Tang Hao knew what he was thinking, and perhaps the ambiguity would make him retreat. But at this point, Tang Hao still occasionally glanced at Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan. Did he still want to target the 100,000-year soul beast? Tang Hao's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. No connection? How could that be? Most martial spirits are inherited through bloodlines, and Jiang Ning's dragon stick was clearly identical to those of the two offerings from the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, if that weren't the case, possessing a top-tier weapon martial spirit without any cultivation resources would not allow someone so young to have such power. And he even had a 100,000-year soul ring. Having a 100,000-year soul ring naturally meant possessing a 100,000-year soul bone. Although he had 6 complete soul bones, he had not absorbed a Yin's 100,000-year soul bone. The key point was, how could 2 titled Douluos just be in this small place? Could it be that the Spirit Hall had already tracked his whereabouts and wanted to take action against him? Or perhaps they had learned about Tang San's situation and even guessed that Tang San was his son. So they used Tang San and the 100,000-year soul beast as bait to lure him out and capture him all at once. This terrifying thought grew wildly in Tang Hao's mind, instantly stirring up a storm in his heart. No, he couldn't stay here any longer. He had to leave quickly. Tang Hao's gaze sharpened, and after taking another look at Jiang Ning and Chu Huan, he had already made up his mind. It was just 2 titled Douluos, right? Wanting to keep him here was not that easy. Moreover, Tang Hao's gaze fell on Xiao Lan, whom he believed to be a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. He had to obtain this soul beast. Jiang Ning watched Tang Hao, noticing he had not moved for a while, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What's the matter? Not going to make a move. The esteemed Hao Yian Douluo just said he would take them all, right? Jiang Ning's voice carried a hint of mockery. He wanted to see what this Hao Yian Douluo would do next. Just as Jiang Ning's words fell, Tang Hao's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Boom! A trace of killing intent flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as his first soul ring erupted, turning into a dazzling light that merged into the Hao Yian hammer. Then, he swung the Hao Yian hammer towards Jiang Ning. Kid, die for me. Tang Hao's roar echoed instantly. Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed, not daring to be careless. He never expected Tang Hao to strike without warning, and as soon as he did, he directly used the essence of the Shumi Hao Yian hammer, detonating his first soul ring. It seemed he was truly going all out. Dragon stick, true martial spirit. Jiang Ning shouted, and the dragon stick in his hand instantly enlarged, transforming into a long stick several dozen meters long. The dragon-shaped patterns on the stick even turned into a phantom of a giant dragon, spiraling around the stick. Third soul skill, dragon battle in the wild. Jiang Ning swung the dragon stick to meet Tang Hao's attack. Boom! The 2 powerful forces collided, and the ground instantly shattered, countless debris flying everywhere. Jiang Ning felt a massive force surge toward him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. So strong, Jiang Ning was secretly shocked. Indeed, this Hao Yian Douluo was impressive. He hadn't felt much when Chu Huan and Tang Hao clashed head-on earlier. Now that he faced it himself, the sensation was profound. The other party had merely detonated a first soul ring that had existed for hundreds of years, yet he could unleash such power. Even though he also had a top-tier weapon martial spirit, Jiang Ning felt he was somewhat at a disadvantage. However, Jiang Ning certainly would not choose to retreat. He was filled with fighting spirit. Chu Huan, go! Jiang Ning shouted. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted. The giant bear, transformed from Chu Huan, lunged at Tang Hao in an instant. He roared, and the enormous bare paw, imbued with the power to tear through space, slammed down fiercely towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao's expression changed again. He had initially planned to capture the king by first subduing the enemy, which was why he had suddenly attacked Jiang Ning and even detonated his ring. But he did not expect that although Jiang Ning had been pushed back by his strike, he had not suffered any substantial damage. Damn it, if he had known, he would have detonated another soul ring. Tang Hao cursed inwardly, having to divert his focus to defend against Chu Huan's attack. Chapter 59. Tang Hao's Defeat. After blocking another attack from the two, Tang Hao took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He stared intently at Jiang Fan, his eyes bloodshot, his voice raspy like sandpaper rubbing together. If you don't give me 100,000-year soul beast, today I will fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding red light suddenly erupted from Tang Hao's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, his second soul ring exploded, turning into countless specks of light. Immediately after, the third and fourth soul rings also burst in succession, and a violent energy surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. The originally heavy black on the Haotian hammer was now replaced by a layer of eerie blood color. Blood-colored lightning danced wildly across the hammer's surface, crackling with explosive sounds, ready to devour anyone nearby. Jiang Fan looked at the nearly frenzied Tang Hao, showing no signs of fear on his face, but rather a hint of mockery. In your current physical state, you can only explode your rings to this extent, right? Otherwise, why not explode a 10,000-year soul ring? He slightly raised his chin, his tone laced with disdain. I don't believe you still have the ability for a second strike. As he spoke, his ninth soul ring lit up, and the soul power within him surged like boiling lava. Then, with a low shout, the towering dragon spiral staff, over 10 meters high, swirled with a dragon shadow that seemed almost tangible, its dragon whiskers fluttering, and its dragon eyes capable of seeing through everything. Ninth soul skill, dragon spiral out to sea. With this proclamation, Jiang Ning swung the dragon spiral staff with all his might. In an instant, the dragon shadow on the staff seemed to be infused with life, emitting a deafening dragon roar, carrying overwhelming momentum as it surged toward Tang Hao. The air was violently disturbed, creating visible waves of pressure. The dragon spiraling out to sea seemed intent on crushing everything in its path. At the same time, standing beside Jiang Fan, Chu Hun also let out a low growl. His ninth soul ring lit up, and black patterns appeared on his giant black bear form. Ninth soul skill, Black Bear quakes the earth. He raised his massive front paw high, gathering soul power in his palm. Then, with tremendous force, he slammed it down onto Tang Hao. Tang Hao watched the movements of Jiang Fan and Chu Hun, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. He knew that his earlier threat had completely failed. The opponents were not weak, especially Jiang Fan's ninth soul skill, which was a powerful ability granted by a 100,000-year soul ring. From the momentum, if he had not directly exploded his rings, it would have posed a significant threat to him. Tang Hao sighed deeply, filled with helplessness and unwillingness. It seemed that today was unavoidable. He had no choice left. He charged forward, swinging the Haotian hammer, and took the combined strike from Jiang Fan and Chu Hun head-on. Poof! Tang Hao was sent flying backward, retreating dozens of steps before barely stabilizing himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted positions, and he was in excruciating pain. After this strike, the injuries within him could no longer be suppressed, and there was a tendency to erupt. Jiang Fan and Chu Hun also did not fare well. Both retreated a few steps to steady themselves. Yu Xiaojiang had been watching the battle from the sidelines, and seeing Tang Hao injured, he felt an intense urgency. If the battle continued under the current circumstances, Tang Hao might face the danger of defeat. If Tang Hao lost, what would he do? He looked at Jiang Fan's disciples, all wearing smug smiles, filled with grief and indignation. If he really had to do that, he might as well die. He hurriedly rushed to Tang Hao's side, speaking urgently. Your Majesty, Haotian, it's better to leave today. I'll take Xiao San to another academy. Hearing this, Tang Hao's eyes flashed with a hint of struggle, but he eventually nodded. All right. He took a deep look at Jiang Fan, then suddenly retracted the Haotian hammer. The blood-colored light around him quickly faded, returning to his original state. He then turned around, grabbing Yu Shaojiang and Tang San, and with a flash, they disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Chu Han's eyes flashed with fierce light, ready to chase after them. "Don't pursue a desperate enemy," Jiang Fan said lightly, stopping him. Although Chu Han was puzzled, he still halted his steps. Jiang Fan sighed as he watched Tang Hao leave. In his eyes, the killing intent had not diminished, but there was a hint of seriousness. He did not wish to leave the threat posed by Tang Hao and Tang San unresolved. However, his strength as a titled Douluo could only take effect within this area. Both he and Chu Han's strongest skills had only forced Tang Hao to spit blood. Tang Hao, in his current state, was determined to escape, and neither he nor Chu Han could necessarily stop him. If they left this area, he would just be his sole master. Chu Han going alone would not be a match for Tang Hao. Rather than risk a pursuit, it was better to let him go for now. I have a system. Who am I afraid of? Just wait, there will be opportunities. Jiang Fan murmured to himself, his eyes flickering with cold light. Chapter 60 Master. You leave Tang San to me. Master, you are really so handsome. Li Chugang was so excited that he struggled to speak. Quickly walking up to Jiang Ning, his eyes filled with admiration. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. He had imagined that his master might be a true powerhouse. Soul King? Soul Emperor? Or perhaps a Soul Sage. But he never dreamed that Jiang Ning was actually a top-tier powerhouse at the titled Douluo level. Titled Douluo. Moreover, Jiang Ning's attendant was also a titled Douluo. What does it mean to be a titled Douluo? He had studied at the Nodding Academy for some time, so he naturally understood the weight of these 4 words. Not to mention, from now on, he, Li Chugang, could completely walk sideways in the Heavendo Empire. What? No, I am a disciple of a titled Douluo, and there is more than one titled Douluo behind me. Wang Sheng and AI Kuan quickly followed, stepping forward to praise Jiang Ning. Wang Sheng, with a reserved personality, simply said, "Master is mighty." AI Kuan, on the other hand, was different, showering Jiang Ning with flattery. Unable to stop. However, although it was flattery, it was also refreshing and elegant, making Jiang Ning feel no resistance at all. "All right." Jiang Ning interrupted AI Kuan's compliments and said lightly, "You guys, clean up this mess. Take those who fainted to the dormitory and classrooms." "Yes," the students replied in unison. Li Chugang immediately began to direct, and everyone busily pitched in. Jiang Ning's gaze swept around and finally landed on Xiaolan and Xiao Wu. Xiaolan stood by, looking completely lost, her hands instinctively tugging at the hem of her clothes. The surrounding chaos seemed unrelated to her. She was completely at a loss and didn't know what to do. As for Xiao Wu, she was sneakily moving to the side, her head bobbing left and right like a rattle drum, clearly trying to sneak away. Jiang Ning took all this in. These 2 girls are quite interesting. Xiaolan. Xiao Wu, come with me, Jiang Ning said. The reactions of Xiaolan and Xiao Wu were completely different. Xiaolan was a bit scared but still obediently walked over. Xiao Wu, however, looked unwilling and dragged her feet. But in the end, both of them came to Jiang Ning and followed him as he walked away. Before leaving, Jiang Ning instructed Chu Han, "Chu Han, take care of the holes in the ground and those damaged items." "Yes, master," Chu Han replied respectfully. In the academic affairs office, light streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows on the wooden floor. "Have a seat," Jiang Ning said. Xiao Lan and Xiao Wu sat down in accordance with his words, but their expressions were completely different. Xiao Lan still had a pale face, remnants of fear, while Xiao Wu looked distracted, her gaze flickering. Jiang Ning's eyes swept over both of them, ultimately focusing on Xiao Wu. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to talk to Xiao Wu first. After all, Xiao Wu's identity was special, and the upcoming arrangements were even more important. "Xiao Wu, you also saw what Tang Hao wanted to do," Jiang Ning said, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu instinctively pouted, her pink lips slightly curling up, looking somewhat unconvinced. But inside, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of nerves. Although her personality was lively, even a bit mischievous, It didn't mean she didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Tang Hao's strength was truly overwhelming. Xiao Wu secretly compared in her heart. Even if it were to Ming or Air Ming in a one-on-one situation, they would probably struggle to gain the upper hand against Tang Hao. That violent aura, that power that seemed ready to tear everything apart, made Xiao Wu's heart race. That person is so fierce. Xiao Wu muttered to herself internally, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes. Jiang Ning noticed Xiao Wu's expression and understood what she was thinking. He paused for a moment and continued. Tang Hao has left now, but he probably won't give up. With his personality, he might come back at any time. You should stay here and focus on your training. Jiang Ning softened considerably. Don't worry. Teacher isn't after your soul ring or soul bone. Jiang Ning's voice carried a teasing hint, trying to alleviate Xiao Wu's tense emotions. Hearing this, Xiao Wu lifted her head and looked at Jiang Ning. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes, confusion, gratitude, and a sense of relief. She gently nodded, acknowledging Jiang Ning's arrangements. Xiao Wu knew that given the current situation, staying by Jiang Ning's side might be the best choice. At the very least, Jiang Ning's strength was enough to ensure her safety. Moreover, she had a certain understanding of Jiang Ning's character. Although he could sometimes be, well, a bit unusual, at least he wouldn't harbor malice towards her like Tang Hao did. Xiao Wu softly replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Seeing this, Jiang Ning smiled slightly and turned to Xiaolan. Xiaolan's face was still pale, her eyes showing signs of confusion and helplessness. Jiang Ning walked in front of Xiaolan, crouched down, and met her gaze. Xiaolan, today you finally saw the malice of human hearts, right? Jiang Ning said softly, his tone carrying a hint of sigh. What I told you earlier were all truths. His voice was gentle and soft, afraid of disturbing Xiaolan's fragile heart. Xiaolan looked at Jiang Ning, and a layer of mist gradually welled up in her clear eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she had 1,000 words to say but didn't know where to start. Woo-woo. Finally, Xiaolan could no longer hold back, suddenly throwing herself into Jiang Ning's arms and bursting into tears. The repressed fear, grievance, and anxiety all poured out as tears. Jiang Ning gently patted Xiaolan's shoulder. Again and again, his movements tender. It's okay. With the teacher here, everything will be fine. Next time we meet Tang, San, and the others, the teacher will definitely. Jiang Ning's words were cut off by Xiaolan. Master. Xiaolan suddenly raised her head, her tear-filled eyes looking at Jiang Ning. In her eyes burned the flames of anger and resentment. You leave Tang San to me. Xiaolan's voice was hoarse, but filled with determination. When the time comes, I will take revenge myself. Her voice wasn't too loud, but each word was squeezed out through her teeth. Jiang Ning looked at Xiaolan, at her small face twisted with anger, and felt a slight movement in his heart. He gently patted Xiaolan's head, tenderly and indulgently. The teacher believes you can do it. Jiang Ning's tone was filled with encouragement and trust. Then, he signaled to Xiao Wu with his eyes. Xiao Wu immediately understood, stepping forward to gently hold Xiaolan's hand. Xiaolan, stop crying, She led Xiaolan slowly out of the academic affairs office. Chapter 61. The master has a close friend in life and death. Let's go to him. Xiao Wu pulled Xiaolan's hand, and Xiaolan's steps were a bit unsteady. Feeling the slight tremor in her hand, Xiao Wu immediately said, Xiaolan, don't be afraid. From now on, with me and the master here, no one can bully you. Xiaolan responded softly. She suddenly stopped, turned to look at Xiao Wu, and asked Sister Xiao Wu, do you really think there are so many bad people in this world? Xiao Wu was slightly taken aback by the question. After thinking for a moment, she replied seriously, there are definitely bad people, but there are more good people. Just like the master and me, Li Chonggang, Wang Sheng. We will all protect you. Xiaolan looked at Xiao Wu and gently nodded. I believe you. Seeing this, Xiao Wu felt relieved. She held Xiaolan's hand and continued walking forward. Let's go. We need to cultivate. We must become stronger to better protect ourselves. I have too deep a connection with the spirit hall and cannot easily intervene. After all, the thieves are powerful. You should focus on teaching Tang San well. Outside Nodding City, by the ancient road, Tang Hao stood with his hands behind his back, speaking solemnly to Yu Xiaojiang. And don't be afraid. If there is really a crisis, I will appear. Tang Hao's large cloak rustled in the wind, concealing his figure but not the powerful aura he exuded. Yu Xiaojing listened silently, his expression complex. After Tang Hao finished speaking, he suddenly turned around. He did not lift the cloak over his head, but quietly glanced at Tang San, who was standing next to Yu Xiaojing. That glance seemed to contain 1,000 words. But in the end, he said nothing. Tang Hao turned and disappeared at the end of the road in a few leaps, leaving only a faint cloud of dust slowly drifting in the air. Yu Xiaojing watched Tang Hao's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh, his eyes revealing a hint of helplessness. Master, he is my father, right? Tang San, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice was soft but very certain. Yu Xiaojing slightly tilted his head to look at Tang San. He knew that although Tang San was still young, he possessed wisdom and sharpness far beyond his peers. This child often sparkled with a maturity that did not belong to his age. There was no need to say, Tang San must have already guessed it. After all, when the true form of Hao Yan appeared before, the Hao Yan hammer martial soul in Tang San's hand also emerged. The feeling of bloodline connection was undoubtedly clear and strong for Tang San. Yu Xiaojing pondered silently. The names Hao Yan and Tang Hao were too easy to associate with each other. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaojing finally nodded slowly. It seemed that some things could not be kept hidden. Tang San's gaze was intense as he continued to ask, "What exactly does my father have to do with the spirit hall?" There was a slight tremor in Tang San's voice. He vaguely sensed that there was a huge secret hidden behind this. Yu Xiaojing hesitated. His eyes flickered as if weighing something. In the end, he still chose to remain silent. "Xiao San, I do know some things about the past. But, since your father hasn't told you in person, the master cannot speak of it either." Yu Xiaojing gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret. He slowly took out a token from his bosom. It was a completely black token, intricately carved with patterns. This was the Spirit Hall token that Tang Hao had given him earlier. "Xiao San, if you can reach the Soul Saint realm, you might know the whole truth." Yu Xiaojing handed the token to Tang San, pointing to the Hao Yan hammer carved on it. His eyes were filled with expectation. Tang San looked at the token, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "At least reach the Soul Saint realm? Right now, I'm just a Soul Master." What level did the Soul Saint realm correspond to in his Xiantian Gong cultivation system? However, he did not back down. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolutely fixed on Yu Xiaojing. "Master, I want to become stronger. Where are we going next?" Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San's determined eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He could feel that Tang San was not confused by this sudden change. Instead, it had sparked a stronger fighting spirit. No wonder he is the child of the Hao Yan Douluo. This child's character is far more resilient than he imagined. Yu Xiaojing's eyes turned. Then he said, "The Junior Soul Master Academy is indeed unnecessary for you. The Master has a close friend who runs a Senior Soul Master Academy. Let's go there now." As Yu Xiaojing spoke, he reached out and took Tang San's small hand. His eyes looked into the distance, heading towards the carriage parked at the city gate. Chapter 62, Request to Report to His Holiness the Pope. Nodding Academy Auditorium. Jiang Ning sat in the central seat of the hall, with Li Chuangang standing behind him. In front of him, all the leaders of various forces in Nodding City were half kneeling on the ground. Matthew Newall was among them. He lowered his head, leaning forward as if to bury his head in the ground. His heart raced wildly, each beat accompanied by waves of fear and dread. He recalled his previous arrogance in front of Jiang Ning, which felt like dancing on the edge of a cliff. And to think that a titled Douluo was assigned to be the deputy director of an elementary Soul Master Academy. If this gets out, how can I, Matthew Naw, still have any face in the Soul Master world? The more he thought, the more terrified he became, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His back already soaked with cold sweat. The master of the Nodding City Spirit Hall, a middle-aged Soul Master, cautiously raised his head to look at Jiang Ning. Try to read something from that calm face. But Jiang Ning's gaze was tranquil, making it impossible to guess. Then he took a deep breath, gathered his courage, and said tremulously, "We did not know that His Holiness had descended upon Nodding City, failing to greet you from afar, and we have offended you greatly. We hope for your forgiveness." Jiang Ning slightly raised his eyes, sweeping his gaze over the crowd, his tone indifferent. "I do not blame you. After a pause, he continued, I came to Notting City on a whim. Since I am here, I shall be the president of Notting Academy. He looked at the already dumbfounded president of Notting Academy and added, just in time, I want to take in some disciples. The president of Notting Academy was stunned at first, then quickly reacted, nodding and bowing, a flattering smile on his face as he patted his chest and assured, No problem. No problem. Your Holiness, it is our honor at Notting Academy for you to serve as president. It is a blessing for all our students. However, while saying this, he was internally complaining. Is this a joke? A titled level powerhouse coming to be the president of a small city's elementary soul master academy? This is like using a bull to kill a chicken. No, it's like using a bull to kill an ant. Even if he went to Tianshou Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy to be the president, that would be more than enough. Among the crowd, the Lord of Notting City was secretly calculating. What is the background of this titled Douluo? Why would he lower himself to come to this small Notting City? Is there some hidden treasure in my city? Or does he have his eyes on someone from Notting City? The more he thought, the more confused he became, feeling as if this matter was shrouded in a fog, making it hard to perceive or grasp. Hearing this, Matthew Nua's expression became even stranger. A titled Douluo wants to be the president? And taken disciples? Does Notting Academy really have talents worthy of his personal instruction? He stole a glance at Jiang Ning, only to find that the latter was looking at him, seemingly with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Matthew Nua was startled and quickly lowered his head, not daring to think further. All right, everyone disperse. Jiang Ning waved his hand. The crowd felt as if they had received a pardon and quickly got up, all retreating. In the vast spirit hall, only Jiang Ning and Li Chuangang remained. He sighed softly and thought to himself, now, the news about me and Chu Han will inevitably spread. I fear there will be considerable trouble. Other forces, even the spirit hall, will probably come to probe into my background. Just thinking about the upcoming various tests and challenges gave him a headache. Jiang Ning rubbed his forehead and decided not to think about these worries for the time being. He shook his head and muttered to himself, no matter what, the priority is to quickly take in wasteful disciples. He turned around and called out, Chuangang. Li Chuangang quickly walked up, respectfully bowing, Master. Help me find Director Yuan from the Academic Affairs Office. Let him arrange for someone to organize the information of all the students at Notting Academy. Jiang Ning instructed. Li Chuangang looked a bit puzzled and asked, Organize? How to organize? Jiang Ning shot him a glance and said impatiently, Don't you know what Master has been doing this past month? Organize by waste degree, when Master takes in disciples. Apart from temperament, I don't look at martial souls, I look at waste degree. The most wasteful ones go in the first batch, and so on. Then give me the list. Li Chuangang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly responded, Yes, Master. He turned and quickly left, Notting City Spear Hall branch. In a secret room, the soul-guided lights embedded in the walls emitted a dim glow, and a faint oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. The master of Notting City Spirit Hall had a sullen face, his lips pressed into a line, revealing his inner restlessness and anxiety. He walked briskly to the center of the room, where a uniquely shaped soul-guided device was placed, resembling a giant horn, its surface covered with complex patterns. He then took a deep breath, pressed his palm on the soul-guided device, and soul power surged from his body into it like a tide. The patterns on the soul-guided device gradually lit up, and a pale blue magic array slowly unfolded in the room, with a slight humming sound echoing in the air. This was a soul-guided device specifically used for transmitting voice information, expensive, with only one in each Spear Hall branch, and only the Hall Master could use it. He adjusted his breathing, his voice low and urgent as he spoke into the soul-guided device. Emergency situation, 3 titled all-level powerhouses have appeared in Notting City. Their intentions unknown. Among them, 2 are currently in the Notting Elementary Soul Master Academy, claiming they want to take in disciples, requesting to report to His Holiness the Pope. His voice transformed into an invisible wave through the soul power array, instantly disappearing into the air. After the master of Notting City Spirit Hall finished speaking, he slowly withdrew his hand, the light from the soul-guided device gradually dimming, and the magic array disappeared. The room returned to silence, and he stood there, his gaze flickering, filled with confusion. titled Douluo. Why would they appear in such a small place as Nodding City? What are their intentions? Could it be related to the recent situation on the continent? A series of questions swirled in his mind, giving him a headache. He rubbed his temples, forcing himself to calm down. In any case, he had reported the news, and now it was up to His Holiness the Pope to decide. Chapter 63. Bibi Dong's Reaction. Jiang Ning in Dilemma. At the Spirit Hall, the majestic palace reaches into the clouds. Inside the hall, in the Pope's exclusive room, Bibi Dong sits gracefully on the Pope's chair carved from obsidian, her long fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a crisp sound. She wears a purple robe with golden edges, intricate patterns subtly shimmering in the light, highlighting her noble and imposing demeanor. On her stunning face, a pair of phoenix eyes slightly narrow. At this moment, she is immersed in her thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound breaks the tranquility of the room. Bibi Dong raises her eyebrow slightly, her thoughts interrupted, a barely noticeable ripple passing through her eyes. Guomin, she says lightly, her voice carrying a hint of laziness yet maintaining authority. As soon as she finishes speaking, a shadow flits into the room like a ghost, appearing silently before Bibi Dong. The visitor is clad in a black robe, slender in build, with his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, revealing only a pair of eerie green eyes that glimmer with a strange light. It is none other than the ghost Douluo, Gui Mei, from the Spirit Hall. Gui Mei kneels on one knee, lowering his head, and respectfully says, "Pope." Bibi Dong looks at Gui Mei, signaling him to rise and speak. There is no one else here, no need for such formalities. Just tell me, what is the situation? Gui Mei slowly rises, his figure trembling slightly beneath the black robe, seemingly not accustomed to the Pope's approachable demeanor. However, recalling what he needs to say, his expression suddenly becomes somewhat strange. Reporting to the Pope, there is an urgent message from the branch master of the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. Oh, Bibi Dong responds, her gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. What urgent news could come from a small place? Her voice is laced with doubt, more so with skepticism. Nodding City is merely a small town on the outskirts of the Tiando Empire. What significant matter could arise from its Spirit Hall branch? Nodding City has 3 titled Douluo appearing, and 2 of them are currently staying at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, claiming they want to accept disciples. Gui Mei's voice is filled with astonishment. Even he feels somewhat incredulous saying this. Titled Douluo are beings at the pinnacle of the soul master world, each one a formidable powerhouse. 3 titled Douluo appearing simultaneously in a small Nodding City. Moreover, 2 of them are staying at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy to accept disciples. This is simply unbelievable. Upon hearing this, a rare and peculiar expression emerges on Bibi Dong's beautiful face. She straightens her posture slightly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in her eyes, as countless suspicions swirl in her mind. 3 titled Douluo, Nodding City, Junior Soul Master Academy. These keywords continuously circle in her mind, weaving into a fog of uncertainty. Could it be that some reclusive old monsters suddenly took a fancy to cultivating a few disciples? Or perhaps some forces are secretly plotting a conspiracy. After a moment, she slowly speaks, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. In that case, you will represent the Spirit Hall and go over there to see what the situation is. Remember, just try to ascertain the situation without easily antagonizing the other party. Yes, Gui Mei responds in a low voice, then turns to leave. Wait, Bibi Dong suddenly recalls something and calls out to Gui Mei. She ponders for a moment and says, "Take Xie Yu, Hulaina, and Yin with you as well. Let them see the world." These 3 young individuals are the outstanding representatives of the new generation of the Spirit Hall, and they're also her key focus for cultivation. Letting them gain some experience might yield unexpected benefits. In Nodding City, at the Nodding Academy, the atmosphere is bustling. Passing students wear expressions of joy. Some walk hurriedly but cautiously, as if cradling a fragile treasure in their arms, fearing that it might be snatched away if they are not careful. The scene shifts. Jiang Ning sits alone in the dean's office, appearing contemplative. On the spacious mahogany desk, several documents are scattered, and sunlight filters through the window, casting alternating shadows on his face. At this moment, the system's prompt rings in his mind. The host has completed the task, rewarding the host with level 10 soul power, a divine bestowed soul ring, and a 100,000-year celestial herb, heavenly tonic chrysanthemum. The host's current title for taking disciples is a master with minor merits, gaining 16 of his disciples' soul power cultivation. Jiang Ning's lips curl slightly, revealing a barely noticeable arc. As he expected, the majority of students at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy can be said to be useless. However, they're not utterly useless. They just haven't met the requirements of his other task, but using them to meet the numbers is certainly fine. Of course, although their uselessness isn't too severe, the system didn't grant them all 100,000-year celestial herbs. The worst they received was at least a 10,000-year level celestial herb. For these students, even a 10,000-year level celestial herb is sufficient to compensate for their inherent deficiencies to some extent. The task of accepting 100 disciples has naturally been completed. Level 10 soul power, a divine bestowed soul ring, and a 100,000-year celestial herb. His voice carries a hint of uncontainable excitement. This system is indeed generous. However, what Jiang Ning cares about even more is the feedback on his disciple soul power cultivation. 16. Although it's not very high, it has finally improved. It seems that the more disciples, the better, since the reward items are provided by the system. This way, he can level up while lying down. A glint of cleverness flashes in Jiang Ning's eyes. His soul power has now risen to level 46. Thinking about how he doesn't even need to cultivate, and his soul power is increasing by levels, he feels even more pleased. However, what Jiang Ning values even more is the 100,000-year celestial herb. He licks his lips, a glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes. Finally, he doesn't have to envy what the system gives to his disciples. Jiang Ning directly asks the system to withdraw the 100,000-year heavenly tonic chrysanthemum. A chrysanthemum, entirely golden and exuding a faint fragrance, appears in his hand. The petals are layered, resembling a finely crafted work of art, with each petal shimmering with tiny golden dots, as if containing boundless vitality. Jiang Ning sits cross-legged, placing the heavenly tonic chrysanthemum in front of him. He takes a deep breath, gradually circulating the soul power within his body to consume it, then guides the pure medicinal power to flow along his meridians. A warm current rises from his dantian, quickly spreading through his limbs and bones. Jiang Ning feels as if he is in a warm spring, with all his pores opening up, greedily absorbing the pure medicinal power. His body begins to undergo subtle changes. His bones become tougher, his muscles firmer, and his meridians wider. Even his five senses become sharper. After absorbing it all, Jiang Ning opens his eyes and nods in satisfaction. He stands up, moving his body to feel the abundant power within him. Truly, it is a 100,000-year celestial herb. He can distinctly feel that his physical quality has significantly improved. Not only his strength, speed, and reflexes have seen a remarkable enhancement, but even the recovery speed of his soul power has increased considerably. More importantly, his martial soul, the spiral dragon staff, seems to have undergone some subtle changes. The staff glimmers with a faint golden light, appearing even more imposing than before. After finishing the absorption, he extracts the divine bestowed soul ring and begins to absorb it, thinking that after consuming the 10,000-year immortal grass, his physical fitness would definitely improve, allowing him to absorb higher-level soul rings. He summoned the divine soul ring. Suddenly, he remembered that within the sect's territory, he could unleash the power of a title Douluo, depending on whether he chose to activate it. He felt a surge of excitement. If he could activate the title Douluo power and then absorb a soul ring, wouldn't he be able to directly absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? Then he would have a 10,000-year fourth soul ring. As this thought emerged, it spread wildly in Jiang Ning's mind like wild grass. However, after some experimentation, he found it was useless. When he activated the title Douluo power, he was unable to absorb the soul ring at all. Ultimately, the soul ring he absorbed was only 8,000 years old. The purple soul ring slowly merged into Jiang Fan's body, and his fourth soul ring finally took shape. He gained a powerful attack skill. Soul skill name, Dragon Breaking the Heaven Strike. Having done everything he could, he checked the system information again. Because there was one more important choice to make. The next blessed land of the sect. Should he choose the soul refining pool or the soul refining tower? Jiang Ning's gaze swept back and forth between the two options. Each option had its own advantages, making it difficult for him to decide. Chapter 64, then just wash a few more times. There will always be a chance to become stronger. Jiang Ning moved to the window of his office. Hands behind his back, lost in thought. The soul washing pool could directly enhance the martial soul and raise the lower limit. But the effect was random and could even be counterproductive. In contrast, the soul refining tower targeted soul masters with certain strength, offering more stable and controllable effects. Jiang Ning assisted. He scanned the students training on the playground in the distance. Although he didn't know the intensity of the trials in the soul refining tower. If there were real difficulties, most people might not even pass the first level. If they couldn't pass, how would they receive rewards? Moreover, his own rewards would also need to be chosen from the rewards obtained by his students. While the soul washing pool carried risks, it might be the fastest way for these students with weak foundations to improve. All of his students were currently useless, with not many possessing good martial souls. To improve, they first had to enhance their martial souls. After all, how much worse could they get? There would always be opportunities to grow stronger. Furthermore, every student who practiced their martial soul would provide him with luck points, and once accumulated to a certain extent, he could benefit as well. The soul washing pool, he decided, will be the choice. Please set the location of the soul washing pool teleportation array. Jiang Ning looked around his spacious office. It was surprisingly large, over 100 square meters, with a reception area on one side and an office area on the other, leaving a clear space in the center. Let's place it here. It will be convenient for me to supervise, he said, pointing to the open area in the middle of the office. As he indicated, a strange light spread across the ground, forming a complex array pattern. The array shone with a light blue glow, its intricate design resembling a fine piece of art embedded in the floor. Soul washing pool teleportation array has been set up. It will automatically activate whenever a student enters. Next sect Blessed Land unlocking progress. 137,500 unlocking Blessed Land selection range. Soul refining tower. 500 disciples to unlock the next Blessed Land. Jiang Ning frowned. Looking at the softly glowing array on the ground, he felt an urge to experience it himself. I wonder what this soul washing pool is like. His steps unconsciously moved closer to the array, but soon stopped as he shook his head. Never mind. Recalling the system's explanation, he remembered that each student could provide him with luck points every time they practiced. Once the luck points reached 100, he could conduct a lucky wash of his martial soul, guaranteeing an enhancement effect. Why gamble on luck? Jiang Ning chuckled. It was better to be cautious. While he was pondering, a question occurred to him. Someone needed to manage the soul washing pool. He couldn't have all the students lining up directly in the dean's office. Could he? He pressed the call bell on his desk, and soon a middle-aged man hurried into the office. Dean, what can I do for you? The visitor was Director Yuan, the head of the Academic Affairs Office. He was the one who had adapted the fastest to Jiang Ning's role as the dean. After all, he had sensed something unusual about Jiang Ning long ago. Old Yuan, I have a task for you, Jiang Ning said, pointing to the array on the ground. From today, the students can come here once a week to wash and enhance their martial souls. You'll be responsible for scheduling and ensuring order. Yuan looked perplexed as he followed Jiang Ning's finger. What? What is this? Cautiously approaching the array, he was filled with confusion and wonder. As a soul master, he could sense the profound aura contained within the array. However, he had never seen or heard of such an array before. The soul washing pool teleportation array allows entry into the soul washing pool for martial soul enhancement. Jiang Ning explained simply. Washing the martial soul? Yuan's eyes lit up. However, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Could martial souls really be washed and refined? In the soul master world, the quality of a martial soul almost determined a person's achievement ceiling. It was predestined from birth. If it could truly enhance martial soul quality, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Of course, the effects are random. There is a possibility of both enhancement and reduction, Jiang Ning admitted. Hearing this, Yuan felt more convinced. Not to mention that his own qualifications were mediocre, but after years at the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, he had seen too many ordinary martial souls. For these individuals, even a glimmer of hope was worth a try. Dean, Yuan swallowed hard, gathering his courage to ask, "Can we faculty members also give a try?" As soon as he said this, he was startled by his own boldness. Here stood a titled Douluo, and he, a mere soul Zun, dared to make such a request. Jiang Ning looked at Yuan's expression and couldn't help but smile. He had just remembered that this academy had faculty members in addition to students. The students were all useless. Of course, those with poor character had already been expelled, like Xiao Qinyu. He just didn't know how capable these faculty members were and whether they were also useless. System, show me if this Yuan is useless, Jiang Ning silently thought. Beep, scan complete. Yuan Gang, male, 49 years old, Soul Zun, martial soul. Hardwood shield, current soul rings. White, yellow, purple. Evaluation, martial soul quality is low. At 49 years old, only a level 31 Soul Zun, with extremely poor cultivation talent. Conservative mindset, lacking ambition. Comprehensive assessment, a useless person. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He hadn't expected the academic affairs director of the academy to be of such low caliber. The martial soul seemed to be a defensive type. However, at 49 years old, being only level 31 was quite normal. After all, Matthew from a spirit hall wasn't even a Soul Zun yet. No wonder the academy couldn't produce outstanding students. The teachers were of this level. But then he thought, this was an opportunity. After completing the task of accepting 100 disciples, the system naturally continued to assign him the task of accepting 500 disciples, which was the same requirement to unlock the soul refining tower. Since this was the case, after all, they were all useless. I'll accept him. Old Yuan, since you have this idea, how about this? Jiang Ning said with a smile. I will accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Yuan was struck as if by lightning, standing there in shock. Accept me as a disciple? He couldn't believe his ears. A titled Douluo actually wanted to take him, a useless person, as a disciple. Dean, are you serious? Yuan stammered in disbelief. Of course. Jiang Ning nodded. However, as a disciple, you'll be considered a registered disciple at most. There are rules for apprenticeship. You mustn't skip the formalities. Yuan instinctively knelt down, respectfully performing a deep bow. Disciple Yuan Gang pays respects to master. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Get up. From today on, you are my registered disciple. Yuan stood up, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, master. I will definitely study hard and not disappoint your expectations. Jiang Ning then said, as my disciple, there are naturally rules. After you leave here, go find Li Chuanguang. He is my eldest disciple. Let him tell you the rules of the sect. As for now, Jiang Ning pointed to the magic array. You could try the effects of this soul-washing pool right now. Yuan Gang looked at the array on the ground, his eyes filled with both anticipation and fear. What if the martial soul weakens? Then just wash it a few more times. There will always be a chance to become stronger. Jiang Ning sighed nonchalantly. Yes. Yuan Gang no longer hesitated and stepped directly onto the array. A flash of blue light passed by, and Yuan Gang's figure disappeared into the array. Chapter 65. My flame bird is also going to be refined and evolved into a fire phoenix. Moments later, the light of the teleportation array faded, and Yuan Gang's figure reappeared. As soon as he saw Jiang Ning, without any hesitation, he knelt down with a thud. His martial soul was a hard wooden shield, which had once been jokingly referred to as the wooden board hero. But now, Yuan Gang's eyes were red, and his voice was a bit choked. Master, you don't know how much scorn and ridicule I've endured because of the quality of this martial soul. My life from now on belongs to you. Jiang Ning stood in place, looking at the tall man in front of him, feeling the fluctuations of his aura, and showed a knowing expression. Yuan Gang's martial soul had definitely been enhanced. Old Yuan, get up. It seems you had good luck this time. Jiang Ning said lightly. Yuan Gang slowly stood up, but a strange expression appeared on his face. He scratched his head and said a bit shyly, Master, since I become your disciple, could you please not call me Old Yuan anymore? It sounded a bit strange. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. I'll call you whatever I want. It's just a habit. What? Do you have an opinion? Yuan Gang quickly shook his head, standing straight. No, no opinion. Master, you can call me whatever you like. That's more like it. Jiang Ning snorted lightly. Then his expression turned serious. All right, hurry up and do the things I arranged earlier. Set up the order for the students to enter the refinement process and take care of other related matters. However, the refinement of martial souls is completely voluntary. Those who are willing can come, and those who are not, we 1T force them. Yes, master. I will take care of it right away. Yuan Gang immediately replied respectfully. Yes, master, I'll go now. He stood up, turned, and strode away, his back standing a bit straighter. What? Go to the principal's office to refine martial souls? On the playground, a group of students surrounded Yuan Gang, each with incredulous expressions on their faces. Is this true? Teacher Yuan, don't fool us. Yeah, refining martial souls. How is that possible? I've never heard of such a thing in my life. If there were such conditions, why didn't we do it earlier? Although after becoming a disciple, the master gave me 1,000-year spirit herb, but this refining martial soul thing is a bit too. Could it be that the master is just having a whim and came up with some new trick? The students were chattering among themselves, clearly not believing Yuan Gang's words. After all, the idea of refining martial souls was simply too unbelievable. I think you guys are really itching for trouble. A loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Li Chun Gang stepped out, parting the crowd with big strides. He waved a sharp sword energy in his hand, instantly spreading it out. What? You don't believe in the master? Li Chun Gang's eyes were like swords, scanning the entire area with overwhelming authority. The sharp sword energy made the surrounding students shiver involuntarily. Damn, the Big Brother's sword energy has become stronger again. Of course, the Big Brother's been with the master for so long. He is a real genius. Can he be the same as us? But if the Big Brother says so, could it be that refining martial souls is really true? The students whispered among themselves, but their eyes were all on Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang took a deep breath, knowing that at this moment, he had to show something genuine to convince these guys. He slowly extended his hand, and a flash of light appeared as a shield manifested in his hand. The shield was pitch black, emitting a cold metallic sheen, with faint runes swirling on it. Clearly not an ordinary item. This is the Xian Iron Shield? Oh my. Teacher Yuan, was to your martial soul a hardwooden shield? How did it become a Xian Iron Shield? This defense power must have increased at least several times. The students instantly erupted in excitement, their eyes wide open, staring intently at the shield in Yuan Gang's hand. They all recognized teacher Yuan's martial soul. The hard-wooden shield was a common defensive martial soul with average defense. But now this hard-wooden shield had actually transformed into a Xian Iron Shield. This was simply a rebirth. Everyone take a good look. This is my martial soul after the refinement. Yuan Gang's voice rang out loudly, echoing throughout the area. The master's methods are unfathomable. If you don't believe it, you could try it for yourselves. He paused and added, however, refining martial souls is completely voluntary. I won't force anyone. Now, those who want to refine their martial souls, follow me, Yuan Gang said, turning to leave. The students looked at each other, and after a moment, a deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Charge! Let us go refine our martial souls. I want to turn my broken knife into a divine weapon. My flamebird is also going to be refined and evolved into a fire phoenix. Flamebird? That's just a turkey. Wait for me, don't push. My shoes are about to be stepped off. Ouch! Whose martial soul smells so bad? It's killing me. The students scattered in a frenzy, racing toward the principal's office. Some even directly summoned their martial souls, causing a dazzling display of lights and resulting in chaos. Yuan Gang looked at the group of frenzied students in front of him, a helpless smile on his face. He shook his head and quickly followed behind. From today onward, the students of this academy would surely undergo a complete transformation. Chapter 66. Dean, please accept us as disciples. As night fell, the campus of Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was unusually quiet. Below the dean's office, a dozen figures gathered together in a sneaky manner, speaking in hushed tones while occasionally glancing up at the light still shining from the office above. Director Yuan, is this soul skill refinement really effective? A middle-aged teacher wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing a hint of doubt in his eyes. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront of the group, a tall and sturdy man in his 40s, frowning deeply. Before he could respond, a female teacher beside him couldn't help but interject. Teacher Gu, do you not believe in our Dean's abilities? Dean Jiang is a titled Douluo. Would he deceive you about such a trivial matter? Exactly. If you don't believe, then don't come. It's better not to annoy the dean later and affect us. Another teacher said coldly. Yuan Gang's expression darkened. Boom! A massive, dark iron shield suddenly appeared in front of Yuan Gang, its surface intricately engraved with complex patterns, exuding a heavy aura. I've said it before, if you don't believe, just don't ask. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you here. Yuan Gang's voice was deep as his gaze swept over the crowd. I have already become a disciple of the Dean, and I have personally experienced the effects of this soul skill refinement. The crowd gasped, staring at Yuan Gang's soul skill, which was completely different from before. No one dared to voice any more doubts. Are you all ready? When the door opens, just do as I say. Yuan Gang retracted his soul skill and scanned the surroundings. Everyone responded in unison, their expressions a mix of tension and anticipation. Let us go. Remember, don't make a fuss. This is the Dean's goodwill and our opportunity. Not everyone gets a chance like this. The group cautiously stepped up the stairs, heading toward the brightly lit office. Jiang Ning sat at a large desk, carefully reviewing the refinement list submitted by Yuan Gang today. A total of 138 disciples underwent soul skill refinement today, with a decent success rate. 82 ordinary enhancements, 1 essential transformation, 50 ordinary results, and 5 cases of soul skill degradation. Jiang Ning murmured as he lightly tapped the list with his fingers. Ordinary results mean there was no significant change. Likely Chuan Gang, Xiaolan, and Wang Sheng, they all belong to this category. On the list, one student named Li Qing was marked specially. His soul skill had evolved from an ordinary bobcat to a silver moon tiger. This is an essential transformation. The strength of this soul skill can reach innate soul power level 8. His soul power has also instantly increased from level 5 to level 10. Among the 5 cases of degradation, one student named Jiang Ning had his soul skill downgraded from a dark iron sword to a copper iron sword, with a clear decline in quality. Jiang Ning shook his head. Soul skill refinement was ultimately a double-edged sword. You gain some, but you lose some. Anyway, it can be refined once a week. Perhaps next week will be different. Ding ding, refinement result prompt. Success rate 60, 14, ordinary enhancement 59, 42, essential transformation 0, 072, soul skill degradation 3, 62. Host has accumulated 138 luck points, can deduct 100 luck points for a lucky refinement. The system's voice echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Lucky refinement? I want to see what my dragon staff will turn into after a lucky refinement. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. The dragon staff was already a top-tier weapon soul. What would happen if it were further enhanced? Just then, a faint knocking sound came from the door. Jiang Ning was taken aback, looking at the clock on the wall. It was already 9:30 p.m. Who could be looking for me at this late hour? He stood up and walked to the door, gently unlocking it. The scene before him left Jiang Ning stunned. A dozen teachers from Notting Junior Soul Master Academy were neatly kneeling in the corridor, with Yuan Gang at the forefront, his expression sincere and resolute. Old Yuan, this is... Yuan Gang bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Master, please forgive me for privately spreading the word. I told the other faculty members about this. During the day, it was a bit awkward in front of the students, so we planned to come at night. He raised his head, his eyes filled with pleading. Master, although our teachers have mediocre soul skills and don't understand the theory well, we truly care about our students. I humbly ask you to accept these brothers and sisters as your disciples. Jiang Ning frowned slightly, glancing over the crowd. Accepting disciples is fine verbally, but it must pass the system's evaluation first. System, analyze their situations. Analyzing. Ding ding, analysis conclusion. All are soul skill failures, with extremely low potential. Specific situations are as follows. The system's voice rang out again, and a series of data appeared in Jiang Ning's mind. Xiong Liping, Soul Master rank 22. Soul Skill Thunderlight Bug, Strong Attack System Soul Master, Weak mindset, incompatible with soul skill. Lin Maching, Great Soul Master rank 22, Soul Skill Spirit Bird, Support System Soul Master. But absorb the wrong soul ring with weak support effects. Sume, Great Soul Master rank 26, Soul Skill Crimson Blood Flower, Blood Type Soul Skill, often lacking blood energy. Limiting soul skill cultivation and performance. Jiang Ning looked at their eager eyes, and he understood. Is this really how you all feel? Please, Dean, take us in. The crowd shouted in unison, their voices resolute. Yuan Gang gritted his teeth. Although our qualifications are mediocre, we will definitely work hard to cultivate and continue to teach our students well, not disappointing the dean's teachings. Jiang Ning fell silent. Although these teachers were not strong, they still had experience and indeed possessed good teaching ethics. If the academy were to lose them, it would be difficult for him to manage alone. If they were to be managed like a sect in the future, these individuals also had management experience. All right, I will accept you. Jiang Ning's simple sentence caused everyone kneeling in the corridor to show excited expressions. Yuan Gang quickly said loudly, Master, please allow your disciple to bow to you. He led the way, bowing his head loudly, and the other teachers followed suit. After the bowing ceremony, everyone raised their heads, looking at Jiang Ning with eager and longing eyes. Jiang Ning naturally understood what they wanted. Go ahead. Jiang Ning stepped aside to let them enter the office. The crowd was overjoyed, quickly getting up and entering in a line, all focused on the shimmering magic array. One at a time, don't rush. Jiang Ning walked to the magic array and said, Old Yuan, you've been through it. You can arrange it. Yuan Gang nodded and stepped forward, saying, Sume, you come first. Upon hearing this, a woman quickly walked to the center of the magic array, her eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. Remember, regardless of the result, it's all fate's arrangement. This opportunity won T change. You can come again next week. Yuan Gang reminded her. Sume nodded, then stepped into the magic array, and brilliant light instantly filled the entire office. Her figure disappeared in the glow. The refinement officially began. Chapter 67. Lucky Refinement, is that it? Jiang Ning closed the office door and let out a long breath as he leaned against it. Finally, he had sent that group of people away. He wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and recalled how they had all been crying and thanking him just a moment ago, causing a hint of speechlessness to appear at the corner of his mouth. It was late at night, and if any students had heard them, who knows what kind of stories of the teacher and so would spread. Jiang Ning walked back to his desk, organizing the scattered documents. The night was deep, and the moonlight outside was like water, casting silver patches on the floor. His gaze unconsciously drifted toward the soul washing pool's teleportation array. Although it was a bit late, but Jiang Ning's heart began to race uncontrollably. He set down the documents in his hand and stared intently at the array, unable to contain his excitement. It's finally my turn. Jiang Ning hurriedly walked towards the array without a hint of hesitation, stepping directly into the blue light. A sensation of spinning and turning overwhelmed him, and he felt everything around him twisting and rotating, followed by a flash of white light. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in front of the soul washing pool. Jiang Ning looked around, amazed by the scene before him. Glowing crystals were embedded in the rock walls surrounding the pool, illuminating the entire space. The water in the pool was a light blue, with tiny bubbles constantly rising to the surface, emitting peculiar energy fluctuations. Most astonishingly, various martial spirit phantoms could be faintly seen in the pool water. Truly, this is the soul washing pool produced by the system. It is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled with wonder. This place might gather various bloodline essences, capable of refining martial spirits and enhancing their quality. He could feel the energy contained in the pool water, making the martial spirit within him tremble slightly. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Do you want to deduct 100 lucky points to convert them into a lucky refinement? Yes. Jiang Ning did not hesitate. 100 lucky points have been deducted. Lucky refinement conversion successful. After receiving the system notification, Jiang Ning took a deep breath and walked to the edge of the pool. Then, he stepped directly into the soul washing pool. The moment the icy water touched his skin, Jiang Ning shivered all over, but soon that coldness transformed into warmth, as if he were soaking in a comfortable hot spring. This feeling is surprisingly similar to soaking in a hot spring. Jiang Ning was somewhat astonished. He had originally thought it would be a painful purification process, but he didn't expect it to be so comfortable. He sat cross-legged in the pool, the water just reaching his chest. Slowly closing his eyes, Jiang Ning began to meditate. As his meditation deepened, he felt a warm current surge toward him from all directions, penetrating his skin and reaching deep into his soul. His martial spirit, the coiling dragon staff, uncontrollably emerged from within him, floating in front of him. At this moment, the surface of the coiling dragon staff shimmered with a faint golden light, and the dragon patterns seemed to come alive, moving along the staff's body. Jiang Ning focused intently on every change of the coiling dragon staff. He could clearly feel the energy from the soul washing pool seeping into the staff along a specific trajectory, gradually enhancing every detail of the dragon patterns. That energy transformed into countless tiny light dots, first gathering at the dragon's head, making the scales of the dragon's head clearer and the dragon's eyes sharper. Then, the energy flowed down along the dragon's body. With each passing point, the dragon patterns became more three-dimensional and more vibrant. The coiling dragon staff began to tremble slightly, emitting a buzzing resonance. After a moment, Jiang Ning felt the coiling dragon staff gradually stabilize, no longer trembling, and the glow of the dragon patterns began to gradually retract. Jiang Ning opened his eyes, and the coiling dragon staff steadily landed in his palm. Is the lucky refinement already over? He stood up from the pool, gripping the coiling dragon staff tightly and waving it gently. A golden arc of light traced through the air with the shadow of the staff. Jiang Ning felt that the texture of the staff was noticeably more solid than before. The attack power of the coiling dragon staff had indeed increased, but the extent wasn't too significant, roughly enhancing by about 10%. Jiang Ning looked at the coiling dragon staff in his hand and sighed. The effect seems to be just average. Where's the luck? Is that it? He stroked his chin, repeatedly examining the changes of the coiling dragon staff. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He muttered to himself. After all, the coiling dragon staff was already a top-tier martial spirit. Having this level of enhancement was already quite good. He waved the staff, feeling that 10% increase in power. For a soul master, a 10% increase may not seem like much, but for a title-level powerhouse, that 10% difference could turn the tide in battles of the same level. Jiang Ning retracted the coiling dragon staff and walked out of the soul washing pool. Actually, this choice wasn't bad. However, for him, the items provided by the soul refining tower would yield more, and the enhancements would be more direct. Jiang Ning stepped into the array, and the soul washing pool's teleportation array lit up again, instantly returning him to the academy's office. Next, he should consider the plan for the next step. To gather 500 disciples, talent doesn't matter. What's key is their character, and he mustn't rush. However, where could he find those worthless disciples worth over 100 points? Chapter 68. Visitors from his spirit hall. The master of the spirit hall branch in Notting City was pacing anxiously in his room. His plump body strained against the luxurious silk robe, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. What's going on? There was a clear tone of dissatisfaction and anxiety in his voice. It's been 4 days. The message was sent 4 full days ago. The master stopped pacing, suddenly swiping his hand and knocking the teacup off the table. The crisp sound of shattering echoed harshly in the silent room. Has the spirit hall forgotten about this small place called Notting City? Just as he was burning with rage, nearly losing control of his emotions, the door to the room was pushed open without warning. The master's anger flared instantly, ready to shout. Who allowed you to? His roar abruptly halted, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, because he recognized the visitor's face. It was a man dressed in a black cloak, his expression cold. The cloak bore the flame emblem symbolizing the spirit hall, but it appeared in a strange dark purple color. Behind the man were 2 boys and a girl. The boys were both extraordinary in bearing, with sharp eyes, while the girl was breathtakingly beautiful. The master's formerly furious face turned pale in an instant, and his plump body began to tremble slightly. He recognized the visitor, Ghost Douluo Continent. The master's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud. I have seen your excellency Gue Mei. Ghost Douluo's icy gaze swept over the master. The master felt a chill wash over him, as if a venomous snake were staring at him. Humph. Ghost Douluo merely snorted coldly. Then he said, the two titled Douluos you mentioned, are they still at Notting Academy? The master quickly bowed, his forehead pressed against the cold floor, his posture exceedingly respectful. Yes, yes, they are indeed at Notting Academy taking in disciples, just as you said. The master's voice carried a hint of urgency, fearing his answer was too slow. Ghost Douluo narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing. The Pope sent him to secretly investigate the backgrounds of those two titled Douluos. The intentions of the Spirit Hall must not be easily revealed. Ghost Douluo already had a plan in mind. He looked again at the kneeling master, his tones softening a bit. Get up. The master felt as if he had been granted a great pardon and hurriedly rose, his plump body still trembling slightly. Your Excellency. The master stood carefully, head bowed, not daring to meet Ghost Douluo's gaze. Go and forge an identity for them. Ghost Douluo's voice remained cold. Say they are a teacher and students from a small academy, here at Notting Academy for an exchange visit. Upon hearing this, the master immediately understood Ghost Douluo's intention. This was to conceal their true identities and secretly infiltrate Notting Academy for investigation. Yes, your Excellency is wise. The master nodded repeatedly, a fawning smile appearing on his face. I shall take care of it right away, the master said, bending over and cautiously exiting the room. After the master left, Ghost Douluo turned to the three youths behind him. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, Yin. The three stood quietly, each with different expressions. Yin crossed his arms, clearly displeased and impatient. Elder Ghost. Yin was the first to speak, a hint of complaint in his tone. I really don't understand why the Pope would send us to such a place. It's a total waste of time and delays our training. Yin's voice was not loud, but it was enough to convey his dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Yin's words, Hulaina frowned slightly and cast him a glance. Hulaina's voice was cool, carrying a hint of warning. Since the Pope sent us, he must have his reasons. You have no right to question it here. Although Hulaina was also somewhat puzzled, she had absolute trust in Pope Bibidong. Xiaoyu remained silent, quietly standing aside with a calm expression, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Ghost Douluo ignored Yan's dissatisfaction and did not praise Hulaina for her understanding. He simply glanced at the three of them and said in a flat tone, After the long journey, you must be tired. The identity forgery will take some time. You have half a day off for free activities. Gather here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Upon hearing about the half-day holiday, Hulaina's eyes immediately lit up. She excitedly grabbed Xiaoyu's arm and said sweetly, Great. Xiaoyu, come with me to shop. Xiaoyu smiled indulgently and nodded gently. Sure. Seeing Hulaina's excitement, Yin felt even more displeased. Humph. Yin snorted coldly. He turned around angrily and walked out of the Spirit Hall alone. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Yin's anger had not dissipated. In fact, it grew stronger the more he thought about it. Those titled Douluos must be fake. The more Yin thought about it, the more unwilling he felt. An idea surged into his mind. Why not go to Notting Academy by myself first? It's also good to scout the situation. A smug smile appeared on Yin's face. As for safety concerns, Yin didn't think much of them at all. He had already broken through to the Soul Master realm, and his strength had greatly increased. In this small Notting city, he felt there was no danger at all. Regarding the titled Douluos mentioned by the master, Yin scoffed. They were definitely just some hicks who had never seen much of the world and were spreading rumors. Maybe they were just soul masters with slightly higher soul power. The more Yin thought about it, the more feasible he felt his actions were. Humph. Once I figure out the situation, the credit will definitely be mine. As night fell, Yin donned a knight's suit, agile and light in movement. This broken academy has such lax defenses. Yin scoffed inwardly, easily climbing over the wall and landing in a small grove. Landing silently, Yin was very pleased with his skills. However, when he looked up and gazed into the depths of the grove, he froze. He saw a pair of men and women standing together not far away. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yin curled his lip a look of disdain on his face. Truly a small academy. Instead of focusing on their training at this age, they're thinking about messing around with relationships. What a lack of ambition. In the small grove, Li Chuangang wore a serious expression, speaking somewhat impatiently to the girl beside him. Junior sister, what is it? Why did you have to bring me to this kind of place? Hearing Li Chuanggang's words, the girl's cheeks instantly turned crimson like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, tightly wringing her hands together, her voice as soft as a whisper. Senior brother. I like you. The girl gathered her courage and finally expressed the love she had been holding in her heart. Upon hearing the girl's confession, Li Chuangang maintained his icy demeanor, showing no change in expression. However, inside, he was churning like a raging sea. So this is what it feels like to be the senior brother. But with so many disciples now under master, and with Wang Sheng working hard, and Xiaolon training like crazy, there was also a junior brother who just underwent a martial soul awakening yesterday. If I get distracted and don't focus on my training, how can I keep up the face of the senior brother? Thinking of this, Li Chuangang shook his head. Junior sister, thank you for your feelings. However, I just want to focus on my cultivation right now, and don't want to think about other things for the time being. Li Chuangang politely rejected the girl's confession, although he felt a bit reluctant in his heart. At that moment, a sudden voice broke the tranquility of the small grove. Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. Yin walked out from behind the tree, smiling and loudly speaking to Li Chuangang. I didn't expect to meet a confidant in such a small place. A man should prioritize cultivation. Women will only affect our speed in drawing swords. Chapter 69. Come back with me. I'll find you a teacher who is a title de law, Yin said proudly, as if he had found a kindred spirit. As soon as Li Chuangang heard Yan's voice, his brow furrowed instantly. He turned sharply to look at Yin. At that moment, he sensed the powerful aura emanating from Yin. This aura was no less impressive than that of Director Yuan. Li Chuanggang's heart became alert. This person is definitely not a student from Nodding Academy. Who are you? Li Chuangang asked coldly, his tone clearly defensive. At the same time, he secretly signaled the girl beside him to leave quickly. The girl also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly got up to leave. Li Chuanggang's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of his right hand, his martial soul, sword grass, appeared in his palm. Immediately, several dazzling sword energies erupted from the sword grass. Yin was taken aback when he saw the martial soul released by Li Chuangang. Sword grass martial soul? Is it really that strong? Moreover, the soul power fluctuation is almost approaching a great soul master. How is that possible? A genius like this could appear in such a small place. In such a junior academy? Yan's heart trembled. Something is off, Yin thought to himself. His view of Nodding Academy changed drastically in an instant. However, he quickly put on a hearty smile again. He stepped forward and cupped his fist towards Li Chuangang, saying, Classmate, don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person. I am a student from the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Dingsha City, here for an exchange visit to Nodding Academy. Yin fabricated an identity on the spot. Li Chuangang looked at Yin suspiciously, still with a defensive gaze. Students from the Advanced Soul Master Academy? Here to exchange with the Junior Soul Master Academy? How is that possible? Yin noticed Li Chuanggang's skepticism and quickly continued, Classmate, I can see that you are also someone who desires to become stronger. I am the same. We are all striving for greater power, and people like us should focus our energy on cultivation, not be hindered by those romantic entanglements. Yin deliberately shifted the topic to cultivation, trying to divert Li Chuanggang's attention. As expected, upon hearing Yan's words, Li Chuanggang's expression softened slightly. Yan's words struck a chord with him. It seemed that someone who was devoted to becoming stronger should not be bad. What you say makes a lot of sense. Li Chuangang nodded, retracting his martial soul and softening his tone a bit. May I ask how to address you? I am Yin, Yin said with a smile. Li Chuangang. Li Chuangang also introduced himself. Brother Chuangang, I see you have exceptional talent. You will surely have a bright future, Yin chuckled. He thought to himself how clever he was. How about this? I'm very interested in Nodding Academy. Why don't you show me around? Yin seized the opportunity to make his request. Li Chuangang hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. All right, brother Yin has come from afar. I should extend my hospitality. It's still early, and I think my master hasn't gone to bed yet. How about I take you to meet him? Your master? Yes, my master is the dean. Upon hearing this, Yan's heart soared with joy. Great. I didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Once I return from this, hee. At that time, I must show off in front of Lena. Let her see that I, Yan, am the most outstanding. Let her admire, envy, and like me. Yan's face revealed excitement as he followed Li Chugang. In the dean's office, Jiang Ning sat in a rosewood chair. Opposite him, Yuan Gang stood with a bewildered expression. Just now, Jiang Ning told him that he had a kind heart and wanted to adopt orphans, asking him to handle this matter. Yuan Gang scratched his head, completely at a loss. Moreover, Jiang Ning's voice lowered, carrying a hint of mystery. In addition to orphans, you privately gather information on whether there are those whose families have been destroyed, who have been rejected in marriage, whose relatives have gone missing, whose meridians have been damaged, or whose martial souls have problems. He paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I want to take in all these people as my disciples. Yuan Gang's mouth dropped open in shock, and after gathering himself, he cautiously asked, Master, with your ability, if you want to take in disciples. The geniuses from the entire empire would probably come knocking on your door. Why bother? Why bother taking in those useless ones? Useless? Jiang Ning shot Yuan Gang a dismissive glance, his tone laced with mockery. Old Yuan, I see you are quite confident saying that. Didn't I take you in as well? Yuan Gang's face turned beet red instantly. I just like taking in those. I'll give you a target. In a month, I want to bring you 500 more junior brothers and sisters. Jiang Ning's voice rang out again. Yuan Gang quickly responded, Yes, master. But he still hesitated, stammering, Master. The academy doesn't have much money left. It might be hard to manage. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, as if he had anticipated this. With a casual wave of his hand, 10 plants of the rare 100 Chuan autumn dew, which emitted a faint fragrance, neatly appeared on the table. Sell these. If it's not enough, come ask me for more. Jiang Ning said lightly. These 10 rare medicinal materials were like weeds by the roadside. Yuan Gang's eyes lit up instantly as he carefully gathered the medicinal materials, a delighted smile on his face. Yes, master. He respectfully bowed and turned to leave the office. Just as he reached the door, Yuan Gang saw Li Chugang coming in with a young boy. The boy had a hint of arrogance on his face. It was Yin. Brother Chugang. Yuan Gang quickly greeted him. Teacher Yuan, Li Chugang replied with a smile. Yin, on the side, was completely taken aback. What's going on in this academy? Students calling teachers, and teachers calling students senior brothers? Li Chugang brought Yin to the office door and gently knocked. Come in. Jiang Ning's voice came from inside. Li Chugang pushed the door open and respectfully said, Master, this is Yin, 12 years old, martial soul flame lord, with a soul power of level 31. He says he is here for an exchange visit. Jiang Ning was taken aback. He raised his head, his gaze falling on Yin, filled with suspicion. This kid, he certainly knew Yan's identity. The future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the Flame Demon Lord. An exchange visit? Nonsense. It seems that the Spirit Hall sent someone to probe. Jiang Ning sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. Yin was also sizing up Jiang Ning. He furrowed his brow, his face filled with confusion. The soul power aura on the other party felt just a bit stronger than his own. So the sect. ISNT, it's supposed to be a title Douluo? Yin felt a wave of disdain, even a bit of frustration. He turned to Li Chugang, his disdain evident. Chugang, this is your master? I said, how could there be a title Douluo in such a small place? Li Chugang was completely bewildered, not understanding what had happened. Why did this person change so suddenly? Moreover, how did he know that master was a title Douluo? Li Chugang's expression darkened instantly, and he glared at Yin, sternly shouting, I considered you a good brother. How can you be so disrespectful to my master? Yin was completely unconcerned and instead smiled as he advised, Chun Gang, why not just come back with me? I guarantee I can introduce you to a title Douluo teacher. Why waste your talent here with a teacher who is at best a soul king? Huh? Jiang Ning laughed heartily upon hearing this. At most a soul king? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Ning. Golden light shone as the dragon subduing staff appeared. 9 soul rings slowly rose. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Yan's eyes were about to pop out, and his mouth was agape. Chapter 70. The Degradation of the Flame Martial Soul. Yin looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. A top-tier weapon martial soul, the Panlong staff martial soul, and a title Douluo with 100,000-year soul ring. A powerhouse of this level is probably even stronger than the Elder Ghost. Yin instantly understood his situation. Since this is the case, there is no need to hide anymore. Yin took a deep breath. In front of such a powerful being, he still needed to show respect. He knelt halfway and said, "Your Majesty, I am from the Spirit Hall, and I came here purely out of personal interest, with no other intentions." Jiang Ning had a blank expression, merely smiling at him. Li Chugang, who was beside him, snorted coldly. "Spirit Hall? So what? Can the Spirit Hall match my Master's methods?" Upon hearing this, Yin was taken aback. And then couldn't he help but say, "Brother Chugang, it's not that I want to discourage you, but there is more than one title Douluo in the Spirit Hall." Li Chugang was unfazed and raised his head proudly. "So what? My master can refine the martial souls of his disciples. Can the Spirit Hall do that? Refine martial souls?" Yan's expression instantly froze, as if he had heard a huge joke. How is that possible? Absolutely impossible. Once a martial soul awakens, its essence is determined. How can it be changed? Jiang Ning looked at Yan's excited expression and suddenly had a thought. He pointed to the teleportation array in the room and said calmly, "In that case, why not experience it for yourself?" Yan was stunned, his gaze shifting back and forth between Jiang Ning and the mysterious teleportation array. "Jiang Ning cultivate. You just need to nominally acknowledge me as your master, and I will let you experience martial soul refinement." Yin immediately furrowed his brows. If this martial soul refinement really exists, his martial soul, the Flame Lord, is strong. But if he could advance even further, he would surely surpass both Xiaoyu and the others in the future. Yin gritted his teeth and made a decision. "All right, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, but we will sever ties afterward." Jiang Ning nodded and gestured for Yin to enter the teleportation array. Then he said, "Once you go in, you will know," but Yin didn't wait for Jiang Ning to finish and stepped straight in. A flash of light, and his figure disappeared within the array. Moments later, the teleportation array lit up again. Yin stumbled out, his face streaked with tears, looking at Jiang Ning. His eyes were bloodshot as he cried out, "Give me back my martial soul. Give it back." Li Chugang saw this and curiously approached. "What happened?" Yin held his head in his hands, kneeling on the ground. You are all liars. My martial soul, my Flame Lord, not only did it not evolve, but it actually degraded. It turned into a stick figure." "Stick figure?" Li Chugang burst into laughter upon hearing this. "The refinement effect is random. Your luck is really exceptionally poor. My master was going to tell you, but you were too eager to go in. Who can you blame?" Li Shugan Pata Yan's Shulde, pretending to comfort him, "But don't worry, you can refine it once a week. Next week, you can refine it again, right?" Upon hearing this, Yin immediately raised his head, hope reigniting in his eyes. He knelt before Jiang Ning, grasping Jiang Ning's hand. Master, I sincerely wish to acknowledge you as my master. Please save my martial soul." Jiang Ning expressionlessly withdrew his hand. He had just mentioned accepting a disciple, but the system hadn't given any rewards. Yin no longer cared about that. "Master, I realize my mistake. Please accept me as your disciple." Jiang Ning waved his hand. "Do as you wish. Just remember to come back next week to refine your martial soul." Yin felt as if he had been granted amnesty, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. He then quickly got up to bid farewell and rushed straight to the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, his steps faster than a rabbit. Inside the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City, the ghost Douluo was lazily reclining on a soft couch, enjoying the dance of several beautiful women. The chubby hall master stood to the side, attentively offering fine wine. "Elder Ghost, are you satisfied with these arrangements?" the chubby hall master asked, bending over. The ghost Douluo smiled lightly and took a sip from his cup. "Satisfied? How could I not be satisfied? In the holy city, there are no such conditions. The Pope is a woman. If this reaches her ears, I'm afraid." Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open with a crash. Yin rushed in, his face streaked with tears, crying out, "Elder Ghost, my martial soul has been ruined by someone." The hall instantly fell silent, the dancing halted, and the music stopped abruptly. The ghost Douluo's smile froze on his face, the cup slipping from his fingers and shattering on the floor. He abruptly stood up, a terrifying aura instantly enveloping the entire hall. Who dares to touch someone from my spirit hall? The ghost Douluo's voice was like that from hell. Explain clearly. What exactly happened? Yin knelt down with a thud, raising his tear-streaked face, choking out, "It was a title, Douluo, the dean of a certain academy. He has 100,000-year soul ring and said he could refine martial souls." 100,000-year soul ring? The ghost Douluo's brows furrowed tightly. Not good. A title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring is a completely different concept from an ordinary title Douluo. If I had known in advance, it would have been the Pope coming here. Yin lowered his head, continuing to cry. He let me experience martial soul refinement. As a result, my flame lord turned into a stick figure, so weak that a breath could extinguish it. Absurd. The ghost Douluo roared in anger. How can a martial soul be changed at will? Yin extended his trembling right hand, a faint flicker of fire appearing in his palm, a human-shaped flame, but it indeed resembled a small stick, swaying in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. A flicker of shock passed through the ghost Douluo's eyes, quickly replaced by an overwhelming rage. He grabbed Yin by the collar, lifting him up. "You fool! I told you we would set out together tomorrow, but you insisted on going alone. He let you try, and you just tried?" Yin was terrified, his face pale, trembling as he said, He said I could refine it again in a week. It can be restored." The ghost Douluo sneered. "Do you believe him?" Yin lowered his head, not daring to answer. The ghost Douluo released his grip, and Yin fell heavily to the ground. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, making it hard to breathe. "Tomorrow, we will go see that person together." The ghost Douluo's voice was icy. "I want to see who has the audacity to touch the disciples of my spirit hall." Chapter 71. Unless you really can't help it, the sound of the carriage wheels droned through the wooden structure, echoing into the cabin. Ghost Douluo closed his eyes to rest, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Hulaina looked at Yin with great interest, while Xiaoyu had a faint, elusive smile at the corner of his mouth. Only Yin remained stiffly curled up in the corner, his gaze vacant, like a puppet that had lost its soul. He was shrouded in an unshakable gloom. Hulaina gently shifted her position. The soft sensation, accompanied by the unique fragrance of a young girl, reached Yan's senses. However, Yan's body reacted as if shocked, abruptly shrinking back into the corner. His movements were exaggerated, almost sliding against the wall of the carriage, as if Hulaina were some kind of flood beast. Hulaina's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She tried to approach again, with a hint of teasing in her voice. "Yin, why are you hiding?" Her playful tone carried a youthful innocence. Yin, however, was like a startled bird, shrinking back once more, his back pressed tightly against the cold wall of the carriage, with nowhere else to retreat. He raised his head with hollow eyes to look at Hulaina, his tone laced with a hint of despair and a sense of giving up. "Go ahead and laugh at me if you want." His voice no longer held the previous momentum, sounding instead like a worn-out bellows wheezing. Hulaina's smile instantly froze, replaced by a flash of anger. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and her soft, pink fist unceremoniously struck Yan's shoulder. "Idiot, what are you saying? Who wants to laugh at you?" Her voice was crisp, yet carried an undeniable authority. Xiaoyu also reined in his smile, leaning slightly forward. He reached out, gently patting Yan's shoulder, offering a brotherly warmth and comfort. "Partners are partners. We won't laugh at you." His voice was as stabilizing as a calming anchor for Yin. "Really?" Yin asked, lifting his head. However, in the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Hulaina and Xiaoyu erupted into thunderous laughter simultaneously, their mirth unrestrained, filled with the joy of a successful prank, as if they were about to overturn the entire carriage. Unless they truly couldn't help it. They laughed until they were doubled over, nearly in tears, showing not a hint of the previous comfort. Yan's face turned beet red, and anger burned fiercely in his chest. He trembled with rage, his teeth clenching tightly. Yet, deeper within, there was an indescribable frustration and disappointment. In the end, he said nothing, merely lowering his head and pressing his lips tightly together. At that moment, two fair hands reached out in front of him, overlapping. Hulaina's voice rang out again, carrying a somewhat awkward seriousness. "Hey, no matter what, we're three siblings. We'll work hard together," or something like that. "I want to say more." Her voice grew softer, almost inaudible by the end, but it carried a rare sincerity. Yin suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of emotion flashing in his eyes. He looked at the two hands, then at Hulayina's earnest expression. Slowly, he reached out and placed his hand on top. The contact of their palms conveyed a warmth. The previously silent ghost Douluo suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze swept over the three people in the cabin, his tone calm. "We've arrived. Let us get off." The carriage came to a steady stop. As the door opened, what came into view was not the academy's main gate, but rather the stairs leading to the dean's office. The carriage had come directly here. The reason was simple. Ghost Douluo no longer wanted to conceal his identity. Mainly, he felt it unnecessary, although the Pope had advised against easily offending the other party. The fact was, the other party had directly crippled Yin's martial soul upon arrival. What more was there to say? All he wanted now was an explanation. At the entrance of the office, a figure had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Ning stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. Upon seeing Ghost Douluo, a slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, two terrifying soul powers erupted like a volcanic explosion. The aura of a tidal Douluo clashed violently against each other. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the entire nodding academy. Chapter 72. Elder Ghost, how about this soul-washing pool? In this battle of soul power, Ghost Douluo's heart suddenly sank. The opponent's soul power was surprisingly only slightly lower than his. He was at level 94, which meant the person in front of him was at level 93. Level 93 wasn't the issue. The crucial part was that the opponent had a 100,000-year soul ring. That was a treasure of the soul masterworld. Moreover, this person looked so young. Wouldn't they become a super Douluo in the future? An existence at the worship level of the Spirit Hall was a certainty? Ghost Douluo's thoughts raced. And it wasn't just about soul power level. He could clearly feel a presence emanating from the person opposite him. That presence was subtly suppressing his soul power. It's important to note that his ghostly martial soul was an extremely powerful dark attribute. The only possibilities for a presence that could contend with his martial soul were, 1. It was even darker than his, or 2. It was of a light, holy attribute, or a golden martial soul. For example, the golden crocodile martial soul of the second elder gave him that feeling of suppression. But regardless of which it was, the soul master possessing this martial soul would be exceptionally powerful. If it really came down to a fight, he wasn't sure he could win, if he truly offended the other party. Thinking of this, Ghost Douluo quietly retracted his own soul power aura. Jiang Ning noticed and did the same. The two exchanged glances once more. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, thinking they were about to fight directly. He had anticipated that the Spirit Hall would send someone, especially since Yin had come to his door last night. The genius of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall would definitely have protectors nearby. Thus, he guessed that the visitor might be at the tidal Douluo level. Yesterday, he had arranged for Chu Hun to lead a large group of students from the academy to the soul-hunting forest to obtain soul rings. After being nourished by the 10,000-year celestial herb, a large number of students had broken through to level 10 soul power. With such a large group of students, they had not yet returned. He was genuinely worried that he might not be the opponent of the other party. However, he never expected that the visitor would be Ghost Douluo. Moreover, it was just Ghost Douluo alone. That was somewhat relieving. He was glad that Zhu Douluo hadn't come with him. Dean Jiang. Ghost Douluo broke the silence first, his tone softening. "How about we go up and talk?" Jiang Ning was taken aback. "Huh, just like that, so polite? Did this mean the battle was over?" He thought there would be an inevitable fierce battle. However, since the other party was willing to do this, he naturally agreed. He immediately relaxed and said, "Please." In the dean's office, Xiaoyu and the others stood to one side, while Ghost Douluo and Jiang Ning sat on the sofa. Ghost Douluo's gaze flickered as he spoke again, his tone courteous. "Dean Jiang, I come at the behest of the Pope of the Spirit Hall to pay a visit, and I mean no harm. However, it seems you have some misunderstandings about our Spirit Hall." His gaze shifted to Yin beside him, carrying a significant meaning. The implication was clearly one of blame. "What? You say our hall's genius had his martial soul crippled, and it just happened? That is too dismissive of the Spirit Hall. I assent it?" Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and also looked at Yin jokingly asking, "Disciple, what exactly did you say when you went back?" Upon hearing this, Yin immediately trembled, rendered speechless. He had originally hoped that Elder Ghost would intervene to help him regain his martial soul. But the current situation seemed entirely different from what he had imagined. Did this mean that his chance to turn things around depended solely on the soul-washing pool? Last night, the other party had clearly stated that if he wasn't their disciple, he couldn't enter the soul-washing pool. If he truly offended the other party and was kicked out by his benefactor, wouldn't that be the end? Next week, if he wanted to enter the soul-washing pool again, he probably wouldn't have the opportunity. Thinking of this, Yin hurriedly knelt on the ground, bowing his head to Jiang Ning in apology. "It's all my fault. Disciple deserves to die, having such bad luck. I even blamed my master and urged Elder Ghost to stand up for me." Ghost Douluo was taken aback. Then he reacted, his beard bristling with anger. "Good. You little brat. You dare to deceive, even me? Running wild outside, and wanted me to stand up for you? Elder Ghost, Yan's face turned pale. Ghost Douluo snorted coldly. "Humph. Wait until I get back. Let us see how I deal with you." Jiang Ning watched all of this with a calm expression, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Elder Ghost, since the matter is already clear," he said lightly, "I suppose you can explain your true intentions now?" Ghost Douluo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and cupped his hands towards Jiang Ning. "Dean Jiang, I was presumptuous. However, this visit truly means no harm. I just want to understand why two titled Douluos would appear in this small city at the same time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. "Two? There are not two. There are three." Ghost Douluo was taken aback. "Three?" Jiang Ning shrugged, speaking casually. "I have another subordinate who is also a titled Douluo. I sent him out to hunt for soul rings with his disciple. As for the third one, well, there seems to be some conflict." "Conflict?" Ghost Douluo's heart instantly became vigilant. Jiang Ning continued. "The third one is someone named Tang Hao. He coveted one of my disciples who is a transformed 10,000-year soul beast, which led to some conflict." Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. "Tang Hao, is it him?" Mentioning this name made him subconsciously overlook what Jiang Ning had said about a disciple of a transformed 10,000-year soul beast. At this moment, a strong killing intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. It had been more than 10 years. Tang Hao had finally appeared again, but at the same time, his heart was filled with ecstatic joy, like a volcano erupting. If he could bring this news back to the Spirit Hall and report it to the Pope and the Grand Elder, the merit would be immeasurable. He immediately turned to Jiang Ning, his tone urgent. "Dean Jiang, thank you for informing me. However, this matter is of great importance. I must return to the Spirit Hall immediately to report to the Pope in person." After saying that, he turned to leave with Xiaoyu and the others. However, as Ghost Douluo stepped out of the office, he found that Yin had not followed. He turned around to see Yin still kneeling in place, looking conflicted. "Yin, what are you dawdling for?" Ghost Douluo asked with a frown. Yin gritted his teeth, seemingly having made a decision. He raised his head and said, "Elder Ghost, my martial soul is currently in trouble, and I truly have no face to return. I want to stay here and wait until next week washing to see what the situation is before making plans." Ghost Douluo paused, contemplating. It was true. With his martial soul crippled, returning would only add to the ridicule. He could only stay here and wait for the next opportunity. Suddenly, he felt a jolt in his heart, as if hit by a storm. He had been so captivated by the matter of Tang Hao that he had overlooked such a critical issue. "Yin, you want to wait for next week's washing? Does this mean that the soul washing pool truly exists?" Ghost Douluo's heart was in turmoil, and the joy was almost overwhelming. There really was such a divine object? He suddenly looked up at the center of the room, where a faintly glowing array was emanating a mysterious and profound aura. Even the ancient soul guide arrays within the Spirit Hall had never given him such a feeling. Perhaps this was the real deal. Jiang Ning keenly captured the change in Ghost Douluo's expression, his heart understanding. He knew the fish had taken a bait. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Immediately, Jiang Ning stepped forward, his tone warm. "Elder Ghost, you have come a long way, and I haven't had the chance to properly entertain you. It's truly disrespectful." He gestured towards the formation in the center of the room, his tone carrying a hint of invitation. "How about this soul cleansing pool?" Chapter 73, the spirit transformation of Ghost Douluo. A mysterious aura swept over him. Ghost Douluo stood by the soul-washing pool, the water shimmering with a faint green light. The light was dim, as if the air itself had solidified. He scanned the ancient patterns on the ground with a complex expression. In an instant, a strange chill surged within him. He never expected that Jiang Ning actually had a so-called soul-washing pool. Just the flickering teleportation array beside the soul-washing pool was mocking his ignorance. The vast collection of books in the Spear Hall had never recorded anything about teleportation arrays. The mystery and unknown nature of this thing instinctively made him feel a hint of unease. He slowly raised his right hand, his withered fingers trembling slightly. Black mist swirled, and his ghostly spirit quietly emerged. Ghost Douluo looked at his spirit, silence like a cold stone lodged in his throat. He didn't speak, only silently gazing at the ghostly figure. The spirit seemed to be a part of his body, yet also like a soul imprisoned by darkness. Damn! The suppressed words finally squeezed out from Ghost Douluo's bitter throat. I have had enough of this unhuman, unghostly appearance. His voice was soft, yet carried a heavy weariness and fatigue. He looked at his reflection in the pool, his heart as dead as ashes. He still remembered the day of his spirit awakening, when the lives of all 173 people in the village were taken. That's right, when his spirit awakened. The souls of everyone in the village were devoured by his ghostly figure. He wanted to survive alone, to live well. Status and power were indeed things he needed. For these, he could endure the pain and torment brought by the ghostly figure. Status and power were indeed what he needed. But now, he wanted to live for himself once. The soul-washing pool was right in front of him, looking like a bottomless vortex, emanating a dangerous yet alluring aura. Ghost Douluo took a deep breath, then stepped in without hesitation. Jiang Ning's words echoed in his ears, all depending on luck, whether it gets better or worse. At least, this was an opportunity, a chance to escape from his current inhuman state. The pool water was icy cold, instantly soaking his entire body. The green liquid seemed alive, crazily drilling into his body. Pain engulfed him like a tide. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he saw a ball of light. It was a phoenix, engulfed in dazzling white flames. Holy, noble, inviolable. The phoenix let out a clear cry, flapping its wings and then charging straight towards his body. His consciousness blurred completely, and Ghost Douluo fainted. He dreamed a warm and beautiful dream. In the dream, he returned to the age of 6, on the day of his spirit awakening. He did not see a ghostly figure, but a white spiritual body. The village remained peaceful and serene, with smoke curling up. His parents were still by his side, their smiles warm and loving. The dream awakened. In the next moment, Ghost Douluo suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view was still the dim light of the soul-washing pool. It was just a dream, he muttered to himself, his tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable disappointment. But soon he felt something was off. His body no longer felt cold and stiff. A warm current flowed slowly within him, dispelling years of accumulated chill. He instinctively raised his hand, wanting to summon the ghostly spirit. The black mist dissipated, and a ball of white flame flickered in his palm. The flame was pure and holy, without a trace of evil aura. A phoenix burning with white flames appeared before him, then merged into his body. Deep within his soul, the name of his new spirit emerged. Purifying White Phoenix. In the dean's office, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Hulaina glanced at the teleportation array, then turned to Yen, her eyes filled with worry. Yen, what if the ghost elder also ends up like you, with his spirit regressing? Yan's face grew even more bitter upon hearing this, and he felt just as anxious inside. He didn't know what changes the soul washing pool would bring to the ghost elder. Jiang Ning looked at the teleportation array, his eyes also filled with surprise. He had only mentioned it casually, originally intending for the remaining 2 from the golden generation of the Spear Hall to go in as well. Although there was no reward for accepting such a talented disciple, he just wanted to see what would happen. Besides, just for fun. Unexpectedly, while Xiaoyu and Hulaina were still hesitating, Ghost Douluo volunteered to try it. Jiang Ning thought he was joking, but he didn't expect Ghost Douluo to really say he wanted to be his disciple, and then actually dared to go in and try. He was almost at a loss for words. Suddenly, the light of the teleportation array brightened, radiating a soft halo. The four people present quickly turned their gazes, unable to look away. As the light faded, a faint sound of footsteps approached. It was Ghost Douluo stepping out of the teleportation array one step at a time. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The Ghost Douluo before them had a demeanor and appearance completely different from before. The terrifying and eerie feeling that once enveloped him had vanished without a trace. In its place was an indescribable sense of holiness and brightness. Ghost Elder? Hulaina exclaimed in shock, her voice filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Ghost Douluo did not respond to Hulaina. He walked straight up to Jiang Ning and then knelt down. Thank you, Dean Jiang. Master, I will never forget the grace of your rebirth. Chapter 74. The Evolution of the Evil Moon Martial Soul. Jiang Ning looked at Ghost Douluo's appearance, instantly feeling confused. How did he end up accepting a useless disciple? And now, unexpectedly, he has become a titled Douluo? Previously, Ghost Douluo had verbally accepted him as a master out of necessity, as only his disciples could enter the soul washing pool. Who took that statement seriously? But now, why does it feel like Ghost Douluo is determined to acknowledge him as a master? What on earth happened to Ghost Douluo? Could it be a rebound from rock bottom? A miraculous survival? Or could it be that Ghost Douluo has been hiding his strength all along? Is he actually a twin martial soul? That's impossible. The original work clearly states that Ghost Douluo's martial soul is a ghost. If Ghost Douluo really was hiding his strength, would those people from the Spirit Hall let him off? They would probably find a way to slice him up for research. Jiang Ning was baffled, unable to make sense of it. He decided not to think about it. He spoke up. Get up, Elder Ghost. Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo's body trembled, but he still obeyed and stood up. He slightly bent his body, his voice trembling slightly. Master, from now on, just call me Gue Mei. I can't bear the title of Elder Ghost. Ghost Douluo's demeanor was extremely humble. Jiang Ning was taken aback, but still nodded slightly. Gue Mei, what exactly happened? Your martial soul? Ghost Douluo took a deep breath. He slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, an incredibly sacred aura erupted. A pure white flame suddenly rose in his palm. Soon after, his martial soul manifested. Ghost Douluo's entire body was engulfed in white flames, and even a pair of winged shadows appeared behind him. If Ghost Douluo unleashed all his spirit power, those shadows would solidify into true phoenix wings. Accompanied by this martial soul manifestation, an unparalleled sacred aura surged forth like a tide, spreading in all directions. The entire room seemed to be purified by this sacred presence. Ghost Douluo's voice was filled with excitement and pride. Master, my martial soul has transformed from a ghost to the purifying white phoenix. The characteristic of the purifying white phoenix is purification. Any negative energy burned by the purifying white phoenix's flames will be completely purified. This includes toxins, evil energy, ghostly energy, and even curses. Moreover, the evolved purifying white phoenix has even higher flame temperatures and greater power. The burning effect it carries is even more terrifying, especially for the soul, which has unexpected effects. Jiang Ning was immediately even more shocked. No way. System, are you there? What exactly did my 100 lucky washing produce? Look at what Ghost Douluo came out with. Is Ghost Douluo's luck really that good? The purifying white phoenix feels even stronger than my current martial soul. The spiral dragon staff? It's both a phoenix and a purifier. If this martial soul is cultivated to level 97, 98, or even 99, wouldn't that be enough? I would believe it if someone said this martial soul is close to God level. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning's gaze towards Ghost Douluo changed. Not only was there a hint of envy, but there was also a hint of jealousy. No matter how much the spiral dragon staff mutated, it didn't seem this outrageous, right? Seeing this, Ghost Douluo once again expressed his gratitude to Jiang Ning. His tone was sincere. Thank you, Master, for granting me a second chance. Gue Mei returned after delivering the news, exited the Spirit Hall, and came to serve his master. Ghost Douluo said, his words revealing a firm determination. Yuan, watching from the side, was left speechless. He now couldn't even utter a word. Moreover, he felt like his worldview was collapsing. Elder Ghost, to transform your martial soul into this? How? How is this possible? Oh heavens, earth, I just advised Elder Ghost not to go in, just in case. And now, it seems the fool was me. The massive sense of disparity made Yuan unable to accept it. He cried out loud. I'm not convinced. Why? Why is my luck so bad during the washing? Why can't I have a martial soul evolution like Elder Ghost? Yuan cried heart-wrenchingly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Xie did not speak. No one noticed that he quickly walked to Jiang Ning's side. Then, with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Director Jiang, I, Xie, also wish to acknowledge you as my master. Please let me enter the soul washing pool. Xieyu's tone was filled with urgency and desire. Jiang Ning glanced at Xieyu, then looked at Hu Laina, who was watching eagerly beside him. He smiled slightly. Approved. Upon hearing this, Xieyu was overjoyed. He knocked his head 3 times on the ground. Thank you, master. He got up and hurried towards the teleportation array. Hu Laina quickly stepped forward, grabbing Xieyu's arm. She worriedly asked, Brother, what if something goes wrong with your martial soul? What will happen to our martial soul fusion technique? Hu Laina's greatest concern was still their martial soul fusion technique. This was their strongest trump card as siblings. Xieyu reassured her, Don't worry, Laina. You can go wash later. I believe our martial soul fusion technique follows our bloodline connection, not the martial soul. Xieyu seemed to have a unique understanding of the martial soul fusion technique. After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Hu Laina. He understood the pain of Elder Ghost. After awakening this moonblade, he not only felt a lack of yang energy in his body, but also an excess of yin energy. Moreover, at night, he always felt the urge to do something under the moonlight. He saw how Elder Ghost appeared neither human nor ghost. He didn't want to end up like that, because of his martial soul. Without further hesitation, he directly stepped into the teleportation array. A moment later, the teleportation array lit up again. A hearty laugh echoed from the array. Ha! My martial soul has also evolved. Xieyu laughed heartily as he stepped out. He walked up to Jiang Ning and once again knelt on the ground. Thank you, master. Jiang Ning had just opened his mouth to let Xieyu rise when Xieyu immediately got up. He eagerly introduced his martial soul. Master, my martial soul has transformed from the moon blade to the 9 nether moon soul blade. In Xieyu's hand appeared a crescent-shaped blade. The blade was pitch black, resembling obsidian, and emitted a faint glow. Countless tiny runes could be seen swirling faintly on the blade. A chilling, eerie, and powerful aura emanated from the blade. Xieyu excitedly introduced, the 9 nether moon soul blade possesses the power of the 9 nether. Moreover, the sharpness of the blade far exceeds that of the previous moon blade. It can even cut through space. Chapter 75. The stricken Yin Hu Laina lightly moved her lotus steps and approached Xieyu. At this moment, her eyes were filled with confusion. Brother, can we still use the martial soul fusion technique now? Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, along with a trace of hidden expectation. Xieyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Let's give it a try. The two of them focused their thoughts, holding hands, and their soul power began to circulate between them. It was a mysterious sensation, as if their soul powers were no longer independent entities, but were gradually merging and permeating each other. The breath of soul power surged like 2 rushing rivers within their meridians, eventually converging in their palms. At the point of convergence, light began to gather, becoming brighter and more dazzling. It really works. Xieyu and Hu Laina exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This proved that, even after refinement, their martial soul fusion technique not only had not disappeared, but had actually become stronger. Hu Laina's beautiful eyes sparkled as she quickly turned to Jiang Ning, her tone filled with pleading. Director Jiang, I also want to be your disciple. Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat dazed. The entire generation of the martial soul hall's golden generation was about to become his disciples. Was this development a bit beyond expectations? The talents he was supposed to accept weren't just any geniuses. Accepting geniuses meant that the system wouldn't even provide any rewards. If this continued, wouldn't his relationship with the martial soul hall become a bit chaotic? However, since they were coming to him willingly, it seemed there was no reason to refuse. Let us take this as an experiment, he thought. Despite his inner thoughts, Jiang Ning's face remained calm as he nodded. All right. Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately became excited, a smile blooming on her face. She eagerly walked toward the teleportation array, her steps light. The light of the teleportation array flickered once more, a soft halo enveloping Hulaina's figure. Yin watched that light, his throat involuntarily rolling as he swallowed hard, waves of turmoil rising in his heart. Could it be? Am I really the only one whose martial soul has become useless after refinement? Everyone else has made significant improvements? Once this thought appeared, it grew wildly in his heart like weeds, making him restless. After a moment, the light of the teleportation array flickered again, and Hulaina's figure emerged. She stepped out, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her face showing a hint of confusion. Seeing this, Yin inexplicably felt a surge of glee. Unable to help himself, he spoke with a tone of schadenfreude. What's wrong? Finally someone who hasn't evolved? The corners of his mouth even lifted slightly. Xiaoyu frowned, stepped forward, and gave Yan's shoulder a light punch. What are you saying? Then, he turned to Hulaina and asked gently, Nana, how did it go? Hulaina shook her head. There's no obvious change, just that the compatibility with my martial soul feels a bit closer. She explained softly, her tone uncertain, as if she couldn't fully understand this change herself. After speaking, she turned and bowed deeply to Jiang Ning, her tone sincere. Thank you, Master. Douluo, who had been listening to Hulaina's words, suddenly had a flash of brilliance in his eyes and exclaimed in surprise. This soul washing pool can even enhance the compatibility with the martial soul? He then looked at everyone and began to explain the importance of martial soul compatibility. Martial soul compatibility is crucial for soul masters. The higher the compatibility, the closer the connection between the soul master and the martial soul, allowing for better utilization of the martial soul's power. In terms of cultivation, higher compatibility means faster cultivation speed, easier comprehension of the world, and more effective absorption of soul rings, leading to more substantial enhancements. In combat, higher compatibility means stronger martial soul skills, more flexible use of the martial soul, and even the ability to perform some incredible techniques. Douluo paused before continuing. It is not an exaggeration to say that martial soul compatibility also indirectly determines a soul master's potential limit. After hearing Douluo's explanation, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Hulaina's beautiful eyes. She bowed deeply to Jiang Ning once more, her tone even more respectful. Thank you, Master. As for Yin, upon hearing this, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, completely petrified in place. Chapter 76. Yin starts a tutoring class. Discussing the cultivation and application techniques of soul power in the dormitory, Li Chugang looked at Yin and curled his lips. This guy even said he would take himself back to the spirit hall to find a master for himself to become a titled law. How come he ended up staying here? The key was that Master Jiang Ning even asked him to look after Yin to prevent any accidents. He had to stay in the dormitory with him. However, despite saying that, Li Chugang, after all, had also come from being useless. So he could understand Yan's feelings at this moment. He stepped forward to comfort him. Brother, try to think positively. I understand you. Yan's face showed a look of indignation. Understand? How do you understand? Do you know how I've been getting through these past few days? Before, I was one of the top talents in the new generation of the Spear Hall. And now, what have I become? How can you understand? His tone was filled with sorrow. At this moment, he felt increasingly that the joys and sorrows between people were not the same. Li Chugang was taken aback. Sigh, brother. Who hasn't been useless at some point? What's there to not understand? Yin looked at Li Chugang, his mind unable to process. You mean, you were also useless before? Li Chugang nodded, his expression calm. Before, not only were my meridians broken, but I also had my hand and foot tendons picked by others. I was complete waste. Not only me, but my junior sister Xiaolan had innate zero soul power and a martial soul of blue silvergrass. A naturally useless martial soul. Our third junior brother Wang Sheng was even worse. His martial soul was decent, a battle tiger, but unfortunately, the mighty battle tiger was beaten down to the point where he had no aura left, just like a stray dog by the roadside. From a battle tiger to a stray dog? Yan's eyelids twitched violently. Did he hear that right? He truly didn't know these situations. These few people, placed in any Soul Master Academy, would be at the very bottom. No, it should be said that Li Chugang and Xiaolan couldn't even get into a Soul Master Academy. How could they turn things around? It was simply impossible. But now, Li Chugang was standing in front of him, exuding such a strong martial soul aura. Where's the semblance of being a waste? He couldn't help but ask, so how did you? Followed the master. Li Chugang smiled and shrugged. It's that simple. Yan's heart trembled, his mouth slightly opened. Before he could speak, Li Chugang continued, don't say we used to be like that. Didn't you think the same when you first came? Who in the entire academy isn't a waste? But now, there are quite a few who broke through to level 10 soul power at 9 years old. That's not considered waste, right? Thinking of this, Yan's heart finally calmed down a bit. Waste can suddenly become so strong? Could it be that the worse the talent, the more one gains by taking Jiang Ning as a master? No wonder. His breathing became rapid. So, do I really still have a chance? I just need to hold on tight to my master's thigh, right? Li Chugang gently patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, that depends on you. He was so excited that he trembled all over. Since that's the case, he must definitely get his master's attention. How to do it? He thought for a moment. Since his master even accepted wastes and was willing to give opportunities, it indicated that he must care a lot about his disciples. So, should he provide some services to his fellow disciples? What could he offer? That's right, the cultivation techniques and soul power application techniques learned at the Spirit Hall. A lousy academy like this probably wouldn't have, right? Even if Jiang Ning, the principal, knew, he wouldn't have time to guide each one individually, right? Isn't this just his opportunity? He hurriedly said to Li Chugang, thank you. What are you calling me? Little brother? I'm the big brother. Jiang Ning sat behind the desk in the principal's office, looking at the report handed to him by Yuan Gang, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. On the cultivation and application techniques of soul power? This is great, Jiang Ning murmured to himself, looking at the detailed content listed in the report. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. To be honest, what do I know about cultivation? What do I know about teaching disciples? It's just about providing some elixirs and figuring out ways to build the sect. But Yan's situation was different. After all, he was produced by the Spirit Hall. He was willing to provide such detailed information and even willing to give lectures and hold tutoring classes. So Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't miss out on it. Good. This kid is sensible. He raised his head to look at Yuan Gang, a glimmer of affirmation flashing in his eyes. Old Yuan, I fully support this. Yuan Gong nodded. When he first learned about this, he was also filled with enthusiasm. Who wouldn't want things from the Spirit Hall? However, suddenly, a hint of tension appeared in his eyes, as if something was bothering him. Seeing this, Jiang Ning asked, Old Yuan, a day has passed. How did the things I instructed you to do yesterday go? Yuan Gang's expression changed, clearly feeling a bit awkward. He pursed his lips and hesitated for a moment before speaking. Master, don't say it. You really shouldn't say it. Your ability to take in waste has impressed me. Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow. What happened? What is going on? Yuan Gang sighed softly, looking down. There's really no way around it. That guy is in a terrible state, simply. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, What's the situation? Hurry and tell me. Seeing this, Yuan Gang immediately stood up. Don't worry, master. Just follow me for a moment. He quickly turned and walked towards the door. Speaking as he walked, Jiang Ning didn't ask further and followed in Yuan Gang's footsteps. Chapter 77. The Kind-Hearted Grim Reaper, a Fool? Yuan Gang's footsteps carried a deliberately crafted air of mystery as he weaved through the winding alleys. Jiang Ning followed closely behind, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings. The houses here were low and dilapidated, their walls peeling and mottled, and the air was thick with dampness and mildew. A slum in Nottingham? Yuan Gang stopped in front of a half-open wooden door, turned back, and forced a slightly obsequious smile at Jiang Ning, gesturing that this was the place. Old Yuan, I say, why are you bringing me to such a place, all mysterious like this? Jiang Ning frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Hadn't he asked Yuan Gang to set up an orphanage? Why was he being brought here instead? He looked around, finding it hard to associate this place with the orphanage he had envisioned. Yuan Gang rubbed his hands together and explained a bit apologetically, Master. You did ask me to collect those, orphans. I thought this place was remote and had few people. If we're going to do something, isn't it just right? Jiang Ning's face turned ashen in an instant. I asked you to set up an orphanage to adopt homeless children, not to create an underground assassin organization. Jiang Ning's voice rose, filled with anger. A surge of frustration bubbled up within him. He had clearly stated that he was looking for apprentices. He had thought Yuan Gang would follow his wishes and find a clean and tidy place. Instead, he had brought him to this kind of place, talking about collecting waste. It was waste in terms of martial soul cultivation, not human waste. This was hardly an orphanage. It looked more like a den of crime. Yuan Gang was startled by Jiang Ning's fury, scratching his head and quickly explaining, "Teacher, you misunderstood me. I don't have any experience, you see." He felt wronged. He had thought that since Mr. Jiang wanted him to collect waste, it must be for waste utilization, to cultivate some power. Orphans, with their tragic backgrounds, perfectly fit the definition of waste. Cultivating them from a young age would likely result in high loyalty. Wasn't that killing two birds with one stone? It was just that this place was indeed a bit shabby. Jiang Ning shot him an irritated glare. "All right, we're already here. Let us go in and see what is going on." Yuan Gang saw Jiang Ning's tone soften and quickly nodded, bowing slightly as he pushed open the half-closed wooden door and led Jiang Ning inside. The courtyard was quite large, overgrown with weeds, and some old, broken clutter was piled in the corners. There were quite a few rooms inside. Several elderly women walked back and forth. They seemed to be the caregivers here. Each room had a few orphans. Yuan Gang led Jiang Ning, turning left and right, and then entered a room. In the center of the room sat a small figure. It was a boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old, sitting on a small stool in the middle of the room. The boy's hair was messy, and his clothes were dirty, but his gaze was intensely focused. His fingers moved skillfully, and a plain piece of paper in his hands seemed to come to life, gradually folding into a vividly realistic paper frog. Even when someone approached, the boy remained oblivious, still immersed in his own world. Yuan Gang tiptoed to Jiang Ning's side, lowered his voice, and whispered in his ear, "Teacher, it's him. The orphan. I got him out from the gang that specializes in fishing for orphans. Plus, this kid seems a bit slow. I heard that when he awakened his martial soul, due to some mental disorder, it didn't team manifest, making him a total waste." Jiang Ning's gaze fell on the boy, his brows knitting tighter. Fishing? A gang that steals? A bit dull and mentally unstable? Sounds familiar. Have I heard of this before? Could it be? Jiang Ning's heart stirred, and he silently thought. System. Scan that boy. System scanning. Target. Unnamed orphan. Waste value. 500 points. Status analysis. Soul obscured. Mental weakness. Martial soul not manifested. Seeing the system scan results. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up instantly, his heart filled with joy. A waste value of 500 points. How could it be so high? He still had a task to recruit a disciple with a waste value of over 100 points. The reward, if you remember correctly, was not only a level 5 soul power, but also a soul saint level summoning card, right? He had been worried about where to find a disciple with a high waste value, and now it had come knocking at his door. Moreover, with a soul obscured, mental weakness and martial soul not manifested. Being targeted by such an organization since childhood and still being so skillful with his hands. Wasn't this just the template for the kind-hearted Grim Reaper, a fool? The more Jiang Ning looked at the boy who was engrossed in folding the paper frog, the more satisfied he felt, and his heart was blooming with joy. Truly, it was like finding something effortlessly after a long search. Chapter 78. Astonishing Uselessness, Exaggerated Rewards. Yuan Gang looked at Jiang Ning beside him. He didn't speak, but his eyes couldn't hide the joy within. This made Yuan Gang quite puzzled. This child is pitiful, but his mind seems a bit off. He can't even awaken his martial soul. What use is he? What does the master really want to do? Yuan Gang scratched his head. The master's thoughts are truly hard to grasp. Could it be that the master has seen something special in this child? That seems impossible. I can't see it at all. Perhaps the master is simply kind-hearted, wanting to adopt this child. But what's the point of adopting a useless child who can't cultivate? Yuan Gang couldn't understand. Maybe this is the realm of a great person. The master has his own reasons for doing things. I just need to follow his lead. The little boy carefully pressed down the last crease of the origami frog. His fingers were a bit dirty, with black mud lingering in the gaps of his nails, but his movements were surprisingly serious. Then he gently blew on it. The origami frog puffed up, looking just like a real frog. Wow, the little boy cheered, his face breaking into a brilliant smile as he happily waved the origami frog in his hand. It was then that he noticed Jiang Ning and Yuan Gang standing beside him. The little boy's gaze first fell on Yuan Gang, and his smile became even more radiant. He quickly ran up to Yuan Gang, smiled, and stood at attention. "Uncle Yuan, hello." The little boy's tone was filled with gratitude. After all, it was Uncle Yuan who had saved him from that dark place. Since then, he no longer had to go to bed hungry every day. He didn't have to risk danger to fish, steal, anymore. Now, he not only had enough steamed buns to eat every day, but he could also enjoy delicious meat. This was something he had never dared to dream of before. Jiang Ning stepped forward. He slowly crouched down, looking gently at the little boy, and softly asked, "What is your name?" The little boy was taken aback for a moment. Then he shook his head in confusion and said softly, "I don't have a name." He then looked at Jiang Ning, his eyes showing a hint of wariness. Seeing this, Yuan Gang quickly explained from the side, "You don't need to worry. Instead, you should be grateful to this person in front of you. He is my master. It was he who made me save you." Jiang Ning waved his hand, signaling Yuan Gang not to say more. He placed a hand on the little boy's shoulder and gently said, "Since you don't have a name, I'll call you Adai." The boy looked up, a bit puzzled, as he looked at Jiang Ning. "Adai? That name sounds a bit silly," but for some reason, he didn't reject it. Instead, it felt somewhat familiar to him. He grinned widely, revealing a big smile. "Adai, Adai." He happily repeated his new name, then nodded vigorously. "Thank you. I like this name." Jiang Ning looked at Adai, a hint of a smile in his eyes. He asked again, "Adai, would you like to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, the boy's smile instantly froze on his face. He hesitated for a moment, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. Then he cautiously asked, "Master, what will you teach me? Is it also fishing?" He recalled that someone had once told him the same thing, saying they would teach him skills. In the end, they only taught him how to fish. Later on, if he couldn't catch any fish, he would go hungry and almost get beaten to death. Because of this, he instinctively felt some resistance and wariness towards the term master. Seeing the boy's reaction, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. It seems this kid is scared of the word master because of his association with fishing. Yuan Gang, noticing this, directly summoned his black iron shield. With a thud, the heavy shield fell to the ground, making a dull sound that caused the ground to tremble slightly. "The teacher will not teach you those messy things," Yuan Gang said, pointing at the black iron shield with a loud voice. "He will teach you how to cultivate these." The black iron shield was entirely dark, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, gleaming with a metallic luster under the light. The edges of the shield were incredibly sharp, resembling a massive blade. "Exudinga Shidinyoha." The little boy was stunned by the sight before him. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in shock and disbelief. What? What is this? It looks so powerful." He was immensely surprised, and the little bit of hesitation and unease he had earlier vanished in an instant, replaced by excitement and desire. He quickly knelt on the ground, respectfully kowtowing 3 times to Jiang Ning. "Disciple Adai, here to pay respects to my master." Jiang Ning smiled slightly and immediately helped Adai up. "Good, good, good." He repeated the word "good" 3 times, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He had taken on another disciple, and a particularly special one at that. As for whether Adai was truly a useless template, he didn't care. At least the task was completed, and how to cultivate him into a genius was the system's responsibility. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully taking on a disciple. Detected that the disciple is a stunningly useless waste, but if cultivated, he can certainly bring great fame to the sect." Jiang Ning was taken aback, but maintained his composure. Stunningly useless? The system's evaluation was indeed quite direct. However, being rated as a stunning waste by the system surely meant the rewards would be substantial. The next moment, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations to the host for completing the 100 waste value task for accepting a disciple. Rewarding level 5 soul power and 1 soul saint summoning card. System grants disciple rewards. 100,000 year immortal herb gazing through autumn water dew 100. 000. Year immortal herb, extraordinary mushrooms of heaven. 100,000. Year immortal herb, 8-petal immortal orchid. 10 evolution pills for martial souls. And 10 personal lucky washes at the soul washing pool. 100,000. Year immortal herbs. 3 of them? Jiang Ning couldn't help but be amazed upon hearing the system's rewards. These rewards were truly generous. In terms of medicinal effects, gazing through autumn water dew would replenish Adai's spirit. 8-petal immortal orchid would purge impurities from his body. And extraordinary mushrooms of heaven would enhance his already strong physique. All set. Moreover, there were even 10 personal lucky washes at the soul washing pool. Such things, he would have to rely on his disciples to gather points for him. Yet Adai had directly given him 10 times. Even if he had a useless martial soul, who knows how top tier he would become after 10 lucky washes. However, it was clear that now was not the time to check the rewards, nor was it the appropriate moment to distribute them. But since they were already here and had taken in so many lonely children, why not take all the orphans as disciples right away? After all, the system had rewarded so many good things. Perhaps among this group of children, there would be more surprises for him. Yuangong. Jiang Ning turned to look at Yuan Gang and instructed, take all the children to Nodding Academy first. Today, I will accept disciples together. Yes, master. Yuan Gang complied and went off. In the Academy Square, Jiang Ning decided to hold a simple disciple acceptance ceremony here. Soon, all the orphans were brought before Jiang Ning. The children looked somewhat confused, not knowing what was happening. Jiang Ning stood on the high platform, scanning the sea of children below, and spoke loudly. Children, from today onwards, you are all my disciples now. A cheer erupted in the square. Although the children didn't quite understand what being a disciple meant, they initially thought that being able to eat and dress warmly was already good enough. Suddenly, their hearts inexplicably settled down. Then, under Yuan Gang's lead, they all performed the disciples' salute and shouted master. Next, naturally, Jiang Ning began to distribute the rewards that the system had allocated to these children one by one. However, it was a pity that among this group of children, the highest waste value was only 40 points. In the crowd, Adai tugged at Jiang Ning's sleeve and looked up with a naive face, asking Master, what about my reward? Jiang Ning smiled and took Adai's hand, then said, Adai's reward is, of course, special. Come on, Master will take you to a place. Jiang Ning carried Adai into the dean's office, where there was a crystal ball from martial soul awakening on his desk. Chapter 79. 3 Divine Herbs, Transforming Adai. Jiang Ning's fingers brushed over the 3 10,000-year-old divine herbs. The longing for autumn water dew, the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, and the 8-petal celestial orchid. How should he administer them to Adai to maximize their effects? Jiang Ning paced back and forth. He first considered Adai's current condition. Surely, this world's Adai also has memory seals, right? Anyway, he is currently confused and physically weak. This is clearly due to long-term malnutrition and mental trauma. If he directly consumes a divine herb like the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, Adai's body might not be able to handle it, and it could backfire. To be safe, he should first restore Adai's mental clarity. Jiang Ning murmured to himself. The longing for autumn water dew enhances mental strength and clears the mind, making it perfect for awakening Adai's chaotic consciousness. Once Adai's mind is restored, he can use the 8-petal celestial orchid to eliminate impurities from his body, solidifying his foundation and cleansing his marrow and veins. Finally, he would use the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum to forge an indestructible body. This is the most perfect plan. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Jiang Ning's eyes. With the plan set, Jiang Ning no longer hesitated. He carefully plucked a leaf from the longing for autumn water dew, which was dripping with emerald green, resembling a piece of fine jade. Walking over to Adai, Jiang Ning softly called, Adai, open your mouth. Then, Jiang Ning pinched Adai's mouth and stuffed the dew and leaf from the longing for autumn water dew inside. A cool breath instantly spread throughout Adai's body. Adai's originally dull eyes slightly moved, as if sensing something unusual. Jiang Ning quietly observed Adai's changes. Time passed slowly, and Adai's eyeballs began to slowly rotate, filled with a lively expression. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. The longing for autumn water dew was indeed effective. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Adai's gaze gradually focused, and a hint of clarity began to shine in his eyes. He looked around in confusion, as if trying to remember something. Adai, Jiang Ning called softly again. This time, Adai's gaze finally landed on Jiang Ning's face. You are. Adai's voice was hoarse and dry, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. I am your master, Jiang Ning said gently. Don't be afraid, I will help you. Adai nodded. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and took out the 8-petal celestial orchid. The orchid was crystal clear and exuded a faint fragrance. Adai, eat this. Jiang Ning held the 8-petal celestial orchid to Adai's lips. Adai naturally sensed the pure aura of the herb, and his trust in Jiang Ning increased again. He opened his mouth and swallowed the 8-petal celestial orchid. As it entered, it transformed into a warm current that instantly spread throughout Adai's body. Adai's body trembled slightly, and a layer of black viscous substance began to seep out from his skin. That was the impurities accumulated in his body over the years, forcefully expelled by the power of the 8-petal celestial orchid. This process lasted a full half an hour before Adai's body stopped shaking. The black substance on him had mostly disappeared, replaced by a refreshing feeling. His skin became fair and delicate, and his previously weak body seemed to be filled with strength. Adai felt as if he had been reborn. He looked at his hands. Then, at Jiang Ning, his eyes filled with awe. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. The effect of the 8-petal celestial orchid was even better than he had expected. Finally, the most important step, the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. Jiang Ning took out the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum and handed it to Adai. Adai, eat this, and your body will become very powerful. Adai didn't hesitate and took the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum, swallowing it in one bite. The moment the herb entered, Adai's body shook violently, and a faint golden light appeared on the surface of his body. His muscles began to tremble, and his bones made crackling sounds. Time slowly passed. The golden light on Adai grew stronger. Finally, when the golden light reached its peak, it suddenly converged, merging completely into Adai's body. Adai slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with golden light. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him, and a look of excitement spread across his face. Master, I feel so strong. Jiang Ning smiled with satisfaction. Of course you're strong. This is the power of the wonderful fungus heaven-reaching chrysanthemum. From today on, you will possess an indestructible body. Indestructible? Adai nodded, somewhat understanding. He could feel the tremendous change in his body. The effects of the divine herbs had been fully realized. And next, it was time to awaken the martial soul. Jiang Ning took out a crystal-clear crystal ball. This was the most common tool for martial soul awakening. However, as he looked at the crystal ball in his hand, Jiang Ning hesitated again. Adai's situation was special. His body had been nourished by the power of the divine herbs, and he also had the protagonist template. Was the simplest, ordinary method of awakening with the crystal ball really sufficient? Perhaps the professional awakening room at the Martial Soul Hall would be more reliable. Anyway, the Martial Soul Hall in Nodding City wasn't far from here, so it would be a good opportunity to take Adai to see the outside world. With this thought, Jiang Ning put away the crystal ball. Adai, we're going to a place where you can gain even more powerful strength. But before we go, let me take you to wash up. Chapter 80 of Fool, Twin Martial Souls. Jiang Ning took Adai's hand and walked out of the dean's office, heading towards the direction of the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Master. Jiang Ning turned to look and saw Li Chugang, full of enthusiasm, striding towards them, with Yin following closely behind. As they approached, Yin panted heavily, excitement evident on his face. Master, I finally found you. You know about my tutoring class, right? It's great. Jiang Ning simply responded with a thumbs up. Yin scratched his head and chuckled. Beside him, Li Chugang focused on Adai, hesitated for a moment, and asked, pointing at Adai, Master, who is this? This is Adai, Jiang Ning paused for a moment and added, "My new junior disciple." Upon hearing this, Li Chugang's gaze remained fixed on Dai. His eyes showed a hint of confusion, a trace of shock, and a bit of disbelief. He vaguely felt that Dai exuded a very familiar aura. That aura was reminiscent of the celestial herb, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, that his master had once given him. Moreover, the aura emanating from Dai seemed even more extraordinary, purer than his Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. What? Could it be that master not only gave him one celestial herb? Li Chugang's heart surged with waves of astonishment. "Master, what kind of disciple have you taken in?" Li Chugang was utterly shocked. "Master, where are you going?" Yin asked curiously. "To the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City. Jiang Ning, to awaken Dai's martial soul." Awaken his martial soul? Yan's eyes lit up. "You took in a disciple without his martial soul being awakened? I want to see what kind of situation Jiang Ning's new disciple is in. I want to go too, I want to see." Li Chugang quickly said. Jiang Ning glanced at the two, knowing their curiosity was piqued. However, having two more people along would make it livelier. "All right, let's go together." Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. At the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City, the hall master and Masayuno had been waiting for a long time. They had, of course, arranged for spies outside the Nodding Academy. As soon as Jiang Ning stepped out, they received the news. Lord Jiang Ning would be visiting the Wuhuan Hall today, a rare opportunity, and they had to curry favor. "Hall master, why hasn't Lord Jiang Ning arrived yet?" Masayuno asked anxiously. "Don't worry, wait a bit longer," the hall master said, feigning calm. "Lord Jiang Ning has a noble status and will surely come." Just as he finished speaking, there was a stir at the entrance of the Wuhuan Hall. "He's here." The hall master and Masayuno hurriedly went to greet him, their faces full of flattering smiles. Lord Jiang Ning, you have finally arrived," the hall master said warmly. "We have been waiting for a long time." "Who is this?" Masayuno's gaze fell on Dai, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "This is my new disciple, Dai," Jiang Ning said. "I brought him to awaken his martial soul." "Awaken his martial soul?" The hall master and Masayuno exchanged glances, their hearts filled with more questions. Lord Jiang Ning personally brought someone to awaken their martial soul. What is Dai's identity to receive such attention from Lord Jiang Ning? No problem, the hall master said hurriedly. "We will take care of the martial soul awakening." "Masayuno, hurry and take Lord Jiang Ning and young master Dai to the martial soul awakening room." "Yes, hall master," Masayuno replied respectfully. He then led Jiang Ning, Dai, Li Chugang, and Yin to the martial soul awakening room. Inside the martial soul awakening room, there was an ancient formation. In the center of the formation was a crystal ball emitting a faint glow. "Lord Jiang Ning, you have been here before. This is our Wuhuan Hall's awakening formation," Masayuno introduced. "Shall we begin now?" Jiang Ning nodded. "Let's start." Following Jiang Ning's instructions, Masayuno walked to the formation and began to preside over the martial soul awakening ceremony. The surrounding formation patterns gradually lit up. He led Dai closer, instructing him to place his palm on the crystal ball. Suddenly, the crystal ball began to emit light, growing brighter and brighter. In an instant, it became as dazzling as the sun. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. With a crisp crack, a fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. The crack rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire crystal ball. Boom! The crystal ball shattered, turning into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The hall master and Masayuno were particularly shocked. They had never seen such a situation during a martial soul awakening ceremony. The crystal ball actually exploded? This was unheard of. This was in the martial soul awakening room. With the formation's assistance. How? How could this happen? Masayuno exclaimed. How could the crystal ball break? The hall master's expression also turned very grim. Yin looked equally bewildered. What the hell? The crystal ball actually broke. What is going on? A full innate soul power should only fully light up the crystal ball, right? Li Chugang's expression was also serious. He vaguely sensed that Dai's martial soul was likely extraordinary. Oh no, my senior brother's position might not be secure anymore. Jiang Ning, however, appeared very calm. This is Dai's template. Dai, Release your martial soul, Jiang Ning said to Adai. Adai nodded, took a deep breath, and focused his mind. A powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly sweeping through the entire martial soul awakening room. Everyone felt a chill run through their hearts. Then, a pitch-black long sword slowly appeared in Adai's hand. The long sword emitted a dark glow, with countless mysterious runes carved on its blade, and a blood-red gem embedded in the hilt. A chilling pressure, along with an aura of evil and darkness, emanated from the long sword. This aura seemed capable of devouring all light and extinguishing all life. What is this martial soul? The Hall Master stared wide-eyed in terror, while Masino trembled all over in fear. What a terrifying aura! Yin couldn't help but exclaim. Wow, what a cool sword! This aura is too terrifying. Li Chugang's expression also turned extremely serious. He could feel that Adai's martial soul was countless times stronger than his. The sword of the underworld, Jiang Ning said. Adai's martial soul is the sword of the underworld. The sword of the underworld? Everyone looked at each other, clearly having never heard of this martial soul before. But judging from the terrifying aura it emitted, I understand now. Adai is not at full innate soul power, Masino said, his voice trembling. And it's full innate soul power at level 20. What? Full innate soul power at level 20? The others were shocked again. Full innate soul power was already extremely rare. Full innate soul power at level 20? They never expected to see it here. This was simply unbelievable. Is this really true? The Hall Master stammered, hardly believing his ears. Masino nodded firmly. It's true, Hall Master. I won't be mistaken. Adai's soul power fluctuation is definitely that of a full innate level 20. The Hall Master was completely stunned, exchanging a glance with Matthew, recalling the legends of the Spirit Hall, the legend of the divine inheritance hidden within, the divine martial soul. He was also extremely shocked at this moment. He had, of course, heard of divine-level martial souls. Amazing, Adai, you actually possess a full innate level 20 soul power. That's incredible. Li Chuang just took a step forward, looking intensely at the Death King's sword in Adai's hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Ning furrowed his brow. Adai, is it really just a full innate level 20? The six-winged angel martial soul is merely the inherited martial soul of the angel deity, a level 1 god in the Douluo divine realm, and it's already full innate level 20. How could the dignified Death King sword martial soul possibly be on par with the six-winged angel martial soul? Suddenly, Adai spoke up. I have another martial soul. What? Another martial soul? Upon hearing this, the others were once again stunned. Twin martial souls? It's actually a twin martial soul. This is simply a miracle among miracles. It might take 1,000 years to see a twin martial soul. Yet today, they were witnessing it firsthand. Is it true? Yan's eyes widened. Adai, you have a second martial soul? Adai nodded, his mind moving once again. A powerful aura erupted from within him. This aura was completely different from the previous Death King's sword. It was eerie, strange, and even more spine-chilling. A huge scythe slowly appeared in Adai's other hand. The scythe was entirely a bizarre black, the blade incredibly sharp, as if it could reap souls. Chains of black coiled around the handle, exuding a suffocating aura of death. This is... The Hall Master was utterly speechless. He felt his heart nearly stop beating. Matthew was so frightened he collapsed to the ground. His face as pale as paper. The scythe of death, Jiang Ning said again, calmly. Adai's second martial soul is the scythe of death. The scythe of death. Just these 4 words were enough to send chills down one's spine. Everyone stared blankly at Adai's twin martial souls. The Death King's sword, the scythe of death. One symbolizes darkness and evil. The other symbolizes death. The simultaneous appearance of these 2 martial souls in one person. What does it mean? No one knows. But everyone understands that this young man before them absolutely possesses terrifying potential. Chapter 81, BB Dong. I want to go to Nodding City and meet that person. In the holy city of the Spirit Hall, inside the solemn and majestic Pope's Hall, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. BB Dong suddenly stood up, her luxurious Pope robe swaying slightly, the curves on her chest rising and falling. What? Tang Hao! He has finally appeared? Her voice carried a rare hint of disarray, breaking the silence in the hall, and a flash of killing intent crossed her eyes. Ghost Douluo continued, "Your Holiness, perhaps the person still in Nodding City is more important than Tang Hao." "Oh," Bibi Dong immediately asked in confusion. "Why?" "Because that person can help people refine their martial souls." Bibi Dong was taken aback, then came back to her senses. "Refine martial souls? You mean that person can refine martial souls?" Ghost Douluo, standing below, wore an uncontrollable smile on his face. Hearing the Pope's question, he replied with a grin. "Your Holiness, can't you see my change?" Before he finished speaking, the soul power surged from Ghost Douluo's body. In an instant, a holy light burst forth from within him, dispelling the cold aura that had been surrounding him. The pure world white phoenix martial soul suddenly manifested, a snow-white phoenix phantom, shimmering with sacred light among its feathers, slowly unfolded its wings behind him. Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly constricted, her purple eyes filled with shock. She stared intensely at the martial soul behind Ghost Douluo, as if her breath had stopped for a moment. The appearance of the opponent's martial soul had transformed into this form. Moreover, this aura, Bibi Dong felt a surge of unprecedented threat from that pure and holy power. How is this possible? Previously, although Ghost Douluo's ghostly martial soul was unpredictable, in terms of strangeness and evil power, it could not be compared with her top beast martial soul. But now, the change in Ghost Douluo's martial soul made even this powerful Pope feel a pang of fear. The only ones capable of suppressing me attribute-wise are the Holy Light Dragon, Holy Light Phoenix, or Six-Winged Angels. This pure world white phoenix is not a power of light. It is a power of purification. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a storm brewing in her heart, various notions flashing through her mind like lightning. Ghost Douluo did not notice the complex emotions of the Pope and remained immersed in the joy of his martial soul's transformation. He continued speaking, "Your Holiness, my martial soul has completely transformed into the pure world white phoenix. The martial soul of Evil Moon has also evolved into the 9 Nethermoon Soul Blade." As soon as Ghost Douluo finished speaking, Evil Moon immediately stepped forward. He flipped his palm, and a crescent-shaped soul blade appeared. The blade radiated a deep light, as if it could devour all light. The 9 Nethermoon Soul Blade martial soul was revealed. Bibi Dong couldn't help but stop her chaotic thoughts and looked up. Although Evil Moon's martial soul change was not as earth-shattering as Ghost Douluo's, the sharp aura it exuded far surpassed the past. What kind of magical power is this martial soul refinement? Ghost Douluo seemed very pleased with the Pope's shocked expression and continued to reveal more. Not only the refinement of martial souls, but also Hulaina's martial soul compatibility has improved. Improved soul compatibility? Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her curiosity and shock. She flashed and instantly appeared in front of Hulaina. Her movement was so swift that it left a faint purple afterimage in the air. "Laina, tell me how you feel." Bibi Dong's voice carried a sense of urgency as her purple eyes fixed tightly on her disciple. Hulaina was startled by the Pope's sudden action, but immediately responded respectfully. "Teacher, I feel that my mental strength has become more refined, and my control over charm is also strengthened," and Hulaina paused slightly, as if organizing her words. "Moreover, I feel that my connection with my martial soul has become closer as if the martial soul has become more a part of my body." Hulaina's description left Bibi Dong once again in shock. Improved martial soul compatibility? This is simply unheard of. It is known that martial soul compatibility is predetermined and almost impossible to change through postnatal means. Yet now, Hulaina personally told her that her martial soul compatibility had improved. This completely overturned her long-held understanding. "By the way, what about Yen?" Bibi Dong suppressed the shock in her heart and asked in a deep voice. She thought of the last member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Yen. Ghost Douluo, upon hearing the Pope mention Yen, paused for a moment, looking a bit awkward as he said, "Your Holiness, the effect of martial soul refinement is random. Yan's martial soul has devolved into a stick figure." At this point, Ghost Douluo's voice carried a hint of suppressed amusement, but he quickly collected himself and added, "However, It can be refined once a week, so he stayed over there waiting for the next refinement. A stick figure? Bibi Dong was stunned. She imagined Yan's proud and arrogant personality. If his martial soul really turned into a stick figure, what kind of expression would he have? A sense of inexplicable humor surged in her heart, but it was quickly suppressed. After thinking for a moment, Bibi Dong looked at Ghost Douluo again and asked calmly, "Ghost Douluo, did you previously tell me you wanted to leave the spirit hall because of this? Let me ask you again. Do you really want to leave the spirit hall?" Ghost Douluo was taken aback upon hearing this. He did not expect the Pope to suddenly ask this. But soon, he firmly nodded and said, "Yes, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong continued to inquire. "Why?" Ghost Douluo was silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his words. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of relief, along with a trace of barely perceptible bitterness. "Your Holiness, the previous ghostly martial soul made me neither human nor ghost. My body and spirit were affected. Now, given this opportunity to change my martial soul, I want to choose my life anew." Choose my life anew? Bibi Dong murmured this phrase, a complex light flashing in her purple eyes. That light seemed to be resentment, pain, expectation, and joy, eventually settling into calm. She gazed at Ghost Douluo and said in a flat tone, "I will discuss your departure from the Spirit Hall with the Grand Elder, in addition to your own request." Upon hearing this, Ghost Douluo immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling him not to be overly polite, and continued, "However, before you leave, arrange one more thing for me. I want to go to Nodding City and meet that person. This matter should not be known to others." Bibi Dong's voice was light, but it carried an undeniable authority. "By the way, Ju Douluo has returned. You should also ask him if he wants to join." Chapter 82. Chrysanthemum Douluo. I'm with you. The exquisite chrysanthemums, each one like a meticulously crafted piece of art, gently sway in the breeze. Chrysanthemum Douluo is carefully trimming the flower branches. Suddenly, the figure of Ghost Douluo appears in front of the chrysanthemum garden. Yueguan furrows his brows and looks up. "Old Ghost." Ghost Douluo is surrounded by an unprecedented aura, completely different from his usual cold and eerie demeanor. His soul power surges, and a pure white phoenix phantom appears behind him, slowly spreading its wings, each feather shimmering with a crystalline sheen. The scissors in Yueguan's hand clatter to the ground. The calm on his face instantly shatters, replaced by shock. Your martial soul?" Yueguan's voice trembles, tinged with a barely perceptible panic. "Pure world, white phoenix." Ghost Douluo retracts his martial soul, and the phoenix phantom dissipates. "My martial soul has changed." Ghost Douluo says, his expression calm. "Changed?" These two words strike like thunder in Yueguan's mind. He feels as if his worldview is collapsing at this moment. The martial soul is the foundation of a soul master. How could just change? This is simply absurd. More importantly, Yueguan's expression instantly darkens, anger surging like a tide. "Old Ghost, your martial soul has changed." Then what about our martial soul fusion technique? Yueguan's voice suddenly rises, sharp and frantic. The two of them, the golden partners of the Spear Hall, the left and right arms of the Pope, relying on that unparalleled martial soul fusion technique to traverse the Douluo Continent. Without it, their strength and status would be significantly reduced. For someone like Chrysanthemum Douluo, who has always regarded the martial soul fusion technique as a source of pride, this is simply unacceptable. Ghost Douluo seems to have anticipated Yueguan's reaction. He is not angry, just calmly watching Yueguan. Martial soul fusion technique? Ghost Douluo chuckles lightly and shakes his head. "Old buddy, times have changed. Times have changed." Yueguan is stunned, looking at Ghost Douluo with confusion, not understanding the meaning of his words. "What do you mean?" Yueguan stares intently at Ghost Douluo, trying to read something from his face. Ghost Douluo smiles mysteriously, leans closer to Yueguan, and lowers his voice. "There's an opportunity before you now, an opportunity that can completely change you. Will you take it?" "What opportunity?" Yueguan frowns and asks, his tone full of skepticism. He doesn't believe there is any opportunity more important than the martial soul fusion technique. Ghost Douluo does not answer directly, merely maintaining his mysterious smile. "It can also change your martial soul. As for how to change it, you will know when you go." He speaks with feigned mystery, his tone laced with temptation. Yueguan falls silent. Change his own martial soul? He looks at Ghost Douluo, his eyes filled with hesitation and struggle. Although he does not know what Ghost Douluo is up to, he has a vague feeling that this opportunity might really be extraordinary. Go. In the end, Yueguan nods and agrees. He wants to know what Ghost Douluo is really planning. He also wants to know what this so-called opportunity to change his martial soul is. Seeing Yueguan agree, Ghost Douluo reveals a relieved smile. He pats Yueguan on the shoulder, as if they are old friends, and his tone becomes more relaxed. I knew you would go, Ghost Douluo says with a smile, a hint of relief in his voice. Then, Ghost Douluo sighs, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Old buddy, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Ghost Douluo's voice lowers, carrying a barely perceptible loneliness. Yueguan looks at Ghost Douluo in confusion. He rarely sees Ghost Douluo show such emotional expressions. Ghost Douluo slowly opens his mouth, his tone deep and slow, as if recounting a secret buried deep in his heart. I plan to leave the spirit hall. Ghost Douluo's words stir up a storm in Yueguan's heart once again. Leave the spirit hall? How is that possible? Ghost Douluo is an elder of the spirit hall, a favored individual by the Pope, a presence above 10,000 others. Why would he want to leave the spirit hall? Are you crazy? Yueguan exclaims, his voice slightly changing pitch. He can hardly believe his ears. Ghost Douluo actually wants to leave the spirit hall. This is simply unbelievable. Ghost Douluo gives a bitter smile and shakes his head. I'm not crazy. I'm very clear-headed. Ghost Douluo's voice carries a hint of weariness, a touch of helplessness. The Pope has already agreed. Ghost Douluo continues, his tone carrying a hint of relief. The Pope agreed? Yueguan is even more shocked. If even the Pope agreed, what on earth is going on? The Grand Elder still doesn't know. A hint of worry flashes in Ghost Douluo's eyes, but he quickly steadies himself. However, I've already made up my mind. I've already made up my mind. These 5 words are filled with resolution. Yueguan looks at Ghost Douluo, his heart trembling. He suddenly realizes that Ghost Douluo is serious this time. He really intends to leave the spirit hall. Why? Yueguan is filled with questions. He does not understand why Ghost Douluo would make such a decision. Isn't the spirit hall good? Power, status, glory, everything one could wish for. Why give all up? Why? Yueguan cannot help but ask, his tone full of confusion. Ghost Douluo remains silent for a moment, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes, a touch of disgust. Why? Ghost Douluo murmurs to himself, as if questioning himself, or perhaps answering Yueguan. Perhaps it's because of my martial soul. Ghost Douluo's voice is soft, yet carries a heavy oppression. Martial soul? Yueguan is even more puzzled. Hasn't Ghost Douluo always had the specter martial soul? What problem could there be? I hate my martial soul. Ghost Douluo's voice trembles, filled with an indescribable pain. Hate? Yueguan is stunned. Isn't the martial soul the source of a soul master's power? To hate one's own martial soul is to deny everything about oneself. Ghost Douluo takes a deep breath and continues. I've always felt that my life has been ruined by this martial soul. Ruined? Yueguan is even more baffled. Ghost Douluo possesses immense strength and a high status. How can he say he has been ruined by his martial soul? Once I felt like I was just a flaw. Yueguan's heart jolts. He seems to understand Ghost Douluo's meaning somewhat. They are both titled Douluos, yet are troubled by the flaws of their martial souls. Ghost Douluo's specter martial soul, although powerful and mysterious, makes him feel less than human. His fellow villagers were all devoured, and his own chrysanthemum martial soul, while beautiful, has also led him to be mocked as neither man nor woman. Yueguan falls silent. He looks at Ghost Douluo, his heart filled with mixed emotions. They truly are kindred spirits in suffering. He steps forward and pats Ghost Douluo on the shoulder. Old Ghost, no more words. I'm with you. Chapter 83, titled Douluo Summoning Xin Baichuan. Nodding City. Jiang Ning stretched lazily and sat up from bed. Habitually, he opened the system panel in his sea of consciousness. Since he had completed tasks consecutively, the system's attitude towards him had improved significantly. Finally, he didn't have to worry about being jolted awake by system notifications while sleeping. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Number of disciples reached 500. Task reward. Soul power level 10. God-given soul ring 1. Title Douluo summoning card 1. The host's current disciple title is a rookie ordinary master, unlocked to a beloved general master. Gain 20 of disciples' soul power cultivation. A series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. He was momentarily stunned. Then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He did it. 500 disciples. And he completed it so quickly? Now, accepting disciples had become a conveyor belt process for him. To save himself from having to appear every time, he had Yuan Gang create a master acceptance contract, and then he had it stamped. He let Yuan Gang handle the useless disciples, just putting a thumbprint and stamping it. And it was done. Later, he would give a disciple rewards to Yuan Gang to distribute. But even so, he never expected it. Yuan Gang really was a resourceful guy. In just a few days, he managed to complete the task of accepting 500 disciples. Although these disciples were not very strong, the highest among them was just over 80, and most were between 50 and 70. But the sheer number was enough, as long as it completed the system task. That was all that mattered. Furthermore, the system rewards were indeed generous. His soul power jumped 10 levels directly, along with the previous series of rewards. This was simply a rocket-like upgrade speed. After all, he had worked hard to absorb the God-given soul ring, only increasing his soul power by 2 levels. Now, just by completing a disciple task, he directly increased by 10 levels. Cultivation? What cultivation? This was simply too exhilarating. Not to mention the God-given soul ring and the title Douluo summoning card. The God-given soul ring, needless to say, saved him the trouble of hunting soul beasts. And the title Douluo summoning card. Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with anticipation. A title Douluo, that was the pinnacle existence on the Douluo Continent. Although he now had a Chu soul, ever since the Wuhuan temple sent someone, he vaguely felt that one Chu soul, combined with himself, wasn't quite enough. If he could summon a powerful title Douluo system, claim the task rewards. Jiang Ning eagerly chanted in his heart. Congratulations to the host for successfully claiming the task rewards. Soul power level 10. God-given soul ring has been stored in the system warehouse. Title Douluo summoning card has been stored in the system warehouse. As the system notifications concluded, Jiang Ning felt a powerful energy surge into his body. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Jiang Ning was exhilarated. How long had it been since the Tang Hao incident? In just half a month, he soared from Soul Master to Soul King. This upgrade speed was simply astonishing. However, he didn't notice any immediate effects of the buff that increased his disciples' soul power. After all, the disciples were still very weak. But thinking ahead, the further he went, the more beneficial it would be. After all, with 500 disciples, even if each disciple cultivated just a little soul power daily, it would add up to a substantial number. It was like upgrading while lying down. The more Jiang Ning thought about it, the more excited he became, nearly grinning from ear to ear. He couldn't wait to take out the title Douluo summoning card. The summoning card was entirely gold, with intricate patterns engraved on its surface, emanating a mysterious and powerful aura. This aura felt much stronger than when he summoned the Chu soul. Use the title Douluo summoning card. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning chose to use it. Do you want to use the title Douluo summoning card? Yes. Title Douluo summoning card used successfully, beginning to summon title Douluo. As the system notification sounded, the summoning card transformed into a beam of golden light. The golden light rapidly expanded in the air, forming a massive golden vortex. Soon, within the vortex, a powerful aura began to manifest, as if something was being drawn out. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged from the vortex. It was a burly man in black armor. He had a resolute face, sharp eyes, and exuded a strong sense of oppression. Just standing there, he resembled an imposing mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. This title Douluo. Jiang Ning looked at the burly man before him. His heart trembled. Just from the feeling, it was clear that this title Douluo was stronger than the Chu soul. Name, Xian Baichuan level, 94th Defense System title of Martial Soul, 10,000 Beast Cauldron, Soul Rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red soul skills. Special, possesses a 100,000 year soul ring, A line of information floated before Jiang Ning's eyes. When he saw Xian Baichuan's soul ring configuration, he was shocked again. A 100,000-year soul ring. He actually had a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, he was a 94th level defense system titled Douluo. If the cauldron-type martial soul was used for defense, the defensive power must be incredibly strong. At 94th level of soul power, combined with a 100,000-year soul ring, how terrifying would the defense be? Jiang Ning could hardly imagine it. Underling Xian Baichuan greets the master. Xian Baichuan knelt down on one knee before Jiang Ning, speaking respectfully. Awesome. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Get up. Jiang Ning suppressed his excitement and tried to appear calm. Show me your martial soul. Yes, master. Xian Baichuan replied, slowly standing up. He took a deep breath, and a powerful wave of soul power radiated from his body. A massive black cauldron slowly appeared behind him. The cauldron was entirely pitch black, square-shaped, with various ancient fierce beasts carved in relief on its surface. Tao Tai, Qiangqi Tao Chaos. Various fierce beasts seemed so lifelike, as if they were about to break free from the cauldron, exuding a chilling aura. The 10,000 Beast Cauldron. Just a glance gave one an indestructible feeling. Master, with my current strength, there is no one at the same level who can break through my defense. Xian Baichuan said confidently, his eyes filled with pride. No one could break through his defense. Jiang Ning was overjoyed to hear Xian Baichuan's words. Xian Baichuan's defensive power was so strong. He was simply a perfect meat shield. This time, his luck was indeed good. With Xian Baichuan's protection combined with the Chu Soul's offense, if Tang Hao came again, what would it matter? He probably wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Chapter 84. Summoning the Soul Saint. Unlocking the Soul Refining Tower. Jiang Ning's mind stirred. Right? He had received a Soul Saint summoning card as a reward for completing a task before. He twitched his lips. What does he need a Soul Saint for? There are already 2 titled Douluos. Plus, if he absorbs a Divine Soul Ring, he would be a Soul King. However, it's better than nothing. If it's free, why not use it? Jiang Ning silently chanted and used the Soul Saint summoning card. Ding! Soul Saint summoning card used successfully. Soul Saint is being summoned. A flash of light appeared, and a stunning beauty appeared before Jiang Ning. The beauty wore a green long dress, her figure graceful and skin as white as snow. Her features were like a painting, with a playful and cute charm in her glances. The beauty bowed gracefully and spoke, Yalan, I greet my master. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. Wow, this temperament. Incredible. Ha! The system's products must be top-notch. What is your martial soul? Jiang Ning asked gently. Yalan lifted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Master, my martial soul is the Emerald Spirit Deer. Emerald Spirit Deer. It sounds beautiful. The more Jiang Ning looked at Yalan, the more satisfied he became. His heart raced. He really wanted to. Cough, cough. What am I thinking? I am a man who wants to become strong. How can mere beauty sway me? I'll wait until night. Well, you'll follow me from now on, Jiang Ning said, lightly coughing. Yalan smiled sweetly. Yes, master. Yalan will follow your every command. Jiang Ning felt his bones go weak. What a sin. He is a serious person. He must remain calm. He must stay collected. He must exercise restraint. Right? Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something. I still have a divine soul ring to absorb. Saying this, Jiang Ning flipped his palm, and the divine soul ring quietly lay in his hand. Yalan's beautiful eyes widened, filled with shock as she looked at the divine soul ring. Master, what is this soul ring? Xian Baichuan also leaned over, his face equally astonished upon seeing the divine soul ring. This is the divine soul ring. Jiang Ning said with a faint smile. As long as I absorb it, I won't need to hunt a soul beast to obtain a soul ring. What? Xian Baichuan exclaimed. Master, you actually have such a treasure. Jiang Ning was a bit stunned. Where did these titled Douluos and soul saints summoned by the system come from? Is this a genuine surprise, or just flattery? Never mind. As long as they listen to me, that's enough. All right, I'm going to absorb the soul ring now. Jiang Ning said, walking to the side and sitting cross-legged. Then he focused his mind. The divine soul ring slowly rose, emitting a soft light that enveloped Jiang Ning. After a moment, Jiang Ning felt a lightness in his body. The bottleneck within him finally broke through. Jiang Ning's soul power began to rapidly ascend. 51st level, 52nd level, 53rd level. His soul power level surged forward, ultimately stopping at level 58. Jiang Ning opened his eyes, a gleam flashing in them. Done. In just 2 weeks, he had progressed from Soul Master to Soul King. This speed is simply against the heavens. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of accepting 500 disciples, unlocking the system's Soul Refining Tower. Please choose a location for the Soul Refining Tower. The system's prompt echoed in Jiang Ning's mind. Soul Refining Tower? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. Location for the Soul Refining Tower? Oh no, how did I forget this? Jiang Ning thought for a moment. Why isn't the Soul Refining Tower a teleportation array? If it's a placement location, the Academy's playground is quite spacious. Let's place it there. Moments later, Jiang Ning arrived at the playground. Everyone, step aside, step aside. Jiang Ning shouted at the students on the playground, his voice echoing throughout. The students who were practicing stopped and looked at Jiang Ning with puzzled expressions. What does the master want to do? I don't know. It looks like something big is about to happen. Instantly, a group of students began to speculate. Many gazes secretly turned towards Yelan and Xian Baichuan, filled with curiosity. Look, who are those two beside the master? Such beautiful ladies, such powerful auras. Yeah, that lady is so beautiful. I feel like my heart is melting. And that strong man, his aura is terrifying, feels even stronger than Teacher Chuan. Step aside, didn't you hear? Xian Baichuan shouted at the students, causing them to feel a buzzing in their ears. The students quickly dispersed to the sides of the playground. In the blink of an eye, a large space opened up on the playground. Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. Then, he walked to the center of the playground, focusing his mind. Beep! Successful selection of the Soul Refining Tower placement location, currently being placed. As the system's prompt finished, Jiang Ning felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from the void. Suddenly, a phantom of a tall tower appeared on the playground. The phantom became more solid and clearer. Ultimately, a towering high tower rose from the ground, appearing on the playground. The tower presented an ancient bronze color. Countless mysterious runes were carved on its surface, emitting a faint glow. The tower's top pierced the clouds, and it was impossible to see the top. Ding! The Soul Refining Tower has been successfully placed. Wow! Jiang Ning exclaimed, looking at the suddenly appeared tower, cursing. Is this the Soul Refining Tower? This is too exaggerated. It's simply a colossal structure. I wanted to develop quietly, but now how can I do that? My goodness, what is this thing? A tower, such a big tower. Did the master summon this? It's incredible. Where did this tower come from? I can feel the powerful soul power fluctuations. Me too, there must be good things inside this tower. The master is truly amazing, able to summon such a miraculous tower. Master is mighty. Master is imposing. The students were completely ecstatic. Looking at the suddenly appeared magnificent tower, they were all dumbfounded. Shocked beyond measure. Not only the students on the playground, but everyone in the entire academy was stirred by this sudden change. Everyone saw the soaring tower and felt this strong and mysterious aura. Instantly, everyone rushed towards the playground, eager to catch a glimpse of the true form of this mysterious tower. Chapter 85. Combat Power Rating List and Challenge Layer List. Master, what is this? Yilwan's beautiful eyes were also filled with surprise. This is the Soul Refining Tower, Jiang Ning said slowly. Soul Refining Tower? Xian Baichuan and Yilwan exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Let's go take a look, Jiang Ning said, leading the way towards the Soul Refining Tower, with Xian Baichuan and Yilwan quickly following. The three arrived at the front of the Soul Refining Tower and looked up, feeling even more impressed by the grandeur of the tower. The large door in front of the Soul Refining Tower was open, and inside was a sea of mist that obscured the view from the outside. Jiang Ning eagerly stepped inside, followed closely by Xian Baichuan and Yilwan. Upon entering the Soul Refining Tower, the scenery changed before their eyes. The mist vanished instantly, replaced by a vast square with a white space above it. Countless colorful light orbs floated in the space. Each light orb contained a treasure. Jiang Ning stared at the light orbs, his eyes widening in astonishment. They've directly revealed the prize pool. He approached one of the light orbs and reached out to touch it. The orb instantly dispersed, and a description of the item appeared before Jiang Ning. 100-year soul ring. Random attribute. 100-year soul ring? Jiang Ning was slightly taken aback. The prize pool of the soul refining tower actually includes soul rings similar to the God-given soul rings. He looked at the other light orbs and touched a few more. Descriptions of the items inside the light orbs were instantly transmitted to him. Level 1 Soul Power Enhancement card below Soul King. 100-year Soul Bone Fragment, random part. Martial Soul Evolution Pill, low level. Soul Ring Strengthening Fragment, 100-year. Random 1000-year Soul Bone Treasure Box, random part. Random 10,000-year Soul Bone Treasure Box, random part. Random 100-year Immortal Her Treasure Box, random type. A variety of rewards. There was an impressive array of items, including soul rings, soul bones, martial soul evolution, and cultivation items. All kinds of treasures that help enhance strength, strengthen martial souls, and accelerate cultivation speed were in the prize pool of the Soul Refining Tower. My God, Jiang Ning exclaimed. The rewards from the Soul Refining Tower are incredibly generous. Master, the rewards from the Soul Refining Tower are so rich, Xian Baichuan also exclaimed, gazing at the prize pool with longing in his eyes. Even I don't have a complete set of soul bones. And there are actually 10,000-year soul bone treasure boxes in this prize pool. Yilwan was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She had just obtained some information from the prize pool and had even seen a designated soul bone treasure box, 10,000-year. With this soul refining tower, the students of the academy would undoubtedly see a significant improvement in their strength. After all, compared to the luck-based soul washing pool, these rewards are tangible. Jiang Ning thought. Don't underestimate the 100-year soul bones. They sound amusing, but how many soul masters in the entire Douluo Continent actually possess soul bones? As long as it's a soul bone, it can enhance physical quality. Absorbing it early and modifying the body is equivalent to enhancing cultivation potential. However, what are the rules? Just now, they could only obtain information about the items, but couldn't actually take them. Clearly, they needed to follow the rules of the Soul Refining Tower. Ding ding. The rules of the Soul Refining Tower have been updated. Rule 1. Each disciple can challenge the Soul Refining Tower 3 times a week. Rule 2. For the first successful clearing of each layer of the Soul Refining Tower, disciples will be rated based on their performance and receive corresponding rewards. Rule 3. The host can randomly draw 1 item from the rewards obtained by each disciple. The system's prompt sounded again. 3 challenge opportunities per week? 3 is a lot, but it's better than the soul washing pool. Reward for the first successful clearing of each layer? Level assessment? That makes sense otherwise. It would be too simple if they could only focus on 1 layer. However, I can also draw from the disciples' rewards? Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. The rules of the Soul Refining Tower are quite interesting. He thought, this is the most satisfying. The disciples work hard, and I can just relax and get stronger. There are also leaderboards? Jiang Ning noticed that the system prompt mentioned leaderboards as well. Please note, the Soul Refining Tower leaderboard has been opened. Jiang Ning looked up and saw a huge screen appear in the hall. The leaderboard is divided into individual and team rankings. The individual leaderboard consists of combat power rating list and challenge layer count list. The team leaderboard consists of team rating list and team challenge layer count list. Please note, teams must consist of 7 or fewer members to participate in the team leaderboard. The leaderboard is settled once a week, and additional exclusive rewards will be issued based on rankings. Jiang Ning looked at the system prompt and already had a rough understanding. The Soul Refining Tower is not only a treasure trove of rich rewards, but also a fiercely competitive stage. The individual and team leaderboards are designed to encourage disciples to work hard and continuously improve. The additional exclusive rewards for the leaderboard, although not detailed, must also be very enticing. Otherwise, it wouldn't attract disciples to compete. Interesting, Jiang Ning's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful smile. With the combination of the soul washing pool and the soul refining tower, these elements together will certainly allow his disciples to experience a qualitative leap. Xian Baichuan. Jiang Ning turned to Xian Baichuan. This soul refining tower will be the most important training ground for our academy in the future. You will be in charge of guarding it. This is your responsibility. Do you understand? Xian Baichuan quickly nodded, but then immediately asked, Master, can I also enter the trials? Jiang Ning was taken aback. He truly didn't know, as he had just mentioned his disciples. System, can my subordinates use the soul washing pool and the soul refining tower? Jiang Ning decided to ask directly. Ding ding, the host's subordinates, as members of the sect, have the same calculation and reward methods, but do not participate in the leaderboard calculations. What? Jiang Ning was shocked. So, my 3 subordinates can also use the soul refining tower to quickly improve. Right now, Chu Han and Xian Baichuan had both reached level 94 soul power. If they made some progress, wouldn't that mean they could reach the super Douluo realm? He was overjoyed. Why would he be unhappy about his people getting stronger? He immediately spoke, that's fine. However, you shouldn't challenge the tower for now. My disciples are about to come and challenge it. So you should guard for now? Yes, master. Xian Baichuan replied promptly. After arranging Xian Baichuan, Yilwan also asked, Master, what about me? What will I do in the future? As for you, Yilwan. Jiang Ning looked at Yilwan, feeling a surge of excitement. You could be my personal maid for now. By the way, I have a soul washing pool over there. Come with me, and I'll take you to experience it. Chapter 86, Spark Squad, the trial begins. The soul refining tower stood tall and majestic, like a sword piercing the clouds. The ancient tower exuded a faint pressure from each level. Li Chugang walked at the front, with Yin closely following and A Dai trailing behind them. By the time the 3 arrived at the tower, many students had already gathered around. They formed small groups, either whispering to each other or silently observing the soul refining tower. When the students saw Li Chugang arrive, their eyes brightened, and they eagerly greeted him. The senior brother is here. Hello, senior brother. With each greeting, the students instinctively made way, their eyes filled with reverence. Li Chugang nodded slightly in response. Yin wore a proud expression, straightening his chest. He quite liked the atmosphere here. Although the title of senior brother wasn't directed at him, he thought, when it comes to soul power, I'm the highest. Tomorrow, he would be able to refine his martial soul again. Once his martial soul was refined, would Li Chugang, the senior brother, still be able to sit still? Adai simply smiled innocently. Wang Sheng, Xiaolan, and Xiao Wu were standing not far away. They also noticed Li Chugang and his group. Wang Sheng's eyes lit up as he quickly approached. Senior brother, you all came too. Li Chugang smiled and nodded. Yes, I came to see what mysteries this soul refining tower holds. Xiaolan and Xiao Wu also came over, curiously sizing up Yin and Adai. Who are these 2? Xiaolan asked softly. Yin, my master's disciple from the martial soul hall. Adai, a new disciple my master took in a couple of days ago. Teacher Chu Han just brought him back after he obtained his spirit ring. Li Chugang introduced simply. Wang Sheng scanned Yin and Adai, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. These 2 have quite a strong aura. And Adai, he looks about 6 or 7 years old, similar to Xiao Wu and Xiaolan. And he has obtained a spirit ring? Senior brother, we were just planning a team up to challenge this soul refining tower. Would you like to join us? Wang Sheng proposed. Li Chugang looked at Wang Sheng and then at Xiaolan and Xiao Wu, quickly calculating in his mind. What's the maximum number of people for a team? Li Chugang asked. 7, Wang Sheng replied. Li Chugang nodded and turned to Yin and Adai. Yan, Adai, you 2 should join as well. Yin naturally had no objections and nodded excitedly. Adai also smiled in agreement. Seeing this, Wang Sheng's face lit up. Great, that makes 6 of us. The other students around felt a stir when they heard Li Chugang was forming a team. They were unaware of the challenge difficulty of the soul refining tower. Now, no one dared to be the first to attempt it alone. Teaming up would undoubtedly help face the challenges better and increase the chances of success. Although most of the people there were first-ring soul masters, they knew that compared to senior brother Li Chugang, Wang Sheng, and Xiao Wu, they were definitely the strongest. If only they could team up with senior brother Li Chugang. However, they were also worried about their insufficient strength, hesitating and not daring to step forward rashly. Just as everyone was hesitating, a somewhat abrupt voice sounded. Hello, senior brother. It was AI Kun, coming over with a big smile on his face. His martial soul was a pancake, a somewhat peculiar food-type martial soul. But at this moment, he was unusually confident. Senior brother, you know me, a food-type soul master, first ring, and my martial soul has fused with a 10,000-year-old refined white poria. AI Kun spoke with a hint of pride. You still have a spot in your team. What do you think of me? Besides being supportive, I can sing, dance, and rap. I'm definitely the atmosphere maker in the team. After his performance, AI Kun panted, his face filled with anticipation. Li Chugang looked at AI Kun, somewhat surprised. This person, his master praised him for being clever and suggested that he learn more. Moreover, the team indeed lacked a support-type soul master. Although food-type soul masters weren't strong in combat, they had unique roles in support. Does your first soul skill have a support effect? Li Chugang asked. Yes, absolutely. My first soul skill can increase soul power and restore stamina. AI Kun hurriedly responded, fearing that Li Chugang wouldn't believe him. Li Chugang pondered for a moment and made a decision. All right, you can join, Li Chugang said. Upon hearing this, AI Kun was overjoyed. Really? That's great. Thank you. Senior brother, thank you. AI Kun repeatedly expressed his gratitude and then ran to the back of the team, fearing that Li Chugang might change his mind. Li Chugang then led the team toward the innermost part of the soul refining tower. The other students, seeing someone challenging the tower, hurriedly followed behind. In the great hall of the first floor of the soul refining tower, a strong man stood, looking at Li Chugang. Li Chugang felt an invisible pressure emanating from the man, and his heart sank. There was another title, Do-level powerhouse, beside his master. Hello, teacher. Li Chugang respectfully bowed to Xian Baichuan, and Wang Sheng and the others quickly followed suit. Not knowing the man's name, Li Chugang decided to address him as teacher, which was never wrong. Xian Baichuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Li Chugang and the others. Are you here to challenge in a team? Yes, teacher. Li Chugang respectfully replied. Go ahead, but you need to come up with a team name. Xian Baichuan said. Come up with a team name? Li Chugang was slightly taken aback and then looked at the others behind him. Does anyone have good suggestions? Li Chugang asked. Wang Sheng, Xiaolan, Xiaowu, Yan Adai, and the newly joined AI Kun all fell into thought. Pancake team? AI Kun said proudly. The others twitched their lips. Wang Sheng thought for a moment and suggested. How about 7-star battle team? Too ordinary. Yin pouted, clearly dissatisfied with the name. Xiaowu blinked her eyes. How about Dance of Miracles? No, that's too girly. Yin quickly shook his head. Xiaolan pondered for a moment and said softly, I think. How about Spark Squad? Spark Squad. Li Chugang murmured, feeling that the name was quite good and had a nice meaning. Let's call it Spark Squad. Li Chugang decisively decided. The others had no objections and nodded in agreement. Spark Squad. Upon hearing this name, Xian Baichuan nodded slightly. After Jiang Ning granted him the management authority of the Soul Refining Tower, he quickly grasped the usage information here. With a wave of his hand, the information of Spark Squad appeared on the huge battle team leaderboard. Go ahead, step into the formation ahead, and you can start the challenge. Xian Baichuan waved his hand, indicating that Li Chugang and the others could begin. Li Chugang led the members of Spark Squad to the formation at the entrance of the Soul Refining Tower. The formation was composed of complex patterns, radiating a faint glow. Once all 7 entered the formation, the light of the formation suddenly surged, and a dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, engulfing the 7's figures. Chapter 87. Rating. Old cow breaking the cart. The 7 of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously. What greeted them was a soft, white light. They found themselves inside a circular light shield, like a giant bowl turned upside down. Outside the shield was a haze, indistinct and unclear. Just as everyone was puzzled, several huge golden characters suddenly materialized in the air in front of the light shield. First layer team trial. The words had a metallic texture, floating in mid-air, emitting a faint glow. Immediately after, a second line of text appeared below. Kill 10 10-year soul beasts, the nether wolf, within 30 minutes. The last line of text appeared, carrying a hint of coldness. Officially starting in 1 minute. A countdown timer appeared below the text, showing 60 seconds, clearly and slowly ticking down. Yin smirked, disdainfully chuckling. What is this? Just this? He looked around, his eyes filled with contempt. The first layer of the trial was too easy. 10-year soul beasts and nether wolves, which had no special attributes. He pointed at himself, speaking arrogantly. I can handle this alone. You guys just watch me perform. Beside him, Iquan scoffed and muttered softly. What is he bragging about? No matter what, they are still 10-year soul beasts. Yan's sharp ears immediately caught Iquan's voice, and he glared. What did you say? You little oil cake, don't believe it, huh? His soul power surged suddenly. 3 rings of soul rings appeared instantly, 2 yellow and 1 purple, slowly rotating beneath him. The aura of a soul master was released without reservation. The strong fluctuation of soul power even slightly distorted the air inside the light shield. Wang Sheng, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, Iquan, and Adeo were all stunned by Yan's sudden outburst of power. They didn't know the true strength of Yan and Adeo. They only knew that the two were newly accepted disciples of their master. They hadn't expected one to be a 3-ring soul master. In their team, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, and Adeo were only 6 years old, still at the soul master stage. They thought Yin looked older and assumed he was also just a soul master. Secretly took in a 3-ring soul master as a disciple. Iquan's eyes were complex, and his gaze towards Yin was filled with shock and a hint of strangeness. Master only takes in useless ones, right? Hearing this, Li Chugang's expression became somewhat strange. He glanced at Yin, as if wanting to say something, but hesitating. Yin noticed Li Chugang's gaze and frantically gestured to him, raising his eyebrows and winking, his eyes carrying 3 parts warning and 7 parts pleading. Li Chugang received Yan's signal, fell silent, and ultimately said nothing. The countdown continued, and the color of the light shield began to fade, its edges becoming blurred. Yin looked at the increasingly thin light shield, his confident smile brightening even more. Watch carefully, everyone. Let me show you what real strength is. He strode towards the edge of the light shield, eager to showcase his skills. The light shield completely vanished. 10 nether wolves appeared in front of everyone. The nether wolves were completely black, with shiny fur and eyes flashing with a ghostly green light, sharp fangs and claws exuding a fierce aura. As soon as they appeared, they immediately spotted Yin, who was standing at the front, and without hesitation, surrounded him, growling deeply. Facing the attack of 10 nether wolves, Yin coldly snorted in disdain. A group of 10-year soul beasts dares to act recklessly in front of me. He immediately released his martial soul. With a flash of fire, a flaming stickman phantom replaced his original flame, Lord Martial Soul, merging into his body. Yan's smile froze. He felt that after the change in his martial soul's form, his strength seemed to have weakened significantly. The originally extremely hot flames now barely qualified as warm. With the martial soul weakened, the soul skills should have remained unchanged, right? The nether wolves had already pounced. Yin took a deep breath, suppressing the unease in his heart, clenched his fists, and slammed them down onto the ground. First soul skill, Magma Earthquake Strike. Boom! The ground shook. A fan-shaped magma shockwave erupted from where his fist struck the ground, carrying a scorching aura, rushing towards the oncoming nether wolves. However, the power of the shockwave was far from what he had imagined. The color of the magma had also dulled significantly. No longer the dazzling crimson, but a somewhat grayish dark red. The shockwave hit one nether wolf, only pushing it back a dozen steps without causing any fatal damage. The burning effect was minimal. The wolf's fur only slightly reddened before quickly returning to normal. How is this possible? Yan's heart sank, and his expression grew grim. He couldn't afford to think too much. He hurriedly activated his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Granite Armor. A layer of rock armor formed from solidified magma covered his body. The armor's defensive power did indeed increase, but the temperature of the magma was even lower, almost devoid of the flame's heat. The attacks from the nether wolves came one after another. Their claws tore through the air with a fierce wind, striking hard against Yan's rock armor. Bang, bang, bang. A series of impacts sounded. Sparks flew from the rock armor, and cracks began to appear. Yan let out a muffled groan, feeling a heaviness in his chest, his blood surging. He quickly retreated, creating distance from the nether wolves. Third soul skill, Hellfire Charge. He ignited dark red flames all over his body and charged straight into the wolf pack. The flames left a continuously burning lava trail behind him. However, the temperature of the lava trail was also low, only able to slightly impede the netherwolf's advance, failing to inflict any effective damage. Yin dashed left and right among the wolves in a desperate situation, and the fight became exceedingly difficult. Minutes passed, and Yin had already accumulated several wounds from the wolf claws. His rock armor shattered to a considerable extent, panting heavily, utterly exhausted. In contrast, the netherwolves, although only 7 remained, were still fierce, their attack momentum unabated. Finally, the last netherwolf fell under Yan's magma earthquake strike. Yin felt utterly drained, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down like rain. He looked up at the others inside the light shield, barely managing to muster a weak smile. Got it. At that moment, golden text once again materialized in the air, announcing the end of the trial. Congratulations, Starfire team, for completing the first layer of the trial. Time taken, 17 minutes and 27 seconds. Rating, Old Cow breaking the cart. The second layer of the trial will begin in 3 minutes. Chapter 88, Battling 10 Wind Baboons. Old Cow broken cart? Yan's voice cracked slightly as he incredulously repeated these 4 words. He widened his eyes, thinking he must have heard wrong, and then seemed to confirm whether those words were mocking him. It wasn't just him. The others were also stunned. Yan's face instantly flushed red, feeling greatly insulted. This was the first level of the team assessment. He had wanted to perform well. Yet, the evaluation turned out to be Old Cow broken cart. Suddenly, he felt the air around him filled with mockery. A light laugh broke the frozen atmosphere. Xiao Wu covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly. But the amusement in her eyes was impossible to conceal. Soon after, Wang Sheng couldn't help but grin, showing his white teeth, despite trying to hold it in. The corners of his mouth betrayed his true emotions. A slight smile flickered in Adias' eyes, while Xiao Lan laughed out loud. You guys! Yin glared at everyone, his nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily. Li Chugang stepped forward, patting Yin on the shoulder with a helpless smile on his face. Okay, Yin, don't be angry. This is just a team assessment after all. Exactly, brother Yin. We're just having a laugh. It's not meant to mock you. Wang Sheng quickly chimed in. It's just an assessment, nothing serious. In the next round, we'll work together and perform well. The rewards will definitely be based on the team's performance. The others nodded in agreement, offering encouraging looks. AI Kuan quietly walked up to Yin, taking out a translucent white cake from his soul guide. Brother Yin, have a cake, he said softly, extending the cake towards Yin. Yin looked at the cake, then at the others, and his anger subsided. He took the jade cake. What is this? Fulling Ganlu cake. My first soul skill can enhance soul power limits and restore soul power and stamina. AI Kuan explained, his voice soft but clear enough for everyone to hear. Yin looked at the jade cake in his hand with some confusion, then at AI Kuan, and skeptically put the cake in his mouth. The cake melted in his mouth, a cool and sweet flavor instantly spreading. Then, a strange energy began to diffuse within his body. He felt his somewhat fatigued body instantly regain some strength. What shocked him even more was that he could clearly feel his soul power starting to boil. He quickly closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, filled with shock. My soul power, he exclaimed, looking at AI Kuan. How is it, Brother Yin? AI Kuan asked nervously, his eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and unease. This was his first time using his first soul skill to make a cake for someone. He hoped there wouldn't be any problems. Not only did it restore my soul power and stamina, but my soul power actually increased. Yan's voice was filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, everyone rushed over, their faces showing surprise. Restoring soul power and stamina was indeed a good effect. Many support-type soul masters had similar skills. But enhancing the soul power limit was quite unusual. Is this for real? Enhancing the soul power limit? Wang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone filled with skepticism. Yes. My soul power increased from level 31 to 32. Yin affirmed. AI Kuan scratched his head a bit shyly and said bashfully, the effect of enhancing soul power limits lasts only 15 minutes. 15 minutes is enough, Yen said excitedly, his eyes shining with enthusiasm. Icon, I didn't expect you to be such a genius. This kind of support effect is rare even in the Spirit Hall. Moreover, as your strength increases, there will definitely be more potential for enhancement. AI Cohen felt a bit embarrassed by Yan's compliment, his cheeks slightly reddening as he lowered his head and quietly said, "Thank you, Brother Yan." Just as everyone was immersed in the joy brought by AI Cohen's soul skill, golden text appeared in the air again. Second layer team trial. Eliminate 10 10-year wind baboons. Time limit 30 minutes. Countdown to trial start. 1 minute. The golden text seemed to appear out of nowhere, floating before everyone, radiating a faint glow that clearly caught everyone's attention. 10 10-year wind baboons. Compared to the netherwolf, wind baboons were smarter and more agile. Li Chugang's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brows, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Should we come up with some tactics? He asked the group in a low voice. Xiao Wu tilted her head. Let's put tactics aside for now. Let's get through this round first and see our individual combat capabilities and styles. Then we could decide on tactics later. Her tone was casual, but a spark of excitement flickered in her eyes, clearly eager to stretch her limbs. Xiao Wu is right. Let's just go for it. Yin agreed. With 7 of them working together as a team, it would undoubtedly be the fastest way to adapt during battle. Then let us charge. Wang Sheng excitedly waved his fist, his face filled with eagerness. Prepare for battle. Seeing this, Li Chugang didn't say anything more. As his words fell, the countdown ended. The surrounding scene changed instantly. 10 giant wind baboons appeared out of nowhere on the once empty ground. The wind baboons were about 2 meters tall, covered in gray fur, with fierce faces and exposed fangs. Their crimson eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glint, and their sturdy limbs were muscular, clearly not to be trifled with. Upon their appearance, they immediately let out a series of piercing howls. 0, 0, 0. The trial begins. The golden text lit up. Almost at the moment, the text faded. 6 of the 7 rushed towards the wind baboons like arrows, leaving only the support type, AI, Kuan behind. Xiaolan's martial soul, Blue Silver Emperor, was instantly unleashed. Her soul ring shining as countless blue-purple vines emerged from the ground like spirit snakes, carrying a powerful life force, and wrapped around the wind baboons. Blue Silver Bind. Xiaolan shouted, activating her first soul skill in an instant. The blue silver vines, like living creatures, accurately ensnared 4 wind baboons, binding them tightly and rendering them unable to move. Nice! Wang Shen couldn't help but praise, affirming Xiaolan's controllability. But before his praise could finish, AI Kuan suddenly let out a shriek filled with terror. Ah! Help! Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look. One of the wind baboons had actually dodged the Blue Silver Emperor and pounced aggressively towards AI Kuan. Can't you bind 5? AI Kuan panicked, tried to dodge backward. Seeing this, Wang Sheng didn't think twice and charged towards AI Kuan. Green pattern armor, he shouted, his martial soul, the battle tiger, instantly manifesting. His first soul skill, green pattern armor, activated, and a layer of green armor immediately covered his entire body. Bang! Wang Sheng crashed into the wind baboon that was lunging at AI Kuan like a tank. The tremendous impact sent the wind baboon flying, crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Roar! The wind baboon let out a painful howl, struggling to get up, but Wang Sheng pounced directly on it. Instantly, it was firmly pinned down by Wang Sheng, unable to move. Li Chun let out a cold snort, his gaze icy, as the sword grasped martial soul in his hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. Flowing sword chi, he shouted softly, activating his first soul skill, and 5 sharp sword lights shot out from the sword grasped martial soul, carrying the sound of breaking air, precisely slashing towards the 4 wind baboons entangled by the Blue Silver Emperor. The speed of the sword light was extremely fast, hitting the targets in an instant. Thud, 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 thud. For muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously as the sword lights effortlessly pierced through the wind baboons' throats, causing 4 sprays of fresh blood to bloom like flowers in the air. The wind baboons let out a tragic scream. their bodies convulsing violently a few times before completely losing their life and collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao had also singled out a wind baboon, nimbly weaving in and out during its attack intervals, looking for the best opportunity to strike. Out an arrow, her hair wrapped around the baboon, and with a delicate shout, her waist suddenly exerted force, tightening like a full moon bow, and then she forcefully flung the wind baboon away. Bang! A dull crashing sound rang out as the wind baboon's massive body rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. After this blow, who knows how many bones it had broken. Instantly, it couldn't even get up, only able to emit a painful howl. Yin was surrounded by blazing flames, with hot magma solidifying into hard rock armor on his body. Granite armor. He let out a low roar, activating his second soul skill, and his defense instantly surged. Oof. While the attack power of the soul skill may have weakened, in close combat, I haven't weakened. Yin snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Ignoring the wind baboon's sharp claws and fangs, and directly engaged in close combat with one of the wind baboons. He swung his fist covered in magma armor, smashing down hard on the wind baboon's head. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 89. It's still too early for us to challenge the team trial. Yan's fist slammed repeatedly into the wind baboon in front of him, each punch accompanied by a dull thud. The wind baboon howled in pain, its cries growing weaker until they completely faded away. Yin snorted coldly, disdainfully curling his lip. In his eyes, this level of soul beast was merely a warm-up exercise. Suddenly, he felt an extremely cold aura. This chill was bone-piercing, as if it could freeze a person's soul directly. He immediately turned to see where this coldness was coming from. The others also sensed this sudden chill, stopping their actions and looking over. Where their gazes converged was on Adai. The 6-year-old Adai was surprisingly shining with 3 soul rings: yellow, yellow, and purple. The 3 soul rings looked particularly eye-catching on his tender body. He held the scythe of death, its black blade shimmering with a ghostly light in a dim environment. That cold aura was emanating from the scythe. Everyone was so shocked that they momentarily stopped breathing. No one expected that the little boy, who had just been taken under Jiang Ning's wing and had barely spoken a few words, was actually a soul master. Moreover, his martial soul was so powerful. The scythe of death, it sent shivers down one's spine just hearing its name. The most shocked was undoubtedly Yin. At this moment, his eyes were nearly popping out. As a new generation genius of the Spear Hall, burdened with countless accolades, he was now 12 years old and had just surpassed level 31 soul power. This was already his source of pride. But now, this kid, whom he had previously deemed the most inconspicuous in the team, was also a soul master. Moreover, he could even feel that Adai's soul power was somewhat stronger than his own. This shattered his long-standing pride in an instant. In front of Adai were 3 wind baboons. They seemed to sense the dangerous aura emanating from Adai and were retreating in fear. But Adai showed no signs of cowardice. Instead, he stepped forward, actively approaching the wind baboons. His gaze was icy, and his second soul ring lit up, releasing a burst of yellow light. Second soul skill, Soul Blade Dance. Following that, the scythe of death in his hand executed fierce arcs of light. 3 consecutive spinning slashes. Each spinning slash stirred up violent black air currents, leaving behind twisted blade lights that exuded an eerie dark glow. The 3 wind baboons didn't even have time to let out a scream before being enveloped by the black arcs of light. In an instant, Adai killed the 3 wind baboons. While everyone was still in shock, golden text reappeared in the air, announcing the end of the trial. Congratulations to the Xingho team for completing the 3rd layer of the trial. Time taken, 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Rating, rough stone initial carving. 3 minutes later, the 3rd layer of the trial would be opened again. Everyone was still shocked by Adai's strength, but upon seeing the golden text, they were even more astonished. AI Cohen was the first to uncontrollably exclaim, "What the heck? Rough stone initial carving? What the heck? How could it be so fast? And the rating is still just rough stone initial carving? Does that mean we are all rough stones?" Li Chuangang, Xiao Wu, and the others didn't speak, but their expressions were also somewhat grim. They felt that this rating was too low. Yan's face was even darker, almost dripping with water. From an old ox cart to rough stone initial carving. Is there any difference? It's simply a public slap in the face. They immediately panicked and quickly huddled together to discuss. No way. We must take the next match seriously. Wang Sheng said first. Yes, we can't do it like just now. We have to kill faster. I don't believe that the next rating will still be rough stone initial carving. The others nodded, their eyes filled with unwillingness. They secretly vowed to give their all in the next match, showing this so-called Soul Tower who the real genius is. Third layer team trial. Kill 10-year-old lonely bamboos. Time limit 30 minutes. Countdown to trial start, 1 minute. As the countdown ended, the scene changed instantly, and everyone found themselves in a dense bamboo forest. The new trial began. Wang Sheng looked at the dense bamboo around him and couldn't help but curse. Damn, why is it this kind of thing? These lonely bamboos are really hard to kill. Their defense is ridiculously high. Congratulations to the Xingho team for completing the third layer of the trial. Rating, rough stone initial carving. What's still rough stone initial carving? Fourth layer team trial. Kill 10-year-old dark claw cats. Time limit 30 minutes. Countdown to trial start, 1 minute. Golden text lit up, and the fourth layer trial followed closely. A moment later, the 7 of them appeared in the teleportation array, gasping for breath. Each one looked disheveled, bearing injuries to varying degrees. Li Chuangang bitterly said, I can't take it anymore. Really can't take it anymore. It seems it's still too early for us to challenge the team trial. Beside him, Wang Sheng also stared blankly. This difficulty is too outrageous. The 10th layer is actually 10-year-old diamond tigers. This kind of soul beast. 10 years is equivalent to 1 or 200 years for other soul beasts. Starting from the 11th layer, it's directly century soul beasts. Yin also sighed, killing, and the rating is still rough stone initial carving. That's the best we can do. AI Cohen waved his hand. I'm so bored. I just gave you oil cakes. By the end, only A Die was left going wild. This isn't even a team challenge anymore. Chapter 90, Level 13. Old Cow Broken Cart. Distribution of rewards. Li Chuangang and his 7 companions walked side by side back to the Soul Refining Tower's main hall. However, the moment they stepped into the hall, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. All eyes were focused on them. The gazes varied. Some were quirky, some were playful, and others were shocked. Li Chuangang frowned slightly, and his pace slowed. He did not understand what was happening. The others also noticed something was off. Exchanging glances filled with confusion. Ikoen was the first to break the silence, exclaiming and pointing toward the center of the hall. What is that? Everyone followed Ikoen's finger and looked up. Above the center of the hall, a huge leaderboard was shimmering with golden light. 2 rows of golden text were exceptionally eye-catching. On the challenge count page, it boldly stated, 1. Starfire Team, Final Challenge Count, 13. On the rating page, it read, 1. Starfire Team, Final Rating, Old Cow Broken Cart. Silence. A deadly silence. The faces of the 7 members of the Starfire team turned crimson, as if their throats had been squeezed. Old Cow Broken Cart? These 4 words pierced their hearts like a sharp knife. What kind of broken rating is this? It was an utter humiliation. Li Chuangang felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped publicly. This must be a mistake. We fought tooth and nail to reach the 13th level. Many levels were tough challenges. How could it be Old Cow Broken Cart? Is the Soul Refining Tower's rating system malfunctioning? No. I need to ask someone to clarify what is going on. Xiao was so angry that she started stomping her foot, her ears perked up. Old Cow Broken Cart? Who is the old cow? Who is the broken cart? This is outrageous. This rating must be flawed. Yin clenched his fists tightly, flames of anger bursting in his eyes. Damn it. One day, I will make them realize that even a stick figure can ignite a prairie fire. Just wait and see. Yin will not stop here. Xiaolin bit her lip, her blue-silver emperor gently swaying, seemingly feeling her owner's low spirits. Is it because I'm too weak, dragging everyone down? I must work harder. I cannot let everyone down again. Ikoen's chubby face wrinkled into a ball, while a die remained silent. Li Chuangang took a deep breath to calm the anger and shame inside him. Then, he straightened his back, scanned the crowd, and said loudly, Fellow junior brothers and sisters, Our Starfire team has just completed the team trial. His voice was loud, tinged with a hint of deliberate calmness. I want to tell everyone that the team trial is far more difficult than you can imagine, so please do not attempt it lightly. His words carried a touch of bitterness. However, the response was a wave of whispers. Thought the senior brother was so amazing, but in the end, he has just old cow broken card. Exactly, if you can't do it, just say so. Advising others not to try is really laughable. Li Chugang's expression grew uglier, and his fists tightened. The more he explained, the more it seemed powerless. The facts were right in front of them. The Starfire team was indeed old cow broken card. At this moment, a tall student stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Senior brother, we didn't mean to mock you." His tone was polite, but his eyes held a hint of inquiry. "It's just that we are not very familiar with the team trial. Could you share some information with us? It would help us gauge whether we have the ability to try." Li Chugang's heart softened slightly at the other party's attitude, which was acceptable. He sighed and said, "There's nothing I can't share. The first 10 levels involve battling 10 10-year soul beasts. Each level has different types of soul beasts, and the higher the level, the stronger the soul beasts become." The students listened attentively, nodding thoughtfully. 10-year soul beasts are not much for them as first-ring soul masters. However, facing 10 10-year soul beasts simultaneously and with increasing strength at higher levels, that could be tricky. So that's it. The first 10 levels are against 10-year soul beasts. 10 10-year soul beasts don't sound that difficult, right? Why don't we form a team and give it a try? The students were each calculating in their minds. Some were eager to try, while others began to hesitate. At this time, someone asked again, "Then senior brother, what about levels 11 and above? What's the situation there?" All eyes gathered back on Li Chugang, filled with curiosity and expectation. Li Chugang's face stiffened, and a hint of a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and slowly said, "Once you reach level 11, it's 10 100-year soul beasts." Gasp! The sound of everyone inhaling sharply filled the room. 100-year soul beasts, and there were 10 of them. The difficulty increased geometrically. The students were instantly shocked. The ease and eagerness on their faces vanished without a trace. What? Levels 11 and above are 100-year soul beasts? 10 100-year soul beasts? How is that even possible to defeat? No wonder senior brother and the others only made it to the 13th level and were rated old cow broken card. It's like this. The students' previous underestimation and mockery were replaced by awe for the Starfire team. Senior brother and the others are still amazing. They managed to reach the 13th level under such circumstances. Xian Baichuan had been silently observing everything. When he saw Li Chugang openly sharing the trial information with the other students, a smile of approval appeared on his face. He nodded and walked up to the Starfire team, saying, "All right, you Starfire team, come and collect your rewards." Rewards? Li Chugang and the others were taken aback, looking at Xian Baichuan with confusion. They are old cow broken card. Is there still a reward? Other students, upon hearing the word rewards, instantly shifted their focus. The previous shock was replaced with anticipation and curiosity, their words filled with excitement and speculation. After all, reaching the 13th level, if we went, it would be great if we could clear a few levels. What could be the rewards from the Soul Refining Tower? I can't wait to see what the rewards are. Xian Baichuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. 5 white light orbs suddenly descended from above, hovering in front of the Starfire team. The orbs emitted a soft glow, bringing a sense of warmth and comfort. Xian Baichuan then explained, "Team rewards are distributed based on the challenge count and final rating. Although your rating is old cow broken card, you did manage to clear 13 levels, so there are still some rewards." As he spoke, Xian Baichuan picked up one of the white light orbs and gently squeezed it. The orb instantly dissipated, revealing the contents inside. It was 7 mysterious cards. The surface of the cards shimmered with a faint glow, exuding a mysterious aura. Xian Baichuan held up one card to show everyone, saying, "This is a level 1 soul power enhancement card below Soul King. A total of 7 cards. Just enough for each of you to have one. After use, it can directly enhance your soul power by 1 level." Gasp! The room was once again filled with the sound of people inhaling sharply. Soul power enhancement cards, and they directly enhance soul power by 1 level. This is simply unbelievable. Li Chugang and the others widened their eyes in shock, especially Yin, who was so excited that he was trembling all over. Soul power enhancement cards? Such a thing actually exists, and there are 7 of them, 7 soul power enhancement cards. If I use all 7, wouldn't I be able to directly increase my soul power by 7 levels? I'm currently at level 31, so if I increase by 7 levels, I would be at level 38. If I can challenge the team trials a few more times and get more soul power enhancement cards, wouldn't that mean a 12-year-old soul master is just around the corner? Yan's heart was pounding. The other students were equally shocked by Xin Baichuan's explanation. They stared eagerly at those soul power enhancement cards, filled with envy and desire. Directly increasing soul power by 1 level, that's just too outrageous. If I could get just 1 soul power enhancement card, how great would that be? It seems that this team trial, although extremely difficult, has truly generous rewards. Chapter 91. White Light Sphere, Purple Light Sphere, Xiao Wu's Lottery. Li Chunguang stepped forward and took the 7 cards. The cards felt icy cold in his hands. He turned around and handed the cards one by one to his teammates. Soul Power Enhancement Card. Wang Sheng, this is yours. Wang Sheng took the card, feeling its weight. It had a metallic texture, with mysterious patterns carved on its surface, and a blurred character for soul in the center. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Wu, this is yours. Li Chunguang handed the card to Xiao Wu, who accepted it with a cheerful smile. AI Kuan, this is yours. AI Kuan took the card, scratching his head a bit shyly. Senior brother, do I have one too? What are you talking about? We are a team. After distributing the cards, Li Chunguang put away his own card. Everyone looked at the cards in their hands, each lost in thought. Xian Baichuan waved his hand again, and another burst of white light erupted. As the light faded, 7 white elixirs appeared. The elixirs were round and plump, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. These are low-level martial soul evolution pills, Xian Baichuan explained. Although they are low-level, their effects are extraordinary. They can enhance the potential of a martial soul and even possibly allow the martial soul to evolve. Xian Baichuan's tone was calm, but the information in his words shocked everyone. Martial soul evolution. These 4 words thundered in everyone's minds, especially Yen. At this moment, he was breathing rapidly, his eyes filled with desire. His martial soul, the stick figure, had been wasted in the soul washing pool. If the martial soul evolution pill could really enhance martial soul potential, or even cause martial soul evolution, then his martial soul would have hope of recovery without waiting for the washing pool. He stared intensely at the white elixir in Xian Baichuan's hand, his gaze fervent. However, he decided that even if he got it, he wouldn't rush to consume it. He would wait until tomorrow to refine it in the soul washing pool first. The others were equally shocked. The soul washing pool could cleanse martial souls and enhance their quality. However, there were risks involved. There were those who soared to great heights, but also those who fell into the abyss. The vast majority of those who had been to the soul washing pool saw only marginal improvements. The martial soul evolution pill, though low level, seemed to be more stable and safer than the soul washing pool, according to Xian Baichuan. My martial soul is sword grass. I wonder what it would evolve into. Li Chunguang speculated inwardly. The sword grass martial soul, while possessing sword energy and decent attack power, still felt a bit lacking compared to Adai. If the martial soul could evolve, perhaps it could make up for this flaw. My blue-silver emperor should become stronger, right? Xiaolon thought silently. Tang San, when we meet next time, I will definitely make you. Can the death scythe still evolve? Adai's eyes flickered. He still had a king of the underworld sword martial soul, although his master had told him not to rush to use the king of the underworld sword. But the scythe martial soul was already so powerful. What changes would evolution bring? Everyone had different thoughts, all speculating on the effects of the martial soul evolution pill. Before anyone could react, Xian Baichuan waved his hand again. A light sphere dissipated, revealing 7 yellow crystal shards floating in the air. The shards were crystal clear, emitting a faint yellow glow. These are soul ring enhancement shards, 100 years. Xian Baichuan explained. As the name suggests, they can enhance the age of soul ring. However, these are for 100-year rings, meaning they can only enhance rings that are 100 years or younger. The amount each shard can enhance depends on the soul ring being strengthened. At most, it can enhance by 100 years. Soul ring enhancement shards. Everyone was shocked again. The higher the age of the soul ring, the more powerful the soul master. Moreover, soul rings are like soul bones. Once absorbed, they are virtually irreplaceable. Enhancing the age of a soul ring is undoubtedly a huge temptation for soul masters, especially for low-level soul masters like them. A 100-year soul ring was already the highest tier. If they could enhance the age of a 100-year soul ring, it would significantly boost their strength. This is truly a great item. Yes, it's so precious. With this, doesn't it mean that as long as the body can withstand it? The first soul ring can also be upgraded to 999 years. If we dare to dream, there might even be 1,000-year or 10,000-year soul ring enhancement shards. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes shining and their hearts filled with excitement. Xian Baichuan smiled slightly, seemingly pleased with their reaction. He waved his hand again, and the last 2 white light spheres shattered. As the light faded, a book and 7 rings were revealed. The book was ancient and elegant, with several gilded characters on the cover. Basic meditation manual. The rings were identical in shape, made of an unknown material, and all emitted a faint glow. This is Basic Meditation Manual 1 and Storage Soul Guidance Device, 1 cubic meter, 7. Xian Baichuan explained briefly. Basic Meditation Manual? Storage Soul Guidance Device? Everyone was not too shocked. After all, they had already seen the precious rewards, such as the Soul Power Enhancement Card, Martial Soul Evolution Pill, and Soul Ring Enhancement Shards. Although the Storage Soul Guidance Device was decent, it seemed rather ordinary in comparison, especially when they heard that its capacity was 1 cubic meter. 1 cubic meter of space could only be considered average, but it could still store quite a bit of stuff. It seems that not all rewards from the white light spheres are good. Li Chunguang thought to himself. He took all the items and began to distribute them. Soul Power Enhancement Cards, Martial Soul Evolution Pills, Soul Ring Enhancement Shards, Storage Soul Guidance Devices. Each person got 1, fair and reasonable. Only the Basic Meditation Manual. Li Chunguang pondered for a moment.